Anyone who has ever planted a plot of land knows that as long as you bury a seed, you'll grow whatever you want, and I'm well read. So I've planted the green lotus earth heart flame of endless fire desire, the devil's fruit tree from the king of thieves, and even the apocalyptic zombie virus sprouted in my farmland, simply because I awakened the gift of planting proficiency, which allows me to plant all transcendent items within my cognizance, and in the eyes of the teacher, my talent is garbage. The whole class gloated, and the teacher shook her head in disappointment, even withdrawing me from school. In the old city, Meng Xing, who had returned home, checked the green light spot in his mind. Farmer's talent, S rank, proficient in agriculture and mulberry, consume spirituality, probability of growing one of the known transcendent plants. Meng Xing smiled to himself, growing a transcendent plant that he knew. But where did transcendent plants come from in this world? Perhaps it was because of the traveler. He had a strong spirituality and was considered one of the best among humans. But what was the point of these 7 segments of spirituality nowadays? Meng Xing thought in his heart, not forgetting to put the seeds into the soil, when suddenly the spiritual energy in his body was instantly drained, and as the sky cleared, a thunderbolt as thick as steel descended from the sky and blasted straight into the small courtyard. The heavenly thunder moved the earth fire. The small vegetable garden instantly burned up. The temperature of the whole small courtyard suddenly rose, just like being in the middle of a volcano. At the same time, the seed broke the ground and sprouted and blossomed. A green-colored lotus flower was standing warmly. Green lotus earthly heart flame. He was appalled in his eyes and screamed out incredulously. As an earthling, how could he not know about the green lotus earth heart flame? That was the foreign fire of Emperor Yen of the endless fire domain of the 3,000 worlds, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. And he, a peasant talent, was absolutely unique, because the aborigines of this world, even out of the 3S rank peasants, no matter what, could not possibly know such a thing as the green lotus earthly heart flame, let alone plant it. He walked towards the green lotus with a face of infatuation, and with a thought, the green lotus earthly heart flame leapt and floated towards Meng Xing's sea of consciousness. At the same time, a new piece of information appeared in Meng Xing's mind. Green lotus earthly heart flame, S-rank talent, becomes a spirit for 100 years, takes shape for 1,000 years, becomes a lotus for 10,000 years, possesses the power to trigger volcanic eruptions and destroy nature, consumes spirituality, and can manipulate the green lotus earthly heart flame. Meng Xing's eyes are full of surprise, trembling with excitement. From hell to heaven, but it is just like that. Originally thought that the S degree of farmer's talent is just full of paid diamond encrusted tractor. Did not expect to get out of the gold-edged diamond encrusted Ferrari. Meng Xing couldn't wait and immediately went to the agricultural store to buy seeds. After looking at the prices of various types of seeds, the money in his pocket was only enough to buy 20 packets of flower seeds. Meng Xing, you are not in the city. Why are you here? The cashier girl's voice is very nice. Listen to the tingling. But it is a pity that her looks are not good enough. Full of pimples, dark and rough skin, more than 200 pounds. Meng Xing remembered that this girl is called Su Man, older than him, but also a poor person. Spirituality is amazing. It is a pity that she has awakened the S-order life-hacking talent. Just at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Yo, what a coincidence. This is not the farmer Uncle Meng Xing? Meng Xing frowned and turned his head to look. The yellow hair pawed the pace of beatings to come. The hand also carries a sapling, but is his classmate Huang Jia. Huang Jia slapped the sapling on the counter, measured Meng Xing with his nostrils, full of disdain. Awakened into a farmer really intends to farm. Unlike me, awakened the power talent, to go to work in the ants' company guards. It was then that Su Man realized and looked at Meng Xing, the poor man with the same illness, with regretful eyes. She shook her head and started to give Meng Xing the checkout. Huang Jia saw both of them ignoring themselves, forcing the picture, and opened his mouth to sneer. I remember that both of you are the most spiritual in our school, and as a result, you were surpassed by me, the poor student you once looked down on. How does it feel? Meng Xing didn't answer, paid the money and took the seeds ready to leave. Meng Xing's disregard, in Huang Jia's view, is to pretend to be high and cold. Nameless fire rose in his heart. All trash talent. You still dare to look down on me? He reached out to pull Meng Xing's clothes. Hey, I spoke to you. Meng Xing twisted his head, and a cold light flooded the bottom of his eyes, making people shudder. The intuition of the awakened made Yellow Hair's sweaty hairs stand on end, and he subconsciously let go of his hand and took 2 steps back until Meng Xing was leaving. When he came back to his senses, seeing this, Su Man let out a giggle. Huang Jia, more annoyed, fiercely glared at Su Man. "Fat pig, you laugh ah," said the hand of $100 thrown in Su Man face. Towards the direction of Meng Xing left closely followed. Back to the small courtyard, Meng Xing opened the bag of seeds in his hand and scattered them into the field beds. The field beds are now bubbling with the flames left by the green lotus earth's heart fire. Those seeds were buried into the soil, and it didn't take long for them to burn into ashes. Until all the seeds were planted, and they didn't produce buds, Meng Xing sat down on the ground with disappointment. And the small probability of planting a known rare plant is a little too small. Just then, a familiar voice came from the wall. "God, Meng Xing, your ground can catch fire." Meng Xing turned back violently, staring at the figure lying on the wall. Huang Jia, however, was not surprised, and jumped down from the wall with fruit tree seeds, squatting at the edge of the field bed and looking curiously. How can this thing be on fire? The sizzling heat makes him not dare to touch it with his yawning hand, and his eyes show greed. This field bed is definitely a transcendent treasure that can be sold for a good price. Meng Xing looked at him, expressionless. "How long have you been looking at it?" Huang Jia is still engrossed in the magic of the field garden being able to emit fire. "Tell me first how your land can be on fire." Meng Xing took the fruit tree sapling that Huang Jia put on the ground and inserted it into the field. Huang Jia immediately anxious. "That is my sapling. You throw in the fire, why?" Meng Xing glanced at Huang Jia and thought to himself, "Why can't you use the dead man's things? Seeing your secret, think you can still live?" That fruit tree sapling did not turn into ashes. Meng Xin secretly said, "Steady." The fruit tree sapling was firmly planted in the field beds, crazily absorbing the remaining flames of the green lotus earthly heart flame, and before long it became a big tree more than 3 meters tall. Devil's Fruit Tree, S-rank transcendent item. A magical fruit tree born from human wishes and desires. All the fruits it bears represent certain human wishes. Those 4 weird fruits look like a combination of pineapple and dragon fruit. Dreamheart's eyes were filled with shock that it was a devil fruit tree. He plucked a devil fruit tree. Curly fruit, falcon form, rank C transcendent item. He frowned. Why is it only a C rank? After thinking about it, he was relieved. After all, the falcon form curl fruit wasn't a very strong devil fruit in the pirate world. He wouldn't eat this item, because everyone awakened up to 4 talents. Meng Xing already had the peasant talent and the green lotus earthly flame, and the remaining 2 would surely be reserved for better talents. "Hey, dumbass, this thing isn't your talent, is it? If I'm not wrong, this is a transcendent item, so if you hang out with me in the future, I can make you a lot of money." Meng Xing looked up and met Huang Jia's eyes with a threatening meaning. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I'm not going to cooperate with you. What should I do?" Huang Jia laughed out loud. "Don't you understand the reasoning that a man can't be held responsible for his own sins?" After that, he rubbed his fists and walked towards Meng Xing in an unkind manner. But in the next second, Huang Jia opened his mouth wide in shock and froze in place. Meng Xing was currently holding up a green-colored flame in the palm of his hand, and the temperature of the entire small courtyard rose so suddenly that the air was about to burst into flames. "Do you really think that you can ride on my head just because you awakened a trash combat talent?" Huang Jia swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face full of incredulity. "You are actually a dual talent?" The fear in Huang Jia's eyes is going to overflow out of his eyes. When has he ever seen this kind of scene? Flopping down on the ground. "Brother Xing, you forgive me. I was wrong. I will be your dog in the future, okay?" Meng Xing was towering over him, his eyebrows raised lightly. "As my dog?" It took off a devil fruit, squatting down deep body to hand to Huang Jia. "I want you this dog really nothing useful, but you are very lucky. Eat this fruit will become how? Depends on your destiny." Huang Jia knew that he had become some kind of experiment, but in order to live, a hand picked up the devil fruit, chewed it in a big mouth. The flavor is very bad, very difficult to eat, very disgusting, similar to the gum dipped in stinky mud. After eating his mouth also do not wipe it, frowned and closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the change. Not long, Huang Jia opened his eyes. His eyes revealed an uncontrollable ecstasy. He awakened another talent. Curl fruit, falcon state, C degree. After stimulating the talent to become a falcon form, gained the ability to fly. Speed and strength have been improved. When he was about to show off his talent with impatience, Meng Xing moved his finger. Huang Jia's eyes were horrified. His face was distorted. Fine beads of sweat spread all over his forehead. A desperate burning sensation seemed to be burning from his soul, and the sea of consciousness was suffering from a catastrophe. He looked at Meng Xing in horror, his body convulsing in pain, his mouth opened, unable to make any sound. Meng Xing's mouth cracked open and his fingers slid again. And the burning sensation that had brought Huang Jie the threat of death disappeared. Meng Xing's eyes gleamed. It was hard to hide the excitement in his heart. Since I have the ability to grant talents to others, it is entirely possible for me to create a hunter's guild of my own. It is not unlikely that those who crave for power will throw their heads in the sand for their own transcendent plans. Meng Xing's eyes gazed slightly. If only he could have a top hacker. He could create a website and recruit hunters widely. At this time, he suddenly thought that the schoolmate who sold the goods was a S-level hacker talent. Early the next morning, Meng Xing came to the agricultural store early, covertly observing Su Manman's life trajectory, and found that she didn't have just one job, cashiering at the agricultural store in the morning, and then going to a restaurant to wash dishes in the afternoon. However, her work wasn't over yet, and she had already changed into a big bear doll costume when she left the restaurant. She tried to act cute and hand out flyers on the main street until the evening. A mall manager came out and gave Sumanman $50, which he gladly took and kept bowing to the manager to thank him. However, on his way home, 3 hooligans stopped him. Fat pig, what a coincidence. A few brothers have no money on the internet. No, a little bit. Watching you for a day. Give a few brothers each get $20. Su Manman was panicked, nervously holding $80 in his pocket. I do not have so much. The voice is still fluffy into the bone. Extremely listenable. Only the appearance cannot get their love. A non-mainstream anger. Holding a cigarette. A slap on Su Manman's face. You old city really shameless. If we do not have the new city to give you a mouth to feed, you have to sleep in the gutter. What I want is not your money, but the money you take from our new city. Sumanman was blindsided by this slap, and wiped her tears in aggravation. That non-mainstream, regardless of Su Manman willing or not. Reach out in Su Manman pocket search. Hard to pull out the $80. The non-mainstream all of a sudden happy. You see, early to me how good. You can still be left $20. Said greeted the Fox friends toward the new city net cafe direction to go. Suddenly a voice rang out. Give her back the money. Su Manman noticed. Wiped tears. Meng Xing, why are you here? The non-mainstreamers laughed. I thought it was someone, but it turned out that it was also a rat in the old city. What? Heroic rescue? I'm fine. Meng Xing, don't mind me. I don't want the money. Meng Xing did not move, still blocking the way of the non-mainstream. The non-mainstreams were annoyed to beat Meng Xing. Just when the first non-mainstreams rushed to Meng Xing in front of him, he was surrounded by green flames, and then his fingers gently in the non-mainstream's head a little bit. Green fire instantly shrouded the whole body of the young man in black. Screams didn't have time to send out, instantly became ashes. The remaining 2 non-mainstream under the liver and gall. But how could Meng Xing leave the fire mouth? Seeing him with supernormal abilities, in addition to their own people are to die. The 2 of them have not yet reacted. 2 green-colored sparks touched them, suddenly started a fire. Less than a few seconds, the 3 non-mainstream people disappeared from the earth. Su Manman looked at Dreamstar's eyes that were as deep as a lake, and even forgot that the youth in front of him had just taken 3 fresh lives. He opened his mouth gloomily. The world is not fair. There is indeed no absolute fairness in the world. But we may be able to rattle that scale and get ourselves a minimum of justice. Meng Xing stretched out his hand. Come with me. You will no longer experience this kind of misfortune in the future. His voice was magnetic, whispering like a demon. Su Manman ghostly stretched out his hand, even though he had the intuition that the peaceful life that he could see at a glance was about to leave him. The 2 of them returned to their own small courtyard together, and what met Su Manman's eyes was the eerie large tree. Meng Xing picked a devil fruit from the tree and handed it to Su Manman. Eat it, and you will awaken a new talent at the cost of losing your freedom. Sumanman did not hesitate at all, holding up the devil fruit and biting on it. The first bite almost vomited. This thing was genuinely unpalatable. A few minutes passed. Su Manman finally ate the devil fruit. There was one more devil fruit light point in her sea of consciousness. Sweet fruit, C rank, consume spirituality, visualize the person who is moving towards you. Even if it is a tiny bit of moving. Su Manman revealed an unbelievable look. She had really awakened a new talent. Only that this talent was pathetically weak for her. With this dignified appearance of hers, she was afraid that only true love would be moved towards her. Before she could think more, Meng Xing handed over another devil fruit. Su Manman already knew what the devil fruit was. Holding up the devil fruit and swallowing it in a big mouthful, the taste that was hard to swallow disappeared without a trace because of the tension and excitement. 2 or 3 minutes later, a new devil fruit talent, the slippery fruit, C rank. After eating it, it turns into a slippery person. The surface of the skin is smooth with zero friction, and all items that come into contact with the skin will slide away. The top student Su Man immediately understood the meaning of zero friction. Friction was a force that hindered the relative motion of objects. If one could have zero friction, wouldn't all bullets only be able to slide past one's body? Wasn't this an absolute physical defense? But this was not the most important. Su Man suddenly realized that her clothes seemed to have become bigger. Wait a minute, is he himself becoming thin? The slippery fruit talent can turn ugly women into beautiful women. Then he is. Now, at this moment, Su Man in the eyes of Meng Xing and Huang Jie is simply a big change. A head of black hair draped over the absolutely beautiful pretty face. The soul-stirring beautiful eyes with some bewilderment. The chest is surprisingly choppy. Fat and ugly Su Man disappeared, replaced by a tall beauty with long black hair and an irregular figure. The fat pants have fallen off, and the wide clothes have slipped off the shoulders. But fortunately the eyes and hands are quick to catch. Huang Jie swallowed his saliva, not daring to look at Su Man at this moment at all. Is this Brother Xing's tactics? Meng Xing was expressionless, signaling Su Man to go to the house to find a set of clothes to change into. The surface of the ancient well was unperturbed, but in fact, his heart was slightly swirling. The ability of slippery fruit is too terrifying. This world was afraid that it was no longer possible to find a woman more beautiful than Su Man. The sweet fruit's ability could cause anyone who had a crush on the ability to fall into petrification. Even the slightest bit of favorite emotion could be petrified. The slippery fruit in turn turned Su Man into a stunning beauty that was hard to resist. The combination of the two C-rank talents was comparable to an A-rank combat talent. Su Man came out of Meng Xing's house. That men's clothing couldn't cover Su Man's offending figure. The front was convex and the back was curved. Huang Jie sked. Brother Xing, you're so awesome, no one would believe it even if you told others that this is Sister Man. Meng Xing's eyes lit up. Yes, at this time, only himself and Huang Jie had seen Su Man's appearance. Even the Public Security Bureau system would not be able to find out who Su Man was based on Su Man's current appearance. Excellent for a hacker hiding in the shadows. Meng Xing entered the topic. I need you to make a website out of it. The idea for the website is this. Meng Xing couldn't call Su Man's schoolmate anymore. It was easy for others to find out who Su Man really was through her name and the title of senior sister. Su Man didn't care, her eyes were full of awe and gratitude towards Meng Xing. Listening to Meng Xing's conception of the website, Su Man slowly frowned. It's fine, it's just that there are too many features and it takes time. The initial trading system is quick to make. What are you going to sell? North Sea. Mountain City watercolor villa area. Stoner open big. Turn it up. Yai pain. Crap, flashback. The youth in the computer room looked at the gray screen and was confused. The team's angry curses came from his teammates in the headphones. Also, you're AF** king asshole, right? You're not picking up the big one and going to your grave? The youth apologized repeatedly. The computer always has a pop-up window. It's okay, I turned on the advertisement-free mode. Continue. A wave of group battle just about to start. The abominable pop-up window adds top back to the game interface to return to the desktop. The headset came from the teammates scolding. Is the pop-up window jumping again? Or is the monitor turned off? Pit on pit, you paralyzed to find what excuse. The youth was a bit reluctant. Even if it's my problem, there's no need to curse so harshly, right? The headset teammate curses continued to come. I'm scolding you, just listen. I'm a combat talent awakened, do you understand? Can you normally talk to a combat talent awakened person? The youth was silent. F10 reported his teammate for hanging and exited the game. Lying on the gaming chair, he had just lit a cigarette when that damn pop-up window appeared again. The youth dropped his lighter in annoyance and clicked on that advertisement pop-up window. What's wrong with failing to awaken? The computer is trying to bully me, is it? Grass. I want to see what stupid advertisement. Immediately came to a page. Welcome visitor 1065 to the Bounty Hunter Guild. You are truly a lucky man, do you crave power? In the background were several demons holding a green-colored fire lotus, and the image was extremely textured. Crap, this promotional image must have cost a lot of silver, right? What game is it? The youth was slightly interested and read the content above. What does it mean? Purchasing this what devil fruit can obtain C-rank talent. The youth felt like he was being treated like a fool. The advertisements nowadays really push everything. According to some gossip, the network will engage in some kind of AI big data listening in the future. For example, if you talk about traveling every day, there will be all kinds of advertisement pop-ups about travel agencies. You read about toothache every day, there will be a dentist clinic ads pop-up window. It's just that this kind of technology is still immature, and there are very few network technology companies in the Dragon Kingdom that have this level of sophistication. This young man named Wang Yang, awakening failed, dreaming of praying to God to let him awaken. He felt that he was AI big data listening. Wang Yang said with some regret, "This technology is really awesome, but the boss is a fool. Talent can still be sold? Lying to hell?" Driven by curiosity, he checked the selling price of that so-called talent. Crap! $50 million? Or is it limited, $50 million after a discount? This boss has been kicked in the head by a donkey, right? Which big fool can be fooled? Wang Yang shook his head and prepared to close the computer. Seeing the last few words under that fruit, cash on delivery. It's hard for Wang Yang not to get his hands dirty. Anyway, he doesn't need to spend money, and the computer is not tied to a bank card. Directly place the order and see what happens. The computer popped up a message. Once sold, no refund or exchange, delivered within 48 hours. Wang Yang suddenly had some expectations. It was not that he was expecting the devil fruit to be delivered on time, just looking forward to what will happen after 48 hours. This website is what Su Man came up with. The website also does have AI big data listening ability. It's just that this advertisement pop-up push is not visible to anyone. It will only be recommended to the family members of bosses with over $100 million in assets on their computers, and selectively recommended to people who have failed to awaken and have strong needs. How does strong demand look? For example, this Wang Yang, who is dreaming and talking about wanting to awaken. The next day, Wang Yang was awakened by the sound of the telephone. He picked up the phone impatiently. "Who is it?" On the other end of the phone was a gloomy voice. "Mr. Wang Yang, your delivery has arrived." Wang Yang cursed. "I'm rich and never shop online. Idiot." Just about to hang up the phone. "I'm a courier from the Bounty Hunter Guild." Wang Yang got up and lost half of his breath. Really delivered? He was more interested in this what Bounty Hunter Guild, and the so-called devil fruit that grants people talent. Mainly, he wanted to see how this group would scam. He immediately said, "I'll call the security guards and let you enter the neighborhood." The security guards of this kind of villa neighborhood were very dedicated and wouldn't let any strangers in without the owner's consent. "No need, you're fine at home, I'll be right there." The other side hung up the phone. Wang Yang frowned. It was impossible for someone to enter the neighborhood without him calling. Could it be that the security guard was neglecting his duties? Suddenly he thought of something and his whole body froze. When he bought the devil fruit, he didn't fill in the delivery address at all. How did the courier find his house? Haunted or not? Wang Yang was a little panicked. The doorbell rang. Wang Yang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and picked up a baseball bat. Bravely touched down the stairs. From the surveillance of the gate, it was a black man with a ghost mask who wrapped himself up tightly. Wang Yang shouted into the surveillance intercom, "You put it at the door." The man in black obediently placed the package at the door and turned to leave. Wang Yang came out of the door and looked around before picking up the package and sitting on the sofa. Apprehensively, he unwrapped it. Inside was a strange-looking fruit that was very unreal. He smelled it, took a bite, and his face turned green then. "What the hell? What flavor? Is it made of xiong?" Wang Yang didn't understand. Did this website owner have some kind of fetish? Like such cheap pranks? He huffed and puffed and went upstairs, just ready to open the short video to watch the young lady cleaning the glass to suppress his shock. The door was knocked. It wasn't the front door of the first floor, but his bedroom door. The door was roughly kicked open. The man in black appeared and said unhappily, "Why didn't you inspect the goods when they arrived?" Wang Yang was shriveled up. "How did you get in?" The man in black didn't say anything, and took the devil fruit that he had gnawed on, grabbed Wang Yang and shoved it into his mouth. Wang Yang felt like he was going to die. This thing was absolutely poisonous. This site is the site of perverted killers. After eating all the fruit meat, he closed his eyes and waited to die. Next second, kilogram fruit, rank C. It can change the range of weight from 1 kilogram to 10,000 kilograms. Wang Yang's heart set off shocking waves. He awakened? The man in black was a little impatient. Accepted, right? Payment on delivery. Wang Yang pondered for a while. "Brother, can you do it in installments?" "More than 100 installments." He clearly heard the man in black let out a snort. Through the mask he could feel the man in black's gloating. "Tonight you have to reopen that website and recharge 50 points into it. Otherwise, there will be consequences." 50 points was $50 million. After saying that, the man in black turned around and left. Wang Yang hurriedly opened the surveillance, but he didn't find the man in black leaving from the front door. Could it be that he could not fly? Wang Yang tried to swing his fist and changed the weight of his fist to 1,000 kilograms. A huge crack came out of the wall with one punch. Wang Yang's excitement was accompanied by fear. The Bounty Hunter Guild was definitely an extremely scary organization. Where should he go to get this $50 million? Only to dial the phone. "Dad, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" The good news is that I've awakened C rank. The bad news is, I owe $50 million. It was already evening when Huang Jia rushed back to Meng Xing's small courtyard from the next city. Taking off his mask, he retracted his wings and entered the house. Inside the house, Su Manman's slender fingers tapped out lines of code on the keyboard. Meng Xing sat opposite Su Manman, holding a pen and writing and drawing in his notebook, constructing the details of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Seeing Huang Jia enter the room, the pen paused. Still going well? Huang Jia nodded, a hint of puzzlement appearing on his face. Brother, why don't we just force that kid to eat the devil fruit? When the time comes, brother, you control him and you can ask for as much money as you want. The taste of burning the sea of consciousness was etched in Huang Jia's mind. Meng Xing glanced at him and shook his head. This time, the delivery was beautiful. It showed that Huang Jia still had some ability. It was only a pity that his brain was not good. Meng Xing said quietly, "You robbed someone for $50 million, and sold him an item for $50 million, what's the difference now?" Huang Jia shook his head blankly. Meng Xing said, "Forcing him to eat the devil fruit will only make the Wang family hate us. Now that it's his own choice to buy the devil fruit, that's picking up a bargain. Don't you think it's worth it to buy a C-rank talent for $50 million? He continued to move his pen while saying, "We are not despicable robbers. Stealing, robbing, cheating, these kinds of things are not our turn to do." On his laptop, the online structure of the Bounty Hunter Guild had already taken shape. Four main functions would appear on the Bounty Hunter website. Trading system. The trading items were the various transcendent plants that Meng Xing would grow in the future, including limited items, devil fruit. Exchange with items or points. Task system. Rewards can be obtained by completing tasks. Meng Xing could drive those hunters through the mission system in the future. He could even issue head bounty missions. Rank system. Hunters would be divided into 4 levels. Inferior Hunter, Intermediate Hunter, Advanced Hunter, and Demon Hunter. Scored by the number of missions completed, then advancement by completing special missions. Successful advancement will be rewarded in some way. The highest level Demon Hunter will be rewarded with a demon fruit. There will also need to be a Council of Elders, which is the top management. The future Hunter Guild would have an entity, and the spread would be huge. Every aspect online and offline would need to be operated by specialized personnel. Meng Xing couldn't possibly do everything. Therefore, it was necessary to give certain people authorization to jointly operate the guild. Of course, the final authority was still in Meng Xing's hands as the president. Meng Xing wrote down a few large words on a piece of paper at this time. Courier Department. Whether it was now or later, Meng Xing always had to find a way to send items to the hunters. And after the hunters completed their missions, they needed to send the mission items to themselves. The courier department could be extremely important in the early stages. He leaned back on the worn-out chair and fell into deep contemplation. The villa was surrounded by people inside and outside. Each of these people were strong bodyguards, and there were even some awakened ones. In the bedroom, Father Wang Zhenghao was frowning tightly, smoking cigarettes one after another. The doctor-like man said to Wang Zhenghao, "Congratulations, Mr. Wang, young Wang is truly awakened. His body doesn't have any abnormalities." Wang Zhang Hao was relieved. "Thank you, doctor, thank you for your hard work. Shaoli, send Dr. Lu home." After a while, a man in a suit walked up to Wang Zhenghao and respectfully said, "Mr. Wang, the surveillance hasn't been tampered with, and no suspicious person has been found." Wang Zhenghao frowned again. "Son, think about it again, is there anything else missing?" Wang Yang had a bitter melon face. "Dad," that man said, "if you don't pay the money by 12 tonight there will be consequences. I've awakened my C-rank talent, this $50 million is worth it. It's not like you don't have any money, so just give it to him while you still can." Wang Zhenghao was in a bit of a bind. He was indeed worth more than 300 million, but he didn't have hundreds of millions of cash. He has to sell his stocks and real estate to make up the $50 million. Wang Zhenghao pulled away from Wang Yang, and typed a line in the customer service quickly. "Hello, I am the general manager of Jinwan Construction Company, Wang Zhenghao. Who exactly are you guys?" Customer service. "We are a bounty hunter guild hidden in the shadows of the world. Our bounty is more than just money. There are also transcendent items as well as points. You guys are lucky to get the limited item, Devil Fruit, on your first contact with the guild." A horrified look appeared on Wang Zhenghao's face. This really was a transcendent organization. He quickly typed again. "Can we delay the outstanding amount for some time, or in installments?" Customer service. "Payment must be made within 12 hours after acceptance of the mall item." The team of bodyguards that had been hired heavily outside gave him a little more confidence in his heart. He typed, "Can we talk in person? Little Hunting Sister, 10. Wang Zhenghao, what do you mean? Little Hunting Sister, 9. Wang Yang was anxious. "Dad, just give them the money. Sell those stock funds and stuff of yours now. Little Hunter's sister counted down to 1 and then stopped moving. Wang Zhenghao even asked the bodyguards downstairs if they had found anything. After getting an answer, he was suspicious in his heart. That mysterious organization of people do not appear, how to consequences? Just at this moment, Wang Yang suddenly screamed miserably. Clutching his head, he collapsed to the ground. It didn't take long before he couldn't speak in pain. The man in the suit hurriedly came and tested Wang Yang's body. His face changed drastically. There is a very powerful force that is eroding young master's sea of consciousness through the air. Wang Zhenghao was confused. A spiritual absolute awakened could only manipulate alien energy within 1,000 meters. This awakened who was hurting people through space didn't even startle the bodyguards downstairs. It meant that it was not in the neighborhood, probably 10 or even 100 miles away. What kind of terrifying psychic ability is this? He had been in the shopping mall for many years and had never even heard of this kind of tactic. He anxiously shouted, "Quickly! Dump all my stocks, funds, the whole mess." Soon, Wang Zhenghao gathered enough $50 million. Tapped the recharge button. $50 million purchased 50 points. After the money was charged in, Wang Jia returned to normal, paralyzed helplessly on the ground. Wang Zhenghao was shocked and afraid. For the first time in so many years, a sense of powerlessness arose. This organization was terrifying, and definitely could not turn into an enemy. He was terrified. Could he have already offended them with his behavior just now? Inwardly, he prayed that this organization was not some unethical organization. Wang Zhenghao clicked on the website and out came a new prompt. "Congratulations, Mr. Wang Yang, you have successfully become an inferior hunter. Please register your account after reading the registration instructions." Wang Zhenghao started reading up. While reading, his eyes glowed. Only a few lucky people would have the chance to come across this website and become a hunter. Becoming a hunter, one could obtain many benefits. Those extremely rare transcendent items could be obtained by completing a mission. Most importantly, Wang Yang was a hunter from today onwards, a member of a transcendent organization. The way to register was simple. Aim your eyes at the computer camera, and after scanning and authenticating, enter the real hunter website. No more visitor mode. The interface was cool. Demons holding lotus flowers and occasional flashes of green and blue codes added a touch of mystery. To register a nickname. A nickname was a code name and was forever unchangeable. Wang Yang thought for a moment that his ability was to change his own weight. One fist could smash out tens of thousands of pounds of power. Okay to use Boxer as a nickname? Click OK. Nickname Boxer registered successfully. Tip: if you publicize the Hunters Guild and expose the identity of the hunter, you will be exterminated. Wang Zhenghao's eyes were like torches as he said to the assistant in the suit, "What happened tonight cannot be told to anyone, go out." The assistant hurriedly nodded and went out, not wanting to stay here for a moment. The first thing the father and son duo saw was the taskbar, trading mall. After half a day of clicking, it didn't go in, showing that the system was under maintenance. As it happens, there is a chat channel next to it. Curious, Wang Yang clicked in. Pestilence, Devil Fruit Limited has been bought out. Dragon Tooth, I slaughtered so many demons just to get points to grab the limited, and it's gone today? Blade and Soul, Grass, what luck? Ghost Slave, can someone tell me when the next limited will come out? Blade Spirit, crap, didn't Old Man Ghost take the mission to kill the Bone Dragon? Still alive? Fox Lady, which good brother bought the limited? Give it to your sister, okay? Sister will make it up to you. Wang Yang was appalled in his heart. The chat channel had a total of 894 people online. That meant that this hunter guild had at least thousands of awakened people. Based on their chat, this organization had both men and women. The content of the chat was even more shocking to Wang Yang and Zhang Hao. It was amazing that there were people here who could kill several demons on their own. There was even an old man who killed a bone dragon. The father and son's scalps went numb and they breathed heavily. They couldn't help but start brainstorming. A mysterious yet terrifying organization. The hunters wore ghostly masks on their heads and their strength was unfathomable. In order to enhance their strength walking in all corners of the world, constantly accomplishing the tasks of the website. At the end of the day's adventure, in the villa, slums, and even the wild, opened the website. No one knows what level of strength is hidden behind the computer. Wang Zhenghao thought to himself. So many strong people, any one of them would be willing to help out the Wang family could take off. In fact, he was overthinking this matter. Because these characters were all virtual, completely made by Su Manman's thousands of AI robots. The purpose was to create the image that the Hunter Guild had existed for a long time and had horrible strength. Wang Yang, who was unaware of this, was secretly rejoicing. So many bigwigs wanted to get the devil fruit, but let him get it easily. This $50 million was worth spending. The ambition to surpass these bigwigs was also quietly growing. That was until he saw someone discussing that there were newbie quests for newbies that were easy to get points for. He started looking at the page to see which one was the newcomer task. What exactly the points could do he wasn't sure, but with so many bigwigs desperately wanting them, they must be something good. At this moment, a message pop-up window came out. Customer service. Hunter Boxer, newcomer exclusive mission released, is it taken? Wang Yang didn't think twice. Take it. Wang Zhenghao's face suddenly changed. You're crazy. Think about it before you take it. If you don't complete the mission, it could be the end of our family. Customer service. Contribute 10 items containing spirituality, including demonic corpses, within 3 weeks. Mission reward, 10 points. The father and son breathed a long sigh of relief. This mission wasn't difficult. If you spend money and ask for connections, you can get it. Wang Yang hurriedly typed. Senior, may I ask how to contribute? Customer service. A staff member will come to your door to recover it. The man in black with the ghost mask immediately appeared in Wang Yang's mind. He pondered in his heart, hunters wear masks to hide their true appearance, right? Then I'll have to get a whole mask to do the same. Wang Yang replied to the message in the chat interface. Boxer is set to go all out to complete the mission earlier. Meng Xing looked at the chat interface and nodded his head straight in satisfaction. The spiritual fertilizer for the pre-growing of transcendental plants in his own field beds had been prepared by someone. It saved a great deal of trouble. Using his cell phone again, he checked his bank card balance. 45 million. After the Wang family's money was recharged, it did not directly enter Meng Xing's bank card. Su Man used powerful hacking techniques to create hundreds of thousands of fake accounts. $50 million went into these tens of thousands of accounts and went through a series of fabrications. The money flowed around the globe. Only 45 million remained when it returned to Meng Xing's account. The advantage of this was that no one could find out whose pockets the Wang family's money actually went into. Tracing it back online would only get them lost. Su Man still felt unreal. This is $40 million, and you got it just like that? Meng Xing said quietly. When you bare your teeth to this world, you will find the world surprisingly docile. Transferring $300,000 to Su Man. Your living expenses for this period of time. Get a better set of computers. Transfer another 6 million to Huang Jia. This is yours. Help me buy all the old houses in the neighborhood area and you can have the rest. Huang Jia speaking over the wall that day gave Meng Xing a wake-up call. For the sake of stealth, the old houses must be properly organized. Meng Xing planned to buy all the houses next door. Then open it up and turn it into a villa mansion. Hide the devil fruit tree and the green lotus inside. Besides, he planned to let Su Man, an important person, live right next to him. It couldn't all be crammed into a bed. The two of them looked at the extra balance in their cell phones and were afraid that they were dreaming. In just one day, life had changed forever? These money they don't eat or drink for years to get Bro. Xing, where are you going? Su Man asked suddenly when she saw Meng Xing going out. Meng Xing said, find a company to renovate this place, and after that you guys will live here. Finding a decoration company. Meng Xing stepped through the door. The young woman in black silk and long-legged professional dress was at the front desk organizing documents. Hearing someone coming, she said professionally, welcome to New Era Homes, how can I help you? Meng Xing blandly said, you get busy first, there's no rush. Then he sat on the sofa aside and quietly waited for the young woman to finish her work. No wonder rich people were slow to treat people kindly. When Meng Xing brought a different mindset from what he once had. A unique perspective that belonged to the president of the Bounty Hunter Guild. When revisiting this familiar city, this world turned into a game. I wonder how many bounty hunters there will be in this city in the future. What kind of scene will it be when he eats up the entire world? The young woman was surprised when she finally finished her work and raised her head to see Meng Xing. Ah, Meng Xing? Why are you here? Meng Xing also did not expect to meet Do Yuba here. When Meng Xing relied on scholarships to support himself, Do Yuba was his roommate. Do Yuba thought of something. Her face cooled a bit. She admitted that her mature charm was lethal to people of Meng Xing's age. But she was not willing to have any stories with Meng Xing. When Meng Xing moved away, he had said that he had failed to awaken and was going back to the old town. Even if she held some good feelings for Meng Xing, a handsome and hard-working little brother. But I am sorry, his own goal is to have a rich and wealthy second generation. If your first score in the province can still awaken the combat profession, then there is something to talk about. Do Yuba was angry at Meng Xing's arrival. This is where she works, should she rely on stalking to pursue her? What if it affects the work? Do you, a child of the world, know how hard it is to find a job? It's childish. And head down. Meng Xing didn't care about Do Yuba's coldness. I want to remodel the house. Hearing this, Do Yuba's face improves and he hangs on to his enthusiasm. The older generation in the old city could not afford to buy a house in the new city. In order for their sons to get married, they can only spend money to remodel their old houses. Do Yuba took Meng Xing to the second floor and began to introduce the various model rooms. Once Meng Xing in the eyes of Do Yuba even licked dog qualification is not. Now Meng Xing is the big fat meat by her mouth. Do Yuba knows her own advantages. When introducing the decoration style, she will carefully show her plump body. The short narrow skirt always reveals the black silk-wrapped fleshy legs in the inadvertent moment of bending over, occasionally touching Meng Xing with small movements, letting her own good-smelling perfume odor flood into Meng Xing's nostrils. The corner of Meng Xing's mouth slightly raised. For 3 years, Do Yuba had always gotten along with Meng Xing in the image of a cold big sister. It was the first time he had seen Do Yuba in this kind of coquettish posture. She was smart, a very dedicated and goal-oriented woman. It was important to know that the remodeling of an ordinary private house would cost more than $100,000 at the very least. Do Yuba will at least get a small $10,000 commission. The place he wanted to remodel, he did not know how big it would be. After Do Yuba earned him a single, it was enough to squander for a few years. This modernized minimalist style is also very good, many young people like it. The price is economical, $100,000 is enough. And look at this one, an Italian-style kitchen with a French living room is absolutely stunning. The generalized calculation is about $150,000, but I can apply for a set of whole house customization for my brother. Rolling around one model room after another, Do Yuba carefully introduced with Meng Xing, very hard. Meng Xing was also gradually fascinated by her professional explanation. Forgive Meng Xing is a bumpkin, he did not think that house remodeling can also make so many styles. Seeing that Meng Xing never spoke up, Do Yuba couldn't help but ask, "Brother, how big an area of the house are you going to remodel in the end?" Old town house remodeling is not the same as new town renovation. You don't need to ask for the area first and then project the approximate price as if you were remodeling in the urban area. Prices in the old city area were all about the same within 100 square feet. Meng Xing returned. Quite big. Do Yuba's beautiful eyes lit up slightly, immediately thinking of a possibility. Letting Meng Xing sit on the sofa, she tilted her body over, and a few strands of hair crossed Meng Xing's face. Taking out her cell phone, she pulled up a 3D virtual video. Home remodeling is a big deal, so make sure you pick a good one. If your house has a vegetable garden, you can also use this Chinese mansion style. The price can be slightly more expensive, 100 square meters is $300,000. I can help you apply for a 20% discount and can pay in installments. Do Yuba explained for a while and asked, "So how big is the house that brother wants to remodel? I'll give you an estimate." Meng Xing did a rough calculation and said back, "Almost 5,000 square feet." Do Yuba froze for a moment, his face hardening. "I remember you said that you awakened the farmer's talent. Are you building a large shed? Then you should look for an agricultural company. It doesn't belong to the category of house remodeling. If you need it, I'll contact it for you for the sake of friendship." Meng Xing shook his head. "It's just house remodeling. I'm interested in this Chinese style." Quite interested, Do Yuba stepped on her high heels and huffed downstairs. Her towering breasts rose and fell violently. 5,000 square feet? Bragging without a draft? Remodeling 5,000 square feet of old houses, not to mention this expensive Chinese architecture, even the most ordinary, it will cost $10 million. $10 million is enough to buy a large flat in the South China Sea, okay? In the end, they are here to pick up girls and still use such disgusting tactics. She suppressed her anger and said to the intern, "Xiao Zhang, go receive the customers upstairs." Xiao Zhang was a boy who had failed to awaken. His family had made a lot of connections to be able to work at New Era Home. Seeing Do Yuba's face, he immediately realized that the one upstairs had a problem. But Do Yuba is an old employee, Xiao Zhangli dare not listen to her? Good waves sister. Went upstairs. Give Meng Xing a warm smile. "Brother, Sister Bo has something to do, I'll introduce you." Meng Xing probably knew what was going on. Revealing a playful smile. "I've got my eye on this style, about 5,000 square feet of area, calculate the offer." Xiao Zhang froze for a moment. Based on the principle that the visitor is a guest, he frowned and gave Meng Xing a serious estimate. "Then this is considered a Chinese garden for you. If 5,000 square meters is just the floor area, then counting the attic, it should be at least 7,000 square meters. The price is roughly $21 million, and the specifics have to be measured by the designer on the ground." Meng Xing nodded. "This is it." After saying this, he took out his bank card. $21 million on the card, not enough to add. Quickly out of the program, remodeling to be fast, I'm in a hurry. Xiao Zhang froze and took the bank card, somewhat incredulous. "Just went to work and got such a big order? Fake it?" Meng Xing frowned. "Afraid there's no money in the card?" Xiao Zhang woke up as if from a dream, almost running to leave the model room. Meng Xing saw his flustered and excited appearance and revealed a smirk. Was this the power of money? Both men and women had to submit to the obscene power of this source of all evil. More than $20 million Meng Xing couldn't really look at right now. Money was about to be a number for Meng Xing. When Xiao Zhang ran to the front desk finance, the big business of tens of millions of dollars shocked the whole company. Dou Yuba wanted to laugh when she looked at Xiao Zhang's surprise. How many kilograms of Meng Xing does she not know? If this card can be swiped out of the money, it will be a ghost. She's seen a lot of this kind of showmanship trying to impress her. For a fresh graduate, it's already very courageous to be able to do this. Dou Yuba felt that, based on this courage, you can consider letting Meng Xing invite himself to dinner. Who can say whether such a courageous child who is not afraid of being humiliated will be able to mix it up a little bit in the future? Tidy up the narrow skirt, Dou Yuba ready to go upstairs. At this time, she saw the company staff began to busy. One by one, the process is carried out in an orderly manner. Xiao Zhang's lips were dry and full of excitement. Holding a contract to run upstairs, Dou Yuba stopped him. What are you doing? Xiao Zhang hurriedly held the contract in a death grip, looked at Dou Yuba warily, and said in a grateful tone, Signing. Thank you Sister Bo for giving me this opportunity. I'll definitely treat you to dinner. After saying that, he eagerly went upstairs, leaving Dou Yuba dumbfounded in place. Signed? She rushed towards the front desk and stared at the finance dead in the face. Just now, the one called Meng Xing. Without finishing, she heard a few finance girls at the front desk say with longing. 21 million, said Brush, with by cabbage-like. Truly tycoon. This is called young and gold good-looking and handsome. If we can talk about love together is good. Don't dream, people like this can spend tens of millions of dollars to play with the garden, it's to play with the stars. Taking down such a tycoon is only Bo's sister has this face value. Right Sister Bo, wasn't it you who received the little tycoon? How is it that Xiao Zhang signed the bill? Dou Yuba was confused. Swiped $21 million. This feeling of her worldview being turned upside down made her dizzy for a while. Could he be an invisible rich second generation? A possibility formed in her brain. She had never heard Meng Xing talk about his parents. It was said that in many large families, the heir would go out to practice during his teenage years. After accomplishing their merits and virtues, they would take charge of the family's authority. This one clearly fit that status, didn't he? Dou Yuba hated to slap himself twice. The fortune teller always said that her true destiny was right in front of her. Why didn't she think of having a prince around? Why bother going after those rich second generation? The more Dou Yuba thought about it, the more she regretted it, and her heart was frantically chagrined. I'm just a blind man. I've been sharing a room with a prince for 3 years, and I'm still out looking for rich kids every day. Am I not riding a horse looking for a donkey? When Meng Xing left New Era home in Xiao Zhang's respectful and flattering demeanor, he gave Dou Yuba a meaningful look. Dou Yuba's heart tip swung. Cooed. Her pretty face flushed, and her black silk thighs clenched nervously. Opened a certain treasure and searched for the clothes and dresses suitable for hooking up with a male. It was drizzling in the South China Sea. Meng Xing walked into a rather stylish petite cafe. Sitting on the seat by the window, he picked up his notebook. The waitress lady who came along hadn't opened the menu yet. Meng Xing smiled and said in a gentle tone, Hello, please bring me a cup of Blue Mountain with a side of camembert cheese, please. Meng Xing loved the aroma of coffee. When he was in school, he could only drink instant coffee to satisfy his cravings. Now it was fine, there was no problem opening a cafe. He had thought about the Hunter Guild appearing in the city in the mold of a cafe. The waitress lady was impressed by Meng Xing's warm smile and subconsciously sized Meng Xing up. The slender figure was wearing black sweatshirt pants. It looked like a miscellaneous brand, but it was clean. He also had a very peculiar air of confidence. The whole person presented her with a sunny yet calm feeling. After the young lady left, Meng Xing opened his notebook to sketch all the details of the future Hunter Guild. Next, he had to find a way to open up the courier business with the hunters. Opened the QQ browser, entered the courier company keyword, and a search result appeared. Tap into the page one by one, and couldn't stop shaking his head. These courier companies are all like thunderous existences in the summer country. Those old bosses are even the top group of characters in Xia, sitting steadily in high buildings. There were countless awakened under these people's hands, so it was difficult to know their whereabouts, let alone get close to them. Furthermore, these courier companies weren't too safe, and privacy wasn't high enough. Meng Xing rubbed the bridge of his nose. Dou Yuba should know quite a few social elites, she might be able to help me get on these lines. At that exact moment, the phone rang, and it was Huang Jia. Meng Xing picked up the phone. Brother Xing, it's done. The 45 surrounding households have all agreed to sell their old houses. They'll be able to move out tomorrow, and it cost a total of $4,800,000. That was Huang Jia's voice that invited credit. Meng Xing frowned. So fast? His tone was slightly unkind. You're not violently evicting them, are you? On the other end of the phone, Huang Jia hurriedly explained. No, your neighborhood is basically full of old men and women. I heard that I can sell the old house for $70,000 to $80,000, all thank me for giving them the opportunity to retire in the city. There are two families who want to ask for more money, but it's ridiculous that they only asked for 20,000 yuan more after making a lot of effort. Meng Xing realized that this was the old city. Su Man worked so hard to earn 80 a day, and was always being robbed by the ruffians in the new city. 70 to 80,000 was indeed quite a lot for them. Huang Jia continued to report again. By the way, Sister Man asked me to tell you that the Wang family prepared those 10 spiritual items. It's already applied to submit the mission. Meng Xing's head instantly grew large. This was his biggest headache at this time. He sighed lightly. Leave it to you, I'll reimburse you if you need to use a car. Just as he hung up the phone, the gentle voice of the waitress lady came to his ear. Sir, here's your coffee and snacks. Meng Xing said thank you and picked up a small spoon to gently stir the coffee. A city newsflash notification appeared on his cell phone. Tai Lin, the city's hero, was seriously injured in a fight with a robber yesterday, and after being resuscitated, he is no longer in any serious condition. Meng Xing tapped into that news. Last night Beihai Dongqing District Security Bureau Chief, Tai Lin, on the way from work encountered robbers. Tai Lin immediately went forward to stop, and struggled with the robbers. However, the robber is an E-order awakened person. Tai Lin was not defeated and was seriously injured. Fortunately, he went to the hospital in time to save his life. Meng Xing raised his eyebrows slightly. A police station chief couldn't even defeat an E-order awakened? This was not scientific at all. Meng Xing came to be interested. He searched the browser for Tai Lin's biography. Without searching, Meng Xing was stunned. This Tai Lin was only an F-order awakened. Originally, this kind of talent could not even enter the security bureau, but Tai Lin relied on his own ability to get into the security officer. Moreover, he had been recognized for his achievements over the years. If you put it on other magistrates, you would have already entered the general administration. Also because of too much credit, and then do not give a promotion to say it is not acceptable, the general administration decided to give him a director position. Tai Lin is very young, only 28 years old this year. If there are no accidents, he is still a director at most 50 years old. Meng Xing secretly smacked his lips. In this world, talent level was too important. Suddenly, Meng Xing had a flash of light in his head. I remember that magistrates have internal and external patrol missions. What if the vigilante goes to transport the courier between the hunters and the guild? The sheriff's special vehicle wouldn't have anyone stopping and checking it, right? Tyrion had already accumulated a body of merit, and would immediately rise high as soon as he awakened a powerful talent, and Jesus couldn't stop him. A person from the General Directorate would definitely be able to contact the magistrates of the remaining cities. The transportation network would immediately open up. A heavy smile slowly appeared on Meng Xing's face as he looked at the city of traffic, and there was a flash of light in the bottom of his ghostly eyes. Drinking the last sip of coffee, he walked towards the old city center. Meng Xing's small courtyard. Meng Xing sowed the seeds into the soil. A whole half-day passed, a full 12 hours late into the night. The harvest was also there. Dozens of transcendent plants emerged from the ground. Moonlight grass, it can release light at night, and also cultivate under the light, enhancing the speed of spiritual recovery. Potato mine, the red button on top is pressed and buried in the earth, something passing by will cause an explosion. Wild strawberry, recover some injuries immediately after use. Meng Xing knew where all these things came from. They were all products from various games in his previous life. As expected, after being a novice, the O Huang aura disappeared, and he didn't grow any very strong transcendental plants. It was also fortunate that the face wasn't so black, at least some transcendent plants came out. The small courtyards were pushed open. It was Huang Jia who was wearing a ghost mask and black clothes that covered himself tightly. Huang Jia spat as soon as he entered. I'm telling you brother Xing, that Wang Yang is like a disease. He brought a smooth mask and made himself look like an avatar, scaring me. He also asked me if this mask is not in order, and whether his costume is okay. P.S. To be on the water test recommended, please good brothers support This story has just begun. Mask? Meng Xing looked at the ghostly mask in Huang Jia's hand and thought. Masks plus personalized costumes would inspire the deepest things in a person and draw out their truest selves. This was scientifically backed. The reason Huang Jia wore a mask was actually purely because he didn't want to expose himself. It would be interesting if hunters in the future all wore masks. Wearing a mask is a hunter, take off the mask to return to life. It was also considered a kind of faith. Meng Xing asked, where are the things? Huang Jia then remembered the main event. The suitcase on his back opened and a spiritual item filled with aura was displayed. There were sculpted heads, ancient paintings, Buddha beads, firelighters, and so on. Spiritual items came along with the monsters. Certain items were endowed with spirituality just like human awakened beings. The grades of these items were all above D rank at a cursory glance. Of course, these items only had spirituality and weren't very useful in combat. If they were sword weapons or spiritual items with special psychic abilities, they would be very rare. Huang Jia said. This is Wang Yang's first quest, and he probably didn't use F-rank items in a perfunctory manner in order to brush up his goodwill. Meng Xing mused slightly. Quests should have ratings set, and high ratings rewarded more items, so as to inspire the hunters to complete the quest more perfectly. Bury these spirits in the soil. Unlike those transcendent plants, when transcendent plants weren't pulled out of the ground, they were connected to the devil fruit tree spirituality. It wouldn't turn into fertilizer to be sucked up spiritually by the devil fruit tree. When those spiritual items were just buried, the devil fruit tree greedily drained their spirituality. Not long after, they became slag, or became ordinary objects. The devil fruit tree emitted an eerie bright light. A devil fruit slowly grew out. Meng Xing secretly said, 10 D-rank spiritual items to grow a C-rank devil fruit? The price wasn't unbearable. If 10 A-rank spiritual items, isn't it possible to get out an S-rank? Meng Xing stopped thinking too much and said to Huang Jia, someone will come to measure the land area tomorrow. I left your number. If you meet a woman named Do Yuba, tell her to come back in a few days. Huang Jia answered. He would just do the errands that the boss commanded him to do, and the smart little brother never asked his big brother what he was going to do. Night. Nanhai 3rd Hospital. Brother Tai, this time you've gotten credit again. Although the robbers ran away, the citizen's property was saved by Brother Tai. Another merit, Brother Tai will definitely be promoted to the general director at this time. The incandescent lamp was very bright, illuminating the hospital room in an exceptionally white color. Tai Lin lay weakly on the hospital bed that smelled of disinfectant. This was a very robust man with a righteous air between his eyebrows. The sickly face was only tinted with a few points of redness because of the joyful color. Just like these subordinates on the side of the hospital bed said, he had made another achievement. He has been stuck in the position of director for many years, and he is afraid that it is impossible to say that he will not be promoted again. Tai Lin said with a few moments of humility. This is all the leader's arrangement, we just obey the instructions from above. A subordinate who knew how to kiss ass hurriedly smiled fawningly and counted Tai Lin's credits over the years. You joined the security bureau at the age of 20, and in 3 years, you took out the Eastern District's largest criminal gang in 3 years. That's a whole criminal gang. The crime rate of the entire Eastern District has dropped. Over the years you've been in charge, there have been fewer thieves in the East End. This time, when the old director retires, all the officers will be promoted. You'll definitely receive a transfer order from the city council. Tai Lin said he didn't care, in fact, his heart was already happy. Protecting the people to protect the peace is what he wants, but which man does not want to hold the power? The wealth, color, and power should always account for a bar. Tai Lin is thinking about the future. All the people present in the cell phone brushed up. The magistrates opened their cell phones to check, and one by one, their faces became strange. Tai Lin saw this and picked up his cell phone. The bureau announcement was out. 2 main things. After the old chief retired, it wasn't that everyone guessed that all the leaders of the sheriff system were promoted to the next level. Rather, it was a woman who was parachuted in to take over the old director's position. Tai Lin's heart sank. There was no hope for him to be promoted with a very low awakening talent. The second thing that confused Tai Lin was transferred from the director of the Eastern District to the archives to manage the archives. To put it nicely, it was a pensioner's errand, but to put it bluntly, it was a night watchman. Tai Lin did not understand what was going on, immediately called the leadership of the bureau. The voice on the other end was also a little embarrassed. Tai Lin, you are not injured? The bureau in mind that your hard work, sympathetic to you, only to arrange for you to go to the archives. You don't have to go out in the sun and wind, and it's safe and comfortable. Tai Lin was bewildered, at a loss for words. Leader, I'm still young. It's better to arrange for older comrades to go to the archive. I still need to return to the front line, back to the East District Sheriff's office. The voice on the other end finally became impatient. You're quite a big man, why don't you know better? Let me tell you a little news. The director who replaced you is the younger brother of the new city bureau chief, understand? Tai Lin understood, his face was in disbelief, his big hands gripped the quilt, his fingertips a little white. A few subordinates looked at me, I looked at you, said hello and quietly left the ward. Just after walking to the door, they discussed this matter tonight. How could Tai Lin, an F-step talent, be transferred into the city council? I would have guessed so. So what if he has a lot of credit, without talent and without a background, his career path is just like that. I just tweeted to a friend in the bureau, the new director seems to be the younger brother of the new bureau. That's the big young man experiencing life to brush up his experience to come, sooner or later go to the city bureau. Shouldn't we buy some gifts to recognize the door? Their conversation was heard word for word by Tai Lin, lodged in his heart. Perhaps they forgot that Tai Lin's talent was sensory enhancement. Or perhaps they simply didn't care anymore. The miserable incandescent light of the hospital room shone on Tai Lin's bloodless face. Talent, background, the sweat and tears I've made for the Eastern District can't be compared to these two things? After the anger was endless despair. In fact, he should have thought that he didn't have the talent and background, the promotion change probably didn't him. This director will also always be taken away by a relative of some leader's family. But experiencing the heart-rending and blood-soaked experience it brought, Tai Lin was ultimately unwilling. At this moment, the door to the ward knocked. Tai Lin was still in a daze. Possessing the sensory enhancement talent, he lost his alertness. He actually didn't notice that the door had already been pushed open. The white coat with a mask walked up to Tai Lin. "Tai, how are you today?" Tai Lin said stupidly. Okay." Immediately afterward, he immediately became alert. No, you're not Dr. Zhao, your voice sounds a bit familiar." The white coat took off the mask, revealing a hideous scar, with resentment in his eyes. "Of course it sounds familiar. Back then you were the one who caught me squatting in a hard kiln for 3 years. The brothers on the road all miss you so much. I heard that you transferred out of the security office, they want to come to see you." Tai Lin's heart was shaken. He only just found out about his transfer. How come the people outside already knew about it? Someone at the city council wanted him dead. The white coat had already taken out a dagger and stabbed ferociously at Tai Lin. Years of combat experience had been engraved in his bones. Tai Lin turned off the lights in that instant and rolled over to get out of bed, but fell heavily to the ground. The wound in his abdomen tore painfully. Dense beads of sweat surfaced on his forehead, and with his serious injuries, he no longer had the strength to fight. Tai Lin leaned against the bedside table, his eyes flashed with a hint of self-deprecation. Looking back on this life, it was really ironic. For the sake of the Eastern District, he had made a great contribution, and had 8 fatal injuries all over his body. As a result, he was no match for his talent and background. Now someone in the city council was already looking at him unfavorably. Who's that? The new commissioner? None of this mattered anymore, because the dagger was getting closer and closer. Cough. At that exact moment, there was a coughing sound. Tai Lin was pleasantly surprised. Could it be some colleague who had returned? Or some doctor on duty? He wanted to call for help, and when he saw the visitor, the words for help stuck in his throat. The man was carrying a sack in his hand and wearing a black tracksuit. His posture was erect, and the corridor light stretched out his shadow. He wore a mask over his face. A 2-horned ghost king mask with a white weeping face, half of which was carved with a green lotus flower. Hideous, treacherous. This man was not a co-worker or a doctor, much less a kindred spirit. The white coat killer twisted around and stared at the visitor sinisterly. "Who are you? Which way?" The mouth exposed under the visitor's mask pulled out a curve. "I come from the Hunters Guild. A hunter who walks in the shadows of the world. You don't need to remember, and neither do the dead." Contempt, uninhibited, the condescension of a mountain looking down on a gully. This person was none other than Meng Xing. The white coat assassin laughed angrily. "What bullshit Hunter Guild, never even heard of it. Your father was only going to kill one person today, you're the one who asked for death." After saying that, the white coat killer unleashed his natural ability, and the dagger in his hand was covered with a blue airflow. With a narrow step, he stabbed towards Meng Xing's throat. The white lab coat secretly snickered. This fool didn't even dodge. It was probably whichever middle child was offended here. In the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore, because Meng Xing's hands covering the green lotus earthly heart flame steadily grasped the blade. The blue airflow on the blade directly dissipated when it touched the green flame. He raised his eyes in horror, and before he could speak, Meng Xing's other hand grabbed his throat. Under Meng Xing's skillful control, the green flame climbed up the white coat killer's fearful face. In an instant, the big good head turned into ashes. Only the headless corpse with a charred black neck remained, hanging down helplessly. The dagger fell on the silent ward. The crisp sound was particularly harsh. I don't know if it was because of a slight empathy disorder reason, Meng Xing didn't feel any discomfort. Tai Lin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In just a single glance, and Yarank awakened was killed? His brain was racing, unable to figure out what kind of character this powerful mysterious person was. Hunters Guild? What kind of organization was that? Meng Xing paced in front of Tai Lin and crouched down. The deep eyes behind the mask looked indifferently straight at Tai Lin. "Do you crave power? I can give it to you." Tai Lin visibly froze after hearing Meng Xing's words. He did not doubt the authenticity of this mysterious man's words. There was no need for such a powerful person to run to the hospital in the middle of the night to save himself and then amuse himself. Tai Lin quickly organized his emotions. "If I want to get the power you're talking about, what do I need to do? Join the Hunter Guild?" Meng Xing nodded. Tai Lin calmed down completely. "What kind of organization is that? A criminal organization? A gangster? He did hope, even thirst, for a powerful backer. The Hunters Guild did seem like a powerful organization, but he knew exactly who he was. If he was to use the power of a magistrate to help evil break the law and aid the evil, he couldn't do it. Meng Xing clearly had disdain and shook his head. Gangsters? Perhaps a certain gang leader is a hunter from the Hunter Guild. But, this kind of minion is not qualified to make decisions about the Hunter Guild's behavior. Tai Lin was appalled in his heart. The gang leader was perhaps just a hunter of the Hunter Guild? Couldn't it be understood that there were also elites from various industries in the Hunter Guild? For example, the magistrate system, or even authorities in politics. So, do you accept my invitation to become a hunter? Meng Xing's tone started to get cold. Tai Lin knew exactly what would happen if he refused. After all, he had already roughly understood the tip of the iceberg of this organization. To think that after so many years of dedicated work, he had been replaced by a connected person. Gritting his teeth, he decisively said, "I'm in." Meng Xing's tone eased. A clear choice. Saying so, he took out a devil fruit and a face mask from the sack and handed it to Tai Lin. Without question, he spoke. "Eat this fruit." Tai Lin hesitated for a second as he held the strange fruit. Could it be the Hunter Guild's means of controlling hunters? This kind of tactic was common in gangs. Then, a large mouthful was nibbled. Almost vomited. If this thing was some sort of psychotropic poison, why make it so unpalatable? After enduring the nausea and eating it, he subconsciously felt the changes in himself. Then, he was dumbfounded. Cow fruit, bison form, C rank. Consume spirituality to transform into a bison man, increasing speed, strength, and explosiveness. Can consume 3 times the spirituality to inspire a berserk state? Tai Lin's eyes widened in shock, his mouth opened. In the end he couldn't say a word. Meng Xing's purpose was accomplished, twisting his head and stuffing the white lab coat killer into the sack. Walking to the door, he said softly, "Welcome to the Hunter Guild, don't think about betrayal, you can't afford to pay that price." Then, disappeared into the clean white incandescent light of the corridor. Tai Lin's mouth was still wide open, and the hand holding the face mask was constantly trembling. There was no surprise or joy in the pair of tiger eyes. Tears roiled over, washing away the heartache of these years. Awakened, C rank, qualified enough to enter the city council. No one could easily take it away from him anymore. Resistance to the Hunters Guild grew lighter and lighter. This organization had given him the chance to pick up his dignity. Just what was he going to do next in this organization? That Ghost King masked man didn't leave any contact information. The cell phone on the bed suddenly lit up. He reached out and picked it up. Hunter Guild download complete. Please register for a Hunter account. Is this the means of the Hunter Guild? Hunter Bull Demon, registration successful. Tip, if you publicize the Hunters Guild and expose the Hunter's identity, you will be exterminated. Huang Jia was lying on a recliner under the devil fruit tree. Seeing Meng Xing return, he hurriedly got up to report on his work. "Brother Xing, new era home came by today." They were sincere enough to let the designer draw here until dark. Counting the attic and other things, the total is 7,500 square meters. Then the extra 500 square meters they said they'd give it to you and not ask for more money. Meng Xing nodded, not surprised by this. Picking up a shovel, he dug up soil on the field beds. While digging, he asked, "Didn't let them come to this yard, did you?" Huang Jia hurriedly shook his head. No, I said this is the boss's ancestral home, doesn't need to be moved." Sister Man was also here watching. No one came in. Then asked suspiciously, "Brother, what are you digging? Let me do this kind of rough work." Meng Xing glanced at him and put down the hoe. Opened the sack. A headless body was carried out by Meng Xing and then thrown into the dug pit. Huang Jia was so creeped out that he almost screamed out in fear. Terrified, he looked at Meng Xing, who was blandly burying the corpse. What is this situation? Was no longer daring to make half a sound. Meng Xing finished burying the body of the white coat and quietly waited for the devil's fruit tree to change. Things with spirituality could be sprinkled in the soil as fertilizer. Although this white lab coat was not highly gifted, the spirituality cultivated in his body should be quite a lot. As expected, the devil fruit tree began to react, emitting a morose green light. The corpses buried under the soil were rapidly drying up, and in the end, there was not even any bone dregs left. The branches of the devil fruit tree lit up with 2 clusters of ghostly light. As the light faded, a devil fruit appeared. Meng Xing examined the devil fruit and was a little disappointed. This thing's ability was a bit weak, not even as good as a living profession. But it was good to be weak. After all, Meng Xing didn't want its owner to gain great power. Huang Jia saw this scene and took 2 steps back in horror. Using people as sustenance? This tree was so evil and horrible. If this matter that went against common decency were to spread out, this small courtyard would fearfully be crusaded against as if it were a devil's den. This field and garden, this fruit tree, he really didn't want to touch it again. Huang Jia glanced at Meng Xing with his afterglow, saw that he was staring at himself, and said in some panic, Brother, don't worry, I definitely won't reveal half a word about this matter. Meng Xing looked normal and opened his mouth to ask, did that woman come today? Huang Jia immediately remembered the plump young woman he met today. Although pretty, where was she as beautiful as Sister Man Man? Of course, it was true that the mature flavor was something that Sister Man Man did not have. In fact, the first time he saw Do Yuba, he didn't think it was stunning, but he thought it was flavorful enough. That kind of femininity really makes him itchy. He hastened to say, Came, I said you are not and kinda disappointed. But I told her you'd be back in 3 days. Meng Xing nodded, counted the time and said, if I'm not there that day, bring her to this small courtyard and tell her to wait for me. Huang Jia subconsciously glanced at the devil fruit that had been formed using blood and flesh as sustenance. Probably understanding what Meng Xing was going to do, he inwardly recoiled a little. I understand, brother, it's definitely done. Early the next morning, Meng Xing knocked on the door of the guest bedroom in the small courtyard. This was now occupied by Su Man. Inside were several large curved displays, and some chassis. The curtains were drawn, and all sorts of mechanical light flickered. If it was just an office or playing games or something, a mainframe would be enough. But the Hunter Guild's network was complex and huge, and all these devices together didn't cost much. Su Man sat on a chair, her slender white fingers constantly tapping on the code. Meng Xing pulled a chair over and sat next to him. What are you doing? Only then did Su Man realize that Meng Xing had come and guffawed. Working on the firewall. This smile made Meng Xing's heart tremble hard. Both the smooth fruit and the sweet fruit carried some seductive effects. The combination of the two devil fruits was terrifying as hell. Meng Xing gave a dry cough. The website pushes. It's not necessarily only for those rich families. Ordinary people, living professions, can all be invited to join as well. Of course, it has to be screened. Preferably those whose lives aren't as good as they'd like and who strongly desire external power. The fingertips on the keyboard also stopped skipping. Su Man hesitated for a moment and said suspiciously, if we don't rigidly select those official business disciples, isn't it the same for ordinary people who join the guild? Why is there still a need to screen them? Meng Xing shook his head. This is for the sake of site security. With a happy life and a happy family, who would be attached to the Hunter Guild? One should know that the current Hunter Guild was still in its infancy, and the quests that were to be released would definitely pick one's skin. When hunters didn't care about the Hunter Guild at all, it was easy to expose the Hunter Guild to the public perspective. This was something Meng Xing was unwilling to see. Only those who were forced to the brink of extinction by a depressing life would cherish the Hunter Guild as if it was a treasure. It wasn't a matter of loyalty, but personal interests were involved. Just like there was once a certain broadcasting software that allowed you to watch any type of movie for free. When this software was reported and banned, I don't know how many geeks were at home furiously spraying leakers. Hunter Guild was a certain broadcasting software in the early stages, so it could only invite a specific group of people. Su Man didn't quite understand what Meng Xing meant, but still began to think about how to accomplish Meng Xing's idea. Shaking her head in the middle of the day, she sighed lightly. With my ability, I can only invade a small portion of people's cell phones and computers. The information that can be accessed is just too little, and there are not many people to screen. Meng Xing asked, what if you invaded the database of the Security Bureau network? Su Man's beautiful eyes rounded in shock as she looked at Meng Xing incredulously. You're not kidding, right? That's a crime. A trace of displeasure flashed across Meng Xing's face. Su Man hurriedly stopped her mouth and thought for a moment. It's hard to break through the firewall of the Security Bureau's network system. Moreover, who can guarantee that the Sheriff's Bureau doesn't have any S-rank internet-type awakened individuals? Unless. Su Man took out a USB flash drive from the drawer. Here's the secret key virus I wrote. If I can plug it into a computer in the city's network engineering department, I can hack into the city's database. The secret key virus will not harm the computer when it is activated, and it will automatically destroy itself after 5 minutes. Absolutely no one will find out. Meng Xing picked up the flash drive. Simple, issue a mission to Tai Lin and leave this matter to him. Just reward points. Meng Xing stood up to leave and suddenly paused at the door. Sister Man. Su Man turned around and smiled sweetly. What's wrong? Meng Xing twisted his head, the bottom of his eyes a little cold. Don't question my decisions in the future. Su Man froze for a moment. The soul-stirring beautiful eyes obviously had a few more moments of panic. Hastily apologized. I'm sorry, I know. No. Nowadays, with her looks and figure, along with her natural supernatural abilities, she was a goddess-level existence anywhere. Meng Xing had said that the price was freedom when he bestowed these on her. She regretted her mouth, her life was his. What was the point of talking too much? Meng Xing shouted to wake up Huang Jia, who had fallen asleep under the devil fruit tree. Huang Jia was instantly energized and got up. Brother Xing, what is it? Meng Xing handed Huang Jia the flash drive in his hand. Give this thing to Tai Lin, the address is sent to your cell phone. After saying that, he walked out of the door to go busy with other things. Huang Jia looked at the USB flash drive in his hand and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone to look at the address sent by Su Man. His eyes snapped round and his jaw dropped to the ground, stuttering out a sentence. This, Tai Lin? It's actually the director of the East District Public Security Office? In the past, he wouldn't have dared to think that he would be able to deal with such a big shot in his life. And now, Tai Lin was only a hunter in the Hunter Guild. In terms of seniority, he wasn't even as high as himself. After Tai Lin ate the devil fruit, it was only one day, and his injuries completely recovered. He came to the East District Sheriff's Office. Just as he entered the hall, he saw a young girl magistrate call out in surprise. Master, you're healed? Tyrion gave a rare smile. Much better, Xiaoquan. Did you get along well with the new director? Lin Xiaoquan's eyes flashed with a hint of disgust, and he muttered in a skittish voice. Not good, he's always staring at my ass. Master, why don't you take me to the archive? Tai Lin frowned, and before he could speak, a discordant voice came. Isn't this Tai Lin? You have to take a number and make an appointment to do things here, you know. The master and disciple followed the voice and looked. It was a male magistrate in his 30s. The day before in the hospital he had been constantly patting himself on the back. The face became fast. Tai Lin didn't care about this and walked straight to the organization office. The male magistrate even stopped Tai Lin on his way. This is an important place of law and order. How dare you, a file manager, trespass? Lin Xiaoquan immediately couldn't look away and stood up his chest in front of Tai Lin. Even if Master is transferred to the archives, it still belongs to the security system. Master came back to get something. What's wrong? The male magistrate snorted. You're still calling Master Master? He's not even the director anymore. What kind of mother-licking dog are you? Tai Lin's face sank. I'm looking for Commissioner Su, applying for a transfer order. The corners of the male magistrate's mouth smiled even more. I'm the director of the organization division now. You should call me Division Nye. I'll get someone to send the transfer order for your transfer to the archives in a moment, so please return. Tai Lin frowned. You, Division Nye? The male magistrate was full of smugness. That's right, Lao Su made a mistake yesterday morning when he came in and has been suspended by way for reflection. A trace of sadness flashed under Tai Lin's eyes. This kid is probably hugging the new director's thighs. Poor old Su had worked hard all his life, but this was the result. Could it be that without a background, in this world in the end to be an inferior person? Tai Lin squarely said. I'm applying to the organization for a transfer to the General Directorate. The male magistrate grew impatient. Tai Lin, don't mess around here. Transferring to the General Directorate must be above D-rank talent. Tai Lin calmly said. I awakened my second talent the day before yesterday. The male magistrate laughed uncontrollably for a while before speaking. Tai Lin, it's useless to mess around. What kind of genius do you think you are? A double talent? How can someone almost 30 years old be so naive? Lin Xiaoquan looked at Tai Lin in surprise. Why is Master talking nonsense today? Tai Lin faintly spat out 4 words. It can be tested. The male magistrate's face was slightly sinister. Since you have to ask for a picture here in this disciple of yours, then come with me to the martial arts field and I'll personally test you. In this world, even a small security office had a martial arts field, which was used for normal training and testing of awakened talent. There were 2 ways to test the talent. One was the awakening stage test and the other was free fighting. The male magistrate's eyes flashed with excitement. What could be more exciting than taking down his former boss? Lin Xiaoquan secretly grabbed Tai Lin's sleeve and whispered. Don't be impulsive, Master. Nye-san doesn't have good intentions. Yesterday, he took the new director's favor, and his battle power is a lot stronger than before. Tai Lin patted his disciple's small hand. Wait for my transfer order to come down, and take you to the main office. After saying that, he followed the male magistrate towards the martial arts field behind the security office. Lin Xiaoquan saw this and hurriedly followed, afraid that his master would suffer. The martial arts field was also a large playground, where there were many training equipment for practicing fighting techniques. Nye-san set up his stance early and said wistfully. The awakening platform broke yesterday. I'll personally be your tester, no problem. Tai Lin took off his shirt, revealing his robust upper body full of scars, and provocatively hooked his hand. The corners of Nye-san's eyes twitched violently and he gritted his teeth. You're such a pussy, what are you still pretending for? Saying this, purple mist emerged from his fist and violently rushed towards Tai Lin. Stage E talent, fierce poison. Lin Xiaoquan, who was watching from the side, ran towards Tai Lin with a face full of horror and shouted. Nye-san. You're crazy, it's just a test, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoquan wanted to help his master block, but it was already too late. Nye-san was very fast, his fist was already raised in front of Tai Lin and was about to fall. Tai Lin's right hand violently thickened and grew larger, black cow hairs instantly sprouting on his arm. easily catching Nia San's attack. The insidious toxins were blocked by the ox hairs as much as possible. He was a genius, having only possessed the blue bull fruit. For less than 2 days and nights, he had mastered partial bisonization. Tai Lin looked at Nia San's shocked face and grinned. Keep testing on Nia San. The next punch struck Nia San straight in the chest, causing him to instantly fly backwards. The blood that Nia San spewed out traced a scarlet bridge in midair. Tai Lin didn't even look at him as he walked towards the awakening platform. F-step talent, sensory enhancement. C-step talent, bull fruit bison form. Tai Lin looked at Nia San playfully. Sinful beast, isn't this awakening table good for something? Nia San and Lin Xiaochuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. How was this possible? Really awaken dual talents? Nia San had literally accomplished more than a street punk over the years. It was only because of the talent issue that he was stuck here, delaying his ascension. Now it's good. Dual talents, or C rank. Entering the city council is a sure thing, and will even be a big shot in the city council. Nia San revealed an ugly smile. Brother Tai, I'm messing with you. Tai Lin glanced at him. I've bothered Nia San to apply for me, and I'll take Xiao Quan. The new director that, I won't say hello for me. At night, Tai Lin sat on a bench downstairs in the neighborhood, a pile of empty beer bottles laying messily at his feet. His eyes were filled with half joy and half sorrow. Just then, Tai Lin frowned and stared at the streetlight. Under the shadow of the streetlight, a person wrapped tightly in black and wearing a ghostly mask appeared. The thing he was most worried about came. The Hunters Guild. The organization that had given him his power had come after him after all. The man in black walked towards him and handed over the flash drive in his hand. The mission was received, right? Tyrion appeared to struggle. I don't want to do anything that harms the Security Bureau and the people. The man in black shook his head. There's no need for the guild to go against the Security Bureau, believe it or not, the president doesn't have that intention. Tyrion asked, holding up the flash drive. Then what are you guys going to do? Why do you want me to go to the main office and plug this into the machine room machine? And why do you want me to prepare the corpse of a death row inmate? The black-clothed man's body trembled slightly when he heard the words death row corpse. Tai Lin, who possessed sensory enhancement, tightened his gaze as he sensed that the man in black was afraid. The man in black gulped. Don't pry into the chairman's business, it won't do you any good. Another reminder. The chairman is much more terrifying than you can imagine. Even on the day you become the chief, the chairman can still make your life worse than death. Saying that, he turned around, a pair of huge wings emerged behind his back, lifted his wings, and disappeared in the night sky. Tai Lin looked at Huang Jie's back and fell into deep thought. The experience brought by his career allowed him to extract 3 pieces of information. First, those corpses were not for the guild to use, they were for the president. The chairman's ability needed the corpses to be cultivated. Second, the man in black didn't seem to be lying when he said that the chairman was not afraid of the head of the Security Bureau. The chairman was strong, at least stronger than the director of the Security Bureau, that should be S rank. Third, the man in black was able to animalize just like himself, it was likely that his ability also came from the chairman. These 3 pieces of information put a more mysterious veil over the chairman, demonizing him. It made him have a creepy fear of the chairman. Afternoon. The dark clouds were getting heavier and the rain was getting heavier. Meng Xing put away his umbrella and walked into the cafe. The waitress was still the same young and pretty girl. She ushered in with a smile. Still Blue Mountain and Camembert cheese? Meng Xing nodded politely, sat down by the window, and opened the news push on his cell phone. Shocked, the martial arts brigadier of the South Sea City Directorate who awakened his dual talents is actually him. Late genius, eternal hero, the secret of this android martial arts officer brigadier is surprisingly. The news of Tai Lin's transformation into a martial officer captain was all over the place. Meng Xing was not surprised by this. Tai Lin had originally been highly decorated, but where there was a D-rank talent he had long been promoted into the general directorate. Now that he has dual talents, including a C-order talent, it is not surprising that he was directly promoted to captain of the military. The captain of military officials has a very high status in the General Bureau, with hundreds of military officials under his jurisdiction. In addition to the director and deputy director, the martial arts captain was considered to be the third in command. Using his position, he inserted the USB flash drive into the machine room machine that night, and Su Manman had already acquired the database. Meng Xing counted the days, almost 2 days after what he needed Tai Lin would be able to bring. By that time, one would have grown many transcendent plants and devil fruits. The initial capital of the Hunter Guild was considered to have been accumulated. Meng Xing scrolled downwards through the comments of the netizens. It was mostly some keyboard warriors' loud comments. A small director suddenly turned into a martial arts captain. Who knows what ulterior secrets there are? I just checked, this Tai Lin previously encountered a robbery and was severely injured by an E-rank awakened person, a weak batch. The editor said that he has made great achievements for the Eastern District. Are these battle achievements real? Dog head. Don't guess blindly, it's all just a matter of having connections and backgrounds. Is this kind of thing still rare? Like me, this kind of poor family, the same F-order combat talent, this year 40 is still a security guard, he is 25 years old as the director. Suggest a strict investigation. Whose family's son in the end? Meng Xing had sadness in his eyes. Strictly investigating whose male son. Would a truly gold-plated male son be exposed to the public eye? For example, did the newly appointed director of the Eastern District have a chance to be commented on by ordinary netizens? The direction of the netizens' comments is guided by someone with an agenda behind the scenes. It seems that someone in the bureau wants to mess with T. Lin, but can't trip him up due to his war record. Can only secretly use negative public opinion to smear him. Netizens are still complacent, feeling that their impassioned free speech has struck down evil. It was unaware that they had become guns. Meng Xing slowly fell into deep thought. If these people obtained the power of a transcendent plant, would they mistakenly think that they were the protagonists of the world? And then use that unintelligent brain to invite trouble for themselves? Perhaps he should do an experiment himself. Sir, the waitress lady brought coffee and cheese to Meng Xing. Enjoy your meal. Meng Xing nodded. Thank you. The small spoon gently stirred the coffee as his eyes roamed around the cafe. He thought about setting up the Hunter Guild's headquarters to look like a cafe. This cafe was good. Hidden at the edge of the city, at the border between the new and old towns, it was low-key enough. At this moment, a fragrant breeze came. A woman with golden hair. Woman with golden hair elegantly sat opposite Meng Xing. Dressed in a pink rose-scented cheongsam, her two long legs were folded together, revealing a mature and plump figure. She revealed a charming smile. Blue Mountain coffee goes well with camembert cheese, and you can actually try the fruit mousse cake as well. Waving towards the distant waitress lady. Lin, add a fruit mousse cake for this gentleman, on me. The waitress lady not far away sniffed. Okay boss lady, coming right up. Meng Xing said a thank you and sized up the woman with interest. There was a diamond pendant hanging from the snow-white gully on her chest. The white and tender wrists with Veer's crystal bracelets sparkled under the lights. There were obvious ring marks on her fingers, so she should have worn expensive rings for a long time before. Maintained very well, if not Letsu Man investigated the boss lady of this cafe. Simply cannot see that this is a woman in her 30s. She was once the eldest daughter of the president of a certain large company. The company was closed down due to irregularities, and the president died in a rage. The woman opened a small cafe in the middle of nowhere to make a living. Sort of a down-and-out noblewoman. Meng Xing naked survey seems to be a beast of prey in the dark, although not half blasphemy, but suppressed aggression. The noblewoman was slightly uncomfortable and put down her crossed legs without any trace. She graciously extended her slender white jade hand. Yi Yun, I don't know what industry Mr. Yi is in? Meng Xing lightly touched it and released it, not coveting the softness. Meng Xing, farming. Yi Yun's disbelief was clearly written in the bottom of her eyes. Over the years, she had practiced her eyes and had seen all kinds of people. An ordinary farmer wouldn't have the temperament that Meng Xing had, and this one was most likely a rich second generation in training. She is a very ambitious woman. She didn't want to return to the upper class all the time. Unfortunately, the company's business partners had once shunned her. She now desperately needed friends, or comrades in arms. Yi Yun said with a smiling face. So Mr. Meng is in agriculture. Maybe we'll have a chance to work together in the future. Meng Xing was just about to strike up a conversation when Yi Yun's cell phone rang. She glanced apologetically at Meng Xing and picked up the phone. The voice on the other end of the computer caused Yi Yun to visibly show her disgust. However, she still managed to force a gentle voice to cope with the caller. Meng Xing's seventh-stage spirituality made the five senses quite a bit stronger than ordinary people. Vaguely, he could hear restaurants, gifts, birthdays, and whatnot. Only after Yi Yun hung up did Meng Xing ask, "Suitor? Don't like it?" Yi Yun replaced her smile. "A friend, no need to care." Meng Xing gently stirred his coffee with a small spoon. "Let's make a deal. How about I help you get rid of the suitors and you sell the cafe to me?" Yi Yun froze for a moment and smiled playfully. "If the cafe is sold to you, then what will sister do in the future?" Meng Xing put down the small spoon and said, "Work for me." Yi Yun thought Meng Xing was joking. Her cafe was located in the new city, and the upper and lower floors were 300 square meters. Together with the equipment inside, it was worth $10 million. Besides, do you know who the person pestering me is? That's half of the city's underground emperor. If you really have the strength, I'll follow you in the future. Yi Yun said half-jokingly. If my brother can really help my sister get rid of that annoying guy, my sister will sell the cafe to you and work for you. Meng Xing said softly. It's a deal. Saying so, he got up and gave Yi Yun a meaningful glance. Turning around, he left the cafe, leaving Yi Yun sitting blankly. The waitress who was carrying the fruit mousse cake looked at Meng Xing, who had left with an umbrella, in surprise. Turning to Yi Yun, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sister, just now, Brother Jun called me here. Said that he had booked a restaurant for you and asked you to go to the appointment on your birthday." Wiggling his lips for a long time before he continued to the tightly frowning Yi Yun. Listening to the tone, he was quite angry. "Did you hang up on him again?" Yi Yun leaned helplessly on the back of the sofa and rubbed her temples. "Good. Tonight's Do Yuba was dressed sexy. Big waves, stepmother's wraparound skirt, small high heels, and her body was sprayed with perfume. With exquisite makeup, it was like Netflix." It was almost dark. Standing in front of the door of the New Era home, she hugged her arms tightly. "Wearing a very burnt, so it is very cold, especially if it has just rained. Do Yuba heart is a little angry, said that today someone to pick her up to Meng Xing home, waiting for an afternoon has not seen people. Shit, I should have known to wear thicker stockings." She, who was extremely desirous of the rich and noble life, still chose to wait patiently. While looking around, a Land Rover stopped in front of her. Rolling down the window, it was Huang Jie's face. "Get in." Do Yuba froze for a moment. "Is this Meng Xing's car?" Huang Jie shook his head. "It's my car." The boredom in Do Yuba's heart was swept away. Even if this car is second-hand, it will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even the little brother drove such a good car, indicating that Meng Xing is not only a rich second generation, or a rich second generation with a lot of money. In the envious eyes of the female co-workers working overtime in New Era home, Do Yuba joyfully sat in the back seat. She enjoys this feeling too much. The car started and drove towards Meng Xing's small yard. After the rain of the old city air is very good, the muddy road led Do Yuba disgusted. But fortunately, Meng Xing was building a Chinese-style manor, so it would be comfortable to live there in the future. She hurriedly took out a small mirror to replenish her makeup, and threw a wink at her gorgeous self in the mirror. This will steal a glance at Do Yuba's Huang Jie gluttonous hard swallow a mouthful of water. Soon, the car stopped in front of Meng Xing courtyard. Huang Jie got out of the car and opened the door for Do Yuba. A fragrant wind almost confused him. He clenched his teeth, and the color-crazed him risked being blamed by Meng Xing and said, "Sister, if you leave now it's still not too late." Do Yuba gave him a blank look. Just Meng Xing's fledgling appearance, how much of a fighter could he be? She was a veteran of many battles. After taking down Meng Xing, Huang Jie would just be her bag carrier. Ignoring Huang Jie, she raised her head, twisted her waist and walked into the courtyard. When Do Yuba left, Huang Jie hatefully gave himself a mouthful, his heart gradually being haunted by fear. Damn, lousy now what women cannot find. How was this bitch smoked confused? Saying that, he got into the car and stared sheepishly at the courtyard door. He had already heard the sound of Meng Xing opening the wooden door of the house. There was a table set up in the small courtyard, with a few dishes and a bottle of sweet red laid out on the table in a regular manner. She sat down on a chair at Meng Xing's invitation and tilted her head to look at the devil fruit tree. What a strange tree, and the fruit was something that had never been seen before. I wonder what variety of plant it is, it should be expensive. Meng Xing poured a glass of wine for her. "I remember you used to always drink this." Do Yuba's heart snickered. It was more than just her favorite red wine. These dishes were all her favorites. It seemed that Meng Xing hadn't paid much attention to her in these 3 years, so he must have had a good feeling about her. Do Yuba smiled shyly. "Brother so concerned about sister ah? Alas! Sister to brother care is not enough, still do not know what brother's family is doing it." Meng Xing smiled faintly. The parents were eaten by monsters when they were very young. Do Yuba froze for a moment. Was it unwilling to say? Was he angry that he had treated him badly in the company? Do Yuba stretched out her beautiful legs under the table, her high heels rubbing against Meng Xing's calves. Leaning on her arms, the heavy pair of large lamps placed on the table, wings like silk. "In the future, my sister will get to know my brother well, okay?" This was already a naked seduction. This look of Do Yuba indeed has a huge killing power for young people. Meng Xing withdrew his leg without a trace, stood up, and said with a smile, "You don't know me well, but I know you well." Do Yuba blinked lightly, unsure. Meng Xing spoke. "That boyfriend in high school is called Li Pingyu, right? Because of your fruit photos, he even made trouble with the Public Security Bureau. Later, it was a boss who helped you settle the matter. When the boss 2 years after the mistress of the palace queen caught in bed, took back your house and car, so much so that you would share a room with me." Do Yuba's face went white, dumbfounded, and stammered. How did you know?" The fruit photo fiasco back then had already subsided. Apart from himself and the logistics boss, only the people from the security bureau could find out. How did Meng Xing know about it? It was down to Su Man. The databases of the security bureau were all copied by her. Do Yuba's cell phone had also been hacked by her. Meng Xing lightly glanced at Do Yuba. I also know that you're in trouble now. Do Yuba's face was no longer flirtatious, only panic remained. What else do you know? Meng Xing said. There's a guy named Nye-san in the East District Security Office, the head of the organization division, right? Once this was said, Do Yuba immediately understood, and her pretty face turned green for a while and white for a while. A few days ago, Nye-san came to the new era of home furnishings to look for decoration. That poor and stingy look makes Do Yuba very upset. Also implied that Do Yuba night to find him in death chat, immediately signed the contract. Do Yuba gas music. A total of 70,000 to 80,000 contracts, commission of a few $1,000s, but not so much that she betrayed themselves. At that time, I politely refused. Who knows, that Nye 3 actually grudges, back to the security bureau to find out the black material Do Yuba year, as well as a fruit photo. Nye 3 to blackmail Do Yuba do his free toy car, and every month to pay out $5,000 to keep quiet. Do Yuba are desperate, had planned to evening Meng Xing this big tree to avoid trouble. Now, Meng Xing knows everything, how can he still look at an impure woman like her? She suddenly thought of something and stood up, her mature body water snake-like pasted on Meng Xing's back. Exhaling in his ear, she exhaled like orchids. Since brother knows about sister's situation and still asked her to come, sister understands. Will only be brother's mistress and will not interfere in brother's life. Can you give sister some money and help her? The delicate voice was like a wave of water and a spark, hitting the deepest desires in one's heart. Meng Xing gently pushed Do Yuba away and shook his head. I can help you, but not in this way. If it's like this, Huang Jia can do it all. Do Yuba looked at Meng Xing blankly, not knowing what he meant. Meng Xing reached out and plucked a devil fruit from a tree, sending it to Do Yuba. Didn't that fool at the door remind you? Isn't it too late to leave without entering this door? But you've already chosen this path, it's not up to you. Eat this and I'll take care of all your problems for you. I can send you riches and wealth, but you have to be loyal to me. Do Yuba had once been in a delinquent gang and had been a little girl too. Those big brothers' favorite thing was to control their men with psychotropic drugs. Could this weird fruit be such a thing? Do Yuba smiled unnaturally. Sister will be obedient, don't eat this, okay. Meng Xing revealed a sideways face that looked rather sinister. What do you say? A brief struggle appeared on Do Yuba's face, then she knitted her brows and ate. What else could a man do to control a woman? It was just possessiveness. After eating the devil fruit, Do Yuba waited for the initial pain of the psychotropic drug to hit him. There was no special feeling in the middle of the day. At that moment, she was violently stunned. Cross-dressing fruit, see order? Consuming spirituality can change the body dressing. The design, color, fashion, size, and dimensions of the clothing can be changed according to the abilities wishes. Clothes will disappear if they are damaged in a large area. She was just an ordinary person, but she had awakened? Could it be that the unpalatable fruit could awaken a person? The feeling of transcending cognition made her feel fearful. But, this awakening ability was too chickenish, wasn't it? If as a mistress, this fruit ability is not bad, you can roleplay anytime, anywhere. As she was thinking of this, there was a tingling pain in her brain. Then, the sensation of flames burning her brain hurt so much that she was practically suffocating. Do Yuba fell to the ground and convulsed, looking at Meng Xing with eyes full of pleading. Don't, Master Meng. I'll do whatever you want me to do, it hurts. She knew that the one who started it all was him. Meng Xing stopped the green lotus earthly heart flame from torturing her, and looked at her indifferently. This is considered a precautionary shot for you. Betraying me will result in suffering the agony of a blazing fire. Do Yuba was afraid and knelt on the ground to show her loyalty. She didn't know if the pain just now came from Meng Xing or from the fruit. In short, it was something she could not defy. Meng Xing sat back down on the chair. From today onwards, you are a hunter of the Hunter Guild. According to tradition, a new hunter who eats a devil fruit needs to complete a novice task. This task is not difficult for you. You can go back, Huang Jia will tell you everything. Do Yuba didn't have the heart to seduce Meng Xing anymore. It still felt like she was in a dream, and everything was too surreal. After getting Meng Xing's permission, she stepped on her high heels and weakly walked towards the door. Huang Jia sighed helplessly when he saw Do Yuba, whose face was pale and wet with cold sweat. Getting out of the car, he welcomed Do Yuba to the co-pilot and drove Do Yuba home. On the road, Do Yuba for a long time to slow down and used the ability to go down. The black stepmother dress on her body changed into a burgundy evening gown after a burst of light pink fluorescence. Seeing this, Huang Jia opened his mouth. Already joined the guild, right? Don't ever think of betrayal, it won't do you any good. Do Yuba leaned against the leather backrest, his eyes blankly staring out the window. Meng Xing is a young master of a transcendent power, is he? She had originally thought that Meng Xing was just a very wealthy second-generation rich man. If she had known that Meng Xing was from a transcendent power, she wouldn't have dared to mess with Meng Xing. She had heard of the transcendent mortal forces, and they were too dangerous to take human lives seriously. especially the second generation who were going to compete for the position of the headmaster at this age. The women who accompanied them did not have a good ending and sooner or later became cannon fodder to die on their way forward. Huang Jie shook his head. He is not a young master of a transcendent power. Dou Yuba smiled miserably. A woman like me is not worthy of knowing his identity, is it? Huang Jie said. He is the founder of a transcendent power. Dou Yuba froze for a moment. What does that mean? Huang Jie omitted the fact that Meng Xing could grow out transcendent plants and introduced the Hunters Guild with some reservations. Then, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Dou Yuba. There's 1 million here, it's from Brother Xing. Those who can enter that small courtyard are all beloved ones. The benefits of following Brother Xing are still quite a lot. Dou Yuba dumbfoundedly took the bank card. $1 million, a meet and greet gift? It was clear that she had no capital other than her figure and looks. And why did Meng Xing pick her? Huang Jie said. Your cell phone has automatically. Your novice mission has been released. Completing the quest will be good for you. Dou Yuba hurriedly took out her cell phone. Sure enough, an app with the green lotus icon appeared at some point. She opened it and registered. Nickname Civet Cat. Novice mission, go to the designated location and deliver goods to the old city. Designated location coordinates XXX, Old Town location coordinates XXX. Discovery of cargo information by others is considered a mission failure. Reward for mission completion, 10 points. Reward for mission completion, 10 points. Reward for mission completion, 10 points. Penalty for mission failure, death. Reward for mission completion, 10 points. Dou Yuba shivered. Death? Does it mean the painful death of being burned by the flames in the sea of consciousness? That would be better than suicide. This mission was not difficult for her. After so many years of decorating, she did not know many big names, but there were quite a lot of people she was familiar with from the 3 religions. Most of them are her suitors and ambiguous objects. Meng Xing is interested in this aspect of Dou Yuba's network. He didn't have the free time to do those trivial things. Dou Yuba opened the mall and checked the items that could be traded for points. Moonlight Grass F rank, 5 points. Potato Thunder F rank, 10 points. Wild Strawberry F rank, 5 points. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. The introduction of these plants were transcendent items. And they were very practical transcendent items that could definitely fetch a good price on the market. Looking at the bank card in her hand again, Dou Yuba suddenly thought openly. Awakened, money to get, complete their own can complete the task in transcendental items reward. Isn't this more appropriate than being a mistress? One could completely rely on these things to get to the peak of life. Under the excitement, Dou Yuba's mind came alive again. Meng Xing was the head of a transcendent power, and he was still so young. In case he took him down with his charm, wouldn't he be able to get the wind and the rain in the future? The next morning, Dou Yuba woke up early and opened his WeChat contacts. To a middle-aged uncle avatar sweetly said, Lua, you get up did not people want to use your carrot. That head is almost a second back. Sister, I arrived at your home downstairs early, too early to disturb you. A moment after the work can I invite you to have breakfast? Dou Yuba disdainfully skimmed her mouth, but still coyly said, Of course I can, I'll treat Brother Lu. After saying that, she quickly applied a beautiful makeup. Using her fruit ability to change into a sexy halter-tight pants, she stepped on her high heels and trotted downstairs. A large van was already waiting. The two of them arrived at the coordinates of the designated location, in the suburbs, in the middle of nowhere. The middle-aged man smoked a cigarette and smacked his lips. This place is remote enough, sister, you didn't make a mistake, right? Dou Yuba shook his head, also curious as to what kind of person was sending the goods over. At this time, a security van far away. Dou Yuba immediately tensed up. She had heard that many transcendent forces had a tense relationship with the security bureau. The security van came down with a security officer and drove away after leaving a pile of sizable suitcases on the ground. The middle-aged man licked his lips. My goodness, what kind of stuff I even need the magistrate lord to personally deliver it? Dou Yuba was also shocked in his heart. The energy possessed by this young transcendent powerhead was far beyond her imagination. P.S. Dou Yuba is not the heroine now. Get the fruit is not powerful, pure tool people, not counting the protagonist collection of women now. Huang Jie, don't allow anyone to come near here. The small courtyard was filled with suitcases. Huang Jie knew what was inside these suitcases that could fit exactly one person. Cold sweat trickled down from his temples. Huang Jie hurriedly answered yes and left the small courtyard as if fleeing. Meng Xing craned his neck. Time to get to work. Let me see what surprises hundreds of awakened death row prisoners' corpses can bring me. Opening one of the suitcases, the corpse of a middle-aged man with a small black hole in his forehead was dragged out by Meng Xing. Due to being awakened, their spirituality hadn't dissipated yet, and their flesh hadn't decayed or smelled bad. The corpses were thrown into the deep pits that had already been dug in the early vegetable beds. A faint fluorescent light emerged from the vegetable bed. It must be an extremely beautiful sight if it was a dark night. Meng Xing then opened the rest of the suitcases and filled the pit until it was full. Cultivating the soil, he quietly waited for the change. The devil fruit tree and the rest of the seeds crazily sucked in energy. A plant with an unusual appearance, with a sexual spirit, scrambled out of the soil and bloomed. The devil fruit tree also emitted an ethereal green aura. A ball of light emerged from the branches, and the light faded to be a treacherous devil fruit. Meng Xing wiped the sweat from his forehead. His spirituality consumed too much just now. Picking a wild blueberry from the field bed, he ate it. Wild blueberry E rank, rapidly recovers a portion of expended spirituality. Meng Xing continued to work, replowing the soil and digging the hole. Those awakened corpses were nothing but white bones that crumbled into slag when touched. Turning over the soil again and again, eating wild blueberries again and again. The trunks in the yard were empty, and the dirt of the field beds rendered a few shades of cold white. A number of picked transcendental plants have piled up on the ground. Moonlight grass F order, it can release light at night, and also cultivate under the light, enhancing the speed of spiritual recovery. Potato thunder F grade, the red button on top is pressed and buried in the earth. If something passes by, it will cause an explosion. Wild strawberry F order, recovers some injuries immediately after using it. Wild blueberry E rank, quickly recovers a portion of expended spirituality. Sailor's spinach order D, doubles strength after use. These things were enough to use on the trading mall. Meng Xing walked to the devil fruit tree and looked at the 12 newborn devil fruits with relief, like an old farmer with a good harvest. The future devil fruit habilitators were the real heavyweights of the Hunter Guild. Ah, he muttered. How can I cultivate B-rank fruits? Does it require the corpse of a B-rank awakened person? There's a chance to get an awakened that's B-rank and has enough spirit to try. Sister Man, come out. Meng Xing shouted towards Su Man in the house. Su Man walked out of the house at the sound of her voice and froze hard at the sight of the yard full of transcendent plants. After putting those few F-rank transcendent plants in the trading mall a few days ago, Wang Yang had constantly asked the customer service when he could release another quest, and the effects of those transcendent plants drove him crazy with craving. Even Tai Lin, who was resistant to the Hunter Guild, couldn't resist the temptation of the transcendent plants and clicked on the quest bar from time to time. Meng Xing said, all of these transcendent plants can be put into the mall. Put a devil fruit in there as well, with a price tag of 50,000 points. Su Man nodded and asked, are the rest of the devil fruits going to be pushed out as well? Since obtaining the database of the Security Bureau's network, it was entirely possible to find the people who needed the devil fruit ability the most as Meng Xing envisioned. Meng Xing shook his head. Don't move these devil fruits for now. Issue 2 tasks to Tai Lin. Task 1, prohibit Nia-san from the East District Security Office from harassing Do Yuba. Task 2, ask Zhu Dajuan, the old boss of the Imperial Hao nightclub, out. I want to talk to him. After Su Man's investigation, Zhu Dajuan was the suitor in the mouth of the cafe's boss's wife, half of the underground emperor of Nanhai City. Meng Xing thought about it and added, release another public task, collect demonic corpses. A rank 5 points, D rank 10 points, C rank 50 points, B rank 500 points, A rank 2,500 points. Su Man firmly memorized it and immediately went back to her room to operate it. Meng Xing picked a devil fruit from the devil fruit tree and left the small courtyard. It was almost fall, and it was windy and extraordinarily cold in Nanhai City near the sea. The streets were sluggish, and the cool wind rolled up a leaf and sent it to the beggar's feet. The old beggar tightened the broken quilt. The head of the yellow light of the street lamp can see traces of light rain. The old beggar cursed. How is the rain so much this year? Is not too much money for the corrupt officials, the god gluttonous cry. The bridge hole was seized by another group of beggars. He did not dare to go to other people's homes under the eaves to avoid the rain, can only use the winter clothes to cover his head. Suddenly, he heard someone coming and immediately lowered his head. Almost with a trembling voice, said miserably, do me a favor, sir, I haven't eaten for 3 days. Shouting out the next sentence as if he couldn't catch his breath. Give some change, kind sir. A pair of traveling shoes appeared in his field of vision. The old beggar raised his head suspiciously, and the visitor startled him. Secretly, he said, is today Halloween? How could someone go out with such a scary mask? The visitor was none other than Meng Xing. He was doing an experiment to see if the lowest level of society would cause harm to the guild after obtaining the devil fruit. For example, they would go crazy and do evil, exposing the Hunter Guild to society's view in advance. For Meng Xing, who wanted to live in peace and develop, this was the last thing he wanted to see. Meng Xing threw a devil fruit in his hand into the beggar's begging bowl and turned to leave, secretly observing the beggar's behavior. The old beggar suspiciously grabbed the devil fruit in the broken bowl and cursed. What a weirdo, what's the point of giving the beggar this broken fruit? Can not give some money? This is not bullying honest people? After cursing, he was about to throw the fruit in his hand. Tummy called, in protest of the beggar's behavior. The beggar rubbed his stomach and brought the fruit back to his eyes. Should be able to eat it? Opening his mouth and biting down, his face turned green and he cursed angrily. What is this strange flavor? Forget it, just eat it. Closing his eyes, he imagined that this thing was a bone and sauce from a ramen restaurant in Kyoto, and held back his nausea as he ate the devil fruit. Scythe fruit, C rank, consumes spirituality and can highly compress the air that your hand traverses to produce a chopping blow like a scythe. The old beggar was dumbfounded in place, as if he was frozen in place. I awakened? The old beggar thought that he was starving and hallucinating, and tried waving his hand towards the street lamp that accompanied him. The air compressed crazily and became opaque. A blade of wind shot out, directly severing the street lamp. He laughed insanely, his withered grass-like disheveled hair fluttering in the wind. His cell phone rang, the high-volume beep startling him. Pulling out his old cell phone with a shattered screen, he wondered how long it had been out of use. Hunter Guild download complete, please complete registration. The old beggar didn't care and put the cell phone back into his arms. Shallow insight, he did not even suspect that his phone is not a virus. Just as the messy rogue software kidnapped his cell phone again, to drain him of his residual value. Damn, I'll snatch the bridge back this time. Nope, what's the point of sleeping in a bridge hole when Lousy has awakened? Lousy will sleep in a hair salon and find a pussy to accompany me. Ha? What's this? A mask? Just now that person dropped? The old beggar picks up that smiley mask, puts it into his bosom, and prepares to start his first night life after awakening. Under the East Bridge, besides a few locked bicycles, there were a few ragged beggars getting together to roast a fire. On the fire was a tin can with cabbage boiling inside. This bridge hole was the one they had snatched from the old beggar, and so was the cabbage. To have a shelter from the rain in this kind of weather and a cabbage hot pot to eat, what a beautiful thing. You put down my cabbage. An angry roar came from the mouth of the bridge hole. A few beggars saw the comer through the streetlight, and it was the old beggar. The beggar snorted, completely ignoring the old beggar's exasperation, showing off as if using disposable chopsticks to pick up the cabbage gangs in mid-air flung, and then filled into the mouth. The old beggar was angry. This cabbage is very fresh, he did not want to eat it all. The hand made an angry chopping gesture. Under the high compression of air, a huge wind blade with a popping sound chopped the cabbage hot pot to pieces. The wind blade did not disappear until it tore apart the several bicycles parked under the bridge hole. A few beggars were stunned. Was this still the old beggar who let them bully him? This old guy awakened? The old beggar felt a burst of relief in the bottom of his heart. Is this the power of C awakened person? In his hand, he threw out a wind blade again. The fire was blown apart, sparks flew everywhere. Beggars panicked, just hate their parents less give them 2 legs, rolling and crawling to escape from the bridge hole. The old beggar laughed freely, laughing and laughing on the laugh out. Because the bridge hole under a mess, let him also feel afraid. He actually also with those beggars, panicked and fled far away. I don't know how long he ran. He stopped, squatted on the ground and vigorously slapped himself. All fucking awakening, I'm still afraid of a chicken hair? I just broke my bike. That's nothing. I should do something big. But what? A pair of long white legs appeared in front. The old beggar raised his head and saw a hot beauty wearing hot pants. The beauty said, "It's pitiful to be so old." She took out a piece of change from her exquisite bag and threw it on the ground, then twisted her small savage waist and left. The slender back of the old beggar looked straight in the eyes. He finally knew what he should do. Woman. He had never touched a woman in his life. Picking up the $10 on the ground, he walked towards the alley that he couldn't even think about before. When passing through the residential area, he also smoothed the slightly fitted clothes. There is no street light in the alley, only hair salon, massage room and other small houses of ambiguous color light through the glass, slightly bring some brightness. In front of each small house there were middle-aged Amazons dressed in enchanting clothes scratching their heads. Yo, big brother, washing your hair? Older sister's technique is great. An auntie in leopard print coyly called out at the old beggar. The old beggar suddenly felt short of breath, looked at the leopard auntie froze. Leopard aunt were still do not understand what is the meaning of this. Stepped on high heels to the entire body are attached to the old beggar body, holding the arm to the house drag. Come on into the house to say, into the house to say. The old beggar's palms are sweating, followed by the leopard print aunt into the house. 10 minutes later, the old beggar sitting on the sofa in the hair salon straight gasping. Originally, life is this kind of taste. Auntie leopard print smilingly pulled out the QR code. 50. The old beggar has not slowed down, gasping for air. I have no money. The leopard print aunt froze for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Want to whore for nothing, ah? You also do not inquire about what place this is. After saying that, she took out her cell phone and dialed. Lao air, I let someone rape me, come quickly. This cold look with just now charming wine model contrast, completely different. The old beggar subconsciously panicked and immediately reacted. Lousy C-rank awakened person, who the hell are you talking to? He chest-cocked his legs, picked up a cigarette on the table and smoked it. Re-examined the leopard print ant. This face foundation with scraping white-like, let the old beggar feel a burst of regurgitation. Smashing his mouth, recalling the beautiful girl who gave him $10 today. How good would it be if the woman who just double-rode with him was her? Not much later, a fierce middle-aged fat man rushed through the door, angrily cursing. Who the hell is tired of living and bullying my woman? Auntie Leopard lights a cigarette, looking like she's watching a good show, her chin slightly raised, her eyes glancing at the old beggar. The middle-aged fat man looked viciously at the old beggar. Old thing, playing with women and still don't give money? Now call your children to send the money, said, to reach out to grab the old beggar's neck collar. The old beggar sneered, waved his hand and threw out a wind blade. The middle-aged fat man reacted quickly, exclaimed and staggered wrongly, but was still hurt in the arm. Ah! The middle-aged fat man covered his arm, staggered 2 steps and fell to the ground, tearing his heart and lungs and screaming miserably. Auntie Leopard Print's cigarette slipped out of her hand and stared at the old beggar in horror. You are a combat talent awakened. This is the first time the old beggar shot to hurt someone. He shrugged his throat and pretended to not be there to pick up a cigarette again. Auntie Leopard Print hastened to curtly light it for the old beggar. The old beggar began to enjoy the benefits of strength, disdainfully glanced at the middle-aged man and asked, "Where is the prettiest girl in this city?" Auntie Leopard grabbed. Imperial Palace nightclub, decorated like a palace, the lady is like a palace maiden. The old beggar nodded, got up and walked towards the outside. The leopard print ant trotted to catch up, with a winking smile on her face. "Big brother, next time come also find old sister, don't money." The old beggar smiled. "Success, follow me in the future." Auntie Leopard Print was pleasantly surprised. Will she be the woman of the combat awakened? The screams of the men in the house made Auntie Leopard feel annoyed. What a useless man. The old beggar inquired all the way to the Imperial nightclub. The opulent foyer made him feel like a world away. Coming and going are sexy beauties, the white thighs make his mouth dry. A uniformed valet ran over and respectfully said, "Now may I ask if you have a reservation?" The old beggar frowned. "What the hell is an appointment? I never make appointments." "Quickly, call all the sluttiest and prettiest ladies you have here. I want to sleep with 10 of them tonight." The valet's face began to change as he said professionally, "I'm sorry sir, you can't spend money here without a reservation. And we are a regular place here, no." The old beggar didn't wait for him to finish his sentence, and picked up his neck collar. "Are you fucking looking down on me?" A few security guards saw the situation, rushed towards the side, to drive the old beggar out. The old beggar narrowed both eyes and threw out a blade of wind, directly injuring the security guards and spraying blood all over the place. The attendant hissed, "Someone is smashing the venue." The young ladies of the Imperial How nightclub screamed and hid in all directions. The men who came here to have fun didn't panic, and were even in the mood to comfort their female companions. All of them looked at the old beggar with interest. "Friend, who sent you here?" The white-haired young man with a hawkish nose stood in the second-floor corridor, propped up the guardrail, coldly stared at the old beggar. The old beggar obviously didn't look up to this kid, pointing at him and cursing. "Your mom sent me." The white-haired youth's eyes turned sinister. "Are you from the Black Dragon gang? Come here to spread the wild, also do not look at their own a few kilograms of two." The old beggar is angry and happy. "I have realized the C-stage, still a few catty and two?" The old man is a big bully. He waved his hand and threw out several wind blades, killing the white-haired youth. The white-haired young man's feet generate wind, appeared behind the old beggar in an instant. Boom! The white-haired youth was surprised to see several wind blades chopping the guardrail of the second floor to pieces. Your move is not small in power. The old beggar was confused. How did he dodge it? Didn't see it clearly. He waved his hand and flung the wind blade towards the youth behind him. The white-haired youth dodged again. The old beggar kept throwing the wind blade, the white-haired youth kept dodging. Seems like the old beggar chasing after the white-haired youth to fight, but people who know the business can see that the white-haired youth is teasing the old beggar. The cat teases the rat. Less than 2 minutes, the old beggar began to pant heavily, dense beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The spirituality was not enough anymore, not enough to use the supernatural ability again. The white-haired youth was a little disappointed. "How come this is it? I should have known that I would have killed you in the beginning." The white-haired youth reached out and aimed at the old beggar. A powerful suction force yanked the old beggar over, pinching the old beggar's neck, forcefully. Ka-ching! The old beggar's neck broke, his eyes were lifeless, and he fell straight to the ground. Before he died, he said, "How can you kill someone?" The white-haired youth felt puzzled, then unfolded his smile and said to the guests, "I'm sorry, gentlemen, for spoiling everyone's fun. Tonight I'll stock up on good wine for everyone, my treat." Several security guards dragged the old beggar's body out. A smiley face mask with a $10 bill fell from the old beggar. The white-haired youth didn't even notice the bill and stepped on it to pick up the smiley mask. The maintenance section quickly arrived on the scene and fixed the broken area. The music and the playful sounds of the girls resumed. The interlude of the old beggar just didn't seem to come up. Meng Xing, who was sitting on the 500-meter-long chair in front of the entrance of the Imperial nightclub, had his cell phone in his hand. Since Su Man implanted a virus for the old beggar's cell phone, Meng Xing could listen to everything that happened to him. After the old beggar's death news was heard by Meng Xing, he froze in place for 10 minutes. Finally, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, laughing so maniacally that the passers-by looked at him as if they were looking at a madman. It turns out that the humble people at the bottom of society, even if they want to break the sky to fulfill their desires, they can't turn any waves at all in this world. The first thing he did when he gained power was surprisingly to go and rob his own bridge hole. Making quite a lot of effort surprisingly is to go to the kiln to find the lowest class of prostitute, even if you go down to the bath center it. Not the ability is not enough, but the thinking is not enough. I remember reading a novel in the past. The protagonist awakened after the God's hero system. The first thing to do was to buy a refrigerator full of iced tea. And then? What happened? He's going to go to the Empire nightclub in a heartless manner? You don't really think you're invincible. He's invincible, right? Perhaps in his world, the C rank was already a god that could not be looked at directly. Meng Xing sighed for a while and called Su Man. Sister Man, the Hunters Guild is officially promoting on a large scale. Leave out 2 devil fruits and send out the rest, and tell Huang Jie to do things beautifully. Meng Xing felt that his worries were completely overblown. Smart people would not expose the Hunter Guild. Those who weren't smart didn't have a chance to expose the Hunter Guild. Tonight was an uneasy night for many people. Why did you unauthorizedly use the hyperbaric oxygen chamber on a 16-bed patient? On the other end of the phone, the leader's voice roared. Du explained helplessly. The patient's deterioration is serious. If we don't use the hyperbaric oxygen chamber in time, the patient will be in some kind of danger. The leader became even angrier. The patient has no money, you know? Who's going to get more than $20,000? The hospital is to make money, not for you to do charity. Du was silent for a while. Deduct it from my bonus. Leader, it's all been deducted. Your next month's salary is gone. How can a selfish person like you get a title? Dream on. Du looked at the hung-up phone and sighed deeply. It was clear that the hospital had national special treatment subsidies every year. The leaders, for the sake of the hospital's efficiency and in order to be able to apply for Provincial Key Hospital, would not allow anyone else to touch this money at all. The dean would end up getting promoted and leaving the hospital unit flat, but what about those patients? If only I could awaken a combat talent. This place of the hospital has really stayed long enough. There was no way for Du to endure the patient's pitiful eyes, and he was equally unable to endure the face of the upper-level leaders who regarded life as grass and only racked their brains for their own career paths. No, even if I awaken my combat talent, I still have to stay in the hospital. At least I can help a few patients. Du was imagining things. He loved Batman, Bruce Wayne by day and the Dark Knight by night. Just then, a push popped up on his phone. Do you crave power? Hunters Guild. Du thought it was some kind of novel and clicked on it out of curiosity. But he didn't know that this point had completely changed his life. Many people received this kind of push advertisement this night. Most of the people who received this ad were good people. Meng Xing had told Su Man that it didn't matter who obtained the devil fruit, as long as it was guaranteed that that person desperately craved transcendent power. Anyway, Meng Xing could control the life and death of the devil fruit awakened person. Character, personality, it doesn't matter. Perhaps the reason why Su Man had gotten wet, she tried her best to push the devil fruit to people who obviously had a red heart but were depressed. The sheriff's department's database coupled with the AI analysis of S-rank hackers, it wasn't hard to find these people. Du wasn't the only one who received an invitation from the Hunters Guild tonight. The anchorwoman who feeds the children in the mountains by rubbing hot dances. A teacher who has devoted her life to education, but has no background and is being warned by her leaders. The male netizen who takes care of his seriously ill brother and starves to death is not willing to open a live stream to reward him. The next morning, the Imperial Palace nightclub, the imposing office. A burly man lying on an office chair faking sleep. A bandit aura, the black suit on him was simply a suit thug. The white-haired youth knocked on the door and respectfully walked in. Brother June. June didn't even raise his eyelids. Did you find out? Where exactly did that madman come from last night? The white-haired youth said. No, that old man should have C-rank combat talent. I guess only the Black Dragon Gang has this kind of handiwork. Shu Dajun snorted. What do you think they're trying to do with this? To send me the head of an expert? The white-haired youth shook his head to indicate that he was not sure. That old man is actually quite strange. He clearly has C-rank talent, and his spirituality and combat experience is pitifully poor. He remembered something and fished out a mask from his pocket. This fell off that beggar. I don't think this kind of expert would carry something meaningless. Shu Dajun received that over a mask. How to look at it did not see a reason. White-haired youth asked. Jun, what should we do next? I think this is a warning from the Black Dragon Gang. Shu Dajun angrily slapped the table. This time they dared to send a stupid old man to smash my venue. Next time, they'll dare to send a normal person to wipe my neck. Fuck these bastards. Taking 2 deep breaths, he put the smiley face mask into his arms. But there's something more important at the moment. Tai Lin, the martial arts captain who just got promoted to the city council, invited me to dinner. Crazy Wolf, in a while you accompany me there. The white-haired youth was somewhat puzzled. The significance of the existence of military officials was to suppress these underground forces that had combat awakened members. Shu Dajun had asked Tai Lin out many times without an appointment, so why did he take the initiative to meet this time? The white-haired youth even said, there must be a demon when things go wrong. Jun, should we not bring some more people? Shu Dajun waved his hand. Why bring so many people? We are legitimate businessmen. Nanhai Specialty Seafood Buffet Wine, located in the center of the CBD. It was a buffet restaurant, and the ticket was only $128. The most characteristic thing about this place was that there were no loose tables. The ordinarily decorated buffet restaurant was full of private rooms. Such a good location, the ticket is so cheap, according to common sense, that the boss to lose money. In fact, the boss is not stupid. Tickets are cheap but hard to find. Need to make a reservation. Not exactly the best place for company dinners and couples dates. The popularity of this place is not low, and from the underground garage full of luxury cars, it can be seen that this store does not seem to be as simple as an ordinary buffet restaurant. Shu Dajun led Crazy Wolf towards a box on the 3rd floor, and a pretty waitress respectfully pushed open the door and invited the two of them in. Shu Dajun saw Tai Lin, who was waiting early, and greeted him with a smile. Captain Tai. Congratulations. Young and promising. Taking off his jacket, he handed it to Crazy Wolf. Crazy Wolf lightly pulled out the cell phone in Shu Dajun's jacket and put it, along with his own, in the waitress's tray. The waitress slightly owed her departure. Shu Dajun sat on a chair and lit a cigarette, smilingly said. The original Iron Captain also liked to eat buffet. This restaurant members send drinks. The price for our public family members is not over the limit. I have already helped Captain Tai to do a membership card. In the future you can bring your wife and child to come often. The most interesting thing about this restaurant was that the money for the membership card could be refunded at any time. That is to say, how much money you run a card for, you can withdraw cash at any time after deducting the service fee. Tai Lin frowned. There's no need. I came here today to introduce a friend to you, and I won't come back later. This restaurant was private and had no surveillance area. Tai Lin, who was unwilling to get involved with the underground forces, naturally did not want to fall in line. Shu Dajun said cheerfully, Captain Tai's friends are my old Jew's friends. Wolf, in a moment, give Captain Tai's friend a membership card of $100,000 as well. Tai Lin was silent. No matter what Shu Dajun said, he just didn't pick up the conversation, drinking tea one mouthful at a time. Shu Dajun muttered in his heart. Tai Lin was obviously unwilling to take care of himself, and asked himself out solely for the sake of his so-called friend. What kind of friend has such great face? Crazy Wolf was a little upset. Even if you're a martial arts captain, you can't disrespect your own boss like this, he said in a slightly disgruntled tone. Has the person that Captain Iron asked about arrived? Do you need me to go down and welcome him? Squeak. Just then the door was pushed open, attracting the gazes of several people. Late, sorry. Shu Dajun aimed at the visitor and was slightly surprised in his heart. The visitor was wearing a black tracksuit with a hooded hood over his head. The most bizarre thing was that the face was wearing a weeping Ghost King mask. Could it be some official son hiding his identity? Shu Dajun got up in a friendly manner and extended his hand to the visitor. Hello brother, Shu Dajun, general manager of the Imperial Hao nightclub. Meng Xing nodded gently, ignoring Shu Dajun's outstretched hand as he walked towards the main seat and sat down. Shu Dajun was a bit embarrassed. The killing intent in his eyes flickered away, and he sat down smilingly. They wouldn't think that Imperial Hao nightclub was as simple as just a nightclub, would they? Even the new Director General of the General Administration, Wei, didn't dare to be this rude. It is commonly known as the new official's three fires. Shu Dajun suspected that this was a play put on by Tai Lin in order to give himself the slip. He gave Crazy Wolf a wink. Crazy Wolf immediately understood. Boss in the way of identity cannot attack. They do little brother should be when that ironhead was offended. Crazy Wolf said in a conspiratorial manner. Captain Irons, this friend is a bit ignorant of the rules. In this kind of place to hide his head and play false, you. Meng Xing said softly. Go out. Shu Dajun was a little annoyed. Crazy Wolf is your little brother? Let him go out, just go out? Do you hit a dog without looking at the master? He was just about to snap when he was appalled to see Tai Lin immediately stand up and walk towards the door. This masked man's background was a bit scary. After the shock, Zhu Dajuan looked at Tai Lin's departing back playfully. He pulled out a smiling mask from his arms and said smilingly, "Friend, does this thing look familiar?" Crazy Wolf looked furiously at the mask on Meng Xing's face and suddenly thought of the madman who had smashed the venue last night. Immediately, he blocked in front of Zhu Dajuan, and a whirlwind of chi flowed between his 5 fingers. Crazy Wolf used his own psychic ability to sense the surroundings and did not find any ambush awakened. He shook his head at Zhu Dajuan. Zhu Dajuan lowered his heart. "Have I ever provoked you?" Meng Xing calmly said. "It's his own stupidity, and I won't avenge him, no need to be nervous." Zhu Dajuan lit a cigarette again. "Friend, I don't know what purpose you have, but after smashing my old juice field, you have to give me an explanation." The corner of Meng Xing's mouth pulled out a smile. "Putting on that mask and taking his place as my subordinate is the explanation to you." This was said arrogantly, as if becoming Meng Xing's subordinate was a great gift. Zhu Dajuan directly laughed in anger. "Ha, listening to your voice, you're only in your 20s, right? I don't know what method you used to make Tai Lin submit to you, but trying to use the same method against my old Zhu, young." Crazy Wolf understood. His fingers had wind swirls flowing through them, and his entire body clotted Meng Xing's throat at an incredible angle, against the dining table. Meng Xing's body violently exploded in a burst of green fire. Crazy Wolf's face showed horror and hastily backed away. Looking at his hands again, they were already burned. Zhu Dajuan's heart sank. One move to repel Crazy Wolf? His strongest bodyguard had a brilliant record of killing B rank. This masked man's talent level was at least A rank. Could it be that Nanhai City had an A-rank existence besides the new director Wei Na of the General Bureau? Zhu Dajuan tensed up, immediately realizing that the mask in his hand was the symbol of a certain transcendent organization. He gulped and watched as Meng Xing paced. Meng Xing patted this Zhu Dajuan's tense shoulders, his heart somewhat secretly pleased. The self of the other day could not even have the qualifications to meet this kind of segmented big brother. He pulled out a cigarette from Zhu Dajuan's cigarette case and lit it with the green lotus earth heart flame. "I'm barely a businessman, you killed my section, you have to become my section, this is a fair deal." Zhu Dajuan swallowed hard, holding the long-extinguished cigarette, not daring to move a muscle. Meng Xing sent the lit cigarette into Zhu Dajuan's mouth. "All of you are big brothers, people. Are you giving me a painful sentence, or do you want a painful sentence?" The cigarettes lit by the different fire, Zhu Dajuan is still the first to smoke on. Zhu Dajuan took a deep breath. "Brother, what exactly do you need me to do? Need money? I can take out all of the profits from the Imperial Hao nightclub in recent years to make up for my mistake of killing your subordinates. Join a random transcendent organization?" He was afraid that he would die too early. In his understanding, transcendent forces were also made up of people, and as long as they were people, they needed money, but they wanted more. Meng Xing shook his head in disappointment. "You're a person who is a big brother, why can't you understand words? Then you'd better die." A green flame in his hand burned violently. Zhu Dajuan didn't expect this young man to be so murderous and decisive, and to make a move at the drop of a hat. He even said, Here, from now on, I, Zhu Dajuan, look up to my brother." Satisfied, Meng Xing pulled out a devil fruit from his pocket and placed it in front of Zhu Dajuan. Turning back to his seat, he poured himself half a cup of tea. "Eat it and you're one of us." Mad Wolf hurriedly called out. "Boss, you can't eat it. This thing is not right." Crazy Wolf's psychic talent was C-stage, wind breath. Not only could he manipulate the power of wind, he also possessed a certain perception of spirituality. He sensed an extremely strong spirituality in this thing. Zhu Dajuan stared at the fruit in front of him, revealing a struggling color. This was premeditated from start to finish. This organization was so terrifying, using a C-ranked powerhouse to come to the Imperial Deluxe nightclub to bump into them, and then seizing the reason to force himself to join them. "I don't know what will happen if I eat it, but if I don't eat it, I will definitely die." Stealing a glance at Meng Xing, he resigned himself to his fate. Picked up the fruit and ate it in a big mouthful, but also a man, so difficult to eat things 3 or 2 bites to solve. Zhu Dajuan wiped his mouth and said in a deep voice, "It's okay. I've already shown my loyalty. From now on, weapon fruit, C-rank talent. Consuming spirituality, you can turn any part of your body into a weapon." Zhu Dajuan's tiger eyes widened in horror as he looked at Meng Xing incredulously. Awakened a C-step combat talent? How could he, who relied on his D-rank combat talent to harden the Dihao nightclub, not want to awaken the C-rank? That fruit just now could awaken a person to C-rank? He instantly thought of the old madman who touched the porcelain last night. It wasn't that this organization's handiwork was too big, but that this organization had too many C-ranks. Zhu Dajuan shivered and lit a cigarette again. can I ask, why did you choose me instead of the Black Dragon Gang? He thought that the reason why this mysterious organization had found him was purely because of his own underground power. Meng Xing had chosen him merely because Yi Yunyun had mentioned this person instead. If Yi Yunyun, the cafe owner's wife at the time, had mentioned the Black Dragon Gang bigwig, the person sitting across from Meng Xing would have been someone else. Not random, but random. Meng Xing said. Yi Yunyun of the Yamamo Cafe mentioned you. Zhu Dajuan was dumbfounded. Yunyun? Zhu Jun tentatively asked. She is? Meng Xing said. One of our own. Zhu Dajuan was struck by lightning, and his heart was flooded with shocking waves. The woman he was looking at was actually a member of the Transcendent Organization. Is he looking for death? How dare you provoke such people? At the same time, his heart was confused. No wonder with his social status, he couldn't get a poor noblewoman for so long. Zhu Dajuan stabilized his mind and asked cautiously. And you are? Meng Xing didn't hide anything. Hunter Guild, President. Zhu Dajuan immediately got up from his chair and directly knelt on the ground. I'll do whatever the president tells me to do in the future. Meng Xing let out a light laugh. The best way to deal with this kind of lord is to be so strong that he despairs and is powerless. It was easier to completely conquer in terms of strength and substance than dealing with a gold-digging woman. Meng Xing revealed a smile. There's really a task for you. The Hunter Guild's current headquarters is set to be at the Yamamu Cafe. You have so many industries under your name. Prepare one as a branch. The rewards will be quite a lot for you. Zhu Dajuan immediately said. The Imperial Hao nightclub is the Hunter Guild's branch. Meng Xing shook his head. The Imperial Hao nightclub is too eye-catching. Choose one that doesn't attract attention. Alright, the specifics have been sent to your cell phone. Meng Xing walked over to Zhu Dajuan and bent down in front of him, whispering. Don't think of playing smart. I have the ability to make you feel worse than death. Zhu Dajuan's bean-sized beads of sweat dripped down on the marble floor, and he didn't even dare to raise his head. It wasn't until Meng Xing left the private room that he sat on the floor panting heavily. This young man had brought him too much pressure. Crazy Wolf hurriedly ran to help Zhu Dajuan up. Boss, how are you? Zhu Dajuan waved his hand and picked up his cell phone. The Hunter Guild app had already been downloaded. He began to operate it. Hunter Dragon Slayer, registration successful. Tip, if you publicize the Hunter Guild and expose the identity of a hunter, you will be exterminated. 10 minutes later. Zhu Dajuan's shoulders began to tremble and his eyes became excited. Developed. The South Sea will be mine from now on. Tell the engineering department, don't demolish the Rasputin bar yet. Saying this, he stood up and prepared to go back. Happening to run into Tai Lin, who was smoking by the window in the corridor, Zhu Dajuan's mouth grinned from ear to ear. No wonder Tai Lin jumped one step from a small director to the city's armed forces captain. Zhu Dajuan playfully approached. So you are also a hunter. In the future, this South China Sea acreage, we brothers take care of each other. Tai Lin glanced at Zhu Dajuan in disgust. If I catch evidence of your crime, even if the president begs for mercy, it's useless. The big deal is that I'll die with you. Zhu Dajuan laughed out loud. He really is a hunter. Imamu Cafe. This cafe doesn't have many people every day and can barely make ends meet. The owner's wife didn't open this cafe to make a lot of money and didn't put much effort into it. Yi Yunyun sat by the window, leaning on her arms to prop up her pretty face, looking boredly at the traffic. Sister Yi, isn't that Jun's car? Lin's words brought Yi Yunyun back to her senses, and she looked toward the front door, where a Cullinan was parked in a regular manner. Two people came down from above. Zhu Dajuan and his personal bodyguard Crazy Wolf. Yi Yunyun's eyebrows instantly furrowed, her displeasure obvious. Seeing that the visitors had already entered the door, she sighed helplessly and greeted Zhu Dajuan. As soon as Zhu Dajuan entered, he greeted the waitress politely. Lin is busy. Yi Yunyun was a little surprised. Today's Zhu Dajuan is a little different, not that overbearing gangster look, even to the waitress are courteous. What's the new routine? This guy sleeps with my heart is not dead. Yi Yunyun's heart sank and she forced a smile. Brother Jun, didn't you say you'd come to pick me up tomorrow for my birthday? Why didn't you say hello when you came today? Zhu Dajuan rubbed his hands together and smiled sarcastically. Why didn't you say your identity earlier? Early to know you come so big, how I wouldn't dare. Does my cake still need a while? A customer asked softly. Lin hurriedly said. Right away customer. Zhu Dajuan gave Crazy Wolf a wink. Quickly go help with the cake. Crazy Wolf went over. The little girl Lin was confused. This cafe had been demonized in Zhu Dajuan's heart. Didn't he say that this was the Hunter Guild's headquarters? Everyone who ate and drank coffee here was probably a senior hunter. Even those legendary demonic level hunters were staring at him from somewhere. Seeing Yi Yunyun's puzzled face, Zhu Dajuan came close and lowered his voice. Yunyun, don't take what I did wrong before to heart. In fact, we are our own people. Yi Yunyun was even more confused, her eyes blinking. What's with that? Shu Dajun thought that Yi Yunyun was pretending and continued. The president has already met me, look. Shu Dajun looked around and put his hand in front of Yi Yunyun, and the light swept by, turning into a revolver. Yi Yunyun covered in horror. You awakened dual talents? Shu Dajun felt that Yi Yunyun was still pretending, and he also realized it. He definitely had to hide his work for the Hunter Guild and didn't dare to say anything more. Yunyun, not to mention anything else, brother just came to apologize to you. Don't take what happened in the past to heart. Shu Dajun took out a bank card from his pocket and stuffed it into Yi Yunyun's hand. This is a little token of appreciation for the president. His old man is a god, so I'm sorry to trouble you sister to pass it on for me. Then pulled out another bank card. This is for you, this time harassment really sorry. After saying that, he took Crazy Wolf and left the cafe, not forgetting to give Linlin a smiley face before leaving. Linlin looked stunned. What's wrong with Brother June, and Brother Wolf too? Never seen this before, drinking before coming? Also did not smell the smell of alcohol. Yi Yunyun held the bank card in her hand in deep thought. Social Big Brother came to the door to send money to apologize? This is someone behind her back, in the end who has these two? Could it be that the second brother released? Impossible. The second brother back to their own will not know. After thinking for half a day also did not come up with anything that can help her suppress Shu Dajun's heavyweights. At night, Yi Yunyun was still thinking, who on earth is it? Chairman? Yi Yunyun held a small spoon in her hand and stirred it in her coffee cup one time. Welcome, sir, still Blue Mountain coffee and camembert cheese? No, change the fruit mousse cake. Yi Yunyun woke up in a flash, the voice sounded familiar, and raised her eyes to see that it was none other than Meng Xing. This younger brother was adorable, talking big about buying her cafe and helping her get rid of her suitors. Sometimes it's cute when little handsome boys talk big. Suddenly she thought of something and froze, the color of shock in her eyes flickered. It can't be. Yi Yunyun even stood up and waved at Meng Xing. Sir, here. Meng Xing smiled, walked over to Yi Yunyun and sat down, taking out his notebook to write and draw. Yi Yunyun wanted to open her mouth and ask Shu Dajun what was going on, but she didn't know how to say it. Sizing up Meng Xing slightly, a parent youthful face smiled to herself. When he himself could solve quadratic equations, this kid was still an embryo. How could he have so much strength? Even if his family had a background, there would be no one to mess with Shu Dajun for her. She knew that she was not worthy, not even worthy. Yi Yunyun no longer had any constraints after she thought about it, and spoke to Meng Xing with great generosity. How are you, sir? Meng Xing did not raise his head. Still counting? The answer was not a question, but it made Yi Yunyun's heart lift again. What? Meng Xing said. If I help you get rid of Shu Dajun, you'll sell the cafe to me and work for me. You're not trying to cheat, are you? Yi Yunyun trembled, revealing a strong look of shock. Sir, you? Meng Xing raised his head and asked with a raised eyebrow. Shouldn't it be the boss? Yi Yunyun's heart turned over in shocking waves, and her cocked Erlang leg was put down, lethargy no longer. It's really you. Meng Xing handed the notebook in his hand to Yi Yunyun. I calculated the value of this store, $10 million, you and this store belong to me. Only then did Yi Yunyun take a closer look at the notebook. Surprisingly, it was the acquisition plan of the Jinmu Cafe. A marvelous feeling rose in the bottom of her heart. The younger brother who was much younger than you, calculating how to eat you in front of your face, blatantly, not hiding his aggression towards you in the slightest. Aggression? For her who grew up in high society and licked countless dogs even after falling from grace, this was unprecedented nakedness. Yi Yunyun looked complicated. Why? Meng Xing's tone was flat. What I promised you has already been done. Yi Yunyun pursued. What do I have that makes me worthy of you and the people behind you? Meng Xing said. It's too late for regrets, the people who defrauded me will die. Yi Yunyun closed her mouth and looked at the notebook in front of her. From the beginning of their meeting today, Meng Xing had been answering questions, but had been expressing his most wanted, deepest questions. Meng Xing's behavior was beyond her perception, and the part that was beyond perception often made people feel confused and afraid. Yi Yunyun didn't dare to look at the youth in front of her as a little brother anymore. He had never been a child. And wasn't such a man what she expected to appear in her life? A man who had the ability to restore the glory of the Yi family. She mused for a moment. Thank you. Meng Xing then revealed a smile. In the future, you will earn $20,000 a month. Yi Yunyun asked. Then boss, what do you need me to do? Meng Xing said. Your duty is to serve our people. Take a look of your cell phone. Yi Yunyun was puzzled as she took out her phone from her bag, and the Hunter Guild app had already been downloaded. The knowledgeable woman immediately realized that Meng Xing had a cyber-type awakened person by his side. Sir, your coffee and snacks. Linlin walked over at this time to bring up the Blue Mountain coffee and fruit mousse cake. Meng Xing said thank you, gently stirring the coffee with a small spoon, looking out the window at the street that was gradually dimming and dripping with raindrops, and in no hurry to rush Yi Yunyun. It took Yi Yunyun a long time to understand what exactly was the Hunters Guild. It was actually a transcendent organization. She put down her cell phone and couldn't calm down for a long time, having a sense of being involved in a huge whirlpool. Yi Yunyun actually heart slightly fear, in front of the younger brother is no longer cute, very dangerous. Dangerous let her. Some softness, some tingling. This was the sense of being conquered that Zhu Dajuan could not bring. She softly said, "Sir, are you the president?" She remembered Zhu Dajuan mentioning the word chairman. Meng Xing took out a devil fruit and said without question, "Eat it before you count yourself as one of us." Yi Yunyun understood that most of the heads of such transcendent guilds were hidden in the sea of people. Only trusted people could know who they really were. Yi Yunyun was very good and picked up the devil fruit and took small bites. Meng Xing stared at her with interest. This woman was very elegant, eating such difficult things with ease. After chewing slowly for a while, Yi Yunyun wiped her mouth with a tissue. Inuyasha fruit, C rank. After consuming it, one can transform into a canine, possessing the sharp claws, strong body, and nimble movements of a canine, and can substantially strengthen the eater's attacking power and increase speed, possessing the characteristics of a related canine. Yi Yunyun stood up in panic. Awakened? One had actually awakened? The reason for that fruit just now? She suddenly remembered the scene where Zhu Dajuan had revealed the awakening of his dual talents in front of himself. Originally, she thought that Zhu Dajuan was showing off with himself, but the original reason for Zhu Dajuan's awakening was Meng Xing. Meng Xing must have given him the same fruit. Yi Yunyun's eyes changed as she looked at Meng Xing, and her breath caught. This man, seemed like an abyss that was unpeopable. Meng Xing beckoned for Yi Yunyun to sit down and began to speak his mind. Starting today, the Amamo Cafe is the headquarters of the Hunter Guild. You probably understand the Hunter Guild through your cell phone, and in the future, this is the place where missions are sent and submitted for intermediate level hunters. In the future, this is also the meeting place for the Hunter Guild's top management. The duty of you and your staff is to serve the members of the Hunter Guild. Mind your own people and don't leak any news about the Hunter Guild. Yi Yunyun asked. If Lin Lin and Qingqing join the Hunter Guild, will they also eat the fruit like they just did? Meng Xing shook his head. Devil fruits are rare, only you devil fruit awakened people are lucky. Yi Yunyun understood. She was a smart woman, and wouldn't ask more than a single word about what she shouldn't continue to ask, just do her own thing. Meng Xing stood up and prepared to leave. My people will come tomorrow, pack up the second floor as the Hunter Guild's meeting room and office. The remodeling of the old city was not yet complete, so he couldn't keep letting Su Man work in the leaky old house, could he? Not to mention whether the dust there would affect the mainframe. It was almost winter, how could someone who worked for himself be miserable? Yi Yunyun stood up and prepared to send Meng Xing away. Suddenly remembering the 2 bank cards given by Zhu Dajuan, she took them all out. Boss, this is the money that June sent to you today. Meng Xing waved his hand. Use it as you see fit, invest it or do whatever you want, as the Hunter Guild's logistical support. When Meng Xing walked away, Yi Yunyun said to the 2 waitresses, close the door, sis has something to say to you. Wang Su was a teacher in a high school. He wore his most handsome suit today and drove a tens of thousands of dollars of second-hand car, traveling out of the school gate. Glancing at his watch, he unconsciously took 2 deep breaths. He absent-mindedly clicked into a website a few days ago, received an inexplicable delivery, and ate an odd fruit. Then, a second combat talent was awakened. One had actually become a member of the legendary Transcendent Organization. Tonight was a meeting of this organization. He was dressed up, even his hair was combed. Ordinary and common, just an F-stage awakened person, he was looking forward to this legendary path. Just as he drove out of the school's entrance, he saw the scene he least expected to see. Self. A green-haired student from his own class was pulling a few girls dressed in heavy makeup waiting for the bus. As Wang Su, who had awakened his F-rank combat talent, it was easy to eavesdrop on their conversation from a short distance away. What kind of place is the Imperial Hao nightclub? Xiaoming you won't sell us out, right? Nightclubs always feel like they're not good places. Green hair snorted. You guys were just taught to be stupid by Wang Su, the big brother I recognized as Brother Xiong. It took me a lot of effort to get Brother Xiong to want to see you. In the future, you can work there, front desk, welcome guests, whatever. It's better than going back to the old town. I let you dress up nicely to give Brother Xiong a good impression. Green hair's talk was so colorful that it really attracted the girls. Wang Su frowned tightly, drove the car over and said sternly, what are you doing here if you don't go home after school? Look at what you all look like. All go home. A few girls surveyed what they were wearing today, a little shy in front of the teacher, a little nervous. Green hair sneered twice with a disdainful face. Wang Su, this is outside the school, you do not teach teaching stupid, social matters you less prying. Just finished, Greenhair called the car arrived, with a few girls on the car, dust away. Wang Su's face was full of complexity. The Hunter Guild's meeting would start in 2 hours. He sighed and drove to follow. Many people said that Nanhai no. One middle school's luck was gone after Su Manman and Meng Xing came out. These two had both awakened their step talents, but they couldn't bring a good example to their juniors because they were living talents, which undermined the confidence of their younger siblings. The students who were already naughty and mischievous even gave up on themselves directly. But Wang Su was not willing to give up on them. Even if the students knew exactly what they were up against and were going to go down a crooked path, he still wanted to fish for them and give them a chance. This was a teacher's duty, wasn't it? Who had a good ending if they were involved with these underground forces? Die on the streets or get sick and wasted? After following Greenhair for half an hour, I realized that this is not the Empire nightclub, but one of the Empire nightclubs. Greenhair had already gone up with a few girls. Wang Su hurriedly got out of the car and chased after them. But this place was too big and Wang Su got lost here. After wandering around for a while, he finally noticed something wrong outside a private room, and he heard Greenhair's voice. In the box, Greenhair was completely controlled by several big men. His nose was blue and swollen. He hissed, "Don't Brother Xiong. You promised me, didn't you arrange jobs for my classmates?" The fat man with over 200 pounds and a face full of horizontal meat was Brother Xiong. His eyes written with lechery were not big, staring lustfully at the 3 girls who were shivering and hugging each other. A high ponytail short-skirted girl cursed at Greenhair while struggling. "Little Ming, old me has believed in your evil and is going to be killed by you. When I get out I'll definitely get you killed." Greenhair all but lost her previous godly spirit and could only apologize one after another with a sad look. I'm sorry, I really didn't expect it to be like this." Brother Xiong smiled and said, "You've done a beautiful job with this, all of them are fledglings. Don't worry, they won't be able to survive the night after I'm done with them. They won't retaliate against you." Greenhair cried out, "Brother, they are my classmates." Brother Xiong said impatiently, No, a moment to give you $300. Said, in a few girls in the panic to stretch out the salty pig hand. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open and a man appeared in front of the crowd. A suit and a straight posture. The students shouted in surprise, "Old." The next word could not be uttered, because the man was wearing a clown mask. Suit and mask, if the back of the head is dyed green it is somewhat like the underground king in Gotham, the ugly master. Wang Su heart is some relief. Fortunately his students are not self-indulgent, but too simple to be deceived. After obtaining the power he always thought of the hero to save the bridge, the beauty of the beauty to offer herself in return. But if it was a teacher who saved his students and gave them a new life, he was more willing. Let go of them. P.S. Brothers, sisters, this book is going to be on the shelves spicy. At the same time, the Hunter Guild is also going to officially start spicy. A group of people struggling at the bottom of society, eager to realize their self-worth, would eventually come together. In this world to go crazy, let the world know are arrogant and domineering. A lot of people wrote me privately that the protagonist is good or evil. I think it's just good and evil just for whoever it is. For those whose interests are offended, the protagonist is an evil devil, and for those who are rescued, the protagonist is a heavenly god. Of course, Meng Xing is Meng Xing, also evil, also redemption. I so want to build a Hunter's Guild with you all. You can add my contact information to tell me what you want to be able to do in the predicament you are in. Forced to face the life of everyone hard work, in the book is another world across the clouds of you. I hope that my immature writing can bring some spice to everyone's life. I know that the shelves will cause a lot of small friends lost, but really sorry. Because the author, am also playing against the opposite side of the enemy who already has a 6-god suit. If you can, please continue to accompany me and be my Meng Xing. By the way, the starting point of the small friends, this book debut Genesis, so 50,000 words on the shelves, really is not the author to eat ugly ha. Where the hell did you come from, weirdo? Brother Xiong saw Wang Su and laughed out then. Are you cosplaying? If you're going to cosplay Jack Nappy, Gotham Joker's name, you should at least dye your hair green, right? A few of the punks who followed Brother Xiong rubbed their fists and laughed badly as they walked towards Wang Su. Wang Su's palms turned red, the heat distorting the air slightly, his tone unkind. I repeat, release them. Brother Xiong's face turned ugly when he saw this. You're still unawakened. Standing up, he greeted a few of his men and retreated, craning his neck. Awakened ones are not something you guys can deal with. Let me meet this kid who doesn't know the sky and the earth. Brother Xiong's originally obese body changed in an instant, his fat transformed into muscle, and his size rose to over 2 meters. This was his talent, D-step heat conversion. Brother Xiong crossed the wine table to Wang Su and lowered his head with a fierce smile. Think you can smash my scene just because you're an awakened? I can watch the scene for Master Wolf. Think I don't have some real skills? A few girls showed fear. Brother Xiong's aura was definitely not an ordinary awakened. It was definitely above E rank. Brother Xiong is right, let him this horrible physique toss a night, really do not necessarily have the life to live. The person wearing the mask in front of him, wearing and voice can be heard, is their teacher Wang Su. Wang Su is only an E-order awakened person, how can he be Brother Xiong's opponent? Wang Su lowered his voice. I really don't want to make a move in front of these kids, it's not too late for you to regret now. It wasn't that he was afraid of showing his violent side in front of the students, but most importantly, he was afraid of the rules of the Hunter Guild. One must not proclaim the Hunter Guild. In case the identity under the mask was exposed, there would always be people who had the intention to follow the trail to find the Hunter Guild, and there was no shortage of smart people in this world. Brother Xiong didn't look at Wang Su at all. What a nasty middle child. After saying this, his casserole-sized fist smashed down towards Wang Su's head. Wang Su sighed lightly and stimulated his natural ability. Spring fruit, Class C, able to turn any part of the body into a spring. Free to attack from any place as a bouncing point. Wang Su's legs changed, strangely transforming into springs. With the force of his legs, he instantly disappeared in front of Brother Xiong and immediately appeared above his back. A fist filled with scorching heat smashed into the back of Brother Xiong's neck. Brother Xiong was staggered twice by this blow and almost fell down, angrily swinging his fist at Wang Su. As a high school teacher, Wang Su was bound to be excellent in physical arts and not low in spirituality. The C-step spring fruit ability that he had just obtained was quickly adapted and skillfully mastered. Wang Su repeatedly jumped horizontally in the spacious box, straddling between the walls and the ceiling, so that Xiong couldn't even touch it. Then with the increasing inertia and speed, he punched Xiong's chest in the air. Brother Xiong screamed miserably and fell down with a loud bang, looking at Wang Su in shock. You, what kind of monster are you? Dual talent? Wang Su, who had strong physical strength and spirituality, was completely different from the old beggar. A set of consecutive moves came down without blushing or gasping. I said it's not too late for you to regret just now. Wang Su was also a member of the national forces before joining the teachers, and in recent years, the international situation has been tense, and he has also killed people at the border. Preventing this person from finding out about himself behind the mask, Wang Su intended to cut off his roots. Teacher, you're great! A few girls shouted in surprise. This shout called Wang Su back to his senses and his killing aura dissipated. Wang Su hesitated. Should he kill in front of the students? The students also guessed who he was. Should he kill his own students as well? He couldn't do it. In the end, he just said roll to Brother Xiong. Brother Xiong rolled and crawled out of the box with the help of a few henchmen, and before he entered the office, he bumped into someone. He was about to swear, but he looked up to see clearly what the visitor looked like, and immediately changed his face and wailed. Brother Wolf! Someone smashed the venue. That person, white hair hawk nose, wearing a leather jacket, is Zhu Dajuan under the first fighter, Crazy Wolf. As Zhu Dajuan's beloved, Crazy Wolf knew that his boss was going to attend a secret meeting of the Hunter Guild today. I have nothing to do, to the following a few fields to turn around. The knight intends to get together a few old concubines all night black. Someone smashed the field? Crazy Wolf got excited, scolded Brother Xiong for being a punk, and strutted into the box. Who the hell smashed my field? Hit my little brother. A few girls who had just shown their expressions of life after the robbery, tensed up again. Brother Xiong is this person's little brother? What kind of level of expert does this have to be? Can the teacher still stand up? Wang Su sighed and blocked in front of a few girls. It's your people who want to molest them first. If you don't want to be reasonable, let's compare and contrast now. I'm in a hurry. Crazy Wolf rubbed his eyes. Masks? In a hurry? Finding someone to back him up, Xiong, who had a villainous face behind Crazy Wolf, said quietly. Brother Wolf, this kid is lawless with his dual talents. You have to be careful. Crazy Wolf was shocked. Still double talent? Isn't this a full stack of buffs? He returned his hand and gave Brother Bear a mouthful. You they rape? Are you still a human being? Bear covered the swollen fat face confused. This is not his daily operation? Crazy Wolf laughed with him. This hunting, Mr. Ugly? It's my fault for not disciplining my men. Please forgive me. The world was quiet. It seemed like these two people knew each other, and it was obvious that the masked suit man's status was much higher than Crazy Wolf's. A few students began to brainstorm. Could it be that their teacher was the legendary retired gangster teacher? On the network cool article commonly used in the main template kind. The eyes that looked at Wang Su had a few more points of worship, especially the green-haired non-mainstreamer. Thinking back to his own big words said, social matters you quite a lot of tube. He felt ashamed. Wang Su was also a bit surprised. He hesitated. Now we can go? Crazy Wolf nodded repeatedly. You go, used to help you call a car? Wang Su was confused. Now this kind of society people are so polite? No, I'll drive. Said and took a few students to walk KTV. No matter what the students said on the way, they did not say a word. Until the students got into a cab and left. Only then did he walk to his used car and drove to the Amamo Cafe. After Wang Su left, the crazy wolf was relieved. Brother Xiong was a little frightened and asked in a small voice, "Brother, what kind of big shot is this? If it's some big shot, why don't you send a car to send him? I'll go apologize and make amends in person." Crazy Wolf once again gave Brother Xiong a mouthful, his eyes red as if he was a beast that chose to devour people. "You remember? He didn't come. You haven't seen him." "I haven't seen him either." Brother Xiong was paralyzed on the ground, looking at Crazy Wolf with horror, his mouth not closing for half a day. The Amamo Cafe had a make-up coffee event this evening, where all those who dressed themselves up in strange clothes could enjoy half-price coffee. When someone wants to go up to the second floor, the masked officer will say that this is the work area and guests are prohibited from entering. If someone says, "I'm here to get started," the employee will lead the masked person into the second floor conference hall. The seats in the second floor conference hall were full at the moment, and Wang Su was late. The windowless conference hall could only rely on the dim light from the ceiling crystal lamps so that everyone could barely see each other's masks. Smiling faces, ghosts, beast heads, rituals, faces and other strange masks, like a gathering of the chaotic camp. The slightly luxurious decor and the strong coffee in front of them gave everyone the illusion of traveling through another dystopian world. Unconsciously wondering if this demonic version of the round table was fake and fantastic, not a single person spoke, breathing much lighter, keeping quiet amongst themselves. At that moment, the doors were pushed open again. The crowd sat up even more upright, as they knew that there were no seats except for the main seat, and it was time for the legendary president to appear next. Meng Xing was still in that weeping ghost king mask, wearing a plain black sweatshirt without any patterns, with a hood attached to his sweatshirt on his head. Ghost mask, demon fox mask, black cat mask. The people wearing these three masks immediately stood up. It was obvious to see that these three people were a man and three women. Especially the demon fox masked man and the black cat masked man, from the curves of their bodies, they were clearly female. The remaining people did not dare to be slow and immediately stood up respectfully. Even if they had met the president, they were not clear about the rules of the Hunter Conference, and could only mimic the seniors as they rose and owed a bow. Meng Xing gently nodded his head and signaled for the crowd to sit down, lowering his voice and beginning his speech. "There are a few lucky ones among you who have received the devil fruit. Being a devil fruit awakened is bound to make it easier to become an intermediate hunter. So a few of you newcomers among you are qualified for this meeting." The crowd stared at each other, looking at each other with eyes that hid a few moments of respect. It turned out that this was a meeting that only intermediate level hunters were qualified to attend, and that one was a young cat hiding amongst the tigers. Most of the people's hearts snickered. Really, they were the ones chosen by fate. Just by eating that fruit they got the treatment of intermediate level hunters that low level hunters don't know how long they have to work hard to get to. Unbeknownst to them, this place was full of low-level hunters, and Meng Xing's few words had created an illusion that the guild was as strong as the clouds. Meng Xing sat down and stirred the coffee in front of him slightly with a small spoon. "There are a few rules I'd like to reiterate. First of all, you must not proclaim the guild at any time. Hide your true identity in this world, and don't let the guild be exposed in the eyes of the world because of you." The hearts of the crowd were clear. Transcendent forces were never active in the mundane world. This was also the reason why everyone had only heard of transcendent forces rather than seeing them on the news. The mysterious attributes that transcendent forces possessed were not for the sake of pretending, but for the sake of developing and protecting themselves. It was like the law of the dark forest, whoever showed their head first was most likely to encounter attacks from various forces. These forces included the Security Bureau. Meng Xing raised his head and leisurely said, "But there are people who don't follow the rules." The many hunters looked at each other. Who dared to be so bold? Wang Su's heart thumped as icy beads of sweat trickled down from his temples. Meng Xing stood up and walked to the very end, the side of the clown-masked man, and bent down. "You know what, Mr. Clown, I have a deep hatred for people who don't listen to me." "Absolutely." The voice was low, cold, and murderous. The clown-masked man shrugged his throat nervously. Aye. Sure enough, did the guild already know about what he did in Crown KBT? He wanted to explain something, and Meng Xing patted his shoulder. "Don't be nervous, you have 24 hours to take care of the scourge you left behind. Otherwise the guild will take care of it for you, along with you." He watched Meng Xing's back as he walked towards the main seat before his panicked face under the mask suit, followed by a frown. How to deal with it? If Brother Xiong and his group of minions were to die, could it be that his own students were to die as well? He panicked, his mind racing, not knowing how to save his students and himself. Meng Xing continued. "The second rule of the Hunter Guild, guard the Xia Kingdom, hunt and kill all enemies that are unfavorable to the Xia Kingdom, and reward hunter points according to the quality of the corpse. Of course, subject to the first rule, the guild must not be exposed." In this day where the international situation was chaotic, the Xia Kingdom had too many enemies. Today's Hunter Guild was still in the early stages of development, and in the event of the kind of dark age that occurred in the previous world in Xia, it would be the same as strangling the Hunter Guild in the cradle. With the Xia kingdom gone, would the Hunter Guild be left alone? When these words came out, the corners of the hunters' mouths lifted slightly. Who wouldn't want to kill those bastards? There were still points to be gained from killing those bastards. Wasn't this the same as playing with a cell phone with pay? If they weren't afraid of revealing their identities and exposing the guild, they would want to book a ticket to East Cherry Kingdom right now and become a chancellor assassin. Meng Xing continued to speak. The third rule, hunting and killing magical creatures and turning in their corpses will earn you points according to the level of the magical creature. The corpses of the demonic creatures definitely contain stronger spirituality than humans, and it couldn't be better to use them to cultivate transcendent plants. The hearts of the crowd were completely relieved. They had all joined the Hunters Guild by mistake, and were originally worried that they had joined some evil organization. Now it seemed that they were all overly worried. Hunting and killing incoming enemies was patriotic, hunting and killing invading demons was loving the world. This kind of guild was a cult? Those who had such thoughts were afraid that their brains had been kicked by a large horse monkey. Meng Xing continued to expound on the rules for everyone, and he didn't know how long it took before this meeting was completely over. In general, the rules were just a few. You can't expose the guild, you can't expose your identity, kill those who are unfavorable to the Xia kingdom, and kill magical creatures. Actively complete guild quests and upgrade your hunter level, which can be unlocked and exchanged for more and stronger transcendent plants in the mall. Upgrading to the highest level of demonic level hunter would obtain unimaginably powerful demon fruits. It was already late at night when the crowd walked out of the door of the cafe, but all of them were refreshed, not the slightest bit tired, and even slightly energized. Knowing more about the Hunters Guild made them glad that they had joined. Only Wang Su sat in the car with a worried frown. He seemed to have caused a big mess, but he didn't regret saving his students. I can find a way to make the students shut up about today's events. The big thing is to desperately try to find a way to make them join the Hunter Guild as well. But what about Xiong and the gang of punks? It was too hard to find them now without silencing them at the time, and it's too hard to kill them now. How to deal with the aftermath became his most agonizing thing, and he, who rarely smoked, unprecedentedly picked up a cigarette. The spicy smoke entered his throat and cleared his head a bit. It suddenly occurred to him that hunters could post quests in the Hunters Guild, and he already had 15 points from completing the novice quest. How about taking the points and posting a bounty quest to try? He immediately parked his car on the side of the road and opened the Hunter Guild app. There were all sorts of missions in the mission bar. What to kill a wanted criminal, what to kill a pornographer, what to kill a spy, what to kill a certain gangster gang. Many of these were fake quests created by summonmen to protect the hunter's privacy, preventing someone from following the trail from the mission to find the hunter who issued the mission. Bounty mission, kill Crown KTV brother Xiong and his ponies. Reward, 15 points. Meng Xing was the only one left in the conference hall, stirring the coffee in front of him, his eyes darting languidly as his brain pondered. Knock knock knock. The door to the conference room was knocked on, and Meng Xing looked over in confusion. Yi Yunyun, who was wearing a black cat mask, walked in with a tray. Placing the Blue Mountain coffee and fruit mousse cake on the tray on Meng Xing's table, she spoke in a warm voice. I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but you haven't eaten anything in the evening and wanted to send something over. Meng Xing didn't blame Yi Yunyun for taking matters into her own hands, and very facetiously savored the treats in front of him. In a way, both he and Yi Yunyun were entrepreneurs, and Yi Yunyun had more experience than him. Yi Yunyun took off her mask, and her 2 pairs of white hands rested on Meng Xing's shoulders, gently massaging them to soothe his exhaustion. You seem to be very tired. Meng Xing was indeed tired, but not because of the development of the Hunter Guild, but because of Wang Su. This teacher had also been his and Su Manman's homeroom teacher. Meng Xing was well aware of everything that happened to Wang Su today. If he were to change his perspective and stand in Wang Su's shoes, he would not hesitate to strike without fear of exposing himself. But the scenery seen from different positions was also different. Standing from the president's point of view, Wang Su deserved to die unless he could smooth out all the waves and keep his identity completely secret. Would Wang Su kill a few students? He was afraid that he couldn't do it. Meng Xing hoped that Wang Su could kill Xiong and the others, and use a gentle way to solve the hidden dangers brought by the students. Teacher, don't let me down. Meng Xing thought as he did. If Wang Su didn't get brother Xiong and the others killed, and didn't solve the trouble brought by the students, then the person who died could only be Wang Su. At this moment, the cell phone rang. It was a backstage message from the Hunter Union. Hunter Joker issued a mission to kill Crown KTV brother Xiong and his subordinates. Mission reward, 15 points. Meng Xing muttered. Already? He smiled to himself. It's his own business, I'm being too glassy-eyed here. Yi Yunyun had always massaged the president's father to soothe his fatigue, and she was very skillful and relaxing. Meng Xing instantly stopped emo. hurrying to cultivate more transcendent fruits was the way to go. Using the computer in front of him, he opened the shared database of Su Manman's mainframe, and immediately began to release the mission. Bounty mission, hunt down and kill Li Fengren, Stage E combat talent awakened. Reward mission, hunt Zhang Mingran, Stage D combat talent awakened. Bounty, hunt Lu Tson, D stage combat talent awakened. Without exception, all of these people were fugitives in the sheriff's database. He needs the spirituality in the corpses. If he hunted ordinary awakened, he believed that he would soon be noticed by the sheriff's department, whereas killing these rats hiding in the sewers would be very much less noticeable. They had many enemies, so who knew it was the hunters who had struck them down? Of course, the task of collecting spiritual items never broke. Imperial Nightclub, General Manager's office. Brother Xiong was trembling and kneeling on the ground. Behind him were Brother Xiong's little brothers who didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Xu Dajuan lit a cigarette and looked through the Hunter Guild app and finally found the quest that he had been waiting for so long. Hunter Joker issued a mission to kill Crown KTV Brother Xiong and his subordinates. Mission reward, 15 points. Xu Dajuan laughed out loud, revealing 2 rows of teeth blackened by cigarettes. Ah Xiong, I should really thank you. Xiong shivered in fear. Master Junjun, thank you for what? Xu Dajuan exhaled a smoke ring. Thank you for helping me find a friend. As a reward I won't sink you in the river. Wipe your neck painfully. Brother Xiong directly cried in fear, his nose flowing. Why a military master? I'm loyal to you. Xu Dajuan slammed the table and became furious. You're fucking loyal. You dared to rape the little girl today, and tomorrow you'll dare to rape me, Xu Dajuan. You really deserve to die. Ah wolf. Crazy Wolf understood and the cyclone in his hand converged into a wind blade, sending it into Brother Xiong's neck. Brother Xiong covered the blood gushing from his neck and looked at Crazy Wolf in horror, gradually losing his voice. Xu Dajuan smilingly took a picture of Brother Xiong's corpse with his cell phone, uploaded it to the Hunter Guild app, and clicked to complete the task. Crazy Wolf wiped the blood staining his wrist and walked over to Xu Dajuan. Boss, do we need to contact that teacher? Xu Dajuan waved his hand. Don't, this is a taboo for the Hunter Guild. I'm only doing this because I want to know who the hunter who took my favor is. Remember, don't go deeper into the clown. Delete all the security footage in the corridors of Crown KTV. Pack up the corpses and turn them into the guild. There is another reward for the corpses of awakened criminals. Crazy Wolf understood and was about to go dispose of the corpse when he was called by Xu Dajuan again. By the way, except for the skin and meat business in Dihao, stop the rest of the unclean ones. Let's try to keep a low profile from now on. Crazy Wolf nodded his head to show that he understood. Xu Dajuan picked through the quests and suddenly discovered a bug. Collecting spiritual items and hunting awakened criminals can get you points, and with points you can post bounty missions. Spiritual items are easy to buy, and finding those fugitives isn't too hard for me. Isn't it possible to use the points to post bounty missions to get those sons of bitches from the Black Dragon gang killed? Doing the simplest thing to take out the toughest bones? Xu Dajuan thought about it and then made phone calls overnight to ask for connections to buy spiritual items on a large scale and mobilized his men to find those criminals on the bounty list. The information of those fugitives, Xu Dajuan, is more comprehensive than the General Administration's information base. 7 days later, Nanhai East District Security Office. The Director's Office. Wei Ming bitterly called his sister. Sis, outrageous, too outrageous. The fugitives you prepared for me have all disappeared. You have to help me think of a solution, sis. If I don't have enough credits, how can I get promoted? Wei Ming's sister was the chief director of the security bureau. Not only did she help Wei Ming arrange for the position of director, she also prepared many fugitives for him. These were walking war credits. Wei Ming knew where these fugitives were hiding, and as long as he took these fugitives down, he would have enough reason to promote the general directorate. But in just a few days, those fugitives had evaporated. A clear and cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. Are you sure it wasn't you who was greedy and didn't put your heart into things? Wei Ming hurriedly said. I'm sure. And I suspect that someone is targeting me. On the other end of the phone. Who is it? Wei Ming gritted his teeth and said. Tai Lin. This wasn't a wild guess. According to the plan that his sister had given him, he would first become the director of the institute and transfer to the general directorate after arresting those fugitives. The position of brigadier general of the general directorate was originally prepared for him. Who knew that Tai Lin had suddenly awakened his dual talents? He snatched Tai Lin's institute chief, and Tai Lin directly snatched his own martial arts officer brigadier general? It's definitely him. He's afraid that I'll snatch back my martial officer captain. So investigated what my sister did for me. In sabotaging my original promotion plan. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. It may not be a bad thing for you not to be promoted to the general directorate right now. Recently a portion of monsters disguised as humans have infiltrated into the South China Sea. The Martial Officer Brigade has to carry out dangerous missions every day, so you should be careful in the Eastern District as well. Last night 3 homeless people in the Eastern District were suspected to have been eaten by demons, and the wreckage scared an 80-year-old man unconscious. Last night 2 women returning home from the night shift in the Eastern District were brutally split up after being victimized, suspected to be the work of a demonic creature, calling on the general public not to go out at night as much as possible. Last night, the Amamo Cafe finished broadcasting the evening paper and proceeded to start the beautiful and elegant music. Meng Xing, who was sitting by the window with his head down writing notes, raised his head and muttered, "The Eastern District is starting to be unpeaceful." Yi Yunyun personally prepared coffee and delivered it to Meng Xing. This year's demonic cholera is so strange, usually they start their mischief in the old city center. Meng Xing took a sip of coffee and had thoughts in his mind about this demonic cholera. The demons appeared in the new city this time, and it was obvious that they weren't there to fill their stomachs, so they couldn't look at those meat in the old city. They were afraid that they were going to make a big move next. Yi Yunyun sat demurely in front of Meng Xing. "I really don't know how these demons managed to break through the city's border defense and enter the new city." The biggest difference between the new city and the old city was not the difference between the rich and the poor, but the fact that the new city was very safe with the dense defenses of the city's military officers. It was also for this reason that all the rich people ran to live in the new city center under the operation of capital. The residents of the old city want to save their lives in the new city even if they rent the most dilapidated houses in the new city. Meng Xing paused for a moment. Possibly, what about the fact that they possess the ability to disguise themselves? Disguised as humans to blend into the urban area, or cats and dogs or something. These words caused a hint of panic to appear in Yi Yunyun's eyes. If demons could disguise themselves as humans, it would be simply terrifying. No one could be sure if what they encountered was human or not. It was possible that the guests drinking coffee here were those monsters that delighted in eating human flesh? Bell 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 bell. The wind chime on the door rang and Lin shouted, "Welcome!" Meng Xing and Yi Yunyun's gazes were drawn over, only to see a man and 2 women walk into the cafe. It looked like a family of 3. They were dressed in rags, and their clothes didn't fit how they looked. Especially that little girl, the cuffs were obviously torn and her coat was almost dragging to the ground. "Smells good." The girl leapt up with excitement written in her eyes. The customers were attracted by the girl's clear cry and gave friendly looks. It wasn't once or twice that children from the slums craved coffee and begged their parents to come and experience it once. Lin didn't look at people and kick them out of the cafe for being dressed in rags, either. Her face beamed with enthusiasm. "May I help you?" The girl gulped. "Anything." A family of 3 sat next to Meng Xing's duo. Lin selected affordable coffees and snacks to deliver to the family, stroked the girl's head, and tricked her into giving her a candy before leaving to continue her work. Meng Xing glanced at the family of 3 and continued to crouch over the table to write and draw. Yi Yunyun just quietly accompanied. Time passed for an unknown amount of time, and when Meng Xing looked up again, there were no more customers in the store. The family of 3 at the next table only had the little girl left. Their parents had gone somewhere, and Lin was standing beside that table with a difficult face. Listening to Lin and the little girl's conversation, it should be the father and mother had to leave in an emergency, leaving the little girl. I heard Lin and the little girl talking. It should be that the parents had to leave in an emergency, leaving the little girl in the store. Who knew that after so long, the cafe was about to close, and she still hadn't come back? "Sister, my mom and dad will definitely send over the money tomorrow. You can bet me here, really I won't lie to you," the little girl begged to Lin. Lin sent a look of help to Yi Yunyun. "Sister, it's not peaceful outside right now, why don't we leave this child here for this night?" Her voice was small because she knew what the nature of the Amamo Cafe was and was afraid that her kindness would bring trouble to the guild. Snap! Meng Xing closed his notebook and stood up. "The Amamo Cafe can't keep anyone, it just so happens that I'm going home tonight, so I'll take this child with me." The little girl looked at Meng Xing with a wary look in her eyes, like she was worried about meeting a strange uncle. Meng Xing came to the girl with the notebook and squatted down in front of her, touched the girl's head and said with a smile, "Uncle's house has a lot of toys willing to give baby to play, stay at Uncle's house tonight and send you back tomorrow, okay?" The little girl dropped her guard and happily revealed her small tiger teeth. "Okay." Meng Xing held the little girl's hand and left. Yi Yunyun elegantly curtsied slightly behind him. It was almost time to walk to the old city center. The street lights were getting dimmer and the night was getting heavier and heavier. The little girl suddenly asked, "Brother, aren't you afraid of being so dark?" Meng Xing coaxed the child to say, "Brother is an adult, not afraid of the dark." The little girl raised her cute little face. "But I've heard that a lot of magical creatures come out at night lately, it's especially scary." Meng Xing shook his head. "I've never seen a demon, I've only read about it in textbooks, I don't think it's scary, it's quite cute." The little girl froze for a moment, paused and lowered her head. "Cute? Is it really cute?" The little girl's body began to tremble, 2 pustules slowly appeared behind her back, a pair of bat wings broke out of the pustules and unfolded. Her smile gradually became exaggerated, the corners of her mouth cracked all the way up to the base of her ears, and she let out a weird and frightening laugh. Hee 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 hee, are the demonic creatures in your textbook as cute as me? Mengxing felt a stabbing pain in his hand and broke away from the girl's hand, realizing that his palm had turned black. Poisoned? Damn it, you even want to eat alone. In the darkness where the streetlights couldn't shine, two silhouettes walked out, precisely the little girl's parents. It was just that the couple had also turned into demonic appearance, resembling insects rather than people, with their mouths revealing huge mouthparts. The girl spitefully said, "Originally I could have stayed at the cafe tonight and eaten all the people inside. It's all because of this guy's meddling." Daddy laughed sardonically. "Then let's split this meddling idiot." Mom licked her muzzle and sneered. "Why don't you say anything? Don't you think demons are cute? If you say I'm beautiful, I can let you enjoy the tenderness of a demonic creature." Mengxing's hands burned with green flames, getting rid of the toxins, and he stared greedily at the three demonic creatures. "You guys are really quite cute." The green-colored flames suddenly intensified, rising 3 feet in height. "What kind of monster are you?" In the horrified gazes of the three demonic creatures, the 3-foot-tall green-colored flame general-like shape was generated. Mengxing floated up to the heart of the cyan flame general as if he was in water in the green lotus earth heart flame. This was inspired by the anime quest from his previous life, Master Zeb Susanoo. Mengxing's weakness was that his physical body was not strong enough. If he used his massive spirituality to form such a flame giant, he would be able to attack and defend. The green-colored flame general reached out and grabbed Dad. This demonic creature was at best a D stage, and was burned to death by Mengxing without much room for resistance. Mom, on the other hand, looked good and should be a C rank. But she was also panicking at the moment. This gentleness she was unable to give the flame giant in front of her a bit of enjoyment. Mom spat out a cloud of poisonous mist, spread out a pair of circular gauge-like insect legs and ran. The green lotus earthly heart flame was originally the nemesis of poison, and the poisonous mist turned into steam before it even touched the green flame general. The cyan flame general grabbed Mom and snapped her neck, then grabbed the dumbfounded demonic girl as his morose voice rang out. "Brother thinks you are indeed cute, so cute that he wants to bury you. Plant. I know you're strong, but you're not that strong. Do you know how many magical creatures have come to the South Sea during this time? Don't think you can stop this demonic invasion by getting information out of me, because the terror this time is beyond your imagination. If you let me go, I'll tell you how you can escape from the South Sea." That little demonic creature girl bared her teeth and kept clamoring, in a vain attempt to get Mengxing to let her go in this way. She felt that Mengxing didn't kill herself, and must have sensed that this time around, the demonic invasion was different from the past, so she threw in the towel. Until the little demonic creature followed Mengxing through the garden where the construction was not yet finished and entered Mengxing's small courtyard, its mouth still blared. Mengxing dropped the two adult demons on the ground, then walked to a huge container in the courtyard. Pulling open the door, several corpses rolled down. The little demonic creature shut up, because what she saw in that huge container was hundreds of corpses. This human in front of her was not a good person. More humans had died at his hands than the demons had killed. She saw Mengxing digging out a deep pit in the ground and then throwing a body in. The pit couldn't hold that much, so Mengxing went up and stepped on it solidly, froze 2 more bodies, and threw 2 demonic corpses in. This kind of behavior that even demons found perverted made the little demonic creature gulp. Retracting its wings, it sat honestly on the ground, not daring to make a single superfluous movement. Mengxing sat beside the little demonic creature and said, "Know why I didn't kill you? I'm keeping you to be useful, don't be so nervous." The little demonic creature breathed a sigh of relief and was thinking hard about what use he had for Mengxing. Mengxing's next words made the little demonic creature break out in fear. "I've always wanted to try if the spirituality on living things buried in the ground would be good for cultivating plants." The little demonic creature cried out directly. "Brother, don't, I'm still young, can you wait until I'm a bit older before you do it?" Mengxing shook his head. This was impossible, unless the little demonic creature had other uses. Suddenly, the starry sky darkened, and the moon was covered by dark clouds. Accompanied by a loud clap of thunder, a fierce wind rose up and sudden rain poured down. The wind was wailing paired with the pouring rain, like the heavens were crying. The sky was crying for something horrible. Mengxing hurriedly stood up from the vegetable field. A burst of European chi? This was a vision. Was another S-rank plant about to appear? The earth kept churning as a vine broke out of the ground and crisscrossed around the vegetable patch like a python. The vine was continuously sucking up the remaining sexual spirit nutrients in the vegetable field, and a rosebush flower was born from the vine. The blooms were stunning and delicate. After hundreds of rosebud flowers grew from the vines, huge thunderbolts exploded in the sky, shaking Mengxing's ears. Mengxing raised his head, and the clouds dispersed and the rain stopped. What was this thing? How did it make the heavens cry in rage? A wave of arcane information surged into Meng Xing's mind. Solar Staircase, S-rank item. The solar staircase is also known as the ancestor virus, a virus that enhances the human body's abilities, including physical strength, mobility, etc., and prolongs the human lifespan. Only a small portion will obtain a perfect evolution, with a higher probability of producing a horrifying failed evolution. Meng Xing immediately knew what this was. Not many people might be familiar with the solar staircase, and not too many people should have heard of the patriarchal virus, but a movie was definitely widely known. Resident Evil. The C, T, and G viruses created by the Umbrella Corporation in that movie all came from research on the solar staircase. In other words, the failed evolution of this thing can create low IQ monsters that exceed human limits and are contagious, commonly known as zombies, and the probability of failed evolution was 99%. Meng Xing was both happy and worried about the appearance of the solar staircase. He had been wondering how to quickly develop the lowest level hunters. It couldn't be that all the hunters were devil fruit awakened, could it? The difficulty of cultivating devil fruit was not low. Wasn't this sun staircase just a way to grant ordinary people transcendent powers? It is simply a weakened version of the devil fruit. Meng Xing was full of joy about the appearance of the solar staircase, but worries also came to his mind. He wanted to develop hunters, but didn't want to turn this high martial world into a zombie apocalypse. If we can change this thing's flaws of infectiousness and destroying intelligence, that would be perfect. The green lotus earthly heart flame possesses the effects of clearing the mind and purging toxins. I wonder if it can erase this thing's flaws. Meng Xing did as he said and lifted up the green lotus earthly heart flame in his hand, and the power of the green lotus earthly heart flame entered the rosebush along with the spirituality. Both of them belonged to the items Meng Xing had planted, and his familiarity with them was comparable to his right and left hands. In less than a minute, Meng Xing completed his transformation of the rosebush. He glanced at the little demonic creature and handed her the rosebud in his hand. Eat it. The little demonic creature didn't dare disobey and obediently ate it. She felt that she was a demonic creature, so even if it was poisonous, it shouldn't create too much of a problem. However, the next second she knew she was wrong. A horrible tearing sensation came from every location in her body. Her heart, liver, spleen, lungs and even her brain cells were all suffering from the pain of cellular tearing. Lying on the ground, she screamed miserably for most of the day before the pain subsided. Viralization, E rank, consumes spirituality, can viralize and change appearance. Strength, speed, and self-healing ability increase dramatically. Devouring spiritual items, devouring solar stairs can prompt evolution and raise the rank. The little demonic creature was stunned. It hurt a little, but he had awakened a new talent? Devils and humans alike could awaken their talents. Only the devils were born with an awakened combat talent and had a higher chance of awakening multiple talents in the future than humans. Meng Xing observed her for most of the day before determining that the beginning virus SIQ destroying flaw was remedied, and the contagiousness should have been eliminated as well. He wanted to purify the entire vines of the beginning virus all over again with the green lotus earth heart flame, but after thinking about it, he still picked a few rosebuds from the vines and collected them. The zombification carried by this originator virus might be useful in the future. Meng Xing's entire body spiritually irrigated the vines. After more than 10 minutes, he got rid of all the negative effects of the vines before he breathed a long sigh of relief. Without waiting to rest, Meng Xing, whose spirit was extremely energized, continued to start burying the corpses too. Taking advantage of today's burst of Qi, he might be able to cultivate some more transcendent plants. Only when the remaining corpses were all turned into ashes did Meng Xing look at the fruits of his labor with relief like an old farmer. A whole bunch of F-rank and E-rank transcendent plants had been planted, and 5 devil fruits had been cultivated. You, what kind of monster are you? The little demonic creature could feel the power contained in these plants and trembled in fear, regretting why he had messed with Meng Xing. Why did he choose that cafe for good reason? What's all this? Meng Xing didn't say anything, picked up the little devil and threw it into the dug pit. The little devil cried out, "I've never eaten anyone, please let me go." Meng Xing began to fill in the dirt. The little demonic creature's face was covered in mud and sand, and those who didn't know thought Meng Xing was abusing children. The little demonic creature prayed bitterly, "My lord, don't bury me, go bury the other demons, I know where they are." The work in Meng Xing's hand stopped, waiting for the little demonic creature's next words. Seeing that there was a trick, the little demonic creature's tears collected. "My lord, I know where that gang of demons' lair is, really I never lie." Meng Xing began to calculate in his heart. He did not want to see anything happen to the South China Sea. After all, a hunter guild had just taken root in the South China Sea and was taking shape. In case the South China Sea fell, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Most importantly, the Devil's Fruit Tree, the Green Lotus, and the Sun Staircase were all in the old town, and he wasn't sure if he could take them away. Meng Xing squatted outside the pit and asked flatly, First, tell us why you came to the South Sea. The little demonic creature's eyes rolled, and Shu asked. Then can you pull me up first? Meng Xing grinned and continued to fill in the dirt, scaring the little demonic creature into wailing. I'll say it, my lord, I'll say it. Only then did Meng Xing stop and quietly waited for the little demonic creature to narrate. As expected, Meng Xing guessed correctly that this time, the invasion of the demons in Nanhai City was not simply foraging for food. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent out strange demons that could disguise themselves as humans, and they wouldn't have targeted the new city center. They came here to rescue a magical beast that had been imprisoned by the security bureau. Meng Xing said suspiciously. Magical beasts are relatively rare amongst magical creatures. But how important of a magical beast would it have to be to warrant you guys going to such lengths to rescue it? The little demonic creature returned. That was a powerful magical beast with a 9th stage spirituality, and the humans wanted to obtain the power of that magical beast. Meng Xing raised an eyebrow. Acquire the power of a magical beast? The little demonic creature explained. Some years ago, the human hierarchy researched a method that could seal a magical beast inside an awakened person. After the awakened person seals a magical beast inside their body, they can borrow the magical beast's vast spirituality and talent. Meng Xing couldn't help but speak out. This? Gaining the power of a magical beast after sealing it inside your body? Human pillar power? According to the little demonic creature, this was called human pillar power, right? The little demonic creature didn't understand what human pillar power meant as she continued. Naturally, the demonic creature cannot let such a strong person appear in humanity, so it must either rescue that demonic beast, or kill that demonic beast. Meng Xing was still a bit skeptical. How could this little demonic creature know so much precious information? He felt that this little devil creature was not being honest, so he walked to the devil fruit tree and selected a devil fruit to throw to the little devil creature. Eat it. The little demonic creature hesitated for a moment, opened her mouth and bit down, waiting for the same pain to appear as if she had eaten a rosebush after eating it. However, she did not wait for that pain. Everyone's fruit, C rank. You can get high intelligence, learning ability, walking on 2 feet, natural lifespan, and other human-specific abilities that are equal to those of a human. A C-stage talent? Before she could try out the supernatural abilities of this talent, Meng Xing manipulated the green lotus earthly heart flame to incinerate her sea of consciousness. The little demonic creature was in so much pain that she couldn't move at that moment, holding her head and screaming for mercy. Meng Xing smiled and asked, "What you just said is true. The method of devouring is news from the human hierarchy. How could it be known by a little demonic creature like you?" The little demonic creature endured the severe pain and explained. In the world of demonic creatures all news can be shared. The rest of the demonic creatures might keep it a secret from the humans, but I don't think I have to work for the demons. Feeling that this was a disloyal alternative demonic creature. Under the burning of the green lotus earth heart flame, no one had the leisure to lie. Meng Xing, in order to test the waters, had a brainwave and asked again. Have you actually eaten anyone? The little demonic creature screamed without thinking. I've eaten, but it's only natural for demons to eat people just like humans eat animals. Meng Xing was certain that the little demonic creature's information was true, and withdrew the burning of the green lotus earthly heart flame. This little demonic creature couldn't die yet, he had a great use for it. If this little demonic creature could help hunters hunt demons, wouldn't he or she be able to obtain a lot of nice spiritual corpses? Meng Xing made a rising movement that scared the little demonic creature and hurriedly held its head and squatted down, yelling something like "Spare my life, I was wrong." Meng Xing laughed. From now on, you'll be my slave, you must usually live by my side as a human, now tell me everything you know. The little demonic creature turned into a human at Meng Xing's gesture, and under the effect of the fruit of everyone, she became more human-like this time. Instead of the initial bloodless face, she became a little girl with a powdered face. The little demonic creature belonged to the intelligent demonic creature and had her own name, called Rattles. She now had a total of 4 talents. In addition to demonization, which all magical creatures were born with, there was also disguise, anthropomorphism, virilization, everyone's fruit. She also became the Hunter Guild's first demon hunter, nicknamed Demon Bear. With her unreserved betrayal of her kind, Meng Xing knew where the demons were hiding, as well as their future plans. Meng Xing took out his cell phone and released the mission in the Hunter Union app. Demon Extermination Order, hunt down the demons lurking in the South Sea City. Mission objective, kill demons disguised as humans. Mission location, East District East Bridge Cave, East District Harbor Shampoo Salon, West District. Mission reward, points will be given out according to the quality of the corpse of the demonic creature. 1 point for F order, 5 points for E order, 10 points for D order, 50 points for C order, B order. Mission reward, points will be given out according to the quality of the corpse of the demonic creature. Tai Lin's head was about to explode. The ashtray in front of him was already piled with cigarette butts, and a few cigarette butts spilled onto the table. These magical creatures hidden in the downtown area of the South China Sea are simply the annoying mosquitoes of midsummer. Harder to find with the lights on than zero, and noisier than one with the lights off. He rubbed his hair into a ball, and his disciple Lin Xiaoquan heartily handed over a cup of hot tea. Don't be anxious, master, take your time, always find those rats in the gutter. Tai Lin once again lit a cigarette and stared with eyes full of red blood. Yesterday the top said that these things can disguise themselves as humans, it's just too hard to find them in a crowd. More and more people have been dying lately, and the director gave a death order that there must be a harvest within a week. The people who were mutilated by the demons as reported were just the tip of the iceberg, God knows how many monsters were hidden in the crowd. Lin Xiaoquan complained. I think this director way is just screwing with you, finding those things is a needle in a haystack. How is it possible in a week's time? Tai Lin annoyingly opened the Hunter Guild software to send out some kind of quest to see if he could get the hunters to help. He really didn't want to use the power of the Hunter Guild until it was absolutely necessary. At this time, he saw a quest that was set as top by the Hunter Guild, with red font that was particularly conspicuous. Demon Execution Order, kill the demons lurking in East Ocean City. Quest objective, kill demons disguised as humans. Tai Lin was stunned, those demonic creatures called pretenders could disguise themselves as humans, and he had only learned about it a short while ago. The guild knew this? It even issued a quest? Continuing down the page, quest location. Tai Lin sat up violently, his heart turning over in shocking waves, his hands constantly trembling. Quickly, send out the police. Call the police now. Lin Xiaoquan queried. Master, you know where those monsters are hiding? Tai Lin nodded repeatedly. Yes, quick, set out now. Catch them off guard. P.S. My baby sister Rattle left a few days ago, I miss her so much, I hope she can be happy without her sister's protection. Just a little bit of remembrance, ha. Author QQ 177-229-2728. You can discuss the plot together, accept any criticism. East District, Harbor Lane. Here the streets are dilapidated, a row of old houses hung with plaques such as shampoo salon, massage room. The pink ambiguous light brings some light to the dirty street. Most people in the Eastern District knew that this was the cheap kiln district, and most of the special workers were ants in their 40s. Dozens of plainclothesmen had already mapped out the conditions of this street, and one of them suspiciously said to Tai Lin, Chief, are you sure those things are in here? Tai Lin originally didn't really believe in the Hunter Guild's information, but after seeing the tightly closed roll-up door of the Harbor Shampoo Salon, he was completely sure of the authenticity of the Hunter Guild's information. As the former director of the Eastern District, every blade of grass and every tree in the Eastern District was deep in his mind. Usually, the Harbor Shampoo Salon did good business because there were more women in their 30s here. This was the hottest business hour, how could it be closed? Boss, the chief already has a problem with you. In case we forcefully break into a merchant's house, I'm afraid he'll put a label on you. The plainclothes man reminded in a low voice. Tai Lin glanced at him and made a gesture. The plainclothesman immediately blocked off the street and moved to surround the place, occupying the best place to fight. It was obvious that the training was well organized. Tai Lin's arm bisonized and directly tore the roll-up door apart, and several plainclothesmen broke in and roared. Sweeping pornography. All hold your heads. The scene inside made everyone freeze. The walls were stained with blood, as if they were splattered with paint. Sexily dressed women were lying on their backs, their bodies in various shapes and sizes. The stench hurt everyone's sense of smell. The plainclothesmen's faces instantly changed. The demons were really hiding here. How did Senior Captain Tai Lin know about the clues that even the scouting section didn't have? They didn't have time to admire Tai Lin and hurriedly took out their own standardized weapons and searched the hair salon in groups. Leader, no demons were found. Leader, there's nothing on the second floor either. Leader, there's something in the basement. Tai Lin even brought the plainclothes around him and quickly walked towards the basement, where a dozen or so coolly dressed, wonderful women were huddled in the utility room, looking at the plainclothesmen in horror. It looked like they were special workers here. A plainclothesman dropped his guard and walked over to the dozen women. It's okay, don't be afraid, you're safe now. Tyrion suddenly shouted. Don't go over there. The plainclothesman froze for a moment, and before he could regain his senses, one of the women had already magically transformed into a monster with a praying mantis-like body. Sharp claws chopped towards the plainclothesman. Tai Lin immediately bisonized and charged across the room to smash the demonic creature's head. The remaining magical creatures didn't pretend anymore, they were all demonized, and a fierce encounter began in the dimly lit basement. These demonic creatures were not too high in rank, most of them were E rank, only 2 were D rank, all of them were killed under Tai Lin's leadership. Leader, you are truly divine. Directly terminated a demon nest. The plainclothesman who was saved flattered. Tai Lin said expressionlessly. Tell the brothers they can work. A plainclothesman with a headset took out his communicator to send a message. Before coming to Harbor Lane, Tai Lin had arranged for the military officials to keep an eye on all the demon dens in the Eastern District. Now that the authenticity of the Hunter Guild's mission had been established, it was time to make a move to clean up the demons. Leader, do we need to support our colleagues in the Eastern District? A plainclothesman asked. Tai Lin shook his head. No, go to the Western District. We must clean up the demons hiding in the city tonight. Tai Lin's heart was half-cooled when he saw the demons disguised as ladies. If he hadn't been too familiar with these gray places in the Eastern District and knew that young 17 or 18-year-old girls wouldn't do business here, he would have been tricked by the fiends himself. These demonic creatures were completely different from the ones they had seen in the past, and tonight's opponents possessed an extremely high level of intelligence. They will definitely contact each other, so they need to move fast. If we don't make a surprise attack tonight to clear out all the demons, it would be the same as spooking the snakes. The Security Bureau is thoroughly busy tonight. Whether it was the martial officers of the Directorate or the magistrates of the Institute, all of them were mobilized by Tai Lin. Tai Lin did have strong commanding abilities, and was definitely a famous general in ancient times. Under his command for a few hours, the Eastern District, the Western District, had already been cleared. The outskirts of the Northern District. The modified van of the Security Bureau was traveling on the road at a high speed. Tai Lin was sitting in the passenger seat with a worried face. Leader, why don't you take a break? Tai Lin shook his head and urged, drive faster. Tai Lin, who hadn't rested for 24 hours, didn't feel tired at all. The dark night was ending soon, and he wasn't sure if the military officials would be able to finish completely before the sun appeared. After dawn, the citizens could start moving around. Learning that they were in danger, the demons were afraid that they would doggedly jump over the wall, and the frenzied ones would most likely strike out at the civilians. A bloodbath was just around the corner. Arriving at the destination, Hongtao Scrapyard, the military officials changed their fatigue, their faces were filled with a stern aura, and their spirituality was spread all over their bodies. They split into 3 squads, carrying their standardized weapons, cat-patting, and sneaking towards the scrapyard. It's almost dawn, it's too late, strong attack. At Tai Lin's command, 2 power martial officers kicked open the large iron gate of the scrapyard. The martial officers rushed into the yard of the scrapyard in a swarm. However, the scene inside caused their shouts of murder to get stuck in their throats, and Tai Lin's eyes rounded. This place had just experienced a grueling battle. There were more than a dozen corpses of demons scattered on the mountains of scrap in the yard, and in the center of those demonic corpses stood a big, robust man. Wearing a black European and American round hat, he wore a black trench coat and black men's leather pants. On his face was a black leather mask that covered his eyes and nose. Kind of like Zorro's outfit in the movie. Only he didn't hold a pistol in his hand was a cannon barrel, which should be his natural ability. There was no doubt that these monsters were solved by this mysterious big man. The first dawn light tore through the darkness of the night and shone on the big man with a bit of a ranger flavor. The big man also froze when he saw Tai Lin, then revealed 2 rows of teeth blackened by cigarettes and smiled meaningfully. I'll let you have it. The big man finished leaping off the scrap pile, got into a black commercial car with no license plate, and drove away from the scrapyard in a hurry. Leader, should we give chase? A military officer asked. Tai Lin returned to his senses and hurriedly said, no, leave him alone and go to the next target. He turned around and ran towards the van. It was dawn and time was running out. Suddenly, his cell phone rang, casually taking it out to take a look. It was a message from the Hunter Guild. Demon execution order, kill the demons lurking in Donghai City. Mission status, completed. Tai Lin paused in his steps and looked at the pedestrians and vehicles that were appearing one after another on the streets, his face full of astonishment. The monsters lurking in the East Sea were all wiped out? Did the hunters do it? Tai Lin was in a trance, and his body, which had been tense all night, completely relaxed. Leader, what's wrong? A military officer asked suspiciously. Tai Lin let out a sigh of relief. Go back to the general administration. The military officers didn't dare to ask more questions and got into the car with Tai Lin to return to the General Bureau. On the road Tai Lin didn't say a word, frowning as he pondered the questions he hadn't thought about this night. Didn't the Hunter Guild not want to be exposed? Hunting magic creatures was indeed one of the rules of the Hunter Guild, but why risk exposure by going on a rampage in the city? Demonic creatures were also found in the wild, and the guild was clearly trying to save the city. Shouldn't this kind of transcendent power only care about its own development and not take the people seriously? Tai Lin murmured with a complicated expression. What kind of existence is the Hunter Guild in the end? The Security Bureau will never allow the existence of transcendent forces. I have to find a way to erase the traces of the Hunter's activities tonight. At the Amamo Cafe, Meng Xing sat by the window, and the little demonic creature Rattle sat across from him. Meng Xing pushed the fruit mousse cake to Shaking Bell. Tell me, what's the next step for the magical creatures? Rocking Bell was still in shock. The 800 or so demons that lurked in the South Sea had all been cleaned up overnight? This was simply unimaginable. According to the information from the demons, the magistrates of the South Sea City didn't have this kind of strength yet, and the Hunter Guild must have played a lot of roles in it. Now she was also a member of the human transcendent forces. Shaking Bell didn't have any reservations and shook her head. The original plan was for the pretenders to coordinate with the demons outside the city and capture the South Sea in one fell swoop. But now that the pretenders are overthrown, I'm not sure what their next plan is. Meng Xing understood and pointed at the fruit mousse cake. Hurry up and eat. Shaking Bell licked her lips, took a shallow taste, and her eyes directly lit up. Yummy! There was being delicious. It's so fragrant, even more fragrant than human flesh. Can I eat it every day from now on? Then he took a big bite and stuffed it into his mouth, his little ears twitching. Meng Xing seemed to be dotingly stroking Shaking Bell's little head. Eat more. Shaking Bell sweetly revealed two small tiger teeth. Aren't you going to eat, brother? This scene of brother-sister harmony caused the surrounding guests to involuntarily smile. Then, Meng Xing shoved his cell phone into Shaking Bell's head and smiled. Just eat. You'll have the strength to run for your life when you're full. Good, huh? Run for your life? Shaking Bell's smile froze. Meng Xing opened the notebook in front of him and wrote as he spoke. I've notified the sheriff's office that a thief has groped my cell phone. The thief is very young, and I suspect that there is a criminal gang behind her that forces children to steal. I have stabilized the thief and the sheriffs will be here shortly. Shaker stared at the cream-covered face in disbelief. What did you say? What do you mean? Meng Xing looked up calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. You guessed correctly, you're the thief. But you're a demonic creature that doesn't dare to be investigated by the Public Security Bureau, so you'll be demonized to desperately escape from the city. Remember to contact me after you leave the city and find the demon organization, and don't lose your cell phone. If you can't be contacted, you're dead. Rattlesnake smiled far-fetchedly. You're not kidding, right? Meng Xing's sincere eyes made Shaking Bell's heart flutter. Last night I intentionally let some demons go, and you weren't the only one who escaped the purge by the Security Bureau, so you don't have to worry about the demons outside the city suspecting you of being a spy. Shaking Bell was immediately alert, her large grape-like eyes glancing around, and she indeed found a few magistrates outside the door heading towards the cafe. Meng Xing lowered his head and continued to write and draw. Run, if you get caught by the sheriffs, I will kill you. Shaking Bell felt that the man in front of him was a devil. The magistrates walked in, their eyes locked on Shaking Bell. Not daring to be careless, Shaking Bell leapt up from the couch and ran desperately towards the back door. The magistrates rushed after it. Meng Xing glanced lightly and took a small sip of coffee. Let's hope that Rattlesnake can escape the city without any problems, or else he'll have wasted a devil fruit and have one less demon spy. A greedy look appeared in his eyes. The spirituality contained in the demonic corpses was really high quality. He wanted to bury all those outside the city. In the late afternoon, the South Sea General Security Bureau, the director's office. A 27 or 18-looking woman ambled on her desk reviewing documents. With her tall figure, cold face, and slender thighs, she was definitely described as a super-imperial lady. White magistrate uniform top, black tight pants and high leather boots, can completely satisfy all the fantasies of certain otaku who love search officer. The woman's name was Wei Na, the current director of the General Security Bureau. A-rank combat talent, spirituality 8th stage. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked. Enter. Wei Na put down her pen, straightened up and crossed her legs, indifferently looking at the approaching magistrate. The magistrate stole a glance at Wei Na's two long round legs that were stacked together and respectfully said, Director, after last night's efforts, the South Sea Devils have been cleared. Wei Na quickly hid her shock and knitted her brows as she asked, Cleared all the demons overnight? Where's Tai Lin? Why didn't you report on the work in person? The sheriff handed over a document and replied, Captain Tai is doing the final finishing touches. He's been busy all night and hasn't had time to rest yet, so he'll probably come to you tomorrow to report. Wei Na took the document and glanced at it. Report on the incident of the pretenders in South Sea City. Waving her hand, she asked the magistrate to step back. After the person left, Wei Na showed an incredulous expression. I gave him a week to end this cholera, and he took care of it in a day? How is this possible? Tai Lin has gotten credit again. He's sitting so securely as a brigadier general. How else is my brother going to be transferred to the general directorate? She flung the report aside in annoyance, her face full of displeasure. Is it hard to believe that he really has official luck? At this moment, the cell phone rang, the caller Wei Ming, that indisputable younger brother. Sis, how's my matter? When will I be able to enter the general administration? Wei Ming spoke with a bit of a lisp, causing Wei Na to frown. Where are you? Why is the environment so noisy? Wei Ming. I'm singing. You don't know, sis, the security office is boring as hell. Those female security officers don't know how to be funny. Wei Na suppressed her anger. Who took you there? A man hurriedly picked up the phone and fawned. Director, don't worry, Wei is happy, surely safely sent to home. Listening to the warbling voice on the other end of the phone, Wei Na's eyes became icy cold. Who are you again? The man hurriedly said. Director, my name is Nye San, Director of the Organization Department of the Eastern District Security Office. My subordinates are absolutely loyal to Wei Na. Wei Na's tone was unkind. You're a division-level cadre, taking the director to a place like that in broad daylight? You don't want to do it anymore, do you? Put Wei Ming on the phone. The man panicked. Why was it different from the script? Shouldn't these big families like loyal lapdogs like themselves? Wei Ming picked up the phone. Sis, why are you so serious? Nye San is the most knowledgeable person in the office, don't be mad, haha. When I transfer to the General Directorate, I still want to get Nye San over there as well. Wei Na couldn't hold her anger in any longer. Tai Lin is making merit, you're having fun, what are you going to fight him with? Wei Ming smirked. I don't still have you here, sis, what's the use of him fighting for his life? He's just a little yakuza with no background. Wei Na was so angry that her full breasts continued to rise and fall, and the buttons of her white shirt were about to fall apart. Last night Tai Lin cleaned up all the demons in the South China Sea. This position is secure, I can't help you. Wei Ming sobered up a large portion of the wine and stumbled. You don't scare me, sister. What should I do, You can't leave me alone. Wei Na said in annoyance. Think of your own way to go. If you have the ability to bring him down, I will care about you. Said, hanging up the phone. How could one really not care about this brother anymore? She looked up the report, hoping to find any clues. Crown KTV. Wei Ming drove away all the princess ladies and rubbed his hair. Tai Lin can't even find a single stain. What am I going to pull him off his horse? Nye San weakly spoke out at this time. Does concubine count? Wei Ming got energized. Yes. Nye San continued. New Era Furniture has a saleswoman named Do Yuba. I vaguely remember the day I wanted to decorate the house and met Do Yuba, then tried to find ways to sleep with her. Just when he was on the verge, Tai Lin gave him a warning, forbidding himself to harass the bitch. This is not a concubine is what? Afternoon. Mr. Ma, I'm going to Mr. Meng's place to check it out. Do Yuba smiled coquettishly at the boss, greeted him and left with her small purse. The boss didn't say anything about this. The whole company knew that this woman was an old acquaintance of Mr. Meng, and having her keep an eye on the schedule couldn't be better. Do Yuba out of the door, vaguely found something wrong. A sense of prying eyes enveloped himself. She looked around, did not see anyone, all is their own suspicion. Driving the light luxury car she just bought towards the old city center. An old black Jetta also started its engine at this moment and followed unhurriedly. Nye San, who acted as the driver, was filled with indignation. Damn, I know this woman better than that. She has a paralyzed mother in the hospital to support. How can she afford to buy a car? That car is not cheap, it looks like a gift from someone else. Who gave her the car? Obviously, Tai Lin. This woman was definitely Tai Lin's concubine. Nye San smiled grimly. With Tai Lin's salary these past few years, he probably can't afford to buy this kind of car, right? Let alone buying it for another woman? He must have taken a bribe. Then he continued his analysis. She left before she got off work, and it's rumored that Tai Lin isn't at the main office today either, you understand, right Wei? How could Wei Ming not understand? This must have gone to find Tai Lin to have a rendezvous. Wei Ming's face turned red with excitement. Quickly chase after her, don't let her find out. I have an intuition that I can find Tai Lin's stain today. Nye San was as fierce as a tiger in the driver's seat with one operation. Don't worry, I majored in reconnaissance in military school back then. In the end, there are specialties. Nye San, this person's character is no longer how bad, the professional field can still be. Do Yuba was just a sales executive, and completely missed the fact that he was being followed, driving a small car all the way to the old city. After a small half-month of stargazing by construction workers, Mangxing's garden manor has taken shape. Even the muddy paths had become asphalt. It was impossible to work this fast on Earth. Labor was even cheaper in this world, and if it wasn't for the recent demonic rebellion, it would be possible to work overnight almost every day. Wei Ming stuttered when he saw this scene. This Tai Lin's? Nye San sneered. That's a military officer brigadier, in charge of the entire city's military officer power. There's a lot of oil and water since. Wei Ming began to envision the scene of pulling Tai Lin down and becoming a military official himself. Money, power, girls, what to have what? Wine pool, meat forest, free and easy. Wei Ming took a deep breath. Bring the security recorder, record it all. It'll be used as evidence in court. Nye San looked like he had gotten his revenge. Okay. Do Yuba's red car stopped in front of a small courtyard. Wei Ming and the two of them also stopped far away from the car for fear of alerting the snakes. Nye San, you take the recorder and record more video over here, I'll follow over to see what's going on. Wei Ming said and got out of the car, following Do Yuba. A few workers spotted the two. Without any surprise, they just thought they were engineers or something sent by the higher-ups, and the workers continued to do their own thing. Mengxing's small courtyard. Mengxing was checking the backstage of the Hunter Guild app. Since the Sun Staircase was planted out, the guild's promotion had become stronger, and in the past 2 days it had already dozens more hunters. They were all ordinary people who had failed to awaken, or had awakened to the living profession and were having trouble surviving. Since there was no energy from the Green Lotus Earthly Heart Flame and the Solar Staircase, the viralized awakened were not as controllable as the Devil Fruit awakened. So Mengxing increased their constraints in the rules. It was not allowed to use the viralization talent in front of anyone, and even if they did, they needed to wear a mask. Revenge was allowed, but no unprovoked evil was allowed. Even if some people disdained the rules set by Mengxing, it was still them seeking death. They didn't yet know that the Hunter Guild app had a location function and a listening function. Su Manman would immediately contact Tai Lin to have him lead the military officials to kill them. Killing the awakened criminals would also give Tai Lin some more merit. Master Meng, the demonic corpses have already been loaded. Are they going to be shipped over tonight? Do Yuba asked respectfully, lowering his head and not daring to look at Mengxing's face. Nearly 1,000 demonic corpses. After Tai Lin's operation there were more than 500 that could be transported to Mengxing. How to transport them was Do Yuba's job. Sure enough, professional things should be left to professionals. Do Yuba did a good job. Mengxing, who was lying on the recliner, revealed a color of approval. Mengxing said, send it over tonight. By the way, is your mother okay? Do Yuba was stunned, followed by a chill. Was this a threat? She raised her head eagerly. Master Meng, I'm sure I'll get the job done, and in case something goes wrong, I can kill myself right away and no one will be able to ask me anything. It was quite dangerous to transport so many demonic corpses, and in case the magistrate caught them, it would be hard to explain. Mengxing laughed. What kind of person do you think I am? There wouldn't be any vigilantes setting up barriers on Do Yuba's necessary route, not even the traffic vigilantes, and Tai Lin wasn't a hard worker. The only source of danger is Do Yuba committing stupidity and blowing himself up. Mengxing continued. Kindergartens know that good children should have little red flowers. I can help your mother transfer to the South China Sea Medical University. The chances of recovery are greater. The full name of Nanhai Medical University was the first hospital affiliated to Nanhai Medical University, which was the best hospital in Nanhai City now. Whether or not an ordinary person could go to that hospital for treatment all depended on fate, and it was hard to find a specialist number. Mengxing remembers that a hunter named Du was a doctor there. A little bit of operation, do not let Dr. Du found the identity of Do Yuba, can also be arranged to go in a patient. Do Yuba's face showed surprise. Really? Thank you, Master Meng. Mengxing added. Children who do wrong will also be punished, so just do your job seriously. It was this sentence that was considered a threat. Once upon a time, Do Yuba still felt that he had a price, and that he knew a lot of the Hunter Guild's secrets, but this time, he was completely taken down. What man? Huang Jia's angry shout came from outside the door. It was immediately followed by a scuffle. Not long after, Huang Jia entered the courtyard carrying an oily youth. Brother, this kid is sneaking around at the door, what to do with him? Mengxing's face immediately sank as he looked at Do Yuba. Your man? Do Yuba panicked and fell to his knees. No, this is definitely not our company's workers. That youth was none other than Wei Ming, who was also stunned when he saw Mengxing. Who are you? Where's Tai Lin? Mengxing frowned. Tai Lin? At this time, the cell phone rang, and it was a message from Su Manman. Wei Ming, director of the East District Security Office, the pro-brother of Wei Na, director of the South China Sea Security General Bureau. Mengxing's mind turned, and he quickly figured out what was going on. This was afraid that he had come to find trouble with Tai Lin, and he hadn't expected to look in the wrong direction and run into himself. He glanced meaningfully at Do Yuba. Next time walk and keep your eyes peeled, bring a tail and don't even know it. Do Yuba didn't dare to say anything and lowered his head. Where's Tai Lin? Let Tai Lin come see me. Wei Ming had a bad attitude and now thought Mengxing and the others were Tai Lin's people. Mengxing snorted. Come to me and still dare to yell, slap your mouth. Huang Jia was not spoiled, his big mouth was not ambiguous at all, and froze Wei Ming, a fine-skinned guy with swollen cheeks. Mengxing crossed his legs on the chair. Can you talk properly now? Wei Ming covered his face and sat on his knees, looking at Mengxing in horror. Can. Obviously, Wei Ming understood that Mengxing had the final say here, and the people here were not the good guys in the old city. Mengxing reached out and touched Wei Ming's head. Who are you? What are you doing here? There's no Tai Lin you're looking for here. Wei Ming stammered. I went the wrong way. Mengxing laughed and pointed to a devil fruit on Huang Jia's head. Come as a guest, pick a fruit to quench his thirst. When Mengxing knew that this kid was the general director of public security Wei Na's own brother, his heart turned into a flower of joy. In Nanhai City, Who was the Hunter Guild's biggest imaginary enemy? It had to be the Directorate of Public Security. The Security Bureau did not allow the existence of transcendent forces in the city, and did not allow any forces that were not under their control to appear. This kid is the future bargaining chip with the Security Bureau. Chief Commissioner Wiener's brother? Double the value. Huang Jia plucked the fruit and handed it to Wei Ming. Eat it. Wei Ming looked at the poorly sold fruit in front of him with 100 reluctance in his heart. He held his breath and shouted, "Do you know who I am? I'm the director of the Eastern District of the Security Bureau, so put away your crooked thoughts and I can forgive you for hitting me." Huang Jia subconsciously took 2 steps back. The powerful image of the magistrate was ingrained in Huang Jia's mind. And beating up the chief himself? His punk mindset hadn't completely reversed itself. He gulped. "Brother, get him killed, he's seen our faces, he's a nuisance." Meng Xing nodded regretfully. "Offended a director, and this director is still unwilling to accept our apology, so get dead." Wei Ming wimped out. Reporting his identity and still getting killed? This group of people really seemed to have the reason and ability to get him killed. He still had a large number of sisters he hadn't favored. How could he be willing to die? No. I accept. I'll eat. Wei Ming cupped the fruit in his hand and took a big bite, staring deathly at the murderous Huang Jia. Meng Xing waved his hand, signaling Huang Jia to stand honestly. After Wei Ming finished eating the fruit, he nervously asked, "Finished eating, is it okay? I definitely won't retaliate against you guys, I swear." He, like many people, thought that the fruit was some sort of offending psychotropic drug, similar to a certain corn. Wei Ming kept telling himself inwardly to stabilize them, wait to go back to the office to find someone to detoxify the poison, and then get these bastards killed. Right at this moment, Wei Ming's eyes widened in shock. Jacket fruit, C rank, consumes the spirituality of the entire body and turns it into a jacket. Regardless of whether the object is an animal or a monster, as long as it is worn, it will become completely controlled. This fruit was the fruit that Meng Xing had chosen to give to Wei Ming. The jacket fruit was powerful and useless. It seemed to have a strong possession ability, but without someone actively wearing a jacket. Then he was just a jacket. Moreover, the ability of this fruit is considered a rare passive talent, and it is difficult to be detected by the awakening station when not turned into a jacket. Meng Xing wanted this effect, which was equivalent to giving Wei Ming a poison that was controlled by Meng Xing. Wei Ming stared in horror. He had awakened? Awakened a dual talent? He wasn't stupid, he instantly understood how Tai Lin had awakened dual talents. It couldn't escape from the youth in front of him who was about the same age as himself. Meng Xing smiled and said, "Alright, the fruit has been eaten, we're friends now, we can trouble each other in the future, be my guest." Wei Ming opened his mouth in incredulity. "I can leave?" Meng Xing nodded slightly. Wei Ming ran out of the small courtyard as if he was fleeing. This place was too weird. Huang Jia looked at Wei Ming's departing back, his heart was apprehensive and asked, "Brother, is it okay to let go?" Meng Xing glanced at him. "Is it okay to kill a director? Do you think that the surveillance along the way is just for show? He's not small." Wei Ming ran out of breath, lifting his soft legs almost climbed into the car. Nye San, who had already returned to the car to wait for Wei Ming, wondered, "What's wrong, Wei, so sweaty?" "See what?" Wei Ming stared at the small courtyard location in horror and urged, "Drive! Quickly drive!" Nye San did not dare to delay, started the car toward the new city. Along the way Nye San excitedly pressed on and on. "Do you know, Wei, Tai Lin is really not greedy. This garden has to be a few thousand square feet. Corrupt officials. Tai Lin is a huge corrupt As long as we find out that the boss behind this place is Tai Lin will be finished." Wei Ming took a long time to catch his breath and said to Nye San, "Bring it to me." Wei Ming took the recorder and used the small screen that came with it to view the internal scenery of the garden, his brain running at a rapid pace. He had discovered Tai Lin's big secret. This wave, not only would he be able to kill Tai Lin back, but he would also be able to dig out all of Tai Lin's secrets behind him and then use them as stepping stones for promotion. See how my sister still says I'm not doing my job. The uneasiness in Wei Ming's heart weakened as the car moved away from the old town. It was at this moment that Wei Ming's cell phone rang. He picked it up to check the message. "Delete all videos, must not let the second person know about today's events." Wei Ming froze for a moment. How did they know my cell phone number? Shaking his head and tucking his cell phone back in, he sneered and laughed for a while. "I admit that you are bullish, a fruit can make me. But what are you guys? Also worthy of ordering me? How dare you hit me? I'll let my sister kill you all." Wei Ming was organizing his words intending to call Wei Na. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror as fire burned through his sea of consciousness. The pain that tore through his heart and lungs caused him to scream out in agony, holding his head that was about to explode as he wailed and wailed. Nye San immediately stopped the car when he saw this change and nervously said, "What's wrong with you, director? Wei Ming endured the pain and deleted the videos one by one with trembling fingers. Finally, the burning sensation left. He was breathing heavily in a cold sweat when his cell phone rang again. Wei Ming hurriedly checked it. Your cell phone must not leave your body, even if it's out of power. Use a rechargeable treasure to bring it on your body to charge it. Please keep it on, my friend. Wei Ming finally understood why they let themselves go. They had the ability to see everything about themselves through their cell phones. Wei Ming's calculations fell through, because he knew that as long as he said half a word about those people, he would try the deathly agony again. Nie-san exclaimed, Director, why did you delete all the videos? Wei Ming grabbed Nie-san by the collar, almost growling. Forget everything you saw today. It was also the first time Nie-san had seen Wei Ming so out of sorts, and he nodded repeatedly. Alright Director, I understand. Wei Ming lies in the passenger side as if he is deflated, his eyes are full of dead silence. Wei Na did not sleep all night, the whole night was checking Tai Lin's report, as well as Tai Lin's file information. It wasn't until early morning that she lay powerless in her office chair, her eyes empty. Tai Lin didn't commit any irregularities in his platoon on the night he cleared out the pretenders, and definitely counted himself as a meticulous thinker with a fine and bold heart. That whole night's work, Tai Lin was half wrong, couldn't find any stains or tails. Forgive her for not having this ability of Tai Lin. Wei Na took a deep breath. It always feels like something is wrong, I must have missed something. Wei Na picked up a cup of coffee, her mind cleared a bit, and suddenly remembered a problem that she had overlooked. The pretenders' dens were all over the city. How could Tai Lin have found all of them in one night and quickly knocked them down? It doesn't make sense, it's not right. Either the magical creatures were originally arranged by Tyrann, or someone had told Tyrann about it. The report said something about someone finding out that the harbor shampoo salon hadn't been open for a few days, being suspected by Tai Lin, and then following the trail or something. It was a bit false. Tai Lin is hiding something. Wei Na was also an old magistrate, and she had written this kind of report countless times during her own time in Kyoto. Wei Na hit the ground running and picked up a pen to do the math. Coming to a new conclusion, even if the entire city's magistrates were to devote themselves to cleaning up the demons, it would be impossible to complete the entire job overnight. Wei Na frowned. The police force and time don't match up, and he intentionally underwrote the martial officers and time used to clear the East, West, and South districts. He wrote the extra martial officers and time in the North district. At that time, the North district was most likely a vacuum with no military officials, and with the North district magistrates also wanted to clear the demons? Wei Na showed a hint of a smile. This report is a fake. Her sensitive sense of smell allowed her to quickly pinpoint a few magic creature dens, and she got up and headed towards the monitoring department. The sheriff on duty was sleeping, and Wei Na began to operate it herself. The sheriff on duty was awakened and his entire body exploded when he saw Wei Na. The chief is here? He hurriedly got up and saluted. Good morning, Director. Director, please sit down. Wei Na knitted her brows. Why are there so many surveillance blind spots here? The sheriff swept a glance before replying. A lot of these are suburbs, not in the surveillance area at all, and some of them were destroyed by the pretenders. Wei Na's mouth curled into a smile. You go out for breakfast. The sheriff knew that Wei Na was going to use the surveillance inconveniently watched by him, and obediently turned around and left. Wei Na sat on the chair and continued to operate. Destroyed by a demon? Kind of interesting. All morning Wei Na soaked in the surveillance room. Wei Na's ability was there, the poisonous intuition practiced over many years of her career as a magistrate allowed her to find some seemingly ordinary people. After carefully checking the information, she found that all of those people were not from the North District, and all of them had stayed in the North District that night before returning to other districts the next day. After screening, she locked on to two people. One was named Zhu Dajuan, the owner of Empire Nightclub, and one was named Wang Su, a teacher at Nanhaino One Middle School. Because these two people left from the North District, both appeared in Shandong Road that night, and there is a bar on Shandong Road is Zhu Dajuan's property. All unreasonable coincidences are often the answer. Wei Na began to boldly hypothesizing, bordering on absurd speculation. Tai Lin, Zhu Dajuan, Wang Su, these three seemingly unrelated people have such identical route trajectories. What is there in it that I don't know? Wei Na suspected that Zhu Dajuan was behind everything. It was unlikely that Zhu Dajuan, a gangster, really had the ability to help Tai Lin complete the mission of clearing the demons. It was likely that Tai Lin's achievements over the years were also aided by Zhu Dajuan behind the scenes, in order to support a military brigadier and put his hand into the security bureau. How should I determine the clues? Wei Na rubbed her forehead in thought and snorted in the middle of the day. Since you can't figure it out, stir up the water and the fish will naturally appear. Wei Na called Wei Ming. Sister, what's wrong? Wei Na didn't expect her brother to answer the phone so quickly. It seems that he didn't fool around last night. Presumably, he found out that Tai Lin was hard to surpass, and the kid got anxious and started to work hard, right? Wei Na smiled gratefully and said, Older brother, tonight bring the sheriff of your institute to go to the Rasputin bar. Remember not to reveal anything about going to Rasputin's bar before you leave. Wei Ming asked after a moment of boredom. Is something the matter? Wei Na didn't hold back on Wei Ming either. I suspect that the person behind Tai Lin is Zhu Dajuan. If it materializes, the military officer brigadier general will be yours. She didn't dare to use the military officials. This matter had to be done in secret. She couldn't let Tai Lin get wind of it. Wei Na did not know that she had just hung up the phone. Wei Ming sent a text message to Meng Xing. Big brother, tonight my sister is going to take the Eastern District Magistrate is going to Rasputin on a mission. I'll listen to you on everything. Can you stop making me carry my cell phone every day? This morning the rechargeable treasure was broken. I didn't even sleep well and ran out to buy a rechargeable treasure. I really can't carry this excitement. At night, Rasputin bar. Under the dazzling lights, the sexy bar DJ dances recklessly with the powerful music, mobilizing the whole atmosphere. Men and women seeking excitement and comfort for their loneliness were completely indulged. Screaming, fireworks, champagne, in the venting of dissatisfaction with the life of social animals. Meng Xing did not like such a noisy environment. He wore a weeping ghost king mask, sitting alone on the second floor of the luxury large card seat to obliterate wheat wine. There was no need to worry about wearing a mask and looking strange in the crowd. He wasn't the only one who wore a mask in this kind of venue, and masks weren't just a hunter's prerogative. Meng Xing's indifferent gaze swept across the dance floor, which had become a home base for low-level hunters. Among the masked men and women on the dance floor, there were many low-level hunters who had obtained the virilization talent. The tasks that these low-level hunters performed were not very difficult. It was nothing more than prying for information on spiritual items in various ways, or finding traces of awakened fugitives. Of course, if they could get their hands on spiritual items or hunt awakened fugitives, the points converted into money would be enough to squander for a long time. A woman at the stairway on the second floor caught Meng Xing's attention. The woman had a very good figure, and the tight suit showed off the curves of her body to the fullest, with a convex front and curved back. Her face was covered with a very cheap and rough mask, so she couldn't tell if her looks were as stunning as her body. She didn't look like she was here for excitement, otherwise she wouldn't have wrapped herself up tightly. Meng Xing smelled an aura of danger on this woman. He knocked on the table and signaled the person in charge of the bar to come over. The person in charge was called Sister Hong, a very flirtatious and seductive mature woman. With a rounded body, she wore a small black suit with the bodice open wide, revealing half of her black lace corset. When Sister Hong saw Meng Xing looking for herself, she immediately walked over with a winking smile twisting her water snake waist. Sir, what can I do for you? This man was specially instructed by Master Jun to take good care of him, so she didn't dare to be as pampered and charming as she was to the other bosses. She bowed respectfully. Meng Xing could sense that this woman was also a viralized hunter. It seemed to be Zhu Dajuan's right-hand man, otherwise Zhu Dajuan wouldn't have gone through all the trouble to get her into the hunter guild. Meng Xing glanced towards the suited beauty at the stairway, and Sister Hong immediately understood and walked towards the suited beauty at the stairway. Sister buy yourself tea? Sister Hong was from Yuqing, and accosted the suited beauty with a spicy accent. Suit beauty is very high and cold. Do not look at the red sister of this kind of woman who mixes with the wind and dust. Sister Hong didn't care, and laughed coquettishly. There's a boss over there who wants to treat his sister to a drink. Please give me a favor. This suited beauty was none other than Wei Na, who glanced at Meng Xing with a bit of disgust. This kind of second-generation rich man she could not look at, several times refused but in exchange for Sister Hong's softly coaxing. Wei Na was afraid that this slut's endless pestering would affect her plans for tonight, and frowned as she walked over to sit next to Meng Xing. What she didn't expect was that Meng Xing didn't strike up a conversation, just quietly sipping a small sip of wheat wine. Wei Na was professionally ill and swept Meng Xing a glance. A sneer appeared in her eyes. Wheat wine is about a big mouthful of refreshing sensation. Meng Xing's drink was too pretentious. Desire to escape? Childish trick. Wei Na crossed her legs and looked boredly at the crazy men and women on the dance floor. Meng Xing slightly glanced at Wei Na and had already determined that this woman was the woman close to the pinnacle of power in Nanhai City, the Director General. He glanced at his watch, calculated the time, and finally began to strike up a conversation. You're different from ordinary women, very special. What Meng Xing was trying to do was to stall for time. Wei Na said in amusement. Then what kind of woman would you say I am? The corner of Meng Xing's mouth arched. A woman of spirits in general. This bully-like words made Wei Na retch, and she said with a slight sneer. Comparing wine to a woman? You don't even know how to drink wine. That's not how wheat wine is drunk. Meng Xing shook his head. It's the strongest wine out there, so naturally, you have to savor it. Wei Na felt that Meng Xing was making a pretense. 18 degrees of wine, where is it strong? Meng Xing drank half of the cup and said, what has a story is strong wine. Wei Na felt that Meng Xing was going to start some tricks to pick up girls, shook her head and smiled. Would like to hear about it? Meng Xing asked. What the residents of the old city earn in a year isn't as much as what the higher-ups get in a day. The bitter flavor in this sweet wine is probably like the story of the old city residents. Wei Na had some mockery in her eyes. This sentence sounded like the cowardly and useless spewing of the people at the bottom to her, who was in a high position. This kind of analogy would only make her feel that Meng Xing had a low level of culture. There was no rush for the raid inspection, so there was a bit of time to break things up with Meng Xing. She said from her own director's perspective. I don't think they're suffering much, although the higher-ups take more, they also bear the corresponding obligations, don't they? You have to realize that without the blessing of the higher-ups, these people can't even eat. Meng Xing raised the wheat wine in his hand. Do you know how wheat wine is made? Wei Na had lived in a honeypot since she was a child, so how would she know about such crude things? She smiled. Please continue. Meng Xing shook half a cup of wheat wine in his hand. Wheat seedlings need to be soaked, and when they sprout, take them out into the sun. People will make a plastic canopy for the wheat seedlings outside to protect them from the wind and rain. After 3 days, the malt can be harvested for brewing. The wheat seedlings will continue to grow, but sadly, they will never be big enough, because there is always a sickle waiting to harvest them. Do the inhabitants of the old town look like wheat seedlings, and does the OP count as a sickle? What do you say, is this cup of malt brewed wine in my hand still strong enough? Wei Na's brows instantly furrowed together. This passage was crazy and evil. According to the Ghost King's masked man, he compared the higher-ups to butchers. The common people were pigs? After giving birth to batches of piglets, the year-old pigs have to accept the end of being served on the table, and their children week after week their entire lives? Wiener subconsciously retorted. Where do you say that? Meng Xing took a sip of wine and said quietly. The residents of the old city still think they didn't work hard enough until they die of poverty. They were supposed to be like the golden colors of autumn all over the fields. No one ever told them that they wouldn't grow no matter how hard they tried. Because the scythe at the top has even figured out how the next generation is going to eat them. So much so that the Newtown power brokers ate their brains out of fat sausages. Wei Na, as the high and mighty in power, was a little embarrassed to have her face disclosed in such a manner. Obviously, she was a strong A-step 8th stage spirituality, but she couldn't fight back. Where was this talking about spirits? This was using spirits to spit out the whining about the polarization of this society. Is there such a thing as chatting with a beautiful woman? Wei Na's face was a bit ugly. Is this the kind of story you tell women at the bar? Meng Xing stole a glance at his watch. It was almost time, dragging Wei Na for a while. Meng Xing stood up and apologized. Maybe I'm drunk, I'm really sorry, my storytelling wasn't outstanding enough either, goodbye, said he left the second floor. Wei Na secretly said a weirdo, took out her cell phone and sent a text message. Quick, action. Soon, the entrance to Rasputin's bar was noisy, and one sheriff rushed in with flashlights raised. Raid. Lights on, music off. Sister Hong was a little panicked. What's going on here? The inspection wasn't said in advance either. She hurriedly greeted her and curtly smiled at Nia San, who was leading the team. Director Nia, why do you still personally go to the front line? He didn't tell me in advance, so I could prepare some good wine for you. Nia San greedily surveyed the beauty of the mature woman in front of him, suddenly felt a coolness, looked up to see his Wei Na on the second floor. Nia San immediately straightened up. Check, please cooperate. Sister Hong nodded repeatedly and organized the staff to cooperate with the magistrates in their inspection. Half an hour passed. Nia San fawned and walked towards Wei Na. Leader, everything is normal. It was only then that Sister Hong realized that the beautiful woman in front of her was actually a big leader of the magistrates' bureau. Wei Na, who was observing everyone's expression, her cell phone rang at this time. She glanced at the text message, her face changed greatly, her pretty face covered with frost. Wei Na walked down the stairs, sneered coldly and asked Sister Hong. Where is Zhu Dijun? Sister Hong honestly said. Mr. Zhu was injured, it's very serious, he's still in the hospital. Wei Na stared roundly for a while before saying, go back to the East District Sheriff's office. In the car of the Security Bureau, Wei Na could not calm down for a long time. The East District Sheriff's office was on fire. Someone was unwilling to investigate the bar on their own, so they set the sheriff's office on fire to force them to leave. Leader, Sister Hong's information is here, provided by the informant, take a look. Wei Na glanced at it. This Sister Hong used to be in a bad relationship with the Black Dragon Gang. Because of this, Sister Hong, who was very capable at work, was placed in the Rasputin bar, which had poor benefits, and was not reused by Zhu Dajuan. This matter was different from what she had imagined, and she asked unwillingly, did Zhu Dajuan really get injured? Nia San nodded. I've checked, he was attacked by people from the Black Dragon Gang this afternoon, and he was seriously injured. Wei Na pursued. Are you sure it was injured in the afternoon? How badly injured? Nia San nodded. For sure, he was sent to the hospital in the afternoon, and he was beaten into cerebral palsy. Wei Na froze. Cerebral palsy? If that was the case, the arsonist couldn't have been Zhu Dajuan. And the time of Zhu Dajuan's accident happened in the afternoon, even more unlikely. Then who set the fire? The person who burned the police station is the one who wanted to cover up Rasputin's secret. Who else would this person be if not Zhu Dajuan? P.S. Tonight an additional chapter, haha, no hurry. Nanhai Medical University. My big brother is like this. What are you guys still checking for? Grass. Crazy Wolf stood at the entrance of the hospital room and roared madly at the two magistrates. The magistrates frowned. We're helping you find the murderer. Crazy Wolf pointed out into the corridor and roared. Those bastards from the Black Dragon Gang did it. Go find Zhou Chang. Go! A magistrate took notes with his book. Zhou Qing, right? What for? We'll investigate. Another magistrate whispered. Boss of the Black Dragon Gang, Zhou Qing. The two magistrates weren't really investigating, they just wanted to see if Zhu Dajuan really had cerebral palsy. From their observation, Zhu Dajuan seemed to be in really bad condition, similar to a half-vegetable. After the two magistrates left, Crazy Wolf returned to the ward and grabbed Zhu Dajuan's arm in tears. Big brother, I'll definitely kill those bastards. I'll kill them all. From now on, I'll accompany you when you go out, I won't leave. Wolf. Crazy Wolf looked up sharply. Zhu Dajuan spoke. Big brother, how are you? Crazy Wolf ran out of the hospital room with all his strength. Dr. Do. My big brother called my name. 10 minutes later, Zhu Dajuan's hospital room. Zhu Dajuan was already sitting up, and Crazy Wolf pulled Dr. Du's hand and kept crying. Dr. Du, you are truly a miracle doctor. From now on, my Crazy Wolf's life is yours. Dr. Du's face was normal. Ever since he obtained the devil fruit, there was no surgery that was unsuccessful. He blandly said, your big brother has too many injuries on his body, his head and spine are no longer in any serious condition. Take your time to recover from the rest of the injuries. Zhu Dajuan struggled to sit up. Dr. Du, you said you cured my cerebral palsy, does it count as depriving me of my right to be a fool? Dr. Du frowned and examined Zhu Dajuan's head. Not really, the fact that you can ask this means that I didn't cure you completely. Zhu Dajuan cheerfully opened Dr. Du's hand. Just kidding, don't be so serious, hahaha. Dr. Du left expressionlessly. He had another patient today, an old lady. Crazy Wolf cried and laughed, eating snot and grinning. Boss, you're okay? Hey, you're okay? When you're completely well, we'll wipe out the entire Black Dragon Gang. Zhu Dajuan grinned. Black Dragon Gang? There will be no Black Dragon Gang in the future. Crazy Wolf froze for a moment, intending to call back Dr. Du, his boss was definitely not well. Zhu Dajuan snorted coldly. Do you really think that the Black Dragon Gang can move me? I did this on purpose. Yesterday morning, an exclusive mission from the guild was suddenly received. The mission was simple. The first was to create the Rasputin bar as if it was a venue secretly controlled by the Black Dragon Gang. It wasn't difficult. His right-hand woman, Sister Red, used to be the concubine of one of the Black Dragon Gang's leaders and knew quite a few Black Dragon Gang members. That person lost money in gambling and sold Sister Hong to the Imperial Court nightclub, which was quite well taken care of by Zhu Dajuan. On that day, Sister Hong used the escort princesses under her command to hook up with quite a few Black Dragon Gang members to go to Rasputin to have a good time. Second, go and get beaten up yourself. Deliberately appearing in the underground parking lot, there will be Black Dragon Gang members to beat him up hard. The guild said they might beat him half to death, only. Zhu Dajuan didn't expect to be beaten to this bearish state, but fortunately, Dr. Du's medical skills are excellent. As for the rewards of the mission, it was too exciting for him. Assisting Zhu Dajuan in obtaining the entire territory of the Black Dragon Gang. He didn't know exactly how the guild would operate, nor did he know the guild's intentions, but he believed in the guild. Security Bureau Detention Center. The punk who set fire to the security bureau had been caught and was locked up in the interrogation room. The two of them, one with dyed red hair and the other with green hair, were being interrogated separately. The two magistrates sat in front of the interrogation table for half a day without any result. Wei Na, who had waited for half a day, finally couldn't stand the childishness of the two magistrates and walked into the interrogation room. Don't be tough, still really think someone can save you? Red Hair's eyes kept browsing over Wei Na's chest fullness and laughed lewdly. You have no idea who is above me. When I go out, my brother will take you to have a good time. Wei Na blackened her face and signaled the two magistrates to leave. Wei Na walked over to the CCTV and used her powers to short-circuit it, then sat down on a chair. Last chance, who the hell gave you the guts to let you burn down the sheriff's office? The redhead licked his lips and spread his cupped palms on the table. Sister, let brother touch his hand and brother will tell you. Wei Na's eyes were so cold that the temperature of the entire interrogation room dropped. Fine. After saying that, a thorn of ice thinner than a needle appeared on her index finger and directly pierced into Red Hair's palm. Ah! Red Hair screamed out, looking at Wei Na with disbelief. How dare he use torture? Another ice spike appeared in Wei Na's hand, directly nailing the redhead's hand to the table. No need to worry, my ice thorn is very thin, you guys can't even test the injury. Bean-sized beads of sweat continued to slide down on Red Hair's head as he shouted. I say. Wei Na crossed her legs in disdain. Thought you were much of a handsy, but it turns out you're also a goon, explain clearly. Redhead gasped heavily and swallowed his saliva and said, It's my boss let me do this. Wei Na sneered. Keep talking, who is your boss and why did he let you do this? Redhead didn't dare to disobey, and said it all like pouring beans. My boss is the supervisor of Infinity KTV. He found me yesterday and gave me $200,000 to burn down the police station. Infinity KTV is the base camp of the Black Dragon Gang. What does this have to do with the Black Dragon Gang? During this raid on Rasputin, Wei Na discovered the problems in Rasputin. There were surprisingly many Black Dragon Gang members in Rasputin. Could it be that Sister Hong was colluding with the Black Dragon Gang at that time and she was crashed by herself, so the Black Dragon Gang burned down the security office to force her to leave Rasputin in case she found out a bigger secret? Wei Na was not interested in gang struggles. She raised her eyebrows slightly. Is that all? Redhead nodded desperately. Right. He also said that he would have Marshal Captain Tai Lin fish me out. Wei Na stared at Red Hair, trying to find clues on his face, but Red Hair didn't look like he was lying. Tai Lin was helping the Black Dragon Gang so much? Wei Na muttered. The previous speculation should have been wrong. I didn't expect to discover Tai Lin's real secret by mistake. This raid had indeed muddied the water and the fish had indeed surfaced. Tai Lin was looking for death no matter if he was colluding with the Imperial Nightclub or the Black Dragon Gang. Wei Na stood up and said, I hope you are responsible for what you say. If your friend in the interrogation room next door isn't this set of words, you won't have a good day. Wei Na was actually certain that she had a sharp eye, and it was impossible for anyone to have lied between yesterday and now. She said darkly, How does this feel like a bureau? A very rough bureau. Wei Na then shook her head. Unless the person who made the bureau knew in advance that I was going to raid Rasputin at night. But this matter is only known to me and that brat Wei Ming. Wei Na had a bottom in her heart. Tai Lin and the Black Dragon Gang were already linked in her mind. The people behind Tai Lin were the Black Dragon Gang. Even if Wei Na thought through her head, she could not imagine that the Black Dragon Gang had Meng Xing's hunters, nor could she imagine that she would be betrayed by her brother and step by step walk into the pit dug by Meng Xing. Meng Xing was preparing a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Take out the Black Dragon Gang and bring the entire South China Sea underground forces under the control of the Hunter Guild. Strike down Wei Na and weaken her position in the Security Bureau, so that Tai Lin would have the backbone to call her bluff. Last night's raid against pornography actually found a gambling ring at Xinglong KTV. Black Dragon Supreme Entertainment Group was recently seized 3 KTVs, 5 bath centers. The leadership is under investigation. Martial arts captain, Tai Lin, built another miracle. Rescuing young girls forced into prostitution, 32 of them. Meng Xing read the newspaper while drinking coffee at the Amama Cafe with a knowing smile. Wei Na reckoned that she recognized Tai Lin as being from the Black Dragon Gang and sent Tai Lin to be the main force of this anti-triad operation. She probably still hasn't figured out why Tai Lin is working so hard to suppress her own proprietor, right? Yi Yunyun, who was sitting in front of Meng Xing, admired. Your move is really ruthless, using the Security Bureau to fix the Black Dragon Gang. The Black Dragon Gang is probably going to find a way to counterattack soon. Meng Xing shook his head. This bureau is easy to see through. It's just that Wei Na was too anxious to take out Tai Lin and trusted the people around her too much. Affection and desire blinded her, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy to fall for it. At this time, Su Man, who was wearing a demon fox mask, came down from upstairs, and Yi Yunyun gave her a slight nod. Don't look at Su Man living in the cafe, but Yi Yunyun had never seen her face. Both of them knew the rules. Su Man handed her cell phone to Meng Xing. Is a video like this okay? The heat is already up, but it's a pity that the overseas video account is blocked. Meng Xing pushed the fruit mousse cake in front of him to Su Man, then clicked on the video. The videos were nothing more than 2 contents. One was a video of the East District Sheriff checking out Rasputin for no reason. Afterward, in the cool bar, Sister Hong cried like a pear, constantly talking about Rasputin's low spending, lack of any violations, and being a conscientious business owner, complaining that the inspection had cost Rasputin bar tens of thousands of dollars in turnover. The other video was a passerby's view of the fire at the sheriff's office that night. Taken together, the 2 videos are intriguing in their content. It was easy to remind people that the East District Magistrate had gone to the conscience bar to try to find something to punch up his performance, and had neglected his duties leading to the fire at the sheriff's office. Meng Xing nodded. public opinion can make things difficult for Wei Na for a while. Wei Na will suspect that this video is the Black Dragon Gang's counterattack. Their bean can't be torn down. The heat of this video had already gone up, and even if Su Manman's overseas account was blocked, there would still be many marketing numbers to follow the trend and rub it in. Su Manman put down the cake and stammered as she tried to say something. Meng Xing smiled. If you have something to say, you've done a beautiful job on this matter. What reward do you want to say directly? Su Manman asked carefully. Can I take a vacation? I want to go shopping. Meng Xing froze, suddenly feeling like a bit of a black-hearted boss. Since the creation of the Hunter Guild, Su Manman had been busier than him. Su Manman had become beautiful, a girl who didn't even leave the house after becoming beautiful? What was the difference between that and doing homework at home after putting on makeup? Besides, shopping was a girl's nature. A few points of guilt surfaced on Meng Xing's face and he apologized very sincerely. I'm sorry, it's me who neglected you. Taking out a bank card from his pocket, he handed it to Su Manman. Take it and spend it, don't come back until it's spent. Su Manman's beautiful eyes had a big surprise, smilingly said. Good. Thank you, boss. At this time, Su Manman glanced at her cell phone and her face became strange. Tai Lin wants to see you, should I refuse? Without having to say anything, he knew what Tai Lin was looking for. Meng Xing said. No need to refuse, see. South China Sea Specialty Seafood Buffet Restaurant, private room. Tai Lin early in the box waiting. His face is very ugly, these 2 days happen too much. I don't know where the punks defamed themselves as the Black Dragon Gang. In order to prove his innocence he personally led a team to clean up the Black Dragon Gang's field. The public opinion video of the burning of the sheriff's office and the sheriff's inspection of Rasputin for no reason went viral among the common people, causing Wei Na to be blamed by her superiors. Tai Lin sees a familiar figure in the video of Rasputin's bar, the Weeping Ghost King mask, the president. The door to the private room was pushed open, the familiar Weeping Ghost King mask, the familiar black sweatshirt, the hood still on his head. Tai Lin wanted to say a lot of things, but after seeing Meng Xing himself, nothing could be said. Until Meng Xing sat down on the chair and spoke first. Looking for me for something? Tai Lin organized his words. Did you burn down the security office? Meng Xing nodded. That's right. Tai Lin frowned and asked in a deep voice. Did you make those videos as well? Meng Xing still didn't deny it. Wei Na should be busy settling public opinion during this time, right? Tai Lin took a deep breath. So, those 2 Black Dragon Gang punks slandering me for colluding with the Black Dragon Gang was also your handiwork? Meng Xing was honest. That's right, Wei Na will work harder to suppress the Black Dragon Gang because of this. Tai Lin's face was ugly as he asked. After doing so much, what do you want? Meng Xing said flatly. You shouldn't ask so much, just assume I'm targeting Wei Na. Tai Lin frowned and asked. Wei Na offended you? Meng Xing nodded. This woman is very smart, she has noticed Rasputin, let her investigate and she will find the guild. Meng Xing was curious. What are you so concerned about Wei Na for? You should know that Wei Na has been trying to oust you and make Wei Ming the captain of this martial arts officer, right? Tai Lin blared. Because it's throwing dirty water on the security bureau. Wei Na would get into any trouble. Tai Lin didn't care, what he cared about was the security bureau. Meng Xing smiled playfully. I don't know if you'll be blowing up at Wei Na like this the day the guild gets investigated. Tai Lin froze, unable to say a word. If it wasn't for the Hunters Guild, the South Sea would already be in a demonic crisis. Early that morning, the cool, robust man who looked like Zorro had been floating in Tai Lin's mind, and he was tempted to become a life-and-death friend with this kind of Hanyu. There should be quite a lot of such people in the Hunter Guild. Tyrion clenched his fists and loosened them feebly, struggle written in his eyes. Can't the guild not commit crimes? I'm a magistrate, I. The temperature in the box rose abruptly. Behind the mask, Meng Xing's expression chilled, the corners of his mouth sketching out an extremely airy arc. Have you forgotten something? Frightening green flames burned on the walls of the box, climbing up the dining table and viper-like surrounding Tai Lin. Meng Xing slowly stood up. Remember what I told you the first time we met? Cold sweat broke out on Tai Lin's forehead, how could he not remember? Welcome to the Hunter Guild, don't think about betrayal, you can't afford it. Meng Xing paced in front of Tai Lin, the coldness under his eyes was clear for Tai Lin to see. Is it because I've been too kind to you, making you think I'm too nice? Meng Xing grabbed Tai Lin's neck, his icy eyes scrutinizing Tai Lin from close range. Tai Lin, I gave you your power, don't think I'm being charitable. Tai Lin couldn't breathe from Meng Xing's grip, and his face was suffocating red. Meng Xing's strength was beyond Tai Lin's imagination. Tai Lin looked at Meng Xing in horror and spoke with great effort. I know it's me who owes the guild. Meng Xing sneered twice and let go of his hand, straightening up. You're still smart enough not to bare your teeth with me. If Tai Lin had dared to bisonize his resistance just now, Meng Xing would have exterminated Tai Lin without mercy. Meng Xing appreciated Tai Lin's ability. But no matter how capable this person was, if he didn't listen to his orders, it would be better to give him a burial. The guild wanted useful hunters, not righteous magistrates. Meng Xing wanted to see Tai Lin's attitude this time, to see if he was going to have a showdown with himself or something for the sake of that loyalty of the vigilante. Now it seemed that Tai Lin still wanted to live and still wanted to be this martial arts brigadier general. Meng Xing said, "It's fine that you're willing to be an upright magistrate. Likewise, you have to remember your identity as a hunter, or else I don't mind replacing it with a military officer brigadier." After saying that, Meng Xing left the private room. Tai Lin opened a bottle of beer and poured it into his stomach, helplessness written between his eyes. He was a man who knew how to be grateful, and he was thankful that Meng Xing had bestowed him with a new life. But he was also a man who was loyal to the security bureau. He had sworn an oath under the Holy Emblem, and the Hunters Guild had friction with the Sheriff's Bureau after all. Tai Lin met Meng Xing this time and tried to convince Meng Xing to stop acting out of character, but Meng Xing's attitude made him give up. This man was too overbearing. He wasn't afraid that Meng Xing would kill him, otherwise he wouldn't have risked his life to make an appointment to see Meng Xing. He was afraid that he would die and be replaced by another person to be the military officer brigadier. He wasn't sure if that martial arts captain would cause harm to the security bureau for the sake of the Hunter Guild. He was also afraid that that military officer brigadier was the type of person Wei Ming was, using his power to fish and flesh the people. That being said, he was also a stupid person who had killed his way out of the old city. As time came to night, Su Man came out of the mall carrying 7 or 8 bulging shopping bags. She was no longer dressed like before, wrapping herself up tightly. Suspenders, small hot pants, crystal high heels, revealing her small waist and slender thighs. The extremely high turnout made her a little embarrassed. It all seemed like a dream, the dream of an ugly duckling turning into a white swan. The most loyal to Meng Xing in the entire Hunter Guild was definitely Su Man. She hadn't forgotten her roots as she had turned into a great beauty, and hadn't forgotten that she had come out of the old city, and was still frugal except for buying clothes on a large scale. She walked towards a $5 ramen restaurant. "Girl, do me a favor, haven't eaten in 3 days." Su Man turned back. It was a ragged old beggar, sitting breathlessly on the road teeth. The old beggar broke an arm, and he was surrounded by 7 or 8 wild cats. Su Man did not respond, straight across the road into the ramen restaurant. The old beggar sighed. A wild cat climbed onto him, meowing at him. The old beggar gently stroked the wild cat's head. "Good boy again, endure it. Wait for that boy back, we have food." After a while, the old beggar saw Su Man carrying a bowl of packaged ramen ran from across the road. In the old beggar's surprised eyes, Su Man squatted in front of him, opened the lid of the plastic bucket, clip, out of the ramen to the old beggar's mouth. The old beggar was very hungry, swallowed up, was hot straight shivering. Su Man apologetically looked at the old beggar, with his mouth blowing the noodles, again sent into the old beggar's mouth. The old beggar felt embarrassed up. "Girl, you put it on my lap, I'll eat it myself." Su Man held the ramen bucket and put it on the old beggar's lap. The old beggar's one arm picked up a chopstick of ramen and ate a mouthful, and then picked up another chopstick and put it on the ground. A few wild cats cocked their tails and ate the ramen, the old beggar just like this and the wild cats to share a bowl of ramen. Su Man could see that the old beggar was very hungry and wondered. "You yourself are not full, why still feed the stray cats?" The old beggar smiled. "I am a vagrant, but my cat is not a stray cat. Thank you, girl, otherwise I'm afraid I'll be starving with my cat tonight." Su Man waved her hand and walked into the ramen restaurant once again. Not long after, a youth in rags walked up to the old beggar, carrying a bag of buns and half a roasted chicken, and said invitingly, "Master, I brought food back." "Ha? Where did you get the ramen?" The old beggar didn't give the youth a good look and scolded angrily. "You are trying to starve your master to death. Luckily, a beautiful woman brought food to my master." The youth laughed out loud. "Master is not want women want crazy, beauty will give you this old beggar things to eat?" The old beggar retorted. "She also fed me." Youth smiled and shook his head, sat down beside the old beggar and chewed up the bun. The old beggar pointed across the road and said, "Look, it's her." The youth followed the old beggar's gaze, his eyes were straight, and he forgot to chew the buns in his mouth. Too beautiful, he had never seen such a beautiful girl. Su Man looked around at the car, jogged all the way to the old beggar's side and handed over a bowl of ramen. "I'm afraid you and your cat won't get enough to eat." The more the old beggar looked at Su Man, the more he liked her, smilingly said, "Thank you, girl, my untalented disciple brought me food, you yourself haven't eaten yet." Su Man glanced at the beggar youth who was staring at himself endlessly, and frowned in revulsion. Taking out a few $100s from her bosom and stuffing it into the old beggar's hand, she playfully said, "Buy cat food for the cat." Saying this, he carried the ramen and walked towards the Imamo Cafe. The youth looked at Su Man swaying back and jumped up like a monkey. "Master, I like this girl too much. Her heart is good. No way, I'm going to die." The old beggar sneered. You don't look at yourself? Do you think she's interested in you? The youth is not convinced. What's wrong with me? You teach me things I have almost learned. How to say is also a master. Where is not worthy of her? The old beggar's face became serious. Don't show off your skills, or you will lose an arm like me. The youth promised with his mouth. All right, master, I'll go get you some wine, huh? After saying that, he got up and followed Sumanman. The youth's figure was strange. Sumanman didn't even realize that she was being followed. Walking to the Amamu cafe, it was already late at night and the door was already locked. Sumanman took out the key to open the door and walked in. Beggar youth excitedly returned to the old beggar. Hey, I already know where she lives. I'm going to follow her every day and be her guardian knight. The old beggar scolded angrily. As soon as I guessed, I knew that you kid didn't have a good heart. I tell you, if you dare to disturb that girl's life, I'll waste you with my own hands. The beggar youth handed a bottle of white wine to the old beggar, smilingly said, Don't worry, I won't bully her. Hey, she is quite far away from here. Early tomorrow morning I will go to the Amamu cafe and wait for her. The old beggar sprayed a mouthful of wine out a long way, staring with round eyes. What did you say? Where did you say that girl lives? The beggar youth scratched his head. Amamu cafe, should be a waiter there. The old beggar grabbed the beggar youth and stared at him. The youth obviously saw the old beggar's eyes filled with fear. No, you stay away from that ghost place. No more seeing that girl in the future. P.S. These chapters of the audit always pass, so the plot is messed up a bit, but it's okay. I changed the whole day today, and finally sorted it out, and the audit also passed. Probably the story is not much different. The main thing is that Meng Xing and the director in the bar, that part changed, and then these chapters of small changes. I'm especially afraid that if you read the 35 chapters to this chapter, you'll think that the author is not writing with his feet, and that he's not serious at all, and then he'll quit the game. I seriously modified the next. Interested babies can go back and look. Love you guys. Oh, brother, the demons are planning to launch an attack on the South China Sea in a week's time. They will block all the roads in the South China Sea, and the South China Sea will be a lonely city by then. This was the message from the little demonic creature ringing the bell. Early in the morning, Meng Xing was sitting in a cafe reading a book when he heard the cell phone beep and picked it up to check. Meng Xing revealed some smiles. It was quite a bit faster than expected, but it didn't matter. The spirituality provided by the last batch of pretenders planted more than a dozen devil fruits. In order to be able to resist this demonic invasion, Meng Xing only kept 3 devil fruits, and the rest of the devil fruits were all pushed out to the residents of South Sea City. According to the backstage display, the Hunter Guild now had 200 E-Virilization Hunters, as well as 30 C-rank Demon Fruit Hunters. If the demons knew that South Sea City now had so many more experts, they were afraid that they wouldn't dare to act so rashly. As long as these demonic creatures dared to attack the city, Meng Xing was certain to bury them all. Meng Xing took out his notebook from his backpack and flipped to the newest page. Raising his pen, he wrote on this page, "The Hunter Guild has gradually gotten on track. The 3 systems of quests, trading, and chatting have been completely perfected. Every day, new quests would be released, not only hunting awakened criminals and scouting for spiritual items, but also collecting all sorts of intelligence. Most of the mission rewards were points, which could be exchanged for transcendent plants with the trading system. The hottest and most coveted item in the trading mall was a devil fruit. The next was a couple of trumpet flowers, Stairway to the Sun. I can operate a guild of a few hundred people now. What about in the future when there are thousands, tens of thousands of people? I need to find some management type people. The Hunter Guild needs elder level people. Tai Lin is good, it's just a shame he's a magistrate. Zhu Dejun? Forget it, this kind of gangster brother isn't loyal enough. Yi Yun Yun is pending. Courier Department. With Tai Lin's help, Do Yuba and Huang Jia are doing pretty well, but it should be better. There's also the tricky issue of having to find someone to guard the vegetable plots in the old town. That's the root of the Hunter Guild, but which hunter is suitable? These hunters all had families and careers. No one was suitable to guard Meng Xing's garden every day. Meng Xing drew a circle on the 3 words Garden Guardian. The pen was pressed against his forehead, his brow slightly wrinkled. At this time, the voice of Lin, the coffee-up waitress, interrupted Meng Xing's thoughts. That man is so strange, it seems like he's always seen lately. I don't know what he's doing. Meng Xing followed Lin Lin's gaze to seek. A youth in ragged clothes was sitting 100 meters from the door. Beggar? Meng Xing shook his head. This person had a good essence, not like a beggar. This person looked towards the cafe from time to time, like he was looking for someone. Meng Xing paused for a moment and knocked on the table, and Yi Yun Yun, who had been watching Meng Xing, immediately came over. Sir, what are your orders? Meng Xing glanced at the youth and said, Go take a look. Yi Yun Yun owed a slight bow and took out $200 from the counter and walked towards the door. Meng Xing lowered his head and continued to write and draw. Money? The Hunter Guild should have its own industry. The next thing should be to hand over the flow of money in one's hands to professionals to operate. Yi Yun is not bad. The Hunter Guild's chapter can't all count on Zhu Dajun's field. Maybe I should have a bar that only belongs to hunters. If I start my own courier company, the courier sector will be complete. Money is important now. Meng Xing carefully combed through every step of the Hunter Guild's future development, each hunter as a chess piece, in which the role was played as much as possible. His thoughts became clearer and clearer as he methodically built a huge transcendent organization. Yi Yun came back and sat in front of Meng Xing, her face a little strange. That person didn't come here specifically to beg, he seems to be looking for someone. Yi Yun treated people gently and easily gained the trust of others, and was an uncompromising socializer. The uninitiated beggar youth was not the least bit defensive towards Yi Yun, and was easily set up. Meng Xing raised his eyebrows and asked, "Looking for someone? Who is he looking for?" Yi Yun replied. Said he was looking for a very pretty girl. Yi Yun told Meng Xing about the girl described by the beggar youth. This should be talking about Su Man, right? Meng Xing's eyes gradually became cold. Su Man went out shopping yesterday and was tailed when she encountered a fly? Su Man was the most important member of the Hunter Guild, bar none. Any person or thing that was unfavorable to Su Man herself and her work, Meng Xing was bound to eradicate. Meng Xing took out his cell phone and sent a message to Huang Jia. Without waiting for a reply from there, Meng Xing continued to outline his blueprint on his notebook. Night. The beggar youth walked to the park in a trance and sat back down next to the old beggar. Today he again did not wait for the girl who had haunted him. The old beggar was feeding the cat, and when he saw the beggar youth return, his face sank and asked, "Did you go to that cafe again?" The beggar youth froze for a moment, then shook his head in denial. "How could it be, master? You don't let me go, how could I still go?" The old beggar kicked the youth to the ground and cursed. "Yi Duan, you can even fool me now, can't you?" The beggar youth was blinded by the kick. How did the master know that he went to that cafe? The cat purring beside the old beggar's pants leg attracted Yi Chuan's attention. This cat he had seen over at the cafe today. He had always suspected that his master had the ability to manipulate animals and could talk to them. Yi Duan slapped his butt and got up, annoyed. "What's wrong with that cafe? I, Yi Chuan, have an unlimited future, where can't I go?" Yi Chuan's parents died when he was young, and after walking out of the orphanage at the age of 12, he was coaxed by an old beggar with a piece of candy to become a close disciple. He is also really a genius, a few years' time to cultivate a 6-segment spirituality. The day he turned 18, he even awakened the D-stage combat talent. Don't look at his clothes rags, with his talent is enough to crush a large number of key high school students. Together with the old beggar's heritage in the future can indeed become a generation of strong. This properly belongs to the protagonist template in the novel. This is also his high and mighty capital. The old beggar was so angry that he almost turned his back, pointing at Yi Duan's hand trembled for half a day. "You have no idea what kind of existence that cafe is. Devil's Cave. Magic Cave, do you understand? That girl's beauty is comparable to a heavenly being, most likely the forbidden domain of a big shot. How dare you get involved?" Yi Chuan was not only not afraid of what he heard, he was even a bit excited. The forbidden domain of a big shot? He who was poisoned by online novels immediately created a picture in his head. A peerless beauty was captured by a powerful and lewd-aged devil, locked in a cage as a canary, waiting to be brought out of the devil's cave by a strong teenager. A heroine in a novel? Isn't this coming? Yi Chuan felt that his wonderful life was coming. Yi Chuan clenched his fists in excitement, his eyes flashed like stars, and the corners of his mouth were outlined in a rampant smile. So what? I, Yi Chuan, will be invincible in heaven and earth, and all evil devils and foreigners will be my stepping stones. This woman I am determined. The old beggar rolled both eyes and almost fell to the ground, sat back on the park bench and whacked his head, lamenting in despair. "Stupid ah! You are a big stupid ah!" The old beggar recalled the past. He was once a top assassin of a transcendent power, high-minded and arrogant, not putting anyone in his eyes, making countless enemies. Later, he was chased by the new sect master, broke his arm, and became a beggar on the streets. 6 years ago in front of the orphanage found the leaf dust, suddenly feel that this is a and their own equivalent of the genius, cannot bear to bury its talent, bring in the side of the careful teaching. Who knows, even develop this kind of character who does not know the sky and the earth. That cafe is not a normal person cannot provoke? Half a month ago, the old beggar took the old broken cell phone to browse the yellow website when inadvertently point into the Hunter Guild push. Then, he ate the devil fruit and awakened the sea order talent. Whispering fruit, can hear the animal's heart and transmit inner thoughts to the animal's heart. The old beggar was deeply shocked and curiously attended a meeting of the Hunter Guild. The location of the meeting was none other than the Amamo Cafe. In the cafe, the old beggar sensed that those hunters all had talent abilities not weaker than C rank. To know, these are only low-level hunters. What kind of existence is that intermediate-level hunter? What about high-level hunters? And what about the rumored demon-level hunters? Especially that president with the weeping ghost king mask. What the old beggar saw in him was an infinite green flame, with a monstrous aura, comparable to that of a god or a demon. After that the old beggar swore not to have any involvement with this cafe in his life. He never wanted to mess with a transcendent organization again, and it was such a treacherous transcendent organization. The old beggar sighed deeply. Dusty, Master has never begged you for anything. When Master begs you, before the people in the cafe find you, don't go anymore, okay? Ye Dust was puzzled and did not understand. Master, why The old beggar knew the rules of the Hunter Guild, not to expose the guild, not to expose the identity of the hunter. These days in the Hunter Guild's chat channel, he was horrified to find that some new hunters who didn't take the Hunter Guild's rules seriously, never appeared in the chat channel again. He suspected that the president had a heavenly ability to listen in on every hunter's movements. Where he dared to say the reason, he said in a serious tone. Dusty, the people there are all demons, not something we can mess with. Ye Dust waved his hand indifferently. Too exaggerated, Master. Today the cafe boss lady even chatted with me. She's quite nice, and she's also very pretty. Look, this is the $200 she gave me. Yi Chen took out $200 from his pocket and handed it to the old beggar. Filial honor to your master. The old beggar's eyes were round, staring at the $200 in fear. Where is this $200? This is clearly a talisman, The old beggar got up violently, his sinewy one arm gripped Yi Dust's shoulder in death, his lips trembling. Dusty child, run! You run! Yi Dust was confused and just about to open his mouth when he heard an icy voice from the sky. Run? Where to go, The old beggar looked at the sky in shock, only to see a silhouette with wings on its back, flapped its wings and slowly fell from the sky. The person was wearing black clothes, wrapping himself up tightly, and his face was clearly a ghost mask. It's over. Finished coming, they're coming. The old beggar was paralyzed in his chair as if his whole body's strength had been extracted. Yi Chuan finally noticed the unusual as well. He was a middle child, but not a psychopath. Associated with Master's attitude towards the Amamo Cafe, where else could he not guess that this man in black had a great connection with the Amamo Cafe? It was coming at him. Yi Chuan got up and blocked in front of Master, turning back to ask. Master, is this the reason why you won't let me touch the Amamo Cafe? He looked squarely at Huang Jia, undaunted and filled with wariness. So this world is this wonderful, and there are people like you in such cafes that exist. The old beggar did not want Yi Chuan to be involved with transcendental forces, so he never mentioned his past with Yi Chuan, nor did he mention that there were other transcendental forces in this world besides the Security Bureau. Yi Chuan was at the time when he was young and wild, and wanted to touch everything he saw. Yi Chuan pulled out two long swords from the tattered bedding under the bench, assumed a stance, and hooked his finger at Huang Jia. Huang Jia sneered. Don't know the heights of heaven. After saying that, his wings unfolded again behind his back, and his hands turned into falcon claws, turning into a black stream of light, rushing to grab at Yi Chuan's throat. Yi Chuan's eyes flashed with lightning, instantly using his special ability. Sizzling electricity, D-rank. Consuming spirituality, stimulating the entire body with lightning, gaining lightning-like speed and can be accompanied by a lightning attribute attack. The moment both sides made contact, Yi Chuan sensed that something was wrong. This man in black had a lot of power. Comparing himself to him, he was a child arm wrestling with an adult. Huang Jia was already an F-rank power talent, and with the addition of the bird fruit, Hayabusa form, his power was added a few times. Yi Chuan wanted to win with speed, body sword art play dazzling, and Huang Jia directly fly into the air, cold eyes staring at Yi Chuan acrobatics. The old beggar sighed at the sight. Yi Duan had lost. This black-clothed man is a rare air-riding type alien. Yi Chuan's sword art is useless. Hunter Guild is really a hidden dragon. The old beggar touched the mask in his arms with a complex expression. He couldn't watch the child die here. On the battlefield, Huang Jia's eyes were like an eagle's vision, and with a powerful aura he descended from the sky and grabbed Yi Duan and brought him to mid-air. To the sky was Huang Jia's domain, directly breaking one of Yi Dust's arms, then smashing down heavily towards the ground. Boom! Ah! Yi Chuan lay on the ground covering his broken arm and screaming heartily. Huang Jia fell from the air, moved his neck and spoke. Your psychic abilities are average, but your fist and feet kung fu is a bit of a thing, making me somewhat interested. Unfortunately, you have to die today, or the one who dies will be me. Yi Chuan looked at the gradually approaching man in black and fell into deep remorse. Why didn't he listen to his master's words? Why was he so colorful to provoke the Amamo Cafe? Sure enough, this world is higher than a mountain, and he is a frog at the bottom of a well. Because of his own arrogance, the master is afraid to be dragged down by himself. The old beggar sighed heavily, in the eyes of Yi Chuan mixed with guilt, slowly got up. The old beggar stood with his arms folded, just like the top killer he once was. Friend, can you give the old man a few moments of face and let my disciple live? What face do you have? After Huang Xing glanced at the old beggar, his brows tightened together at once, because the old beggar was wearing a tiger head mask on his face. Yi Chuan was confused. Master? There was a mask on the black-clothed man's face, and there was also a mask on his own master's face, which seemed to be a sign. Could it be that his master belonged to the same force as the man in black? Was this the past that master never mentioned to himself? Huang Jie looked the old beggar up and down warily and asked, "Who are you?" The old beggar made a clasped fist with one arm at Huang Jie and spoke with an odd, low-level hunter, nicknamed Beast King. Although the word nickname did not have any killing aura or mystery, the hunters understood what the nickname represented. Those were the code names of the transcendents of the same organization, but any hunter with a long heart would try to remember those nicknames. Huang Jie had an impression of the nickname Beast King. Huang Jie sneered. "This is your disciple? Letting him investigate the guild? You're not following the rules," the old beggar hurriedly said. The old man has followed the rules of the guild since, and did not dare to violate half of them. That day, there was an extremely kind-hearted girl who made my simple disciple mesmerized and blinded by lard. So he waited for her outside the cafe without knowing the depth of the situation. My disciple really didn't mean to offend the guild. Please let my simple disciple go. A girl with a good heart? Huang Jie probably understood what the old beggar meant. That boy Yichuan was just a spermatozoa looking at a certain girl in the cafe and angered Meng Xing. Huang Jie struggled up inside. During the time that he was working for Meng Xing, he had also seen blood, and was not as resistant to killing as he was at the beginning. If it was someone else, he would have killed them. But now involves another hunter, things are not so simple. Cannot get the old beggar a piece of death, right? Huang Jie knew that every hunter was Meng Xing's baby bump, and mishandling it might offend Meng Xing. Besides, he does not know if the old beggar is a devil fruit awakened. What is the talent? He is not sure to get the old beggar dead. Huang Jie said. Then, wait a moment. Said he started to send a message to Meng Xing. The old beggar said gratefully, "I'm sorry for your trouble." Huang Jie received Meng Xing's reply and with a bottom in his heart, he spoke. "Come with me, someone wants to see you." The old beggar nodded repeatedly, picked up the pale Yi Chen, grabbed Yi Chen's arm and used his spirituality to correct his arm. This scene was watched by Huang Jie. What a marvelous way of using spirituality. This old man cured Yi Chen's arm without using his talented ability. At the same time, Huang Jie inwardly sighed. The old man knows his stuff. He didn't treat Yi Chuan at the first moment of his injury. He's waiting for my attitude. Huang Jie was wearing a ghost mask. The old beggar couldn't see Huang Jie's expression, but he could feel that Huang Jie's attitude had obviously changed for the better. Along the way the old beggar was thinking, which high level of the hunter guild wants to see himself? Will it be a senior hunter? Or a demon-level hunter? He took Yi Duan with him and followed Huang Jie all the way to the old city center with an apprehensive mood. The old beggar was puzzled in his mind. This was not the way to the Yamamu Cafe. The old city center was dark, the street lights had long been damaged, the authorities were not far from spending money to repair them, or perhaps they were too lazy to do so. After walking for about 20 minutes or so, the lights were on, and there were a lot of workers here who were working on construction operations. Meng Xing's Chinese garden has already taken shape. Probably another half a month will be able to complete the construction. Walking all the way with Huang Jie to the periphery of a garden, he stopped in front of a small courtyard that did not show any signs of construction. Huang Jie said, "Go in, whether you master and disciple can live or not depends on fate. Remember, don't lie, say whatever you ask, don't contradict him." The old beggar could hear that Huang Jie was in awe of the people in the courtyard, and did not know which big shot it was. He took Yi Duan and thanked him repeatedly, saying that if he passed this chop, he would definitely repay him properly. Knocking on the courtyard door, he respectfully said, "The old man, the Beast King, has come with his inferior disciple to ask for forgiveness. Enter." Getting permission from the people in the courtyard, the old beggar nervously grabbed Yi Chen's hand and walked into the small courtyard. Master and disciple entered the courtyard, not daring to glance around, only to see that there was a person on the recliner who had been waiting. Wearing black sportswear, wearing a hood, face has a weeping ghost king mask. The old beggar's heart set off shock waves at that time. It was the president. He hurriedly grabbed Yi Chen and knelt down, his pale head pressed down. It was unintentional for the inferior disciple to charge the guild, but the sin is hard to undo. Please punish the chairman. Meng Xing raised his eyebrows slightly. What kind of path is this? Why did this operation have a feeling of an ancient martial arts movie? Meng Xing didn't know that some transcendent powers had a long history, and the rules of etiquette were indeed very similar to the ancients. Meng Xing curiously surveyed Yi Chen's hand that was originally broken by Huang Jie and asked the old beggar, "The hand is healed? This is not the talent I gave you. What was your original talent?" The old beggar didn't dare to hide it and honestly said, "Reinforcement, B rank." Meng Xing murmured and repeated, "Reinforcement." The old beggar hurriedly said, The reinforcement talent can't heal the hands of an inferior disciple, it has to do with my self-created spirit art. Spiritual arts, this was a new term. Could it be that one could use transcendent abilities without the use of natural gifts and abilities, but only spirituality? Meng Xing stood up, stopping 10 centimeters in front of the old beggar, and asked with a lowered head. What exactly are you from, and why doesn't my database have any information about you? Meng Xing's database was copied from the Security Bureau, and generally speaking awakened people had records in the Security Bureau. Even their own farmer's talent was found in the Security Bureau database. But just now, Su Man turned the database upside down and couldn't find any information on the old beggar. That is to say, the old beggar's information was not recorded into the database by the Security Bureau. The old beggar sighed. The guild may have recorded the information of many people, but my information is not even available to the Security Bureau. Meng Xing came to be interested. Why? The old beggar knew that his next words might turn Meng Xing off, but he remembered Ghostwing's kind reminder. You can't lie, and you can say whatever you're asked. The old beggar bravely said. Because the old man has lived in the moon-worshipping sect since he was a child, and seldom walks in the city, so. Saying that, he glanced apprehensively at Meng Xing, fearing that he would learn that he had served other transcendent forces and make the president jealous. Meng Xing had nothing to say about this, having eaten the devil fruit. This person was firmly in his own hands. He is on the other transcendental forces are excited. Moon worship door is obviously the name of a transcendental forces. The old beggar has nothing to hide about this. Moon-worshipping sect had existed for a long time and belonged to an assassin organization. As long as the money is in place, it can assassinate anyone, even the leaders of the authorities. The old beggar was once a top assassin of the moon-worshipping sect, only because of the moon-worshipping sect's internal turmoil, leaving the old beggar to live on the streets, only to avoid the moon-worshipping sect's pursuit. If the president minds, the old beggar can leave the South Sea immediately and never bring any trouble to the guild. It's just that the inferior disciple really has no intention of contradicting the guild. So please ask the president to keep him alive. The old beggar heavily kowtowed to Meng Xing. Meng Xing then realized that the old beggar was still a bomb. If he was found by the moon-worshipping sect, he was afraid that he would bring enemies to the Hunter Guild. However, Meng Xing did not care about Moonlight Sect looking for trouble. The military officer captain of Nanhai City was his person, the underground gangster giant was also his person, and there were also hundreds of hunters in the Hunter Guild, which gave Meng Xing enough backbone. It could be said that Meng Xing was the overlord hiding in the shadows in the South Sea City. Meng Xing sat back in his chair again, drooping his eyelids and said, Moon-worshipping sect isn't qualified enough for me to put in my heart. I can bail you out. It's just that your good disciple probed the guild's hunters and violated the guild's rules. This rule was set by me personally, this makes it difficult for me. The old beggar believed that the guild didn't put the moon-worshipping sect in their eyes. Even the low-level hunters were of C rank. Who could say how many experts the guild actually had? The old beggar's brain raced. The president was clearly giving himself a chance to find a reason to let his disciple live. He said tentatively, Chairman, is it possible to let this inferior apprentice of mine join the guild as well? This apprentice of mine has received my true teachings, and can pass on spiritual arts to other hunters. Meng Xing placed his arm on the armrest of the recliner and leaned on his face. Do you really think that this guild of mine is something that anyone can enter just because they want to? The old beggar panicked. Could he not let his disciple enter the guild even if he handed over his spiritual arts? He raised an old face, old tears streaming down his face. President, I have no son or daughter, and I only have this one disciple. Please be kind, Chairman. Meng Xing let out a light laugh. I'm not this unkind to my subordinates, let's make a deal. The old beggar's head hit the ground hard. Please enlighten me, Chairman. Meng Xing said with a straight face. I do have some interest in your spiritual art. Teach it to me and guard this courtyard of mine from now on without being able to leave. After you're 100 years old, let your disciple take your place. In the future, the disciples and grandchildren of your lineage will be at ease as my courtyard guardians. Yard keeper? Only then did the old beggar survey the small courtyard, only to realize that every blade of grass and tree here possessed extremely strong spirituality. Especially that weird tree, the green-colored lotus platform, and the python-like vines, the spirituality simply rushes up to the clouds. This turned out to be the Hunter Guild's forbidden land. The president had called himself here with the good intention of letting himself guard the courtyard. The old beggar didn't dare to refuse and shouted excitedly, Many thanks to the president for his enlightenment. In this way, the Hunter Guild in the most mysterious a group, Yard Keeper was born. The old beggar was the first generation of Yard Keepers. After the old beggar returned to heaven, Yi Duan would take over the old beggar's position and guard the small courtyard for the rest of his life without leaving a step. The future disciple of Yi Duan will also travel around the city, looking for the next heir, waiting to take over Yi Duan's position. Early the next morning, Meng Xing sat in the cafe with a yawn. Yi Yunyun made the Blue Mountain coffee and served it to Meng Xing. Mr. Didn't rest well last night? Meng Xing nodded and took a light sip of coffee. Learned a little something interesting. The old beggar's spiritual art is fully known as spiritual body gathering art, which is indeed a transcendent thing. Spirituality is treated as a consumable except with the fighting spirit and spiritual power in novels, and then no one has developed new uses for it. And the old beggar's self-created spiritual awareness body gathering technique will be the best use of spirituality to the extreme. Spirituality is as flexible and controllable as a finger. Repairing human body damage is a small trick. Yi Chuan's bizarre stance, subtle sword technique, was the result of perfectly covering the spirituality in the waist and legs, as well as the weapon. If you cover your entire body with spirituality, you can perceive the dynamics of everything around you, and maneuver your body with spirituality to make the fastest response. Kind of like in the Marvel series, Spider-Man's Spider Sense. Even, covering one's own spirituality on the body of a weapon and nurturing it for several years, one can achieve the effect of controlling things. This was probably what the ancient martial arts called unity of knowledge in action. This was completely equivalent to having one more. A natural supernormal ability that could be continuously improved through constant practice. The old beggar had politely told Meng Xing that this spiritual art required a very high level of talent to get started. Only after practicing for a long time can one manipulate the spirit to cover the arm, so he hoped that Meng Xing would not be in a hurry to accomplish it. When Meng Xing covered his entire body with spirituality, the old beggar and Yi Chuan's eyes were about to fall off. One had to know that Yi Chuan had learned for 6 years before he only covered his spirituality over half of his body. Meng Xing didn't feel anything. In terms of natural talent, he hadn't seen any better than himself. Meng Xing was the #1 genius at the provincial level for 3 years. Last night, after he left the small courtyard and went to the deserted countryside, he once again used the Green Lotus Earth Heartflame version of Susanoo. It was only then that Meng Xing discovered the true wonders of the spiritual awareness body gathering technique. Previously, he could only roughly control the Green Fire Giant, but now he could completely cover the Green Fire Giant with his spirituality and flexibly manipulate it. It was just like frying rice with a digger. Due to practicing all night, Meng Xing's spirituality was depleted, which was why he was so mentally drained. Meng Xing took out his notebook and crossed out the page on the yard keeper. The old beggar couldn't be more suitable to be the yard keeper. Without a family or a job, he only had a few enemies. Their future heirs were probably also bitter children picked out of the orphanage, just right. Meng Xing flipped through a brand new page, and his next goal was to get money. He suddenly asked Yi Yunyun, "Did the morning paper today say anything about the security bureau sweeping the Black Dragon Gang's venues? Bars, KTVs, bathing centers, all of these things can be quite lucrative." Yi Yunyun froze for a moment and returned. "I was about to tell you, the security bureau seems to have given up on suppressing the Black Dragon Gang. Last night, Zhu Dajuan even came to the cafe to spit out his grievances. The implication was that the security bureau had given him an ultimatum and would not allow him to take action against the Black Dragon Gang. I think the security bureau made some sort of agreement with the Black Dragon Gang." What Zhu Dajuan said to Yi Yunyun was what he wanted Yi Yunyun to convey to himself. The fountain pen in Meng Xing's hand tapped the desktop, his gaze ghostly in deep thought. The only reason that could make Wei Na give up suppressing the Black Dragon Gang was force majeure. The security bureau should have also discovered the unusual nature of the demons outside the city, so they were unwilling to waste their police force on the Black Dragon Gang. Meng Xing muttered. Could it be that the Black Dragon Gang volunteered and was willing to help the Public Security Bureau fend off the demons? Other than that, I really can't think of any reason why the Security Bureau would prohibit gangs from fighting. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Meng Xing's mouth. The fact that the Public Security Bureau took a verbal warning to stop Zhu Dajuan from banning strikes against the Black Dragon Gang shows that the magistrates are really busy. They want to meddle in the affairs of the triads, but they're probably too distracted to do so. This is precisely the perfect time to strike against the Black Dragon Gang. Since the Sheriff's Department was unwilling to let Zhu Dajuan actively invade the Black Dragon Gang, it would be better to not let Zhu Dajuan make a move and let the Black Dragon Gang fight internally. Meng Xing took out his cell phone, picked a few hunters, and released an exclusive mission. A private room in the suburbs. A middle-aged man with an inch head was drunk and would flip through his cell phone every now and then. He had been waiting for an important message these days. His name was He Yong. He was the supervisor of Infinity KTV and a hunter of the Hunter Guild. The other day he received a mission from the guild to beat Zhu Dajuan to death and sent his men to burn down the sheriff's office. Zhu Dajuan's people were looking for him, the Black Dragon Gang's people were looking for him, and the security bureau was also looking for him. He Yong scratched his greasy hair. I've offended the black and white for the guild. I don't even dare to leave the door. I don't know how long I'll have to hide in this hellish place. The guild mustn't forget about me. At this moment, the cell phone rang. He Yong rubbed his reddened eyes and carefully read the message. His expression gradually grew excited. P.S. The author slightly BB 2 sentences. It's about the slow update problem. I'm a new author. The update speed is quite a bit slower than old authors. I probably need about 4 hours for a chapter. But I guarantee that I write every word with all my heart, and I don't have any behavior of fooling everyone. Everyone is spending money to fill up the membership. I'm afraid to serve up a plate of unappealing things to invite you to taste. I really appreciate everyone. Thank you for accompanying me to tolerate me. When our hands speed up, burst more to show everyone. Attachment. He Yong walks out the door, just as he sees a group of masked weirdos surrounding the entrance of the room. The cold wind was sluggish, and the masks of the weirdos were particularly eerie in the late fall. He Yong kept in mind the mission outline that he must not let anyone know that he was also a hunter. He clasped his fists at the hunters. I'll trouble you all to come with my little brother. The hunters remained silent and responded with silence. He Yong clasped his fists again and led the way towards the Dragon in Manhwa bar. That was the Black Dragon Gang's venue, and he was going to be a usurper in his capacity as the Black Dragon Gang's hallmaster. Tonight, he was going to bring 30 hunters to go all out and sweep away all of the Black Dragon Gang's venues. Infinity KTV, General Manager's office. The man sitting in front of the tea table wearing a flowery shirt was Zhou Qing, the boss of the Black Dragon Gang. His entire face was twisted together as he looked at the recent financial statements sent by his female secretary. This week's frantic crackdown by the Security Bureau had caused him to lose several $1 million. Zhou Qing's face was filled with resentment as he tore the statement into tiny pieces. Damn it! The Security Bureau. Wei Na. I really grass your mom. The female secretary was scared by Zhou Qing's appearance and forced a winking smile to pour a cup of tea for Zhou Qing. Calm down, Mr. Zhou, it's not good if you're angry. Isn't the Security Bureau being taken care of by you now? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing became even angrier. He had paid a huge price to have the Security Bureau withdraw its suppression of him. The worst thing was that with the upcoming demonic attack on the city, the Awakened under Zhou Qing's command would need to fight for their lives against the demons as auxiliary officials. Zhou Qing glared fiercely at the female secretary. The culprit of all this was this woman. The female secretary was originally He Yong's woman. Not only was she a gold digger, but she was also flirty as hell. Although she is already a wife, and also gave He Yong a son, but He Zhou someone has Chao Gong's favor. Zhou Qing took this woman down, incurring the cynicism of He Yong. This asshole went so far as to lose his heart and burn down the security office, leaving the Black Dragon Gang to bear the brunt of Wei Na's wrath. Xu Dajuan was seriously injured by him, but he didn't kill him, so much so that Xu Dajuan went crazy and retaliated. The more Zhou Qing thought about it, the more angry he became. He got up and pressed the female secretary to the tea table, his eyes red. Wei Na, you're a fucking bitch. Letting you sweep me off my feet. Fuck you. The female secretary yelled in cooperation. I'm a bitch. I, Wei Na, am a bitch and shouldn't have messed with Mr. Zhou. Zhou Qing was not relieved and grabbed the woman's hair fiercely, cursing angrily. Your man is a waste, a dog of my Zhou Qing. The female secretary's face was red. What kind of waste is He Yong? How can he compare to you, Mr. Zhou? Mr. Zhou is the best. Time passed 10 minutes, the phone rang. Zhou Cheng, who was disturbed in his elegance, was dissatisfied and picked up the phone. Have a fart quickly put. Ha? What? Zhou Qing let go of the female secretary and frowned as he sat back on the sofa. The female secretary tidied up her dress, thoughtfully wiped Zhou Qing's beads of sweat, and honestly stood aside, looking at Zhou Qing with fascination. How many women in the Jianghu are righteous? Many women saw themselves as prey, a prey that picked out the hunter. Once still a mountainous native girl, she was brought to the big city by her bamboo horse He Yong, and having seen luxury, she was mesmerized by desire. After Zhou Qing offers her to be his mistress, he decisively abandons He Yong, who has been guarding her for 10 years. In fact, after hearing that He Yong burned down the police station for her, she was complacent and felt that she had unlimited charms. But it was just complacency. What is He Yong? He wouldn't be more successful than Zhou Qing even if he worked hard for the rest of his life. She wouldn't be stupid enough to accompany a child to grow up, not to mention the fact that the child was almost 40 years old. What? What did you say? He Yong? Zhou Qing's eyes glazed over as he heard something extremely unbelievable. The female secretary was once again delighted in her heart. It seemed like that big fool had done something earth-shattering for her again. Sure enough, even though she was in her 30s, she could still make people mesmerized and crazy. Zhou Qing frowned. What's the result? How is the field? Upon hearing the results, Zhou Qing's face brushed pale. The cell phone slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground, the screen shattering. The female secretary pretended to ask as if she didn't care. Mr. Zhou, what did that stupid man do again, making you so angry? Zhou Qing froze and twisted his head to look at the female secretary. He Yong spent 5 hours and swept all my venues, and is now heading here. The female secretary was dumbfounded. Him? With him? You can't be kidding, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Qing violently threw the female secretary a big mouth and growled. Do you think I have the leisure to joke with you right now? How could He Yong have dozens of experts working for him? Bitch, tell me what's going on here. The female secretary was struck dumb and covered her face as she cried. I don't know, how is it possible? Suddenly the female secretary paused. She thought of something. It was a month ago. He Yong had excitedly told him one day that he was going to take off, that he was going to soar right away. But at that time, she was busy cheating on Zhou Qing. How could she have the heart to listen to He Yong? Could it be that time? The female secretary hurriedly told Zhou Qing about that day one by one. Zhou Qing mixed so many years which cannot understand? He Yong had found a backer. Zhou Qing clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He Yong. Good. Then let's fight to the death. Half an hour later, all the guests of Infinity KTV were out, even the waiters left work early. The female secretary was sitting alone in front of the lobby. He Yong came with a group of masked hunters. The female secretary immediately greeted He Yong when she saw him. Husband? He Yong frowned. He could love and hate the woman he had been married to for 10 years. How did the innocent girl brought from the mountains turn into this? He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Lily, for the sake of the child, I sent you a message before I came here to get out of here. The female secretary froze for a moment and said sincerely, Hubby, I convinced Zhou Qing to let you have the position of the Black Dragon Gang's leader. The fact that all the Black Dragon Gang members here are not here tonight is Zhou Qing's sincerity. Zhou Chang also wants to talk to you alone. After this is over, can we go home and I'll cook you noodles? He Yong looked at the clean smile of the female secretary and his heart was slightly touched, as if he had returned to 10 years ago. He Yong asked, Where is Zhou Qing? The female secretary pointed upstairs. Waiting for you in the office. He Yong nodded, turned to the hunters behind him and clasped his fists. Brothers, leave the rest to me. Thank you for your help, please return. The female secretary pulled He Yong's hand up to the 5th floor and walked into Zhou Qing's office. As soon as he entered the office, the door was closed and a dozen Black Dragon Gang members with strong spirituality appeared in front of He Yong. These were the true elites of the Black Dragon Gang, and each of them was of the D rank. Zhou Qing laughed out loud, his face full of sarcasm. He Yong, you're really a waste. I knew you would listen to this slut and obediently come up to die. Is this slut really that attractive? The female secretary shook off He Yong and coquettishly came into Zhou Qing's arms, whining. Mr. Zhou, what are you talking about? People are still not doing this for you. Without the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes, He Yong spoke. I have long since lost my feelings for this woman. I came here to kill you with my own hands. Zhou Qing wrapped his arms around the female secretary's waist and bent over in laughter. You still can't change the problem of bragging. To be honest, those 20 or so E-rank awakened people you brought with you aren't really qualified to kill me. I called you up individually just because I didn't want to immediately offend the people behind you. There's no harm in it. When I know who's behind you, I'll kill them all, he said with a stern look in his eyes. Kill him. He Yong rushed out the window and clasped his fists. Brothers, please help. At this moment, the window of the Black Dragon Gang suddenly shattered and two silhouettes rushed in. One wore a ghost mask and was wrapped tightly in black clothing. The other wore a smurf mask and was wearing a raincoat with a black umbrella in his hand. The smurf masked hunter was light, as if he weighed nothing, and was carried up by the ghostbuster masked man. What are you guys? Zhou Qing was horrified. This was the 5th floor. Could it be that these two people both have the airborne talent ability? He Yong maintained his clasped fist stance. Brothers, this room is filled with Black Dragon Gang elites. Please also be careful. Just do your own task. Another strange man appeared on the windowsill at some point and was sitting there in a crouch. That person had a back hair and wore a slate suit, with a clown mask on his face. The three hunters were Ghost Wing Huang Jie, Boxer Wang Yang, and Clown Wang Su. Those downstairs were all viralized hunters, and Meng Xing also knew that with 30 viralized hunters it was impossible to sweep away the Black Dragon Gang, so he also prepared these 3 Devil Fruit Awakened hunters. Let those viralized hunters do their job. Those hunters were not worth much in Meng Xing's eyes. These 3 Devil Fruit hunters were the main event of the night. Zhou Qing subconsciously took 2 steps back. He felt the threat of death in these masked monsters. He couldn't help but say, Brothers, why bother helping He Yong? I am the boss of the Black Dragon Gang. Let me talk to your boss. The words were not finished being interrupted coldly by the ghostly masked man. Who the hell are you to meet our boss? Saying that, he killed towards Zhou Qing. At this moment, He Yong shouted, Slow. Brothers, give me face, leave him to me. This is about a man's dignity. The one who sends me a cuckold will be finished with his own hands. Huang Jie glanced at him and turned towards the Black Dragon Gang fighters to kill them. Zhou Qing's eyes glowed fiercely. He knew that if he didn't fight for his life at this time, he wouldn't have a chance. He was a C-stage awakened with the talent raging blood. Zhou Qing's body was covered in red light, and the power of majestic blood chi spread throughout his body. Pushing aside the female secretary beside him, he rushed towards He Yong. He remembered that He Yong was an E-rank talent, and he was confident in taking He Yong down. After killing He Yong and escaping from Infinity KTV, there was still a chance to gather his old troops to rise again. While confident and ready to punch He Yong's head, a layer of blades surfaced on He Yong's arm. Not only did it block Zhou Qing's attack, it also scratched Zhou Qing's fist. Quick chop fruit, C-rank, consuming spirituality, it can turn any part of the body into a blade, as well as make the skin as hard as steel. Zhou Qing exclaimed in horror. You've awakened again. Dual talents? He understood. No wonder He Yong had so many strong people helping him. He was actually a dual talent, so he could be called a genius, and it wasn't strange for him to be recruited by some more powerful forces. Zhou Qing's talent was restrained by He Yong. A body of flesh and blood is ultimately no match for a body of steel. Zhou Qing had been addicted to women over the years, and those fighting styles had long been forgotten, and his body was almost empty. Where was He Yong's opponent in this Avenger? Zhou Qing was covered in wounds and fell to the ground. Looking around, all the corpses of the Black Dragon gang members. Those three weirdos were standing in a pool of blood, looking at themselves with cold eyes. Zhou Qing waved his hands repeatedly to beg for mercy. Ah, Yong. No, brother Yong. Don't. He Yong crouched down and grabbed Zhou Qing's collar with a hideous face. Zhou Qing. I treated you as a big brother, and you robbed my woman. Everyone in the club treats me like a fucking asshole. Zhou Qing said in fear. I'll give it back to you, I'll give you the position of the boss too, don't kill me. He Yong's eyes were cold, his nails turned into blades and dug into Zhou Qing's neck. I only want you to die. After resolving Zhou Qing, he walked towards the female secretary. The woman was curled up in the corner shivering. Old. Hubby, I'm sorry, I was wrong, you're the best, I'm sorry hubby. The female secretary was terrified by Zhou Qing and cried out immediately. He Yong no longer had any trace of tenderness, only monstrous hatred remained, the sharp edge piercing into the woman's heart. Why can't you listen to me and leave here for the sake of your child? This woman saw the hunter, she can only go to death. He didn't know whether the woman died with more remorse or more fear in her heart. He Yong squatted in the corner and lit a cigarette, not knowing what he was thinking. The three hunters looked at He Yong indifferently, of which Huang Jie spoke. Time's up, we should go. He Yong smiled miserably. Thank you guys. I don't know how many times I've said thank you tonight. The three hunters nodded slightly and jumped out the window to leave. He Yong took a deep drag on his cigarette, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. After making such a big commotion during this period of time, and with so many people dead tonight, there had to be someone to take the blame. He was the one to take the blame, and the people from the security bureau were about to come. He set fire to the security bureau, seriously injured Zhu Dajuan, and killed so many members of the Black Dragon gang, several lives were not enough to die. His revenge was avenged, his heart was happy, but he could not rest assured that his son was still in elementary school. At this time the cell phone rang. Hunter Blade Devil exclusive mission completed. Mission reward, assist in killing Zhou Qing, revenge. Extra reward, take care of He Xiaodong until he becomes an adult. He Yong smiled, relief in his sadness, and clasped his fists in the air. Thank you Guild, thank you President. He Yong's cell phone started to get hot, and the short circuit caused it to burn violently before becoming a puddle of charcoal. The car bell of the sheriff's department downstairs rang, and a group of sheriffs rushed upstairs. After Tai Lin, who was leading the group, saw the corpses all over the ground, his pupils contracted violently as he stared at He Yong dead in the face. You did this? He Yong smiled indifferently. Yes, Captain Tai, I plead guilty. Tai Lin said in a cold voice. Take away. Neither of them knew that the other was also a hunter. The following evening, at the entrance of Nanhai Garden Primary School, students embraced their parents' arms, overflowing with smiles and walking hand in hand towards their homes. He Xiaodong appeared to be alone, and he was the only child left at the entrance, along with a security grandpa. The little boy was obviously angry. Dad didn't come back all night. In the morning he was going to school by himself. He didn't even eat his lunch, and he didn't even pick him up at night. Is it really like what his classmates said? No one wants him after mom and dad divorced. Meng Xing appeared at the school entrance wearing a black trench coat, stood in front of He Xiaodong and smiled. He Xiaodong? Hello, my name is Meng Xing. I'm your father's friend, he's out of town and asked me to take care of you for a few days. Meng Xing squatted down and touched He Xiaodong's head, his tone gentle. Your dad said you like fried chicken? Shall I take you to eat fried chicken? He Xiaodong timidly nodded. Meng Xing smiled and pulled He Xiaodong's hand towards the Jinmu Cafe. He even nodded politely at the security guard before leaving. Meng Xing gave off a very trustworthy feeling, perhaps this was a natural temperament. At this time, a tall woman wearing a red leather jacket and black boots came down from a car at the entrance. Hello, what is this child's relationship with you? This woman, Meng Xing, had a history. Even when she was wearing a half-mask, Meng Xing recognized her. The director of the General Security Bureau, Wei Na. He's my father's friend. The little boy hid behind Meng Xing, looking timidly at the woman. Wei Na looked at Meng Xing meaningfully. I heard you guys talking. What if this person is a bad person and you get taken away? Wei Na suspected that He Yong had someone behind him, otherwise with him how could he have killed so many D-rank awakened? And a C-step Zhou Qing? He Yong's mouth was very hard, and he didn't come out after interrogating him all night, so Wei Na decided to start with He Xiaodong. Wei Na had been following He Xiaodong today, just to see who was taking care of He Xiaodong after He Yong went in. Meng Xing's hand rested on He Xiaodong's tender shoulders, a gentle smile on his face. His father is a regular customer in our coffee shop. A few days ago his father gave us a sum of money to take care of this kid for a few days. Her eyes looked straight at Meng Xing as she said this, trying to find some clues on his face. Only after a long time did Wei Na speak. I also quite like coffee. I don't think your store is closed yet, right? Half an hour later, the Jinmu Cafe. Meng Xing was sitting in his usual seat, He Xiaodong was by his side eating a large mouthful of cake, and Wei Na was sitting on the opposite side. The small spoon in Wei Na's hand lightly touched the coffee cup. Are you the owner of this store? Meng Xing shook his head. Just a laborer, I happen to be off today. The movement in Wei Na's hand paused, her eyes constantly glancing over Meng Xing. Then is it you who takes care of this child, or is it this cafe? Meng Xing looked over at He Xiaodong. The little boy was eating cream all over his face, so he was probably starving. He rubbed He Xiaodong's head, his eyelids narrowing slightly. This store is full of girls except for me, so it's only me who can take care of him. Wei Na said with a wry smile. So you're still a hothead, no wonder you invited me for coffee without asking who I am. Meng Xing's eyes brightened slightly. It's actually my honor to treat a beauty like you to a drink. I wonder if I can add a WeChat. That look was like a big boy who wanted to strike up a conversation after meeting a beautiful woman. Sure. Wei Na's red lips sketched out a ravishing smile. The hanging crystal lamps were eclipsed at this moment. She took out a pen from her arms and wrote down her phone number. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. I'll come back to see this kid in a few days. You don't want to take advantage of the fact that the parents aren't there to bully him. Meng Xing said rather seriously. You care so much about a child you met in passing. You must also be a warm-hearted person. Wei Na waved her hand at He Xiaodong and left the cafe. Her attitude was cordial, as if she had forgotten about threatening He Yong with this child's life last night. Just after getting into the car, she instantly changed her icy expression and took out her cell phone to make a call. Did you find out the information about that person? Chatting with Meng Xing for a while now, he didn't step on the many holes he dug. His speech and demeanor were normal, no different from an ordinary high school graduate. Logically, she should have dispelled her doubts about Meng Xing. However, the eyes of the two waitresses at the cafe were not right when they looked at Meng Xing. It was admiration, it was respect. If Meng Xing wasn't the owner of this store, how could he receive such recognition from those two girls? Therefore, Meng Xing was most likely an extremely thoughtful, meticulous fellow and has a suspicious identity. The appearance of such a dangerous criminal in the South Sea was not good news. On the other end of the phone. Dear Wei, we found it, his name is Meng Xing, and he's really not an ordinary person. Wei Na had a look that said it all. Tell me. On the other end of the phone. His name is Meng Xing, a senior student at Nanhai No. 1 Middle School. Provincial Spirituality No. 1 for 3 consecutive years, only 18 years old, and his spirituality is as high as the 7th stage. Wei Na's red lips slightly opened, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. 7 paragraphs? Her own natural talent was so high, her enlightenment was so strong, and she was only at the age of 27 this year with an 8-dan spirituality. 7th stage spirituality? And she was working as a waitress in a cafe? This deepened Wei Na's suspicions. She suspected that He Yong and Meng Xing were all related to a transcendent power. On the other end of the phone. It's just that. This Meng Xing isn't very lucky and has awakened the S-rank farmer talent. Wei Na froze. Peasant talent? Her suspicions went unanswered. No transcendent organization would recruit a living talent. Wei Na's tightly locked brow unraveled for a long time, hanging up the phone to call Wei Ming. Ming, you start sending plainclothes to keep an eye on the Amamo Cafe tomorrow, and report any abnormalities to me immediately. The Amamo Cafe was located in the Eastern District, and belonged to the jurisdiction of the Eastern District Public Security Office. Ming, are you listening? Wei Ming was silent for an old moment before answering. I know sis. Meng Xing sat alone by the window of the cafe, and He Xiaodong had already been taken to a guest room on the 2nd floor to do her homework. He hung up Wei Ming's phone, some playfulness in his eyes. Was Wei Na meticulous, or was she overly suspicious? But this is not important. Wei Ming sent someone to monitor the cafe, only to help Meng Xing to tell Wei Na what he wanted to convey to Wei Na. The destruction of the Black Dragon Gang had been finalized, and the rest of the matter could be easily accomplished by Zhu Dajuan. In a few days, it will be the demon attack, and when those monsters are buried, there will be more transcendent plants cultivated. Isn't it time to develop the Hunter Guild towards other cities? While Meng Xing was pondering, the wind chime on the coffee glass door rang and two blonde foreigners walked in. Ordering from the counter, Lin asked enthusiastically, "Welcome, what can I get you?" The two foreigners spoke in broken Xia dialect and ordered 2 cups of coffee, only the last string of bird language they said made Meng Xing's face show displeasure. It probably meant that the waitress was pretty, and wondered if she would be even prettier in bed. They finished ordering and sat at Meng Xing's neighboring table. These two foreigners spoke loudly, perhaps because they felt that no one here understood bird language, and slurred unscrupulously. Like what to come to the summer country after life is very moist. So many women like foreigners, like backward. Meng Xing shook his head, this was a sadness. For some reason, there were always some shepherd dogs that had an inexplicable love for Lord Yang. Regardless of whether they were male or female dogs, they always felt that it was a privilege to gain the favor of Lord Yang. There were even some shameless contraptions that felt that sleeping overnight with these hairy things was a matter of pride and bragging rights. Lin came outside the 2 old men with coffee. Enjoy. She was just about to leave when she was stopped by one of the geezers, and the yellow-haired, ponytailed monster said, "Beauty, I want an iced Americano. Why is this cup hot?" Lin looked at the steaming coffee and froze. I clearly delivered an iced Americano," the yellow-haired ponytailed monster said playfully. "It's not good to lie, it's obviously hot," Lin hastily said. "Then, let me give you another cup." Lin picked up the coffee and walked towards the ordering counter with a puzzled look on her face. She had obviously brought an iced Americano, so how come it was steaming hot? Could it be that she had taken the wrong one? The two foreigners kept their lewd gazes fixed on Lin's back, from the small high heels all the way up, resting on the swaying narrow skirt, letting out bursts of bad laughter. Lin once again brought a cup of iced Americano, and this time she double-checked that the coffee in her hand was cold. Who knew that just as she turned her head, she was again pulled by the yellow-haired foreigner with a ponytail. "Beauty, do you summer people not understand human language? I want it iced." Lin's eyes widened. How is this possible? The cup of coffee was steaming hot. Meng Xing frowned. An awakened? This foreigner was clearly an awakened, a combat talent awakened. How did an overseas awakened come out here? Lin was completely confused and stood in place, not knowing what to do. She clearly served ice American style. The ponytailed yellow-haired monster revealed a smug smile. "I won't tease you, I'm an awakened and would like to make friends with you. I happen to be free tonight, come to my house?" He used the set to pick up girls in the nightclubs of the Summer Kingdom time and time again. Foreigners, awakened, buff stacked, could easily capture a woman. However, this was a cafe and not a dimly lit nightclub, and not everyone was a sheepdog. Lin was visibly pissed off and glared angrily at the yellow-haired ponytailed monster. "If there's nothing else, I'm going to get busy. Also, 2 iced Americans, $80. After saying that, he was about to leave. The yellow-haired ponytailed monster froze for a moment, then became annoyed and reached out to pull Lin's arm. "What an attitude, you bitch." A hand slapped on the yellow-haired ponytailed monster's shoulder. "Dude, focus yourself." The yellow-haired ponytailed monster turned to look. It was a white-shirted man with a face full of anger, looking like a white-collar worker in some office building. This foreigner's eyes looked extremely angry. "Let go of your hand, squint." Squinting eyes was the name that some foreigners used to insult the Xia people. The white-shirted man clenched his fists and uttered a warning. "Brother, don't think that just because you're the only one who's awakened that you can be wild. You're looking in the wrong place." The foreigner couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You're also considered an awakened?" Flames emerged from the foreigner's hands and violently grabbed the white-shirted man's arm, the flames instantly burning on the white-shirted man's arm. Meng Xing narrowed his eyes. D rank. D rank was considered a good combatant in human society. Why did this kind of person appear in Xia? Meng Xing felt that there was something unusual. The timing of these two people's appearance was too strange. The monsters were about to attack the city. Ah! The white-shirted man slumped to the ground and let out a pained wail. His arm had been burned extensively. The guests of the cafe stood up. Even if most of them weren't combat talent awakened, they weren't afraid in the slightest. The two foreigners felt that things were a bit off, as if they had caused a mess, and were ready to bolt. One of the guests held a cell phone in one hand and pointed at the two foreign awakened with the other, shouting angrily, "Don't let them go! I'm calling the police!" The furious guests consciously blocked the door and surrounded the two foreign awakened men. The two foreign awakened ones, no matter how bold they were, didn't dare to be too reckless here and didn't dare to injure all the people here. The yellow-haired ponytailed monster simply sat back in his chair and sneered at the crowd. "Call the police? Fine, I'd like to see what your magistrate can do to me." The other foreigner also had an arrogant attitude. Even if we go to the police station today, we'll be released immediately." Meng Xing put down his pen and stared carefully at the two foreign awakened ones. At a time when international relations were so tense, how could these two foreigners dare to hurt someone and then speak out of turn? It wasn't like they were lying, they seemed to really have something to rely on. These two foreigners had someone in the security bureau? Who could it be? Which high-powered person could release a public assailant from the police station? Soon, the car of the security bureau stopped at the entrance of the Jinmu Cafe with the bell ringing. Two magistrates looked at the two foreigners with disgust and rudely handcuffed them. The crowd groaned. Get out, stupid, you really think you can be reckless in Xiagwa just because you have an ape face? Didn't I say I'd arrest you and let you out? Why don't you ask the sheriff to release you? Doesn't anyone still think this is the Qing dynasty? The two foreigners still looked emboldened and kept disliking the crowd. The cursing look made the magistrate couldn't help but secretly tighten the handcuffs a few degrees, hurting the two foreigners to curse. Seeing the two foreigners being taken away by the magistrate, the guests returned to their seats and talked about what had just happened. The injured white-shirt man had already been sent to the hospital by Lin Lin. When something like this happened in a cafe, the cafe would definitely be the one to take the money for the medical bills and whatnot. The cafe was happy to take the money and do their best to compensate the man for his loss. Meng Xing waved at Huang Jia, who was watching from the second floor. Huang Jia immediately went downstairs. Brother Xing, what is it? Meng Xing glanced at the faraway security car and said softly, go and see if these two people are really like what they said, that they will be released when they are caught in. Huang Jia asked respectfully, is it to check their details? Meng Xing shook his head. No need, bury them. If these two people were really arrested and immediately released, it meant that someone in the security bureau was indeed colluding with foreign awakened ones. Meng Xing didn't know how deep the water was here, so he planned to use two heads to probe the way. If these two people were just getting high on their mouths, then Meng Xing would also wait for these two foreigners to be released and bury them when they came out. The temporary detention center of the General Security Bureau. The two foreigners were locked up in the interrogation room, and the two interrogating magistrates doubted both of their identities. But no matter how the magistrates questioned them, they both only pretended to be crazy and said that they didn't understand Xia dialect. For a while, the two magistrates could do nothing. At this time, the two magistrates received orders and left the detention center, locking the two foreigners in the small dark room. The sound of high-heeled shoes walking came from outside the small black room. A tall and hot uniformed beauty opened the door of the small black room and walked in. This woman was none other than Wei Na. Wei Na's face was like frost. Don't you guys know how to restrain yourselves? How many times is this? The yellow-haired ponytailed monster shrugged indifferently. Didn't we get a few chicks killed a few days ago and they were all fine? So when can we get out this time? There were a lot of sheepdogs, and there were a lot of sheepdogs that had died at the hands of Lord Yang. If they didn't treat themselves as people, outsiders were afraid that they wouldn't treat sheepdogs as people either. Weina frowned. I really want to kill all of you. The other foreigner grimaced. Don't forget Weina, but you invited us here. What happened to us overplaying our hand? Weina had long ago discovered the restlessness of the demons outside South Sea City. It was clear to her why the magical creatures had come. It was nothing more than for the magical beast imprisoned in the security bureau. Weina didn't report the matter of the demonic creature's disturbance for the simple reason that she didn't want anyone to steal the battle credit. She wanted to take all the credit and then claim the credit from her superiors. If she won the bet, she was the hero who saved the magical beasts in the South Sea. If she lost the bet, she wouldn't be able to stand any disciplinary action, and it was force majeure when the demons attacked the city. The deal with the missionaries is also very simple, allowing the missionaries to infiltrate the South Sea City to spread the beliefs of deism. Burying people. Weina hated stupid people in her life, and even more so, she hated being friends with stupid people, or being enemies. She opened the door of the small dark room with a look of disgust. The magistrates have all been transferred by me. You'd better leave Xia immediately and don't give me any trouble. The two foreigners looked at each other, both seeing the derision in each other's eyes. This was Xia country, the backyard of the two of them. Thanks Weina. The two foreigners left the security bureau, but did not go to the airport, immediately leaving the summer country. What a joke. Anyway, there were missionaries in the South China Sea. Weina had to protect them. Shouldn't they eat and play? You know, back in the Flower Eagle country they will not have this treatment. In order to stabilize the people's hearts, the rules of the Church of God in Hua Ing country are quite strict. Restless they want to go to the bar to hunt for sex. The road met a little girl. This beauty is 16 or 17 years old, heavy makeup, wearing exposed, small hot pants, small breasts, style moving. These two hairy gorillas couldn't help themselves and wanted to take the little girl home. And the little Taeyumi is even more daring, to play exciting. Drove his car to take the two foreigners to the countryside. In the car, the little sister constantly teasing the two foreigners. The flirtatious appearance of the two foreigners want to immediately on the ground. Finally arrived in the deserted countryside, the little sister pushed open the car door, relying on the car lit a cigarette. The two foreigners are like animals in heat, constantly to the body of the little sister. They feel more and more that they have come to the right place in Xia. The South China Sea was actually no weaker than Flower Eagle nowadays, but these women were still immersed in slavery, hoping to get a Flower Eagle's identity card someday. How could they enjoy this kind of treatment in their country? They simply had to wonder if they had actually become handsome and were really a fan of 10,000 people. Piss off. What are you two even touching me? The little Taeyumi changed her charming behavior in the car and raised her middle finger at the two foreigners in disgust. The two foreigners were already horny. Where did they care about anything else? Baby, is this some kind of drama play? You weren't like this in the car. The two geezers sniffed the little Taeyuki's perfume with a lewd face. Boom! Something landed on the car behind them and an icy voice came out. You guys are really like two pigs in heat. The two foreigners were instantly alerted and hastily distanced themselves from the car behind them. Only to see that in the car, a strange man wearing a ghost mask and wrapped tightly in black clothes appeared. The most bizarre thing was that the strange man had a pair of wings on his back. The wings were black, and in the legends of the theocracy, this kind was a symbol of fallen angels. That little Taeyuki tilted her little head and looked at the ghostly masked man with a face of adoration. Boss, no matter how I look at you, I think you're so handsome. Love it. Huang Jia hadn't been in the game for nothing during this period of time. He was originally from a small-time gangster background, and ganging up was in his nature. At C rank, he already had 7 or 8 little minions. After he took out the sun staircase that he had obtained with his mission points and rewarded his little brothers and sisters, he had even gained followers who were beyond obsessed. It was a bit of a low-profile version of Meng Xing. Huang Jia leapt down from the car and said to the little sister beside him, "When I kill these two, I'll have saved enough points to exchange a poison flower for you." The poisonous flower referred to the sun staircase. Points? Is it also a forbidden word in the boss organization? Is it okay to just tell me? The little Taeyuki was unfamiliar with this new term. During this period of time, she had occasionally heard Huang Jie talk about president, hunter, and whatnot, but this was the first time she had heard the word points. Huang Jie said, "You'll soon be able to join the organization I'm in as well. There are some things you're qualified to know." The little Taeyuji loved Huang Jie's cold look. Her eyes were on the verge of sprouting little stars. The two foreigners saw the two of them chatting as if no one else was around. Their hearts were high with anger. "Kill us, you have a big mouth. We are D-stage awakened." Huang Jie sneered as he walked towards the duo. "D rank? You are also considered awakened?" The two foreigners at the cafe returned the white shirt man's outburst. The two foreigners instantly realized that this man was the one who was at the cafe at night. They also did not speak anymore and utilized their own alien abilities to kill towards Huang Jie. These two people were both fire-type psychic abilities. Huang Jie spread his wings and swooped down towards the two. Black feathers appeared on his body, and the flames of the two geezers could not break through Huang Jie's defense at all. Your fire-type psychic abilities are really too weak, far worse than him. The more Huang Jie experienced during this period of time and the more he fought with awakened people, the more he felt that Meng Xing was powerful. He had never seen anyone whose fire ability was more terrifying than the green flame. Huang Jie exchanged 7 or 8 rounds with the two, and large and small wounds appeared on the two foreigners. The ability to fly with an alien ability was just too rascal. This was not the pirate world, and there were too few people with air control abilities. Under B rank, Huang Jie had almost no opponents. The two foreigners finally couldn't stand Huang Jie's destruction and collapsed on the ground wailing in pain. In the middle of nowhere, this kind of decibel sound was quickly swallowed up by the darkness, and could not be transmitted halfway at all. The little Taeyuji sneered with a cigarette in her hand. "It can't be just this, right? I thought you two big men had a lot of ability. What did you say in your car about how you're liked by many people in the Summer Kingdom? Who would like you two losers? Some women just want to sleep with you just because the point of imported duck is quite expensive. Take you two to make up for it, understand?" Two foreigners regretted. In their country is not so because of good color lost his life. "Don't kill us, we submit. Kill me, you will regret." The yellow-haired ponytailed monster covered his bloody arm and bared his teeth in a threatening manner. "Right. Lord Missionary is in the South China Sea. Dare you let me send a Weibo?" The other foreigner said as he endured the severe pain, cold sweat dripping continuously from his forehead. "Missionary?" Huang Jie felt that the missionary the foreigner was talking about would be of interest to Meng Xing, and said blandly, "I'll wait for you." The foreigner was about to be scared silly, shivering as he took out his cell phone. "Sir Desmond, we have an accident." The yellow-haired ponytailed monster cursed angrily. "Fuck. Send nifty tweets and call. This lord gave us a chance." Oh. When the duo finished shaking people and just wanted to say something mean, Huang Jie reached out his claws and snapped their necks. The little Taeyuki wasn't afraid of this bloody scene at all, and was even excited. Handing him the cigarette in her mouth, there were still a few lip prints on the cigarette. Well, the missionaries they say will be very powerful, boss, can you beat them? Huang Jie took the cigarette and took a drag. I don't know, but I'm shaking people too. The little Taiyu Kai was about to jump up and down in excitement. Is it his other hunters? So cool. Huang Jie shook his head. I contacted the chairman, and the chairman said he'll come over right away. During this time Huang Jie also learned about Meng Xing's preferences: drinking coffee, delivering fruit plates, and burying people. The name missionary sounded powerful and good at burying people. The little Tayukai froze and swallowed nervously. Am I going to meet the legendary president? Huang Jie laughed and said, pick up the cigarette butts on the ground. The chairman doesn't like hunters to leave things behind when they are on a mission. He didn't want these little brothers and sisters of his to cause Meng Xing pain. In the future, he could count on these people to help him deliver the courier. After about 20 minutes or so, the little sister sat on her knees on the ground and said in a bored manner, why isn't it coming yet? I can't wait. Beautiful girl, are you waiting for me? The words were in Chinese, but they sounded a bit lame. Huang Jie immediately became alert and looked into the distance. He only saw a white man walking far away. The man was about 30 years old, a little over 1 meter 8 in height, wearing a brand new suit, with a magician-like tall round hat on his head, white gloves on his hands, and a cane. He moved quickly and quickly arrived in front of Huang Jie. The missionary looked at the two bodies in the trunk of the car and said in amazement, you guys still managed to collect the corpses after killing someone? Then in a moment, if I kill you too, do I have to collect your corpses as well? Trouble. This foreigner made killing as common as drinking water. Huang Jie couldn't see the missionary's bottom line, but he also knew that this person was strong, and he wanted to know the gap between himself and the top awakened. Try and see who collects the corpse for whom in a while. Huang Jie said, spreading his wings behind him, his hands transformed into sharp claws, and under the invisible black clothes, plumes covered them. This was Huang Jie's strongest stance today. Huang Jie leapt up in the air, his claws grabbing the back of the missionary's head. Come on, boss is awesome. The little sister screamed. In her eyes, Huang Jie was the god of war. The missionary glanced at the little Taiyu and whispered, shut up. The little Taio's mouth was instantly covered in frost, and she stepped back in terror, her nails snapping at the ice on her mouth. Huang Jie's claws were about to touch the back of the missionary's head when he only saw the missionary nod his cane and say retreat. A gust of wind swept up Huang Jie and sent him 100 meters away. The missionary's eyes were filled with admiration. You're actually a rare sentinel type awakened. It's not a loss for these two men of mine to die in your hands. Join the divine cult. Huang Jie quickly stabilized his stance, his eyes shocked. Ice, wind, dual talent awakened? The missionary's cane pointed at Huang Jie. Burn. The temperature around the missionary rose, and a large fireball appeared, which flew at Huang Jie under the effect of the gusty wind. The wind grew the fire, and a sea of fire had become around Huang Jie. The flames were more than a few times stronger than the 2D steps, and Huang Jie's wings would be stained with flames just by flapping. Huang Jie fell from the high school and stood up before looking at the missionary in horror. You, triple gifted awakened? The missionary's smile was like a spring breeze but full of danger as he spoke. 3 talents? You can think what you want. I'm more interested in you. I won't kill you if you join the divine cult. Huang Jie didn't believe him and stormed towards the missionary. He wanted to defeat the missionary in a physical fight. However, when he arrived at the missionary's side, he was looking at the missionary looking at himself with a sneer on his face as Huang Jie's claws reached for the missionary's throat. The missionaries grabbed Huang Jie's claws with thunderous force. How is this possible? Huang Jie's face was filled with shock as he saw that between the missionary's cuffs and gloves were black hairs. Beast awakened? 4 talents? The legendary 4 talents? The missionary was so strong that he grabbed Huang Jie's arm and threw him out, and Huang Jie hit the ground hard. The missionary craned his neck and said in a breezy manner, last chance to join the divine religion. Otherwise both of you will die. The little Tayukai finally tore the cold ice off her mouth and quickly came to Huang Jie's side to help him up. This invincible god of war in her eyes was defeated so easily? The little Taiyu didn't wimp out either, pointing at the missionary and mocking. What god religion? I'm still the devil's religion. Who cares? You'll die when our leader comes. The missionary shook his head and spoke to Huang Jie. You're a very good awakened. In this world you need the divine cult as a background to go far. I can see that you should also come from some transcendent power, but which transcendent power is stronger than the divine religion? He rose up to cherish his talent. A sentinel type awakened was simply too rare. Right at this moment, a voice cold to the extreme appeared in the countryside wilderness. Digging in my face? What kind of a thing are you? The missionary and the little Tayukai looked over. Black sweatshirt, hood, and a weeping ghost king mask on his face. The little Tayukai was so nervous that her hands were shaking. Is this the chairman? Sure is a handsome yuppie. Worry suddenly appeared on her face again. A four-gifted alien was extremely rare and powerful. Huang Jia couldn't go more than a few rounds in his hands. Was the chairman really his opponent? The missionary snorted. Is your group into Halloween? Fancy. He stood up, facing the approaching Meng Xing directly, and spoke. Since you're their leader, you should also be qualified to join the divine religion. Come on, if you can also last a few moves in my hands, I'll allow you to join the divine sect. Meng Xing's eyes were chilled, and his temper was not good at all. Green flames gradually burned on his body, and the green firelight covered the sun, moon, and stars. As his fingers curled, the fire transformed into 8 long snakes that moved quickly on the ground, wrapping towards the missionary. The missionary's face showed disdain. Fire ability? It's just ordinary and common, you may not be qualified to join the divine religion. His cane tapped the ground, and frost spread from his feet, intersecting with the 8 green-colored fire snakes. The imagined scene of the flames going out didn't appear. The frost actually became an aid to the flames, making the fire even bigger. The missionary instantly felt that something was wrong, and the wind beneath his feet created a wind that lifted him into mid-air before he barely managed to avoid the fire snakes. What rank are you? The flames are surprisingly not afraid of frost. I'm starting to be interested in you. The missionary's eyes showed appreciation as his cane danced. Ice cones, fireballs, and whirlwinds spread out towards Meng Xing. The green lotus earthly heart flame on Meng Xing's body thickened up and turned into a bell shield, isolating all attacks. The missionary was blinded. How could this person's rank be so high? His own attacks were not good? The corners of Meng Xing's mouth curled into a sneer. With trash like you're worthy of robbing my people? The missionary removed his hat, took off his gloves and suit jacket, and his eyes went ice cold. Something that doesn't know the heights of heaven. A change began to take place in the missionary's body. Black hair crawled all over his body, his eyes gradually became blood red, a pair of sharp teeth emerged from his mouth, and black bat wings broke through his vest and exposed themselves in mid-air. This was actually a vampire. Evil, grim, where did it look like a member of the Church of God? The terrifying dark power sent chills down the hearts of Huang Jia and little Miss Tai. The missionary said in a cold voice, Xiagua, you are still the first person to see me in my full strength. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Vampire, a rank talent. Consume spirituality and suck human blood to gain some of the awakened's natural abilities. Consume spirituality, inject toxin into awakened person's body, can obtain blood slave. Consume spirituality to transform into a vampire stance, strength and speed, as well as the effects of the talent abilities, drastically increased. Meng Xing's eyes showed greed. I want to bury you more and more. Then, the green flames on Meng Xing's body rose violently, and the roaring green flames began to combine under psychic manipulation. Meng Xing disappeared, and a green-colored flame giant appeared in its place. The flames were so intense and terrifying that it was like a god. The tiny vampire was as small as a sparrow in front of the cyan flame giant. The missionary was not afraid of this scene. Such a tall flame giant must consume a lot of spirituality and was difficult to control. It was nothing more than a parlor trick. Kid, you should be in A rank as well, right? I'll show you the difference between a rank. Earth binding. Dark power surged in the missionary's hands, and the earth tore apart. Patches of ground with withered grass tumbled over, forming a huge cage to cover the green fire giant. Grass rope. The missionary used his dark power again, pulling countless grasses and trees to form a huge chain, tying it to the cage, adding security to trap the green fire giant. Cold frozen earth. The temperature of the entire space dropped, the earth frosted over, that earth cage grass chains knitted with cold ice, the earth prison emanating at chilly temperature. Huang Jia's eyes were horrified. Was this the battle between the top awakened? Altering the terrain, shadowing the environment, the strange natural landscapes reported on the news in these years. Could it be that the battles between the top awakened ones were formed? Compared to that, the opponents that he had encountered were completely small fights. The little Teiyukai was already wearing less, and this freezing environment was even colder, yet it didn't hinder her brainless admiration for Meng Xing. Chairman! Go for it, Chairman! The missionary held his arms in the air and laughed coldly at the little Teiyukai. The temperature in the cage has dropped to 100 degrees below zero, and your so-called chairman is dead. Those who see my true body, even you must die. How nice to listen and join the divine religion earlier. It turned out that the frost that descended on the ground was entirely the aftermath of the extremely cold temperature in the cage. Are you doing a trick? An eerie and cold voice came from the cage. The missionary's eyes rounded as he saw something extremely unbelievable. Sizzling temperatures spread across the wilderness. The solid ice on the earthen prison melted and dense cracks appeared, and the grass ropes actually burned. What? Boom! The earth prison crumbled, and the green fire giant appeared in the wilderness as the intense heat shot up into the sky. The missionary's scarlet eyes went from arrogance to confusion, then from confusion to horror, and then downright fear. This green fire giant was actually not the flowery figure he had imagined. How powerful is this person's spirituality? To be able to manipulate flames to such an extent. The missionary fluttered his bat wings and screamed in terror. Who the hell are you? There should be no one like you in the South Seas. Meng Xing never villains die from talking too much and immediately launched a devastating attack on the missionary. In the eyes of Huang Jie's duo, the green fire giant opened his palms and went to grab the missionary's demonic body, with a great feeling of Buddha crushing a divine monkey. And in the missionary's eyes, there was only a sea of green fire, wrapping towards himself. Damn! Damn! How much spirituality should be consumed by a flame of such a high grade? Why can he use it so recklessly? The missionary summoned frost to cover his body and a wall of wind to block the green fire. However, with just one slap, all of the missionary's defenses collapsed. The black fur on his body burned and quickly scorched, like a bald bird. It took all the missionary's strength to get out of Meng Xing's grasp, and his voice was distorted with fear. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Although he was an A-rank talent, he was a very weak A-rank talent. He had quite a few abilities, but they were too varied and none of them were proficient. Like Meng Xing said, it was a juggling act. This juggling was a devastating disaster for B rank, and he would have to fall behind when he met his peers. Meng Xing, on the other hand, was of the S rank. Your Excellency, I'm a preacher of the divine religion, killing me won't do you any good. I admit defeat. Seeing the green fire giant's large hand attacking again, the missionary's feet used his wind genius ability to escape, shouting out in haste. Your Excellency is so aggressive, aren't you afraid of the Pope's sins? The Pope only appeared in rumors, which were said to be the first awakened in the world today, already infinitely close to a god. Meng Xing's voice came from the green fire giant. What a lot of nonsense. The Pope? What the hell is that? Frenzied, recuperative, and overbearing. Meng Xing just wanted to bury the missionary, so he might be able to grow a nature-based devil fruit. The green fire giant took a step towards the missionary and chased him down at a fast speed. Unfortunately, the missionary's combat strength wasn't great, but his escape skills were outrageous, and the green fire giant simply couldn't keep up. Meng Xing withdrew his green fire giant form, and the flames in the sky transformed into a 100-meter-long machete, which was thrown towards the missionary. The missionary only felt a chill at his back, and turned his head to look at his eyeballs as they glared out. Fuck! Dark power surged, gusts of wind swirled around the ice blades, forming a large tornado of exploding ice, using all his strength to block the green fire giant. With a slight gasp, he glanced at the Ghost King masked man on the wilderness who was coldly watching him, and his liver and guts cracked. This person was simply too fierce. Not daring to stay any longer, he fled like a madman. Meng Xing lamented in his heart that even if he used the spiritual awareness body gathering technique, his spirituality wasn't quite enough. The foreign fire version of Susanu was really spiritually draining. Meng Xing felt that someone was looking at him, and when he looked back, it was the adoring eyes of Huang Jie and that little sister. He walked towards the duo. Huang Jie thought of something, his face changed drastically, and he immediately stood up. Chairman, her name is Zhang Qian, she is considered half of the guild. Didn't help me much during this time. After Huang Jie finished saying this, cold sweat trickled down from his forehead. He could see the cold in Meng Xing's eyes even through his mask. You don't follow the rules. The icy voice carried a murderous aura, causing Huang Jie to fall to his knees with a plop. President, I didn't disclose any information about the guild to her. Only a little bit. Meng Xing stopped in front of the little sister and indifferently said, a little bit? If it's Wei Na, I'm afraid that she'll use this little bit of information to turn over the guild's past. Of course he knew that this girl could not pose a threat to the guild. The people around Huang Jie had let Su Man investigate very clearly. This girl was called Zhang Qian, a rich girl from the next city with a rebellious nature. I don't know what kind of kooky movie I watched, and began to blindly worship those punks, mixing in the periphery of the gangs every day. The family is considered a prestigious family, naturally will not allow their daughter to be so depraved. Her discipline is even more severe. As a result, she ran away from home and went to the Rasputin bar, where she was willing to work as a dancer to warm up the floor. When she meets Huang Jie, she immediately feels that the punks around her don't make the grade. Becoming a member of a mysterious organization like Huang Jie is the goal of life. This is too cool, is not it? Zhang Qian was not afraid of Meng Xing, who was full of murderous anger, and her small face with smoky makeup was filled with fire. She clasped her hands together and said reverently, Chairman, just take me, I'm obedient and willing to do anything. I can work without points. Meng Xing raised his eyebrows. Points? You still know about points? Huang Jie panicked. Chairman, I'll save up enough points to redeem a sun staircase for her today. So it's just more. He kept giving Zhang Qian a wink, screaming in his heart. You can talk less, ancestor. Only then did Zhang Qian realize that she had said the wrong thing and lowered her head, never daring to raise it again. Meng Xing took out a sun steps from his bosom and threw it in front of Zhang Qian's eyes. I'll give you a chance to do something for me. You're a hunter if you accomplish it, and you're a dead man if you fail. Good. Thank you, Chairman. Zhang Qian had to pick up the flower without thinking and swallowed it in one bite. It quickly reacted. The power of the sun staircase was changing Zhang Qian's body, the pain of the cells being torn apart was unbearable to normal people, and Zhang Qian's performance was truly surprising to Meng Xing. Her face was covered in beads of sweat, but she didn't have a single expression of pain. Even her face was flushed, and she was enjoying herself a little excited. She was enjoying the pain. Roughly 10 minutes passed, the transformation of the body by the poisonous flower ended, and Zhang Qian immediately attempted virilization. The nails grew visible to the naked eye, the large dark eyes turned gray, and the entire person's skin took on a sickly white color. The entire thing was a bit of a zombie girl. Depending on each person's physique, the degree of mutation was different. Some had tentacles growing out of their bodies after eating the sun staircase, some had huge arms appearing behind their backs, and some were bloated like meatballs. Often, the more mutations there were, the stronger their abilities were, and Zhang Qian obviously almost meant it. Zhang Qian felt the power of death surging through her body and looked at Meng Xing with even more fervor. President, whatever you say you want me to do, I'll go tonight. Meng Xing said. I sent the mission to your cell phone, waiting for your good news. Saying so, he gave Huang Jia a cold glance and disappeared into the wretched wilderness. In the night, Meng Xing walked among the buildings in Nanhai City, and suddenly stopped and looked up at a building. Infinity KTV. This place was a place he could only look up to a month ago, and those executives inside could look at him with their nostrils. And now, he was feeling that those buildings were extraordinarily grand and gorgeous. This place is already owned by Zhu Dajuan, and every month Zhu Dajuan has to hand over half of the profits as part of the money to the cafe. In other words, this place was already his own. Meng Xing turned back and looked at the path he had come from. Just now, he had beaten an A rank to the point where he was in a state of disarray and fled in a hasty manner. That guy couldn't have dreamed that he was a bitter high school student a month ago, someone who had tasted helplessness and hopelessness, right? Only by truly enjoying the taste of that fight once more did he really feel that he was finally not what he used to be. He reached out to block the intersection, made a false grabbing gesture, and then let out a loud and unrestrained laugh. It was a kind of I am a high mountain star picker, and the sky calls for rest and wildness. Passers-by couldn't help but look sideways and quietly move away from Meng Xing, fearing that this person was in a bad state of mind. Meng Xing laughed wildly and recklessly for a while before straightening up, the light in his eyes appearing like stars at first. He swore in his heart that this was how he was going to live in this life. To control his own destiny, unrestrained and hardy. The Hunter Guild was his foundation, and he was bound to make hunters appear in every corner of the world. A cab stopped in front of Meng Xing, and a middle-aged man poked his head out and cautiously asked, Sir, do you want a taxi? Meng Xing put away his laughter and looked at the man. The driver sulked for a long time. I cannot want your fare, tell me where your family is and I'll send you there. It turned out that this driver thought Meng Xing was mentally ill. Meng Xing couldn't help but smile again. Just in need of a car, I have money. Meng Xing did not know how to drive yet, and his family's condition was not good in the past. He couldn't reach the car. After he had money, he had been busy with the Hunters Guild and didn't have time to learn how to drive, so he had to take a taxi to get to the fights. In the car, the driver finally determined that Meng Xing is not a mental illness, and only then began to have a chat with Meng Xing. My son is from Nanhai No. 1 middle school, he's a senior this year, and he's in Mr. Wang's class. Do you know who teacher Wang is? It's the one who taught 2S rank awakened people. It's just a pity that those 2S steps ended up awakening the living talent. Meng Xing knew who he was talking about Wang Su, the hunter nicknamed Joker by the Hunter Guild. A happy smile appeared on the driver's face. He, my son's luck isn't that bad, he accidentally awakened a few days ago, so he won't have to go out in the car every day like me. The lights in the car were dim. Meng Xing could see that the driver's hands on the steering wheel were much lighter after he said these words. My life is like this, I awakened a masonry talent back then. Our family had no background and couldn't find work, but fortunately my old man gave me his position in the cab company before he left. When my son stabilizes, I'll stop working and enjoy my life. The driver was very proud when he said these words, and Meng Xing kept quiet, just being an attentive listener. There were too many suffering people in this world. This big brother driver was considered a very good one, and he was also free after his son's success. The driver's eyes were a little red. I don't know how, after not having to worry about my son, I feel aggrieved. When I was young, I never enjoyed myself, and I worked all my life for my family. When I got old, my health was not good, and the doctor said that I needed too much money to see a doctor, so I didn't drag my family down. The expression on his vicissitude face was complex. Meng Xing could not decipher it, but did not see a bit of complaint. See the most is the word relief. This extremely polarized world was not very fair to men without power and influence. The driver realized that he was out of order, wiped his tears, and said smilingly, Young man, I see you are not too big, graduate or not? Which school? Meng Xing returned. Graduated, Nanhai no. One middle school. The driver froze for a moment, his eyes flashed with a different light. Then you know my son not, younger than you, Lu Zhangyo. This name Meng Xing remembers that Wang Su had been blamed for this student by himself. The time when Wang Su made a scene at the KTV, it was for this student and 2 other girls. Meng Xing had said that if Wang Su couldn't guarantee that these 3 students could hide Wang Su's identity as a hunter, the Hunter Guild would step in to clean up the 3 students as well as Wang Su. In order to save these 3 students, Wang Su participated in the Demon Exorcism Order quest and received 3 solar stairs for his excellent performance. Then the Hunter Guild had 3 more low-level hunters. Meng Xing's complexion was a bit complicated. It turned out that the driver's son was a viralized hunter who had eaten the sun steps. The driver was afraid that he still didn't know that the real role of these hunters was to be his own cannon fodder. When they arrived at the Amamo Cafe, the cab stopped at the entrance. The driver had already organized his emotions, glanced at the meter, and said with a cordial smile, "Here it is lad, $300 in total." This world had expensive gas prices due to the descent of magical creatures. Meng Xing pulled out a bunch of money from his wallet and threw it onto the driver's seat, calmly saying, "Take the rest as a tip." Alas, young man, you. The driver's big brother felt like he was dreaming as he looked at the thick banknotes. The money was at least 7 or 8,000. Meng Xing suddenly turned back after walking halfway. "If you need help one day, you can come to this cafe to find me." Without waiting for the driver to react, Meng Xing had already entered the dimly lit cafe and disappeared in front of the master driver's eyes. The driver looked at the money in his hand and froze for a long time, wanting to give it back to Meng Xing, but after searching for a moment he honestly put it back. He wanted to live and needed money. He got out of the car and bowed deeply toward the cafe. Early in the morning, Meng Xing sat at his usual seat in the cafe and read a book. "Good morning, sir." Yi Yunyun finished combing her hair, stretched beautifully, and sat lazily across from Meng Xing. Meng Xing nodded mildly. "Good morning." It was late fall, the weather was getting colder and colder, and the cafe's working hours were a bit later, so Lin Lin and Qingqing had yet to go to work. The door was knocked. Yi Yunyun was still thinking about who came to the cafe so early, turned her head to see that it was Huang Jia. She even walked to unlock the door and said with a smile, "Good morning." Huang Jia was a bit different today, his eyes averted and he perfunctorily said good morning. Eyes locking onto Meng Xing, he hurriedly walked over and kneeled down with a plop sound. "Brother Xing, I'm sorry. Yi Yunyun's heart was slightly shocked. She knew that Huang Jia was Meng Xing's sidekick. What kind of mistake was this? She silently went to the back kitchen and prepared coffee for the 2. Meng Xing glanced at Huang Jia. "Sit down, if Zhang Qian can accomplish her mission, you and her are fine." Huang Jia sat apprehensively on the sofa while Meng Xing read a book with a calm face. After a while, the radio in the cafe came out broadcasting the morning news. Yesterday, a newlywed couple went out of the city to take wedding photos and unfortunately encountered a demonic creature, appealing to everyone not to go out of the city recently. Yesterday, a junior high school student unintentionally captured a strange creature. Whether it is a magical creature or not is still unknown. Last night, 4 men and 1 woman died in an apartment. The Department of Public Security Bureau on-site investigation. The murderer should be a woman. Huang Jia was relieved to hear this broadcast. Meng Xing had given Zhang Qian the task of executing 5 betrayers. Those 5 people were a small group of gangsters who had repeatedly refused the mission after obtaining the stairway to the sun. The guild's rule was that refusing 3 missions in a row was considered treason. There was an element of testing in Meng Xing having Zhang Qian execute the 5 betrayers. A test to see if she could kill opponents stronger than herself, and a test to see if she could be ruthless enough to kill. Because Meng Xing had another important mission for her. Meng Xing took out his cell phone and finished issuing another mission to Zhang Qian and raised his eyes to look at Huang Jia. "You're the first person to follow me and have the best chance of being promoted to intermediate hunter. You're busy with work, I'll allow you to gang up on me, but do things with your head." Huang Jia froze for a moment, not knowing what Meng Xing meant. He thought Meng Xing had an antipathetic attitude towards his unauthorized formation of a small group of hunters. Meng Xing took out a piece of paper from his notebook and handed it to Huang Jia. "Do you really think you know Zhang Qian?" Huang Jia picked up the piece of paper with both hands. It was information about Zhang Qian. His eyes snapped open. "This? Zhang Qian has mental problems? Severe empathy disorder, severe narrative disorder, infinitely approaching 0 degrees of negative P-type personality. It could be said that she was a born criminal." Meng Xing continued to read. "She is not what you think, a poor girl who goes to a nightclub to make a living. Beihai Zhang family, the daughter of an awakened family, what makes you think you can handle her? A normal girl would kill 5 people in one breath? Where's the brains?" Nanhai City, Susha Church. It was desolate, with cobwebs hanging at the front door. After the demons descended, the common people had already fought as hard as they could to survive, so who had the leisure to worship? The last time someone had set foot in it was a few foreigners, who came from the Church of God. The missionary's name was Desmond, and he had come to the South Seas to spread the divine light. The main door knocked, and a nun who was cleaning the auditorium even put down her broom and pushed the door open. The nun exclaimed, "Lord Desmond, what has happened to you?" Desmond was covered in tattered clothes, his exposed skin had varying degrees of burns, and the eyebrows on his face were all burned away. He pushed the nun away as he walked towards the church. Stunned, he cursed as he walked. Damn it. There's such a powerful awakened in the South Sea, why did Wei Na even call me here? Cursing, Desmond walked up to the second floor and returned to his room to pick up the vodka on the table and pour it into his mouth. Stimulated by alcohol, Desmond's fearful mood calmed down and took a deep breath to start reviewing the situation. With such a strong person in the South China Sea, it was definitely possible to set up a demonic attack on the city. Why did Wei Na need to pay the price to get herself involved? Finally, he figured out a problem. Wei Na did not know that there was such an existence in the South Sea. Desmond felt a chill run down his back. Such a terrifying guy with his transcendent organization was actually able to operate under Wei Na's nose. How in the world did this organization do it? Desmond's pupils dilated the more he thought about it. The person that Wei Na didn't even find out about actually took the initiative to appear in front of me. Isn't it just digging up a sea-stage awakened person? It's not so much. What a lunatic. Desmond took out his phone and prepared to talk to Wei Na about this matter. If he let it go, he didn't know that one day he would wake up and there would be a Ghost King masked man standing in front of his bed. Before the phone was dialed, he was torn again. If I call and tell Wei Na, I'm sure to piss that guy off. Will that madman come after himself? One could escape from him, but one came to the South Sea with a missionary task. In the midst of hesitation, the door to his room knocked, startling him so much that his cell phone slid off. Who is it? The nun's soft voice came. Lord Desmond, someone is looking for you. Desmond gulped. Who is looking for me? The nun returned. A girl from the Summer Kingdom, who insisted on seeing you, saying that she could donate a sum of money for charity. Desmond breathed a sigh of relief and annoyance. Okay, got it. I'll be right down. Desmond put away his cell phone, changed his expression to one of compassion and headed downstairs. When he saw the summer girl who was going to donate money to charity, his killing aura was immediately exposed, like a cat that had exploded its fur. Why are you here? The girl was dressed in cool clothes, and her face was thick smoky makeup, which was exactly the same girl she met last night. Her body smelled strongly of blood. Just killed someone? Zhang Qian sat on the chair, ignoring Desmond's killing intent, and greeted. Good morning, Preacher Desmond. Desmond's eyes flashed icy cold. How dare you come here? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Zhang Qian blinked her eyes. If I die, our chairman will take revenge on you. You should have a mission for coming to the South Sea, right? Sir, you don't want your mission to fail, do you? Desmond sighed helplessly and sat in front of Zhang Qian. What do you guys want? Do you need me to apologize to your chairman? No problem, I can make amends. Zhang Qian shook her head. The chairman said that he asked me to keep an eye on you every inch of the way and tell him about your every move. Desmond suspected that he had heard wrong. What did you say? A spy? So blatantly? Zhang Qian bristled. You think I'm willing? By the way, the chairman said that if I fail in my mission, the chairman will think that you are declaring war on him. So you'd better take me with you wherever you go, and don't try to kill me. She was resisting the mission, but it was a mandatory mission that couldn't be disobeyed. Becoming a hunter was for excitement, for fun, who wanted to come to a boring church? Desmond was speechless. Are you hooligans? How could he not expect that president to be such a wayward person? It was equivalent to someone placing a time bomb by his side and making him carry it with him at all times. If he tried to secretly drop or defuse this bomb would detonate early. Desmond covered his forehead and tried to persuade. Your chairman doesn't treat you as one of his own either, letting you do such a dangerous thing, obviously treating you as cannon fodder. Zhang Qian's eyes lit up. Dangerous? Is it that exciting? Then I don't think it's boring here. Desmond was dumbfounded. Is this woman sick? There was no way to talk about this day. Zhang Qian took out her cell phone and fiddled with it. She had the feeling of treating the church as her home. She had gotten hooked on the Hunter Guild's chat channel since last night. Those people talked nice and funny. Especially a hunter named Dragon Slayer, Zhu Dejun, he was talking in the channel again. According to the news from the Little Devil's Bell, in 1 day's time, it will be time for the devil to attack the city. Nanhai City will be thrown into chaos, and according to past precedents, the first to suffer will be the old town. The target of the demons this time was the new city's security bureau, so Wei Na had transferred all the few patrolling magistrates in the old city back to the bureau. That is to say, the old city has no defense capability at the moment. It's also good that the target of the demons is the security bureau, so there shouldn't be many demons attacking the old city. The old beggar beast king is a B-ranked, so it is not a problem for him to defend the old town in his own courtyard. With the missionaries and the security bureau in the new city, it was fully capable of resisting this monster attack. The most important thing for Meng Xing was to kill the demons that had evacuated South Sea City and bury them. A quest was posted on the Hunter Guild app. Mandatory team mission, ambush order. Mission objective, kill the demonic creatures that evacuated South Sea City. Mission reward, points, team mission points doubled. The team with the highest points will receive an additional reward, a devil fruit. Mission summary, demons will invade Nanhai City in one day. Prior to the invasion, the hunters must form a team and head to a designated location to ambush the demons that are evacuating from South Sea City. As soon as this quest came out, the Hunter Guild chat channel began to boil. Boxer, demon invasion? Real or fake? Dragonslayer, something's not right nah, 9 out of 10 has to be wrong nah. How does the guild even know the retreat route of the demons? Joker, extra bonus devil fruit? If you take this, you'll have a chance to be promoted to intermediate hunter, right? Dragonslayer, everyone here is trash, I'm not talented enough to be promoted to intermediate hunter right away. Boxer, brother Dragon Slayer is going to be promoted to intermediate hunter? So fierce? Ask for a team. Soft Rabbit, is brother Slaughter Dragon playing with his cell phone alone? Dragonslayer, I'm afraid that half a person playing with a cell phone will scare you to death. Jade Rabbit, what should we do? This mission is too dangerous, can we not participate? White Deer, you can't refuse a mandatory mission, can you? There is no big brother to take us sisters Joker, there won't be anyone to take you guys, a lot of hunters are about to be promoted to intermediate hunters and are waiting for a chance. Joker, the lowest ranked hunter in the guild should be E rank, right? The guild doesn't issue mandatory death quests, so there are quite a few F rank and E rank in the demons we face. You guys can totally team up and kill the demons to gain points. Jade Rabbit, I'm relieved when brother Joker says so. White Deer bitch, why don't we team up? The voodoo order was the one thing that Meng Xing was most concerned about. Based on the information from the little demonic creature rattle, Meng Xing had already mapped out the retreat route of the demonic army. After careful consideration, Meng Xing set up ambushes on the paths that every small group of demons must take to retreat. When those demons were killed and their corpses transported to the small courtyard, they could definitely grow a large number of transcendent plants. In this way, the Hunter Guild's reserves would be sufficient. After the ambush order mission was sent out, some people were happy and some were sad, some were shocked and some were surprised. Among these hunters, however, there was one hunter who was furious. Sheriff's Department, Office of the Armed Forces Brigadier. Tai Lin looked at the quest on the Hunter Guild app and the chat in the chat channel, and his face turned an iron blue color. Demons were going to invade? Why would he, as the South Sea City Marshal Officer Grand Captain, he would not know? Not only did the guild know the exact time of the demons' invasion, they even knew their retreat route? Hunters Guild, what kind of existence is it in the end? This organization is powerful beyond my imagination. Is this on the side of good or evil? Tai Lin couldn't figure it out. Because this mission was dangerous, the Hunter Guild was sure to have hunters who would be lost in this voodoo order. What exactly did the guild want? Judging from the location designated for the mission, someone must have exhausted themselves for the layout. What benefit could the guild gain by going to such lengths to hunt demons? Was it evil? Counting this time, the Hunter Guild was at the forefront of the two South Sea City crises. Tai Lin shook his head, unable to figure out the Hunter Guild's behavior without wanting to, but he figured out one thing about the Security Bureau. The original plan to remove the Black Dragon Gang suddenly ended, and then the Security Bureau began to fortify the city's defenses. At that moment, Tai Lin hadn't figured out why this was. Now he figured out that Wei Na should have known about the demonic attack on the city a long time ago. Tai Lin clenched his fists and angrily left the office, pushing open the door to the director's office. Wei Na, who was reviewing the documents, was startled and looked at Tai Lin with eyes covered in frost. There are no rules. Don't know to knock? Tai Lin directly asked. Director, you clearly knew why you didn't report it. Wei Na's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. What are you talking about? Watch your attitude, Captain Tai. Tai Lin took 3 or 2 steps to the front of the desk, bracing his hands on the desk and staring at Wei Na dead in the face. I said, the demons are about to attack the city, why don't you report it? Wei Na frowned. Who did you hear that from? Tai Lin questioned. Why are all the magistrates patrolling the city's edge lately? I'm a military officer brigadier, I can see that it's a state of combat readiness. If it's not a demonic attack on the city, what else could it be because of? Wei Na gazed at the angry Tai Lin for a full 10 seconds before she looked away from the window and said in a cold voice, the demonic invasion is just my speculation. If a mere piece of speculation alarms the governor, is it calling us, the South Sea Security Bureau, incompetent? Tai Lin froze, unable to refute, standing dumbfounded. Only after a long time did he say in a muffled voice, "I've seen the layout map. Why is there no magistrate guarding the old city center? The old city center is also the people of the South Sea, shouldn't it be?" Enough! The temperature of the office dropped drastically, the murals and clocks forming a layer of frost. Wei Na stood up. Although she was a head shorter than Tai Lin, a brown man, her aura completely overwhelmed Tai Lin. Wei Na's pretty face was chilled and she narrowed her eyes. "Tai Lin, remember your position. Do I still need you to annotate how I lay out my defense? To contradict an officer, you're violating discipline." A big officer was a big man, and Wei Na was not just one level bigger than Tai Lin. Wei Na continued to speak. "You're a military officer, Captain, just obey orders." The helpless Tai Lin walked out of the chief's office. He wanted to be a good magistrate, to maintain law and order in the South China Sea and protect the lives and property of the people. However, in this world that was going to collapse, it was ultimately too romantic. No one is in charge of the old city center, I'll find a way to manage it. The new city and the old city were both meat on the palm of his hand for Tai Lin. He wouldn't give up the poor old city because of the rich and crowded new city. Tai Lin took out all the points he had earned and edited the quest. "Defend Old Town, demons are about to invade, all hunters please." Click to publish. Prompt, mission dismissed. During the voodoo order, hunters are prohibited from posting any mission. Tai Lin retrieved his cell phone and walked towards the old city. The demons would attack the city a day later, and he was afraid that a few demons would appear sporadically in the old city in the meantime. He planned to stay in the old city this day. When the demons attacked the city, he would return to the security bureau to preside over the situation. The stars tore through the sky, blinking eerily in the darkness. The moon was very big tonight, and the wind was not small. A pair of siblings couldn't sleep and sat on a rock in front of Meng Xing's soon-to-be-completed garden. Most of the streetlights in the old city had been damaged, and the white streetlights in the garden should be the only source of light in the area. The two of them snuggled together, gazing at the garden lights and fantasizing about what it would be like to live in the new city in the future. The siblings did not notice that several pairs of scarlet eyes were already staring at them in the darkness. In the darkness, there was a rustling sound. The sister realized something unusual and looked towards the dark end of the path. The rustling became louder. Something was running fast along the concrete path, and by the sound of it, it was approaching them. A dark shadow flashed by, and the sister screamed in surprise even as she shielded her brother under her. "Ah!" Sister screamed miserably, her shoulder was already drenched in blood. If she didn't deal with it as soon as possible, she would bleed to death tonight. The younger brother's face was white with fear, and through his sister's embrace, he saw the object. A deep chill of evil rose from his heart. The thing was black-haired, on all fours, with its tail wagging behind it like a dog. However, that thing's head was hard to associate with the creature of a dog. The head, densely packed, was full of mouths, one of which was chewing on a girl's meat. Between those mouths, two scarlet eyes were greedily gazing at the siblings. Demonic creature. The younger brother was so scared that he shivered as he spoke. "Help!" The sister held her brother in a death grip, letting out heartbreaking screams of terror that were extraordinarily clear in the silent night. Tai Lin, who was stationed in the center of the old city, instantly glared, his body sprouting black cow hairs as he ran towards the direction of Meng Xing's garden. His speed was fast, like a mad cow. "Get away! Go away! Please go away!" The girl shivered as she held a tree branch to terrorize the demonic creature. The fear in her eyes was about to overflow, and the blood dripping from her shoulder was uncaring. The demonic creature seemed to be playing a game, cat and mouse-like, teasing the two carnivores in front of it. Finally, the demonic creature got tired of playing and couldn't stand the sweet smell of the blood in front of it anymore, pouncing towards the girls. "Asshole!" Tai Lin let out a bellowing cry and stormed in from the street, smashing the demonic creature's head with a single punch. After resolving the demonic creature, Tai Lin even checked the girls' injuries. "How are you guys doing?" However, he didn't want the death of the demonic creature to enrage the rest of the demons that were hiding. More and more scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness of the other intersection. More than 10 of these canine-type demons had already surrounded the siblings and Tai Lin. Tai Lin had beads of nervous sweat running down his temples. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat these demons. These demons were only F-ranked and could be killed with heavy firearms. Mainly, he had to protect the two civilians behind him. These demons did not have a high IQ, and the several mouths on their faces dripped saliva, preferring to die to taste human flesh. Tai Lin gradually backed up, almost sticking together with his siblings. Even one more military officer from the old city will be able to save this pair of siblings. Tai Lin gradually had a grudge against Wei Na in his heart. A demon couldn't stand the temptation of blood and flesh anymore and was the first to attack. Tai Lin stored up his strength and swung out with a punch. The demonic dog was smashed back tens of meters away, wailing shrilly. With this movement, the stalemate broke, and the demon scrambled to pounce on the three. Tai Lin fought with more than a dozen demonic dogs by himself, while another demonic dog had long since set its sights on the siblings behind Tai Lin and rushed towards them from one side. Damn! Tai Lin's heart was in a great hurry. Giving up attack and defense, the tiger pounced on and tightly hugged the demonic dog that wanted to eat the siblings. The devil dogs tore at Tai Lin's back. Right at this moment, an orange figure appeared out of nowhere and also pounced on the siblings' side. Tai Lin's eyes cracked when he saw another demonic creature. This pair of siblings hadn't saved themselves after all. However, the next scene surprised him. That orange-colored figure was actually a large orange cat, similar to a tiger. The large orange cat let out an oozing cat cry, biting off the neck of a demonic dog and sticking tightly in front of the siblings. The copper bell eyes stared at the group of devil dogs in death. Immediately afterward, two more large old cats ran on the roof of the house, joining the battlefield at an extremely high speed and launching attacks on the demonic dogs. Although Tai Lin didn't understand why the demonic creatures would protect the humans, it was too late to think about it. He had no more worries and killed all the demon dogs in 3 hits. The 3 big cats, seeing that the devil dogs were all dead, bowed their bodies and stepped towards Tai Lin in his bison form. Tai Lin was alert and ready to strike. An old voice sounded in the distance. Big yellow, 2 blacks, 3 pockets, come back. The 3 big cats quickly shrunk in size, becoming the size of normal wildcats, and ran towards a small courtyard. Tai Lin looked up and saw a man in tattered clothes like a beggar standing on the wall of a farmyard. How could he not understand that this was an awakened person? Just now it was this awakened person who saved the siblings. Tai Lin clasped his fists towards the old beggar. Many thanks to the senior for making a move. The old beggar raised his head. The tiger beast mask on his face made Tai Lin's pupils tighten. It is the hunter. The old beggar waved his hand. Young man, the old man is also following orders. Recently it is not peaceful, go out less. Said holding 3 wild cats disappeared in the night. The old beggar's words made Tai Lin's face a little unnatural, a few points of shame from the bottom of his heart. Acting under orders, naturally, it was under the order of the president, under the order of the guild. The Hunter Guild could even send strong men to guard the old city center. What about the Security Bureau? The Security Bureau, which protected the people's safety, had actually withdrawn all the magistrates in the old city, and then strengthened the defense of the Security Bureau. Tai Lin had a bad taste in his heart and saluted earnestly in the direction where the old beggar disappeared. Then Tai Lin picked up the injured girl and ran towards the hospital. The first light of dawn broke through the darkness and woke up the city. Morning joggers began to appear on the road, parents held their children's hands and walked to school, and office workers hurried along with bread in their mouths. Car exhaust and the aroma of soybean milk and donuts are intertwined to form the smell of busyness. Everything was as usual. Meng Xing finished his last bite of donuts at a street-side breakfast stand. Boss, how much? The boss's wife was lost in thought as she looked at a passing red minivan, and only came back to her senses when she heard Meng Xing's voice. She whispered, it's beautiful. Then she walked quickly to Meng Xing's side. Little brother, $6.05, I'll charge you $6. Meng Xing took out money from his pocket and handed it to the boss's wife and got up to leave. Come again next time, ha little brother. Meng Xing stopped and nodded to her very seriously as a response. An ear-piercing air raid siren resounded over Nanhai City. Parents panicked with their children and ran towards the nearest building. Those who worked froze and stared at the sky, their eyes filled with fear. Almost instantly, Nanhai City was in chaos. The demons, they started attacking the city. Meng Xing's face was expressionless as he paced towards the Amamo Cafe, unable to tell what he was thinking. In contrast to the panicked crowd around him, he looked particularly unique. Pushing open the door of the Amamo Cafe, Linlin and Xingxing were already in the store, and they greeted Meng Xing respectfully. Meng Xing looked out the window out of his mind and muttered in a voice only he could hear. I wonder how many people will die in the South China Sea. Yi Yunyun marched over and owed a slight bow. Good morning, sir. Meng Xing said softly. Close the door, the wind is picking up. A pair of scarlet eyes emerged from the earth outside the city. It devoured gravel and swallowed weeds, instantly expanding and transforming into a dozens of meters tall beast. Both plants and animals formed part of its body. A huge turtle shell could be seen sprouting from its back, with roots of barbs growing. This terrifyingly deformed monster was named Mountain Turtle, a B-rank demonic creature. A slit split open in its flesh and blood, and countless eyes opened from it, looking in all directions. In its perspective, countless demonic creatures ran towards the 100-meter-high wall in front of it. On the city wall, Wei Na's slender legs and boots stepped on the wall and looked away. The earth was trembling, hissing sounds were constantly coming from the ground, and a large area of demonic creatures were trampling and causing smoke and dust to cover the sky. Wei Na murmured in a low voice. I thought that this demonic creature attack is extraordinary, but I didn't expect the scale to be so large. The secretary of the directorate came to Wei Na's ear, her eyes filled with nervousness. Dear Wei, the demons have cut off the surrounding transportation routes. Nanhai City is now an isolated city. These demons, are they trying to overthrow the South Sea? Wei Na glanced at him disdainfully, secretly saying that he was a waste. To be intimidated by this kind of scene? She raised her hand and drank coldly. Fire! The border guards on the city walls had long since set up all sorts of heavy firepower thermal weapons. Those gun-muzzle barrels spat out tongues of fire, metal storms and gunpowder poured down, and large swaths of demonic creatures were pierced through their bodies. It wasn't that after the invasion of the demons, those thermal weapons were useless. It was true that thermal weapons were useless against high-level demons, but there was still no problem in eliminating low-level demon cannon fodder. The thunderous gunfire couldn't bring any sense of security to that director's secretary as he apprehensively surveyed his surroundings. Bureau Wei, with such a large-scale demonic creature attacking the city, I'm afraid there are higher-ranked demons commanding it. As soon as the words fell, a piercing eagle's whistle sounded in the sky. Wei Na looked up and saw an outrageously large demonic eagle hovering over Nanhai City. The devil eagle spread its wings and covered the sky like a dark cloud. Shoot it down, Wei Na ordered, pointing at the demonic eagle. The awakened who possessed long-range attacks released their supernatural abilities towards the magic eagle in the sky. Newt! The devil eagle flipped its body in mid-air, and thousands of demonic creatures fell from it like rain. Wei Na took out her walkie-talkie and snapped. Tai Lin, transportation demons have appeared. The demons have successfully invaded the city. Martial officers clean up the demons and make sure to guard the security bureau. If anything happens to the security bureau, I'll kill you myself. Roger! Tai Lin's gaze was like a torch as he stared at the demonic creatures falling from the sky, calculating their trajectories. Methodically, he ordered. Attention all magistrates, the demons are on Shang Yuan Road between the East District and North District. East District Sheriff's Office, North District Sheriff's Office, make sure to block the demonic creatures from Shang Yuan Road. Remember to take care of the masses first. Martial support will follow. Some people were born martial generals, some were born marshals, and Tai Lin was clearly the latter. The first time he commanded martial officers to respond to a demonic attack on the city, he didn't look green in the slightest. That first wave of demons that entered the city was quickly annihilated under Tai Lin's command. The sound of the magistrates cheering in victory came over the intercom. Tai Lin, however, frowned because it was too smooth. The demons had sent out a rare transportation demons, yet they only dropped a bunch of cannon fodder on Shang Yuan Road? This didn't make sense. At this moment, the sound of an eagle whistling came from the sky once again. Tai Lin raised his head and his pupils tightened violently, for demonic eagles were circling in the air, and behind them were densely packed demonic creatures that clutched onto the plumes of the demonic eagles. The demonic eagles flipped in the sky, and thousands of demonic creatures fell from the sky. Some of the demonic creatures fell straight to their deaths, and some broke their bones. More demonic creatures rose from the ground and hissed as they rushed towards the nearby residents. Tyrann growled over the intercom. Patrolling magistrates, patrolling military officers, immediately proceed to Dongshan Road, Wuxi Street, Zhongyuan Road. This time, the demons were extraordinary, no longer those cannon fodder. Among them were dozens of C-ranks, led by 4 B-ranks towards the sheriff's office. The situation was urgent. Tai Lin could no longer sit still, he had to be on the front line. Taking part in the battle while commanding the whole city was a not-so-small challenge. But right now, couldn't care less. In the security vehicle, Tai Lin thought for a long time before speaking to his apprentice Lin Xiaoquan beside him. Xiaoquan, if I die in battle, go to the Imamu Cafe and buy a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. Imamu Cafe. Today's cafe was empty, only the coffee in front of Meng Xing was already cold. Yi Yunyun, who was sitting opposite Meng Xing, was filled with celebration in her heart. The demons had attacked the city and had successfully invaded. If she hadn't met Meng Xing, would she still be able to stay out of it like this? Yi Yunyun walked towards the coffee machine and made a new cup to serve up to Meng Xing. She sat quietly, like a maid. The newscast came over the radio. Zhongyuan Street has been lost. Please stay away from the neighborhood immediately. There were no casualties in the Dongshan Road neighborhood due to early evacuation. The demonic creatures that invaded Wuxi Street have been destroyed by the rushing military officials, and the military brigadier Tai Lin was severely injured, but is still sticking to the front line. Meng Xing couldn't help but frown as he listened to these news broadcasts. How come after so long, it was still Tai Lin circling the demons? What about the B rank of the security bureau? Wei Na wasn't making a move now? What about the missionaries? Were they not invited by Wei Na to guard South Sea City? They're really planning to guard the demons in the security bureau to the death, aren't they? Even at the cost of turning Nanhai into a dead city? Meng Xing had understood Wei Na's intentions at this moment. She didn't intend to care about the people of Nanhai City at all. She only wanted to keep the magical creature in the security bureau. That divine religion missionary was also a backhand that Wei Na had hired to protect the magical beast, right? Yi Yunyun also worried at this moment. If South Sea City suffers heavy losses, it will be a big loss for the guild, right? do you need me? Meng Xing shook his head. The situation is chaotic right now, and the demons invading the South Sea are afraid that there are quite a few B ranks, so you can only send them to their deaths if you go. Yi Yunyun said seriously. If needed, I can. Yi Yunyun knew that she was not valued here in Meng Xing and was not as good as Huang Jia. She could put her life on the line for Meng Xing and take a gamble. If she didn't die, then she could become Meng Xing's sidekick. Meng Xing glanced deeply at Yi Yunyun and did not answer. The South Sea was the origin of the Hunter Guild. He would never allow his hard-earned base to be lost to Wei Na. Meng Xing sent a message to Zhang Qian, who was monitoring the missionaries. Susha Church. Aside from the fact that the Amamo Cafe was far away from the strife, then it was business as usual here. Missionary Desmond leisurely sat in a recliner on the top floor of the church, overlooking South Sea City. With the excellent eyesight of an A-stage awakened, he could clearly see the smoke in the city. It would be very interesting to spread God's light amongst the demons one day. He glanced at Zhang Qian, who was also leisurely beside him, and said, "The South Sea City is like this, why hasn't your chairman stepped in yet? It's actually true that strong people of our level have long since transcended beyond the masses." Zhang Qian's cell phone rang, and after glancing at it, she said to the missionary, "Desmond, our president asked me to tell you a word." The missionary blankly glanced at Zhang Qian and sipped a mouthful of coffee. "Speak," Zhang Qian said. "He asked you to strike against the demons now." The missionary sprayed a mouthful of coffee far away and said with wide eyes, "What? Who is he to order me? I'm not going." Zhang Qian honestly said, "If the South Sea loses too much, he'll bury you, so are you going?" The missionary froze for 3 seconds and got up cursing. On the city wall, inside a simple command post, Wei Na crossed her legs and looked at the surveillance. Monitoring several video squares were the movements of the demons within the city. The director's secretary walked up holding a tablet computer. "Director, according to psychic imaging, there are 3 strands of demons converging towards the central avenue, and all 3 strands have a B rank leading them." Wei Na frowned. "I remember the transportation demons sending down 4 B ranks, how come there are only 3? Where's the other B rank?" The Tibetan Mastiff exposed in the yard wasn't scary. What was scary was the poisonous snake hidden under the bed. The secretary of the Director General said with a smile, "This is the second thing to report to you. Captain Iron led the Martial Officer Brigade to kill that B rank and the demons under its command. Saved an entire neighborhood of residents." Wei Na's face was covered in frost as she slapped her hands together and spoke angrily. "Didn't I order all B rank Grand Martial Officers to guard the Security Bureau? How dare Tai Lin mobilize the Grand Martial Officers behind my back?" The Grand Martial Officers were the security of the Security Bureau. How could Tai Lin dare to put the Security Bureau at risk for a group of useless commoners? If anything happened to the Security Bureau, not only would she not receive any merit, she would also be blamed by her superiors. The director's secretary waved her hand. "You've misunderstood Captain Iron. Captain Iron didn't mobilize the Grand Military Officer. He risked his own life to lead the brigade of martial officers to destroy that B-rank demon. He was seriously injured." Wei Na's beautiful eyes were wide open. Tai Lin didn't mobilize a Grand Martial Officer? He actually led ordinary martial officials to kill the B-rank demonic creature? How did he manage to do that? Wei Na's eyes narrowed dangerously as she said in her heart, "This Tai Lin is really capable. My brother is afraid that he won't be able to become this Grand Captain of Martial Officers for the rest of his life." Wei Na sat back in her chair, her brows furrowed. After a long time, the corner of her mouth sketched out an icy arc. "Secretary Chen, praise and commend Captain Iron for his bravery. Order him to go to the Central Avenue and intercept the demons. Tell him to stall the demons, and I will then send the Grand Martial Officer for support." The secretary of the Director General said yes. Immediately afterward, he sent an order to Tai Lin. A few minutes later the secretary to the director said, "Most of the martial officers have been dispersed to various streets to deal with the demons. Captain Iron doesn't have many martial officers around him, so he shouldn't be able to hold out for long. Should we send support orders to the Grand Martial Officer now?" Wei Na glanced at him. "What kind of joke is this? The Grand Martial Officer had to hold down the Security Bureau. She just wanted to kill Tai Lin with the help of the demons." Wei Na faintly said, "I have my own plans, so go about your business." Tai Lin's clothes were tattered, one arm was already bent, and the slightest movement was a drilling pain. He struggled to open his swollen eyes and surveyed his colleagues around him. Those military officials weren't in very good shape either. All of them were drenched in blood and had wounds on their bodies, both large and small. Tai Lin let out a loud, refreshing laugh. "Brothers, is it cool?" The military officials were all bloodthirsty men who looked at Tai Lin adoringly. This young martial officer brigadier general had led them to kill a B-rank demonic creature. They laughed wildly with abandon. "Cool. I just poked the eyes of that demonic bear blind. Ha ha ha. With a squadron of 100 officers, killing hundreds of demons, I can brag about it to my girlfriend for the rest of my life." Tai Lin had a smile on his lips. Brothers, there are several thousand demons on the Central Avenue. 3 B rank and 58 C rank. Let's just hold them off. The Grand Marshal Officer will be here soon. After this battle, I'll take you guys on a group build. At public expense. The military officials were not the least bit intimidated. The great victory just now gave them great confidence. They stared with excitement. Reunion is good. Can I bring my girlfriend? Be practical, give out bonuses instead. I almost have money for renovations. Directly vacation into not, just now that battle I suddenly feel. Tomorrow I want to overnight. I feel like I can go on a wave of big points. Tai Lin looked at the military officials with relief, waved his one arm and said with bravado, after the regimentation, I'll pay for your bonuses out of my pocket. Then take a 7-day paid vacation. Saying so, he took the lead and got into the security vehicle. The military officials cheered and followed. There was a shortcut from here to Central Avenue, and it was completely possible to arrive before the demons converged. Central Avenue. The military officials had already occupied the best place to fight and set up their positions. Under Tai Lin's control, the intersection of the Central Avenue turned into a firepower coverage area. Dragging the demons for half an hour was not a problem. The demons appeared, a black mass that filled several streets. Hissing, crawling, deformed, spiteful, greedy. These seemingly strange words were the truest descriptive portrayal of these demonic creatures. Team Iron, how were these things born? Strange and weird. What do you think their parents look like? Cockroaches and rats? Cockroaches and rats are fine. I think I'm fine with my girlfriend. Tai Lin pursed his lips and suddenly bellowed, gather fire. Among the hundreds of military officials, there were more than 30 elemental class awakened. The supernatural abilities of these elemental class awakened plus the hot weapons of the rest of the military officials instantly covered the intersection with firepower. Sorrowful cries, miserable screams, and shattering sounds resounded through the crossroads, and the 3 strands of demons were unable to converge for a while. Tai Lin commanded calmly. Point B move to point C immediately. Point A fire cover. Guerrilla warfare was the skill of the founding of Xia, the truth of which was summarized by the blood of the forefathers, and Tai Lin used it to the fullest. 10 minutes passed, and the thousands of demons still hadn't managed to converge. Brothers, hold on. The Grand Marshal Officer will be here soon. Cold sweat appeared on Tai Lin's temples, and he didn't know if it was because of the pain from his arms or because of his nervousness. Among the black pressurized demons, there were 3 human-sized demons stationed and standing, in stark contrast to the surrounding demons that were frantically rushing to kill. One was 3 meters tall, with a shape that looked somewhat like venom, and a vertical eye occupying its entire face. A female figure, covered in scales and filled with slimy mucus. There was also a 5-meter-tall headless giant with a huge mouth full of sharp teeth on its stomach and arms full of eyes. Several demonic creatures' spiteful and intelligent eyes scanned among the tall buildings. Roar! The one-eyed demonic creature pointed at the location where Tyrion was armored and let out a roar. With a roar, the headless giant leapt up from the ground and crashed into Ironwood's armored Point C with a thunderous force. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, Point C was motionless. Tai Lin clearly saw the giant mouth on the headless giant's stomach chewing. The giant mouth was open, with remnants of blood and flesh hanging from its dense, sharp teeth, and a disgusting tongue licked the blood on its stomach. Tai Lin cursed and glanced at his watch. Almost half an hour had passed. How come the big military officer that Wei Na had promised hadn't arrived yet? At this moment, he had already figured something out. He angrily slammed his fist into the ground as his eyes roamed around Central Avenue. Eyes locked on a private gas company. He said quickly over the intercom, brothers, the situation has changed, retreat. Retreat to the sheriff's department. I'll cover you. The military officials were still reacting when Tyrion had already bisonized and crashed through the glass towards that gas company. Captain, is the Grand Military Attaché getting caught up in the demons? It's okay, Captain, we can hold out until the Grand Military Attaché arrives. It's too damn humiliating to leave like this. The voices of the military officials came over the intercom on Tai Lin's waist. Tai Lin's eyes were cold, a mind to die. If these military officials died here, that would be the sadness of the security bureau. In a vigilante car that was far away from Central Avenue, Lin Xiaochuan's eyes filled with tears. Starting the car, she drove rapidly towards the Eastern District. She remembered that her master had said that as long as he died in battle, he would immediately go to the Yamamo Cafe. Tai Lin violently opened the door of the private gas company, which was filled with gas tanks. After the descent of the demons, these gas canisters are an important household energy source for the civilian population. According to the relevant regulations, the private gas company was not allowed to stockpile so many gas cans. In case of danger, half of this street would be blown up. To be able to open in a busy area like Central Avenue and still have a doorway to hoard so many gas tanks, the background of this gas company was evident. But this is all unimportant. All relationships and connections were at most defined as nesting in front of a demonic attack. Tai Lin looked out along the window. Without the firepower suppression of the military officials, the fiends let loose and soon intersected at the crossroads. Those three highly intelligent B-rank demons did not intend to let go of the martial officials in the evacuation, and the one-eyed demons were searching for the location of the martial officials. Suddenly, a sound of heavy firepower firearms caught the attention of the one-eyed demonic creature. Its head twisted in a bizarre way, and its provocative eyes looked towards the private gas company. The one-eyed demonic creature landed on all fours and led the demons in a tidal wave towards the private gas company. As it tore through the window and entered the private gas company, the one-eyed converted from teasing to horror. Ironwood was surrounded by gas tanks, several of which had opened their valves, and the unpleasant, dangerous gas lingered throughout the space. He pulled the trigger, the muzzle of the gun spewed out a tongue of fire, and a bullet hit the gas tanks. The one-eyed demon panicked, desperately trying to get out of here. Unfortunately, there were just too many demons behind them scrambling to enter the private gas company, and the one-eyed demon was pushed to the front by the tide. Boom! The deafening explosions were like countless loud thunder, and the hot flames were splendid on the central avenue. As the dust passed, the surrounding buildings had become ruins, and an unknown number of demonic creatures' broken limbs and arms were spilled here. The one-eyed demonic creature was also covered in wounds, but this level of attack wasn't fatal to it, it just hurt. The one-eyed demonic creature roared angrily, one eye darting about, trying to find the one who started it all. Tyrion coughed and crawled out of the rubble, his entire body a bloody mess. Luckily, he was able to save his life by turning on bisonization at the critical moment. Even so, one of his arms was already gone. Tai Lin slumped helplessly on the ground, struggling to lift his heavy eyelids. The few spots where he had set up ambushes were no longer occupied. He had bought enough time for the military officer to withdraw. In front of him, there was only the one-eyed demonic creature in a frenzy. He did not have the slightest fear in his heart, only gratitude. He was glad that he had discovered Wei Na's plot early, and let the officers escape with their lives. The one-eyed demonic creature's eyes were covered in blood, and its fingers transformed into long black knives, wanting to split this abominable human into pieces. Because of this human, it had lost hundreds of low-grade demonic creatures. Just as Tai Lin was waiting for death, a huge ice cone with a cold aura shot down from a high building. The one-eyed demonic creature realized that a crisis was coming and dodged hastily, hissing towards the tall building. Tai Lin froze. Could it be that there were still martial artists who hadn't left? He looked blankly at the tall building on his left. Two blurry silhouettes appeared, and as his eyes narrowed, the blurry silhouettes became clear. It was two unseen people. One was dressed as a priest with a cane in his hand, and the ice spikes was summoned by him. The one beside him made Tai Lin's pupils contract violently. A smile appeared. Next to that priest was a nun with a slim figure and a pure white mask on her face. It was the Hunters. The Hunter Guild had finally stepped in. Ironwood was finally relieved, and he laughed so hard that he didn't care when the blood flowed into his mouth and choked and coughed. He knew it was like this. He knew it. The Hunters were even able to place masters in the old city to use to protect the poor people who had been abandoned by the sheriff's department. How could they not care about the new city? Benevolence. In contrast, the sheriff's office really should burn. His tense body and tired heart completely relaxed at this moment and drifted off to sleep. The three B-rank demons were like enemies. The female human beside him was flat and unimpressive, while the male in the tunic had a terrifying spiritual fluctuation on him. Roar! The one-eyed demonic creature hissed as the remaining two B-rank demons slowly surrounded towards the missionary. Those ordinary demons had no intention of engaging in this battle, but continued to kill the vigilante. The missionary shook his head. It's a pity that these are all demons. If they were humans it would be possible for me to boost my power a bit. The white-masked nun was none other than Zhang Qian. She looked at Tai Lin and licked her lips. Quick, save him. The missionary frowned. It's also your president's request? Zhang Qian's eyes had a strange luster. This man is too bloody, braver than Brother Hanan, I like it. The missionary laughed coldly. Then why should I listen to you? Zhang Qian was dissatisfied. Then I'll tell the president that you want to rebel, then I'll die in the church, and at night you'll wait for the president to come and bury you. The missionary looked at this shameless woman with disbelief, knowing Zhang Qian during this period of time, she was fully capable of doing such things. He cursed. You're just a lunatic. Pervert. Saying so, he stepped on the wind whirlpool and dropped from the air, walking towards the dying Tai Lin amidst the vigilance of the three demons. Tai Lin's arm was definitely not to be taken. The missionary used his ice genius ability to stop the bleeding wounds on Tai Lin's body. Then he got up and looked at the three demons and frowned. You guys are ugly-looking devils. In front of the Yamamo Cafe, the sound of a vigilante car's emergency brake caught Yi Yunyun's attention. The uniformed female vigilante looked flustered as she hurriedly rushed into the cafe. Yi Yunyun greeted her and asked with a smile, "Officer, may I ask what I need?" Lin Xiaoquan froze. What did she need? Finally she remembered what her master said and said with a face full of anxiety, "Blue Mountain coffee, I want a cup of Blue Mountain coffee." Yi Yunyun's face flashed with a moment of killing intent, quickly hiding it and smiling kindly. "Okay, it will come in a moment, please sit down." Lin Xiaoquan sat on the sofa, her body constantly trembling, tears constantly falling. Her master had died. The sound of sobbing caused Meng Xing at the neighboring table to look sideways, and he took out a bag of Kleenex from his pocket and handed it to Lin Xiaoquan. "Thanks." The sudden warmth made Lin Xiaoquan unable to hold herself together any longer, and she fell on the table and let out a sob. "Hello, Blue Mountain Coffee, let's waive the bill today, you sheriffs have worked hard." Lin Xiaoquan raised her head and was seeing Yi Yunyun putting the tray of Blue Mountain Coffee in front of her. She froze. Asking for a cup of Blue Mountain Coffee was really giving a cup of coffee? What did Master mean by that sentence? Shouldn't Blue Mountain Coffee be a code phrase or something? She shook her head repeatedly and grabbed Yi Yunyun's hand. "It's not like that, I'm not asking for this." Yi Yunyun revealed a professional smile. "What else do you need?" Lin Xiaoquan opened her mouth, as if stuck in her throat. What else did she need? She needed an expert to save the South Sea from the fire. Yi Yunyun owed her body slightly. "Please enjoy your meal." Then she left and walked towards the location of the coffee machine. Lin Xiaoquan wiped her tears. Could it be that there was something in the coffee? She took a big gulp, it was so bitter. The bitter flavor stimulated her and cleared her head a bit. The magistrate's sense of smell made her realize that something was wrong with this cafe. With the demonic invasion, the people were closing their doors in fear. Why was this cafe so strange and still open? The people in this cafe were also strange, everyone's expression was. Everyone's expression is calm. At a time like this, how could it not be weird? "I'm Tai Lin's disciple. My master, he's dying," Lin Xiaoquan suddenly said loudly. She clearly saw that everyone in the cafe paused in their movements. Lin Xiaoquan was certain that these people all knew Tai Lin. She wanted to continue opening her mouth and say something to make these people think of a way to save master. She tried to find the boy who had just given her kindness, but that boy had left at some point. The seat was empty. At this time, her cell phone rang and she hurriedly took it out. The message on it made Lin Xiaoquan ecstatic. "Xiaoquan, I'm fine, where are you?" It was Tai Lin's message. Master was still alive. Lin Xiaoquan hurriedly replied to the message. "Master is great, I'm at the cafe now, I'll go back for you." Lin Xiaoquan immediately got up and prepared to leave, not even feeling any pain when his leg hit the corner of the table. "Officer, please stay." Lin Xiaoquan looked back suspiciously, and there was a pair of indifferent eyes. These eyes that seemed to disregard all life made Lin Xiaoquan a little uncomfortable. The strange man wore a bizarre weeping ghost king mask on his face. The cell phone rang again, and Lin Xiaoquan looked down to check. "It's safe there, don't move yet, I'll find you when I'm done." Nanhai City Wall Command Room. Bureau A, Team Iron has gotten credit again, taking out hundreds of demons. A mysterious person stepped in and saved Captain Iron, like a priest. The director's secretary saw Wei Na's eyes that wanted to kill, and held back the words that came out of her mouth. Wei Na had been watching the surveillance of Central Avenue. How could she not be clear about what happened? It was Desmond who had struck. Why would Desmond strike at this time? Didn't he say that he would wait for news from her? Wei Na's temples jutted straight out, holding her forehead and muttering. This Tai Lin, what luck to have run into Desmond. Tai Lin was deeply and seriously injured and couldn't go out to fight with the police anymore. It was a bit difficult for her to find another opportunity to get Tai Lin killed. Roar! Outside the city walls, there was a terrifying roar, and the entire command room trembled a few times. The magistrates in the command room revealed horrified colors. This aura, it was a higher demon. The corner of Wei Na's mouth pulled out an icy smile. It's finally here. The deaths of a few B-rank demons made the boss behind the scenes sit up and take notice. She got up, her waist-length hair moving without wind, her back swaying as she walked towards the command room outside, frost covering the places she passed. Outside the city wall, a bone dragon with a body size of several dozen meters vibrated its wings and floated above the city wall. Atop the head of the bone dragon was a skeleton. The skeleton was stocky, holding a bone sword in its hand, with a black cloak on its body, and a green ghost fire dancing in its eye sockets. This pair of demonic creatures gave the border guards a great sense of oppression. Skeleton King. Finally, one of the border guards shivered and called out the demonic creature's big name. Those higher demonic creatures had records in the security bureau, and humans were no strangers to these higher demonic creatures. An A-ranked demonic creature represented a disaster. The Skeleton King wasn't just a simple A-ranked demonic creature. The most terrifying thing about it was that it could summon an A-rank bone dragon. In other words, the monster that the Skeleton King stepped on was also of a rank. The appearance of the Skeleton King was equal to the simultaneous appearance of two A-rank magical creatures. Two A-rank demons at the same time. The border guard's firepower poured towards the Skeleton King. However, after the smoke, the Skeleton King did not suffer any damage. "Human, release the undead bird, and this king can leave immediately." The skeleton king's voice was as hard to hear as a corpse's dry throat rubbing. A tall figure shot out from the city wall. Wayna instantly converged a 100-meter ice spear in her hand, churning the air with a bristling sound, and the spearhead was about to pierce the skeleton king. The skeleton king's bone sword waved, Inchi rippled, shattering the ice gun and defusing Wayna's attack. Wayna stepped on the ice lotus and floated in midair. The air temperature dropped and countless hexagonal snowflakes appeared in the sky. Not only did her eyes not look like she was stealing the battle, instead, there was a strong greed. The skeleton king was not a heavenly calamity demonic creature in her eyes, but rather a war merit. Naked war merit. Fighting? Wayna was never afraid, she was confident in her power. The ghostly fire in the skeleton king's eyes jumped, it also felt the power of the woman in front of it. It patted the bone dragon under its feet, which roared and flew towards the city. And the skeleton king rose into the air, its bone sword raised high. The strong Inchi not only tore apart the surrounding plants, but even the demons perished along with it. "Woman, you'd make a great collector's item." Wayna laughed coldly, her slender legs condensed the power of frost and kicked towards the skeleton king's bone sword. Roar! The bone dragons entered the city, these magistrates couldn't stop them. To stop an A rank would require at least 7 or 8 B ranks, and all of the B ranks in the South Sea were in the sheriff's bureau. The bone dragons didn't wreak havoc in the city, these high-level magical creatures had high IQs, and human flesh wasn't their goal. The entrance to the security bureau was crowded with various armed vehicles and demonic corpses. The heavily armed military officials finally appeared. One by one, they were holding top-grade standardized weapons, cleaning up the demons that were besieging the security bureau. The losses in this battle were heavy, but fortunately, the B-rank demons had already been killed by the mysterious people. Without the B-rank demon swarms, there wasn't much of a threat to the security bureau, and those demons were finally going to be wiped out. When the grand military officials saw the bone dragons that covered the sky, they all numbed their claws. The terrifying might told the crowd that this was simply not something that could be fought by the power of mortals. However, the military officials still set up their formation to meet the battle. The 3 B-stage elemental class Awaken used their supernatural abilities remotely. Thunder and lightning, wind and sand, and waterfalls alternated back and forth in the sky. The 3 B-rank melee Awaken individuals holding swords and axes leapt up and chopped towards the bone dragon. The bone dragon's most powerful ability wasn't the mouthful of dragon's breath or its hard bones. This demonic creature could use its spirituality to repair its body again after it was broken, and the bone dragon's spirituality was so strong that it had at least 8 segments. After a few rounds, the Grand Marshal officers fell into a disadvantage and had no choice but to communicate with Wayna. In the headset, the sound of whistling wind could be heard, as well as the sounds of a violent battle. It seemed that Director Wei wasn't having an easy time either, having been entangled by a powerful opponent. The afterglow of one of the big military officials saw a war correspondent filming this rare scene in a car not far away. The grand military officer shouted angrily, "Move quickly! It's dangerous here." The war correspondent was unmoved and went on his way. The grand military officer shook his head darkly and barked at the rest of the military officers. "Return to the security bureau for those below rank C. Rank C follow us and try to stall until Director Wei now returns." Roar! The bone dragon, having been obstructed for so long by a group of weak humans, became ferocious, and the ghostly fire in its huge eye sockets blazed. It opened its huge mouth and a mouthful of black dragon's breath laced with an acidic odor descended from the sky. God said that the earth will guard the world. The piety-filled common language was not loud enough for everyone to hear. The military officials followed the sound and between them, a priest-like man floated from the roof of a building, into midair. With a cane in one hand and a divine book in the other, he opened his arms as if embracing the world. The earth shook, and an extremely thick wall of earth quickly extended out from the earth, blocking the dragon's breath. God says that the wind and snow will punish the wicked. That priest sold himself well. With a face full of holiness, as if bathing in God's grace, the sky swirled cold winds around him. The cold wind was mixed with frost and whistled out towards the bone dragon. The bones of the bone dragon were gradually frozen, its movements slowed down, and its wings couldn't flap, so it had no choice but to land from the sky. The priest continued to speak. God says, all evils retreat. Thunder fell, striking the bone dragon directly. The priest landed and looked back at the war correspondent in the car behind him. This war correspondent had been hired at great expense to show the people the greatness of God and lay the foundation for spreading the divine light. Let the people of the South China Sea see that it is God who saves you from the fire. That war correspondent fled without looking back after giving an okay sign. This job was really dangerous. The piety disappeared from the priest's face, and he hung with exhaustion, bent over and panting violently. That subdued demeanor was instantly shattered, leaving the military officials in a state of shock. The genius interpreted what it looked like in front of the camera and behind it. The priest was none other than Desmond. Desmond pointed at the bone dragon and said to the military officials, "What are you waiting for? Hit this demon while it can't move." As if waking up from a dream, the great military officials greeted the bone dragon with their swords, axes, and elemental powers. The bone dragon struggled and roared. Desmond took a deep breath, reached his hand towards the bone dragon, and shouted angrily, "Grass rope!" The surrounding plants, which had been tragically damaged by the battle, coalesced into wooden leaf chains under Desmond's control, tying the bone dragon to death. He snarled at the Grand War Chiefs, "Don't hide it, split it up. I'll seal it." Not only the Grand Martial Officers, but even the ordinary martial officers joined the fight. The bone dragon tried to spit out its breath, but Desmond used his ice ability to freeze the mouth of the bone dragon. This time, the bone dragon was completely suppressed, but it was for a short period of time. This series of means covered too large an area, and it was not a small loss for Desmond. Luckily, the military officials didn't let Desmond down and dismantled the bone dragon in 5 minutes. The spirit on the bone dragon tried to reorganize the bones of the bone dragon. Desmond's eyes became scarlet as he started casting spells. It could have been easier if he was at full strength, vampire-like. But he couldn't display his vampire form in plain sight. If the priests were all vampires, the so-called divine light looked like a lie. Hand of hell. The earth shook and 7 or 8 cracks appeared. Countless large hands made up of earth elementals poked out from the cracks and grabbed the bones of the bone dragon and yanked them deeper into the ground. When the earth healed again, the bone dragon had disappeared, its dismembered body completely buried in the earth. The bone dragon was still alive, only it could never reorganize its body and see the light of day again. Unless someone dug it up. Desmond sat on his butt, his black robe wiping the sweat from his face. He was truly in tears. Originally, cooperating with the military officials to suppress an A-ranked demonic creature wasn't a difficult task, but the bad thing was that he had consumed too much spirituality to rescue Ironwood before. Mr. Priest first, thank you for your help. A big military official clasped his fists at the priest and suddenly felt some familiarity, and said in a shocked voice, Are you the one who saved Captain Iron?" Desmond waved his hand indifferently. Sharp triangular eyes looked out of the city, admiration written in his eyes. He could feel an even stronger spiritual fluctuation erupting there. The bone dragon was summoned by the Skeleton King, who possessed greater strength and wisdom than the bone dragon. It took himself and 6 B ranks, plus more than 20 C ranks, a great deal of effort to seal the bone dragon. But Wei Na was able to fight with the Skeleton King without losing the wind. This woman is really fierce enough. In midair, the Skeleton King's cloak was tattered, and his bones had large and small cracks. Wei Na was no better. The ice lotus under her feet was trembling and could disappear at any time. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her lips stained with demonic red. At this moment, she no longer had the idea of killing the Skeleton King and becoming famous in one fell swoop. The spirituality was too consumed, and compared to demons, humans were ultimately weaker. The Skeleton King had already sensed that there was another A-ranked powerhouse in the city, and the bone dragon had been trapped there forever. It was hopeless to snatch the undead bird. The biggest difference between demons and humans in terms of spirituality was that humans could store less spirituality but recovered quickly. Although demons had more spirituality stored in their bodies than humans, they recovered very slowly. The Skeleton King knew that if the woman in front of him escaped, he could not stop her. When she rendezvoused with the A rank in the city and recovered her spirituality, she would have to stay here herself. The Skeleton King did not intend to engage in a meaningless battle. The demons within the city had already been abandoned by it. It raised the sky and let out a demonic whistle. The demons that were still attacking the city received the signal and began to retreat in an organized manner, following the original route. The city defense magistrates erupted into loud cheers, celebrating the victory in this battle. Wei Na had a rare smile on her face. The battle credit was secure. Although she hadn't been able to kill the Skeleton King, successfully fending off the demonic attack on the city, preserving the South Sea City, and preserving the magical beasts, was already no small feat. As for how miserable the city was now, what did that have to do with her? Wei Na turned back, stepping on her high boots and tilting her head high. Today she was a hero. Imamu Cafe. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Xiaochuan's heart panicked. The strange man in front of her wearing a weeping ghost king mask simply didn't look like a living person. Although he was reading a book, he didn't have the slightest bit of human flavor, just like an ice-cold machine. Do you know my master? Lin Xiaoquan asked this more than once, but the man just looked down at the book. Only when she wanted to leave, her body immediately stood up in sweat, and she had the feeling of being stared at by a ferocious beast. One was like a kidnapped child waiting for an adult to come and ransom her. She thought she hadn't seen many criminals in her life following Tyrion, and had even interrogated quite a few dangerous guys. But none of those people were as creepy as this Ghost King masked man in front of her. Luckily, she had a strong mental vein. She thought meticulously about whether this person in front of her had a handle on Master. That's why Master wanted himself to seek his help? Finally, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the doorway. Tai Lin had come. Master! Lin Xiaoquan called out in surprise, but after seeing Tai Lin's appearance, she covered her small mouth in horror. Not caring about the threat posed by the masked man in front of her, she trotted over to Tai Lin and stared dead at Tai Lin's empty left sleeve. Master, how did you get hurt like this? Lin Xiaoquan cried out with a wow. Tai Lin was not in the mood to comfort her. He was nervous and touched Lin Xiaoquan's head and whispered, "Don't talk, find a place to sit honestly, don't move around." Lin Xiaoquan obediently nodded and sat down in the corner, watching Master's every move. In her heart, in addition to being hard on her master, she was also intensely interested in the Ghost King masked man. Her intuition told her that this was a criminal who was extremely dangerous, a criminal who dared to threaten the magistrate. Why did Master know this person? Didn't Master usually hate outlaws the most? After following Tai Lin for a long time, she had also learned that cynicism in Tai Lin. Lin Xiaoquan saw Master sit down in front of that criminal. Then she actually saw nervousness and constraint in Master. How is this possible? P.S. 241454085 built a small group. There shouldn't be many people. We can all chat and play games together, and I'd so like everyone's input. Attached picture, please take a look at the snow in the northeast. Tarin glanced apprehensively at Lin Xiaoquan and said, I thought I would die, so I let this apprentice of mine come to the cafe to take refuge. Don't worry, I haven't told her anything about the guild. If the guild has any grievances, feel free to come at me, and please don't hurt her. After Tai Lin finished speaking, his body and mind also relaxed and looked at Meng Xing seriously. If he needed to take the blame, he never shrugged it off. He thought that according to the president's nature, he would be thunderstruck and use this opportunity to threaten himself to do something. However, he didn't expect Meng Xing to speak in an unusually calm manner. Is it worth it? Tai Lin didn't understand what Meng Xing was saying. Meng Xing raised his head slightly. You had a chance to escape, but you went to do something close to death for those military officials. Is it worth it? Tai Lin froze for a moment, then said, It is my duty to protect my subordinates. Meng Xing closed the book and looked at Tai Lin's empty sleeves. Don't blame me for speaking harshly, those subordinates of yours probably won't remember your favor much. If you die, they'll wait for personnel changes and then rack their brains to eat your credits. Maybe they won't think that way right away, but they'll do it soon. And it's not their fault, because the world has crumbled to this state. After all, the higher you climb, the farther you are from death, and good old boys like you don't tend to live long lives. Tai Lin's expression changed slightly after hearing these words. It was indeed true that the ones who were fighting down there were all military officials and magistrates. Those leaders who were even a small office section chief would be sipping tea at the safest city wall, waiting for the battle to end. Only Tai Lin, this big fool, had to be on the front line. He could have been in the safest place with a walkie-talkie pointing and cursing a certain squad, making an appearance of serious command, and just waiting for the strife to end. Meng Xing's fingers knotted rhythmically on the table, looking toward Lin Xiaoquan in the corner. Your performance today was very brave, at least saving tens of thousands of people from the mouths of the demons. But what about her? You couldn't even protect your disciple, so much so that you let me, a villain you dislike from the bottom of your heart, shelter her. In this age where everyone is at risk, who exactly remembers your sacrifice? They will only care if their houses have been damaged by the battle. Who remembers you, Tai Lin, with any kindness at all? Confusion appeared on Tarin's face, followed by a period of silence. This was originally a selfish era, and Tai Lin's appearance seemed like a white swan amongst the crows. If he was on Earth in the previous era, Tai Lin might have had some success. Unfortunately, this was a black era, and white was a mistake from the moment it appeared. Meng Xing didn't like to interfere with the hunter's free development. He appreciated Tai Lin's ability. He couldn't bear the thought that Tai Lin hadn't died for the guild. Meng Xing could use the green lotus earthly heart flame to control Tai Lin, torturing him until he collapsed, and then try to turn him into his own dead soldier. However, such Tai Lin would lose his own value. After a long time, Tai Lin softly said, This era is indeed sad. Then he straightened his back and looked squarely at Meng Xing. However, I will not let the sadness of the times become my sadness. I'm a military officer brigadier, so I should do what a military officer brigadier should do. Meng Xing glanced at Tai Lin. I quite like the first half of the sentence, the second half. Suit yourself. You can take your disciple and leave. Tai Lin let out a sigh of relief at the bottom of his heart and waved at Lin Xiaoquan. The master and disciple stopped as they walked to the door. Tai Lin instantly stood straight and saluted earnestly at Meng Xing. Thank you for everything you've done to the South Sea. Lin Xiaoquan looked at this scene with shock. What had that Ghost King masked man done to Nanhai? He hadn't seen Master do this to anyone. Meng Xing's eyes grew cold. Scram! Only after Tai Lin and Lin Xiaoquan left the Amamo Cafe did Meng Xing stand up, snap his hood back on, and walk out the door. The demonic creature siege ended, and the battle belonging to the Hunter Guild began. Outside Nanhai City, the devils split into a dozen or so disorganized formations, marching towards different devil nests. One of the strands was about 70 demons, with a C-rank leader leading the way. That leader was a 3-meter-tall toad, covered in poisonous sacs and born with a disgusting and horrible appearance. As they were walking to a mountain forest, the poisonous toad suddenly stopped, its huge eyeballs frantically darting around. There was a killing aura here. Demonic creatures lived in hunting and being hunted all day long, and were extremely sensitive to killing aura. It suddenly tilted its head and looked towards the branches of a giant tree. 2 humans were standing there. One wore a backcomb, a clown mask, and a brand new suit. One wore a round hat, a half-black mask on his face, and a large black trenchcoat with a stocky build. These 2 people were none other than Clown Wang Su and Dragon Slayer Zhu Dajuan. Among the hunters, these 2 had the best relationship in private. They were both wearing headphones. The team voice system in the Hunter Guild was online, and hunters in a group could communicate via voice. Roar! A huge roar came out of that poisonous toad's big mouth, and the leaves on the tree branches that showed a yellow color fell off in large swaths. Joker Wang Su said in the team voice. Action! 3 masked hunters poked their heads out from the dense forest as they made seals with their hands and gathered their spirituality. In the group of demons, the soil under the demons' feet moved slightly, and dozens of large potatoes grew out. Those large potatoes had eerie smiles on their faces, and their heads were topped with antennae that flashed red. A demonic creature curiously prostrated itself to survey these large potatoes, and in the next second the potatoes exploded. The roaring sound along with the wailing sound was endless in the group of magical creatures. These potatoes were called potato mines, a transcendent plant produced by Mangxing's small courtyard. It came from the Plants vs. Zombies game world. After being buried in the ground for a period of time, they could be spiritually manipulated to explode. The group of magical creatures was in complete turmoil. The 3 hunters in the dense forest quickly gathered towards Wang Su and Zhu Dajuan's side. Zhu Dajuan sked. These 3 newcomers have really good mental qualities. I reluctantly admit that they have the qualifications to team up with me. I really don't know where you got that treasure from. Wang Su didn't say anything. Normally devil fruit hunters didn't care to team up with these Iranks. But these 3 newcomers were his students, and Wang Su definitely had to bring them along. The original bond that was going to end after high school graduation might have to be followed for the rest of their lives. In order to free these 3 students from the malice of the Hunter Guild, he could only redeem the Sun Staircase for them to become hunters. Zhu Dajuan twisted his neck and turned one hand into an open sword and one hand into a fire cannon. It's time to do it. After this team mission is over, the 2 of us will be qualified to be promoted to intermediate level hunters. Wang Su mobilized his whole body's spirituality and spoke. Okay, do it. His legs turned into springs, and his palms were bubbling with hot air as he killed towards the poisonous toad. Intermediate hunter? Wang Su didn't plan to promote. He wanted to save his points to exchange devil fruits for his 3 students. Who made him the teacher of these 3 kids? The battle started. Wang Su faced the poisonous toad directly, and the 3 students assisted Zhu Dajuan in hunting the rest of the low-level demons. Such battles were fought everywhere outside the South Sea City. Mountains, forests, railroad tracks, there were always those strange people wearing masks and strange clothes in ambush. They possessed strong talents that were far more terrifying than the vigilante. The demons realized that the battle was far from over, and the real battle of life and death had only begun now. The humans who only knew how to cower under the city walls in the past finally knew how to fight back. 50 kilometers outside of Nanhai City, on the outskirts, the Skeleton King led an army of hundreds of demonic creatures walking on the wilderness filled with withered grass. Explosive sounds rose. Dozens of demonic creatures were blown to pieces in the ranks of demonic creatures. A dozen or so human figures appeared in the surroundings, in an encircling position, with a vague sense of hungry wolves hunting the flock. Ghostly flames jumped in the hollow eye sockets of the Skeleton King. The concern between humans and demons was like prey and hunter. After wreaking havoc in the human cities, even if the demons were repelled, the weak humans did not dare to pursue them. Because the departure of the demonic creature after it had satiated itself with the taste of blood and flesh was the greatest reward for the humans. This was already the rule of survival for humans. Today, there were even humans who dared to chase after them? The Skeleton King was filled with disdain. This kind of stupid human did have some at the beginning of the demonic descent. Later on, those dumbass were all eaten up. They were not only eaten by the demons, but they were also killed off by the humans who liked infighting. The Skeleton King looked contemptuously at the masked human who stood in the way. 12 steps and you dare to block my way, courageous. That human was not afraid in the slightest and laughed maniacally. Want to leave after spreading your wildness? Who gave you guys the face? Brothers, fuck these beasts to death. Don't let those old hunters look down on us. When the president comes, I'm afraid there won't be any soup for us. Of course he wasn't afraid, because the task of ambushing the Skeleton King was the easiest, as the president would be personally taking action. Who wouldn't love to follow a cheap trick? The chairman would be here soon. The bone sword in the Skeleton King's hand was raised, and the demons around him poured out in all directions, their feet cluttering up. Against these humans, the Skeleton King didn't even bother to move. Its condition was too poor, and its body was covered in large and small cracks. Wei Na was the same, and her condition wasn't much better. The killing on the battlefield became gruesome, accompanied by the hissing of the humans and the blood of the demons soaking the earth. The Skeleton King felt that something was wrong. Although these humans were all C rank, their talents were all treacherous and excellent. When did humans use so many excellent C ranks? For the lower rank demons, it was simply a massacre. The Skeleton King couldn't sit still as his yin chi shook, leaving a residual shadow in its place. The body of white bones instantly appeared in front of a hunter, his bone sword waving. The hunter with the smooth mask showed shock on his face and immediately launched his supernatural ability. The entire body was light as if it had no weight, and was actually blown out old by the airflow brought by the bone sword, avoiding the vitals. Although he was seriously injured, he was still alive. The Skeleton King's mind was filled with incredulity. His own strike couldn't even kill a C rank in seconds? Are all human awakened people like this now? Unbelieving, it stepped on the earth with its feet and leapt into the sky. Just as it was preparing for its second attack, its eyes saw a figure walking slowly from not far away. That person wore a mask, a black sweatshirt, and a buttoned hood. He was clearly in league with these humans, but he was oblivious to the humans' strenuous fight. As if the deaths of these humans had nothing to do with him, indifferent like a demon. The Skeleton King sensed the dangerous aura on him, put down the bone sword in his hand, and quietly waited for the real opponent to enter. The hunters didn't pay attention to the consumption of spirit when they were fighting. They knew that the chairman would always come. Anyway, they knew that the chairman would always come. When the Weeping Ghost King masked man appeared, the hunters breathed a sigh of relief, and some of them directly sat down on the ground. The chairman is here. Chairman? Is he the chairman? The battle can end now. Many of these hunters had never seen Meng Xing before, but they knew how mysterious and powerful Meng Xing was. The bloodthirsty eyes of the demons stared at Meng Xing, who was strolling idly, and only dared to hiss, not to come forward. Their intelligence was not high, but they were extremely sensitive to danger. This human's murderous aura went straight to the clouds. A single person had given them great pressure. The Skeleton King's eyes burned violently with ghostly fire, and an unpleasant voice came out of its throat. Human, your chief of security is not even a match for me. You dare to challenge me? After hearing this, Meng Xing's mouth sketched out a sneer. After fighting her, you're no longer in your peak state, are you? You're not in your peak state, and I'm not Wei Na. The Skeleton King's body gathered an intense yin chi around him, almost causing the humans present to suffocate. The Skeleton King's left hand grew visible to the naked eye, becoming a skeletal giant claw that crushed towards Meng Xing. The ghastly wind howled, and ghostly aura filled the air. This strike was the Skeleton King's full strength. Is this an A-rank demonic creature? Chief Wei Na actually stopped such a terrifying monster outside the city? The hunters fantasized about what would happen if this despairing blow landed on their bodies. At the same time, they were glad that the monster hadn't struck out at them just now, or else they would have only been killed in seconds. But it didn't matter, its opponent was the chairman. It was absolutely easy for the chairman to dodge this kind of attack. Meng Xing stood still. Cyan flames burst forth all over his body, and the heat wave from the crater dispelled the coldness of the wilderness. A giant hand made of green-colored flames quickly formed on his body. That giant hand of green fire met the skeleton's giant claw as if it was throwing a hot fireball into an ice cube. Zip, zip sounds resounded. The skeleton giant claw actually burned violently under the punch of the green lotus firearm. The Skeleton King hastily retracted his giant claw, which had pitch-black marks on it and the smell of burning paste. The hunter's eyes went wide. Who was strong and who was weak in this first move? The highs and lows were immediately differentiated. They had thought that the president was strong, but they hadn't expected the president to be so terrifying. The flames on Meng Xing's body surged once again, and another green lotus firearm grabbed towards the Skeleton King. The ghost flames in the Skeleton King's eyes jumped wildly. It had originally held on to a fluke, guessing that the firearm was Meng Xing's talent. Now its fluke was nowhere to be seen, because Meng Xing had already stated that the flames were his talent, and the firearm was merely a way to manipulate the flames. Roar! The Skeleton King thrust its bone sword into its abdominal skeleton, and its yin chi increased once again. The green ghostly flames in his eyes turned ghostly purple, and his bare skeleton head actually grew long black hair. This was the Skeleton King's princely posture. In this state, the Skeleton King would consume soul power and overdraw his strength. After fighting Wei Na earlier, the loss was too great. If it didn't use the princely posture to fight for its life, it was afraid that it would fall in this wilderness. The Skeleton King went crazy, its long, withered grass-like hair flying like watercress. The bones of his body were giganticized, and his toes stepped on the ground and pressed into giant gullies. Many demonic creatures were subjected to unmitigated disasters and pressed into puddles of filthy blood. The gigantic claws of the gigantic skeleton met Meng Xing's green lotus firearm. Meng Xing snorted. "Cells quite oozy, even so you think you can escape death?" The ghostly purple flames in the Skeleton King's eyes jumped. Its princely stance after its severely injured state wasn't very strong, and it probably wouldn't even be able to defeat Wei Na at her peak. But it didn't think Meng Xing could be stronger than Wei Na, much less that Meng Xing could defeat itself. Of the A ranks, even if the Skeleton King was in his worst state, that could still abuse a large number of A ranks. For example, the missionary, he probably wouldn't last more than 3 rounds in the hands of the Skeleton King. Those powerful A-rank humans were also rumored amongst the demons, and there was definitely no such person as Meng Xing in there. At this moment, the green flames on Meng Xing's body skyrocketed by 3. His body disappeared into an emerald green. The green lotus flame giant quickly formed, grasping the skeleton giant claw and pressing the Skeleton King to the ground in an invincible manner. A pair of giant hands once again arose behind the green lotus flame giant, frantically smashing into the Skeleton King's face. Roar! The Skeleton King let out a burst of impotent roar. The huge white bone body's yin chi surged. The yin chi was like cold air that dissipated when it touched the green lotus earthly heart flame. Flames were supposed to repel evil, let alone the green lotus earthly heart flame. The Skeleton King reluctantly asked, "Human, who the hell are you?" Meng Xing did not reply, only maneuvering the green flame giant to blast the Skeleton King's body again and again, causing more cracks to appear in its body. This monster buried into the courtyard could definitely grow something extraordinary. The bones on the Skeleton King's body were broken badly, and it knew that it was powerless. The Skeleton King looked up to the sky and whistled. Scatter! This word was addressed to the demons. A strong person had appeared in the human race, and it was imperative that the rest of the higher demonic creatures knew about it. The Skeleton King didn't know if it would die here. Just in case, it needed any surviving fiends to convey today's events back. The demonic creatures didn't dare to meet the battle, and when they heard the chief say so, they were as if they were greatly relieved and fled frantically in all directions. Stop them! A hunter roared. Immediately after that, the rest of the hunters began to hunt those demons with their last ounce of spirituality. The soldiers were defeated. This was already a crushing defeat. The Skeleton King hissed and struggled, unwilling to sit and wait for death. The yin chi tugged at the spirituality, constantly repairing his body. Meng Xing inside the green fire giant frowned slightly. How is this Skeleton King undefeatable? Even Meng Xing, who had a strong spirituality and knew the spiritual awareness body gathering technique, was unable to maintain his green fire giant form for long. Finally, the green fire receded, leaving behind Meng Xing, who exuded a murderous aura. The Skeleton King had also changed back to its normal size, and was completely unable to move. But it knew it was still alive. Ha ha ha, it's true that I can't defeat you, but you can't kill me. When I recover, I will definitely lead the demons and unite with the rest of the higher demons to step on the South Sea. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the Skeleton King's laughter came to an abrupt end as Meng Xing's indifferent eyes were looking at it coldly. A morose cold voice came out from Meng Xing's single thin lips. Do you really think I can't kill you? The Skeleton King froze as it asked warily. What are you going to do? The corner of Meng Xing's mouth pulled out a cruel meaning. Bending down, he grabbed the Skeleton King's foot bones and dragged this Demon King's body towards the main road. The hunters in the way made way, their eyes of fervent admiration undisguised. The more awesome their boss was, the higher their safety factor was. Meng Xing dragged the Skeleton King all the way to the side of the road. There was a large truck there that had been waiting for a long time. Huang Jia, who wore a ghost mask, got down from the driver's seat and froze when he saw the Skeleton King, his heart slowing down half a beat from fear. Raising his eyes to look at Meng Xing, who had an indifferent air, he collected his fear and opened the wagon. Meng Xing dumped the Skeleton King in like he was throwing trash, then opened the door and sat on the passenger side. Huang Jia started the car, constantly looking in the rearview mirror. The Skeleton King, an A-rank demonic creature, was in his car? His afterglow stole a glance at Meng Xing. This youth was his classmate a few months ago. Although the relationship was not good, he was able to talk face to face. A few months later, this classmate who had awakened the talent of a farmer had turned into a top awakened. Who would have thought that the owner of this half of the South Sea was just a fresh graduate? Everything was like a dream. The big truck stopped at Meng Xing's small courtyard in the old town. Meng Xing opened the trunk and dragged the dying Skeleton King out, the skeleton head smashing heavily on the ground. Pushing open the door, Meng Xing dragged the Skeleton King into the courtyard. President! The old beggar, who was lying comfortably on a bench, immediately rose upon seeing Meng Xing and half bowed in salute. Meng Xing placed the Skeleton King on the ground and picked up a hoe to plow through the vegetable beds in the small courtyard. The old beggar's cloudy old eyes suddenly exploded with light. Skeleton King. He looked at Meng Xing in horror that the chairman had defeated such a monster. He gulped down a mouthful of saliva and quietly lowered his head as if nothing had happened. Meng Xing quickly plowed a hole in the vegetable bed, just enough to bury the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King struggled to get up. "What the hell are you doing?" Meng Xing walked over, his foot on the Skeleton King's head, and spoke. "It's a pity for you to die with this spirit." After saying that, he grabbed the claws of the Skeleton King and threw it, along with the bone sword, into the vegetable field. Then he picked up the agricultural shovel and began to fill in the soil. The ghostly fire in the Skeleton King's eyes trembled chaotically. "Human, you don't want to seal me." It could see that this courtyard was filled with yin qi, twice as much as the Devil's Cave. "I wonder how many people have died here. If it could cultivate here, it could quickly recover from its physical injuries. Seal it here? It's totally equivalent to using cheese to lock up rats." In the vegetable patch where the Skeleton King was located, the yin qi was even more massive, and the injuries on its bones were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Stupid human!" The Skeleton King secretly mocked Meng Xing. It was also secretly glad that it was fortunate that its power essence was yin qi. Soon, when the soil had buried half of its body, the Skeleton King realized that something was wrong. It couldn't move. The soil here was very evil, and it actually suppressed it steadily. There were a lot of messy things here that were crazily sucking up its spirituality. The spirituality that had not been recovered easily was being lost. No! It once again drew an yin qi in an attempt to fight those things. But the speed at which it was acquiring spirituality was far greater than the greed of those things. The Skeleton King panicked. Was it going to be buried in the earth? It liked the cold and dark environment, but it was unwilling to be in the dark for the rest of its life. It might as well kill it. The Skeleton King screamed in shock. "I admit defeat. I am willing to submit to you, Great President. Forgive me." Meng Xing's mouth sketched out a sneer. "In that case, then you will serve me. Sleep in the earth and provide sustenance for my power." Meng Xing filled in the last piece of earth, burying the Skeleton King's eyes that were exposed to the outside that danced with ghostly fire. "No!" The Skeleton King's voice grew smaller and smaller until it was completely isolated, and there was no more sound from it in the courtyard. It was still alive and conscious, it just couldn't move, couldn't see, or hear. Under the unseen ground, the roots of the devil fruit tree wrapped around the immobile Skeleton King. Desperate Skeleton King can feel those roots are plundering his own power, and all it could do was watch. If it had known this, it would have been better to rot in the graveyard in the first place, so why bother crawling out as a demonic creature? After Meng Xing had done all this, he sat on a recliner and waited quietly. In the small courtyard, the branches and leaves of the devil fruit tree became even greener, and a green devil fruit was being generated. Only, that devil fruit was not fully formed yet. The devil fruit was using the yin qi that it had snatched from the Skeleton King to continuously deliver nutrients to that devil fruit. At this slow pace, there was no telling how long it would take to mature. Meng Xing curiously surveyed that devil fruit. What in the world was it, and how did it grow so slowly? After Meng Xing took a good look at the fruit, his pupils instantly tightened. This fruit, it's very strong. Yellow Springs fruit, A rank. The ability of the fruit is that the user can be resurrected once after death, and control the abilities related to the soul. Attacks with the cold aura from the Yellow Springs, causing frostbite to the enemy. You will not gain any transcendent talent after eating it, but you can be resurrected once. Upon returning from the world of the Yellow Spring, it will unlock transcendent abilities. Meng Xing was interested in this devil fruit. It was the temptation to be spared from death once. He was in a tangle. If the fruit was ripe, to eat or not to eat, that was the question. He was still thinking about growing the rest of the several types of extraordinary fires. After a long time, Meng Xing shook his head and muttered, "It's better to wait until the fruit matures." Meng Xing put his gaze on the old beggar. The old beggar shivered. Just now he had witnessed the horror of this vegetable patch and seen how devil fruits were born. He panicked. The old beggar will not leave this place for the rest of his life, much less mention this to anyone. Meng Xing's tone did not change as he said, "In a few days, someone will send something. Don't let them enter the courtyard. Don't you take anything into the courtyard. Wait for me to return." The old beggar wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and answered repeatedly. Meng Xing changed his clothes and returned to the cafe. Sitting by the window, he checked the Hunter Guild backstage. This was the first time that the Hunter Guild had gone to war as a whole, and the mission was accomplished quite well, basically eliminating all the demons. There were definitely deaths and injuries. 20 Sun Order hunters were killed in action, and 5 demon fruit hunters were killed in action. Now that medicine was advanced and money could be used to cure the disease, those seriously injured Meng Xing were not counted. The points they gained this time were enough to treat their injuries. After all, there were plenty of people who wanted to spend money to buy points. If they didn't want to suffer and wanted to recover quickly, they could exchange their points for some transcendent plants with healing effects. Meng Xing looked at the background records, his face expressionless, not knowing what he was thinking. Perhaps he was saddened by the fact that so many hunters had lost their lives in the battle with the demons. Or perhaps it was the fact that so many hunters had died for the guild feeling a tinge of unease. He was the one who sent out the ambush order. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel anything at all, but only a little. The taste of mastery of controlling the destiny of others, or the lamentation of the passing of life, it doesn't matter. Oh, it's like a little dust in the heart, a little wipe, square inch mountain is clean. There is no guilt mentality of some holy mothers, because there is no power for nothing, which is said in advance. He wasn't Buddha, there was no need to beat himself up over adult choices. Your coffee, sir. Yi Yunyun swayed her voluptuous figure and walked over, placing the coffee in front of Meng Xing. Then she stood beside Meng Xing and spoke. Sir, you seem to be very tired, can I massage you to relax you? Meng Xing shook his head. There's no need, there will be a hunter meeting in a few days, so you've been preparing for it lately. Yes. Yi Yunyun nodded a slight bow and turned to leave, not daring to disturb Meng Xing. Meng Xing lightly sipped his coffee, his eyes looking out the window. After today, the empty streets were going to be lively again. Early the next morning, Central Avenue. A middle-aged man ran in a panic through the streets filled with ruins. When he saw that his gas company was in ruins, he sat on the ground and cried. This was the company he had worked so hard on for 5 years. It had brought in big profits every day. And it was just gone? No, it shouldn't be like this. I worked so hard, how could fate do this to me? The middle-aged man wiped his tears and rummaged through the ruins, not knowing what exactly he was looking for. Finally, he touched a rotten monitoring device and instantly came to life. Yes, real-time monitoring, I need to see how my store really died. Demonic destruction was force majeure, there was no way he could do anything about it. He just wanted to see what had finally happened to his store. It was like looking at the last words of a child he raised on his deathbed. He walked over to where his office should have been before and found a small safe in the rubble. Stored here were company contracts, his own insurance, and a cell phone. Unlocking the combination, he flipped out the phone and sat down on the rubble to watch what had happened yesterday. A man in a military officer's uniform had broken into his company and set off all the gas. Immediately afterward the video turned to snow and the playback came to a screeching halt due to the damage to the surveillance equipment. The middle-aged man was enraged, and his face was suffocating red. These damn sheriffs! What gives them the right to detonate my gas? Don't they have any shells? Damn! I'll fuck you up! Don't take the people's property seriously, do you? He kept replaying the video and finally got a good look at the villain's face and took a screenshot to save it. I'm going to sue you at the sheriff's office. The middle-aged man angrily slammed into the ground, but hurt his hand with a tile. Ah! Blood flowed out. The middle-aged man's eyes were full of resentment, and he even blamed Tai Lin for the cut on his arm. Don't take my stuff seriously, huh? Think I can't rule you because of the sheriff? Damn, the head of the North District Magistrate is my brother-in-law, I'm afraid of you? The middle-aged man wiped his blood and walked towards the direction of the Sheriff's Bureau. General Security Bureau, Director's Office. Wei Na had just finished reporting her battle report of successfully resisting the demonic attack and was in a great mood. A hint of a smile surfaced on her cold and pretty face as the higher-ups praised her greatly. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Enter. Wei Na's tone was all a few points gentler. The director's secretary came with a material and handed it to Wei Na. Bureau Wei, this is Tai Lin's report. Wei Na took that report and her face became unhappy again. Tai Lin was very active in this battle, and didn't know how many civilians he saved, even losing his arm. She sighed darkly. Tai Lin, you lost your arm well. You can kind of sit in the seat of a military captain for the rest of your life. Even if Wei Na was the director, she couldn't freely give him small shoes anymore. Tai Lin's merit was just too great. The director's secretary hesitantly spoke again. That director, just now, someone came to complain again, saying that the sheriff's action had damaged their property, and they want the general directorate to pay compensation. Wei Na's face instantly darkened. Those who had the guts and dared to come to the sheriff's bureau to ask for compensation all had some background. There were quite a few people who came here this morning to apply for compensation, but they were all kicked out by Wei Na. Wei Na said in a cold voice, "Those useless things don't think about who saved their lives. The security bureau protected them, they don't think about being grateful, and they dare to come to the security bureau to sow their wild oats? Drive him away, and if he dares to spill his guts, lock him up and calm him down." The secretary of the director also chimed in with a snort. Indeed, these people only have their money in their heads. That small boss who came to cause trouble dared to sue Captain Tai Lin. How ignorant and ridiculous. If it weren't for the discipline, the security guards would want to beat him up. What did you say? Who did he complain against? Wei Na's eyes widened. The director's secretary blinked. Captain Tai Lin, ah. Wei Na froze for a long time, and a sinister look appeared on her face. She sat upright. Bring him here. Under the guidance of the director's secretary, the middle-aged man entered the director's office. He was slightly shocked when he saw Wei Na. It turned out that the new director Wei was so young and pretty. He didn't dare to make a fool of himself in front of Wei Na. Everyone knew that this was a fierce man who had shaken the skeleton king with force. With a snotty nose and tears, he knelt on the ground at once and cried, "Lord Director, do something for me." Wei Na was disgusted by this kind of person. A big old man who kneels and cries is considered a man? She suppressed her nausea and forced out a smile. Quickly get up and tell me specifically about your grievances. The middle-aged man fished out his cell phone from his shirt pocket and handed it to Wei Na, crying, "Lord Director, I want to sue this man. This asshole, he blew up my gas company. He didn't go to buy ammo in order to save some paychecks. He doesn't care about the people's property. That's it. Bandit." The chief's secretary couldn't help himself. "Our sheriff's department's ammunition is given out free to the sheriffs. No one is going to blow up your gas company to save some money on some ammunition. Also, the man you're complaining about is Captain Iron, the martial arts brigadier, the city hero. Without him fighting bravely, there's no telling how many people in this city would have suffered." The middle-aged man froze. The sheriff's department's ammunition was given out for free, and he hadn't heard it. The city hero fought bravely to save many people, and he didn't care. He heard and understood one sentence. The person he was going to complain about was called Tai Lin, and he was a military officer brigadier. That was a big official. His brother-in-law who had just been promoted to the northern district, as the chief was afraid that he wouldn't be enough. A look of panic appeared on the middle-aged man's face. "So it's Grand Captain Tai Lin, I've seen it on the news, a big hero." The secretary of the director was slightly satisfied and continued, "I guess at that time, Captain Tai had a compelling reason to blow up the gas company. This can't be blamed on him. After all, unpredictable dangers will always occur in a demonic attack. We all need to understand each other a bit." The middle-aged man continuously nodded his head and said yes, waving his hand repeatedly at Wei Na, who was looking down at her own cell phone. I won't sue anymore. I'm sorry I've caused you guys trouble." "Humph." Wei Na angrily slapped the table, her face full of frost. The middle-aged man fell to the ground in fear, cursing himself for being greedy. "Wasn't he running into someone else's land looking for trouble?" he said again with a crying voice. "I'm not suing. I'm sorry. Wei Na snapped. "Not suing? Why don't you sue? Do you think I, Wei Na, will harbor my subordinates? This is the Security Bureau, the place that upholds justice in the South Seas. Even if Tai Lin is my right-hand man, I'll punish him if he makes a mistake." The middle-aged man was confused, and so was the secretary to the director. Wei Na gave the director's secretary an icy look. "You go out first." The director's secretary hurriedly left the office. In the office, only the fidgety middle-aged man and Wei Na with a hint of an evil smile remained. Half an hour later, the middle-aged man walked out of the director's office in a trance. He felt a pang of inauthenticity. Director Wei Na told him that what Tai Lin did to the gas company was a major malfeasance. However, Tai Lin was a brigadier general of the armed forces, with a high position of authority. The bombing of the gas company was just too small an incident to get any real attention. Wei Na hinted to him to join the rest of the merchants who were affected by the explosion of the gas company and come together to complain against Tai Lin. There was strength in numbers. As long as the waves made were taken seriously enough, the sheriff's department would compensate all the merchants for their losses. The middle-aged man has never seen a director who loves the people so much in all his life. Originally came to the Security Bureau just a moment on the head, but also have an element of luck. Anyway, with his brother-in-law backing him up, he wasn't afraid of causing too much trouble. Who would have thought that there would really be compensation? While in a trance, the middle-aged man accidentally bumped into a female magistrate who had just walked out of the office. The young girl glared at him fiercely before leaving with a quick step. A lewd smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. This figure, so slim. For such a young lass to be in the Security Bureau, I'm afraid there's some kind of subterfuge, right? Ha 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 ha. Raising his head, he glanced at the office next to him, the office of the martial arts captain. It's good to have power. The middle-aged man in a good mood walked out of the sheriff's bureau with a light step. The little girl who was bumped into by the middle-aged man is called Lin Xiaoquan, Tai Lin's disciple. She knew what the middle-aged man's purpose in coming to the Security Bureau was: to sue his master. I really don't know what to think. A sheepdog gets cynical from the sheep for protecting them by stepping on the grass during a fight? How come no one cares that her master lost an arm? She got off work early today because she had to visit Tai Lin in the hospital and tell him about this complaint against him. Nanhai 3rd Hospital. Inside a ward, Tai Lin was lying on sheets that smelled faintly of disinfectant. This ward looked familiar, and it was the second time he came here. The first time was when he fought with an outlaw and was seriously injured and sent to the hospital. At that time, he stayed in this ward. Later, it was also in this ward that he met him, the person who changed his life. Thinking about it was also a few months ago. Tai Lin's eyes rolled languidly. If it wasn't for the chairman, he would be retired in the archive now, right? A small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Time flies. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded on the door. Not caring whether or not the person inside had agreed for her to come in, Lin Xiaoquan had already pushed her way in. The weather was cold, so she kept rubbing her small hands and sat on the chair in front of Tai Lin's bed, her cheeks puffing out in anger. Tai Lin smiled and said, "What's wrong? Who made you angry?" "Master arrested him to take it out on you." Lin Xiaoquan grunted. "Someone from the General Directorate complained about you today." Tai Lin raised an eyebrow. "Complaints against me?" Lin Xiaoquan told Tai Lin all he knew. Tai Lin lost his smile and said, "His company let me blow up. It's okay to go to the General Administration to complain. You don't want to make things difficult for him." Lin Xiaoquan got even angrier. "He's been in the director's office with Wei Na for almost an hour. I heard the director's secretary say that Wei Na is very unhappy with you in this matter." Tai Lin froze for a moment and didn't say anything. Lin Xiaoquan continued, "I see that Wei Na." Tai Lin frowned. "It's Director Wei." Lin Xiaoquan spat out her tongue mischievously. She knew that master didn't like Wei Na either, but he respected the position of director. Her own master always liked to bind himself with useless rules and regulations. It wasn't Wei Na he was defending, but the director, the majesty of the Security Bureau. Lin Xiaoquan said, "I think Director Wei just wants to target you, to find you in trouble." Tai Lin fell into deep thought. Looking for trouble because some merchants were destroyed during the battle? Isn't this bullshit? Who could blame him for something like this? He was justified everywhere he went. Tai Lin rubbed Lin Xiaoquan's head. "It's okay, we didn't do anything wrong in this matter. Standing straight, walking right, no one can force a conviction on me." Lin Xiaoquan bristled and muttered, "Hopefully, that woman just doesn't seem like a good person." Tai Lin just smiled. This small shoe, Tai Lin really didn't know how Wei Na would put it on herself. At night, Imamu Cafe, second floor. Meng Xing had a room of his own in the Imamu Cafe. Inside the arrangement is very careful, small refrigerator, toiletries, TV, and so on everything. It looks like a woman has taken care of it. Meng Xing ambled in front of the desk to read a book. A phone call came in. It was Wei Ming. "Big brother," my sister said, "Tai Lin will step down soon. Let me get ready to be promoted to military brigadier." When Wei Ming reported this to Meng Xing was all confused. Tai Lin had just been meritorious, and was also wounded in battle, objectively all a hero. How could he step down? Meng Xing laughed. "Not bad. When you are promoted to the rank of military officer brigadier, you will be able to help me do more." On the other end of the phone was Wei Ming fawningly concurring. "Don't worry big brother, I'll do whatever you say, I'll listen to you completely." Meng Xing suddenly asked, "Then do you hate me?" Wei Ming on the other end of the phone froze for a moment. "Big brother, what makes you think that?" Meng Xing's tone grew eerie. "If you don't hate me, why did you turn on the recording function? Is it to find out who I am? Worthy of being Wei Na's brother, so stupid." There was a long period of silence on the other end, followed by an extremely oozing scream. Meng Xing hung up the phone, and the punishment for Wei Ming continued. He wouldn't kill Wei Ming, this person he would also use to deal with Wei Na. Continuing to burn the sea of consciousness by the green lotus Earth's heartfire overnight, as long as the scale is properly controlled, is not dead. South China Sea in a high-grade apartment. Wei Ming's pain was so excruciating that he just wanted to hit the wall and die. But under the severe pain, he couldn't do anything at all. He watched as his cell phone automatically unlocked the screen, and then the cursor automatically opened the recording function to delete the conversation just now. He originally thought that if he had to be threatened even after he was promoted to the rank of military captain, then this military captain would not be able to let him enjoy himself to the fullest. Wei Ming regretted it. Wei Ming would never dare to play smart again. That mysterious person was too terrifying. He also knew that his role was to help Meng Xing deal with Wei Na. Betraying his sister several times in a row made Wei Ming feel a little guilty. The pain of the burning brain continued until the next day. After a night of torture, the little bit of guilt in Wei Ming's heart was gone. His eyes were covered with blood, and when he looked at the photo with his sister on the bedside, a few points of resentment actually arose in his heart. If it wasn't for my sister letting me enter the career path, how would I have appeared in the South Sea? If Wei Na hadn't asked me to find a way to pull Tai Lin down, how would I have met him in the old city center? If she wasn't the director, why would that person torture me so much? I just want to be a dude. Who is that woman to make me progress? Ring ring ring. The phone rang. It was Wei Na. Wei Ming wiped his cold sweat and weakly picked up the phone. Hello? Wei Na's tone was stern. Ha? Why is it so loud? Brother, did you go fooling around again last night? Can't you learn a lesson? Wei Ming's face was clouded and he smiled farcically. Why sis, what is it? Wei Na's voice lightened up quite a bit. The inspector is coming today. Tai Lin will definitely have to squat in jail in 2 days. You just wait for the promotion. Haha, happy? Wei Ming thought that he had to live with his cell phone tied up every day when he became a military captain, so he felt that this military captain was not interesting at all. Wei Na said, okay, not talking to you, the inspector is coming, wait for my good news. Nanhai 3rd Hospital. 2 inspectors in black suits knocked on Tai Lin's room door. Lin Xiaoquan was woken up. In order to take care of her master, she stayed by the bedside. When Tai Lin told her to go home, she made a scene like a child. Lin Xiaoquan rubbed her eyes and sleepily opened the door. The inspector glanced at Lin Xiaoquan, then at Tai Lin, who was still sleeping on the bed, and frowned. There was only one bed in this ward. The inspector flashed his identity. Security inspector, here to find out something. Lin Xiaoquan immediately thought of the middle-aged man who came to the security bureau yesterday to cause trouble. With a displeased look on his face, he walked over to the hospital bed and woke up Tai Lin. Tai Lin opened his eyes and sat up squarely, saying to Lin Xiaoquan, Xiaoquan, bring 2 chairs for the 2 comrades. The inspector took his seat and glanced at Lin Xiaoquan. You're Lin Xiaoquan? Lin Xiaoquan nodded blankly. The inspector took notes in a small book, speaking as he did so. Officer Lin Xiaoquan was originally a city security magistrate at the Eastern District Security Office. How did he get transferred to the South Sea General Bureau as an assistant to the martial arts captain? Lin Xiaoquan instantly understood. There were quite a few rumors when she first arrived at the directorate that she had an inappropriate relationship with Tai Lin. To put it bluntly, it was an office pet who relied on her body to mix with the General Bureau. Lin Xiaoquan was so angry that her little face turned white, and she wanted to speak was interrupted by Tai Lin reaching out. Tai Lin said, Officer Lin Xiaoquan's qualifications in war service are in line with all transfer processes, she is an excellent fighter. After following Tai Lin for so many years, Lin Xiaoquan's ability really stood out more than the average magistrate. The inspector lowered his head to take notes. I'll look into this. Also, there have been many complaints about you recently. During the demon attack you attempted to enter individual units to scavenge for money. As a result, the demons were attracted and you had no choice but to detonate a gas tank and destroy citizens' property. How do you explain that? Tai Lin was furious and laughed. This shit was really big. He pointed at his broken arm and said, would I lose my arm for money? At that time, I received orders to intercept the demonic swarm on the Central Avenue. But the support was late in arriving, so I detonated the gas company's gas tanks in order to cover my teammates' retreat. What's scavenging for money? Pure nonsense. The inspector who was recording squinted at Tai Lin, his eyes full of distrust. You, a military captain, personally went to the front line? Tai Lin's face also darkened. Couldn't a military officer brigade captain personally go to the battlefield? As for whether or not I'm telling the truth, you can check the Central Avenue's surveillance. The inspector shook his head and laughed. It's just that street has been vandalized, and the only surveillance data left behind is you breaking into the gas company. It doesn't matter, that's something we'll check out as well. Tyrion said in a deep voice. You can ask my crew then. The inspector closed his notes and said with a straight face. Your team members have all been detained, and this is the 3rd question to ask you. Tai Lin's eyes widened. How could this be? What was wrong with the military officials? How could they be detained? The inspector's gaze was cold, completely interrogating the prisoner. Director Wei Na told you to defend Central Avenue to the death at that time. Why did you disobey the order and suddenly withdraw? The inspector's tone became harsh. Because you disrespected the order, causing the demons to run rampant. Support will arrive soon. Why can't you guys delay a little longer? Are you that afraid of death? Tai Lin's eyes became horrified and he opened his mouth without saying anything. It was her own speculation that Wei Na wanted to kill herself with the help of the demons of the Central Avenue. There was no substantial evidence to prove that Wei Na was going to victimize herself with the help of demonic objects. However, Tai Lin knows that the support will not come, and the end of the dead guard is that he and his team members will die in Central Avenue for nothing. 3 days later, Tai Lin was suspended for investigation. The news about the martial arts officer Brigadier General also spread all over the internet. Martial Officer Grand Captain Tai Lin is actually this kind of person. If he hadn't run away from the battle, how could the demons run through Central Avenue to Yangqing Street? My family's butcher store was spoiled by the demons. Oh, what's a butcher store? Tai Lin took advantage of the chaos to steal from a gas company and detonated a gas tank, and my stores on Central Avenue were lost. Ha ha ha, the persona is crumbling. Suggest a strict investigation. It's already being investigated. My nephew in the sheriff's department said that Tai Lin was having an affair with the assistant in their office, trading in power and sex. Hey, it's good to be a pussy, lie down and get promoted and get rich. There was a lot of public opinion online, and no one was willing to help Tai Lin. Even those team members who were saved by Tai Lin were unwilling or didn't dare. They were all disciplined for the Central Avenue retreat, and all of them were demoted to sheriff's office sheriffs, or traffic sheriffs. Wei Na had given the sheriff's office a greeting that there was no need to spoil Tai Lin's former subordinates. These demoted military officials were having a bad time. Especially those who hung on to Captain Tai all day long would receive special care. Lin Xiaoquan had run to those military officials and begged them to say something for Tai Lin and beg for mercy. A small number of them had a bad attitude. It's all his fault for disobeying orders and deserting the battlefield, otherwise how could we have suffered this unwarranted disaster? Deserters, these little vigilantes from the security office mocked me for being a deserter. Some people didn't consider whether they would have sacrificed themselves without Tai Lin's desperate cover retreat in the first place. They only held unrealistic expectations, thinking that if they had won that battle instead of walking, would they be heroes? Would they have been promoted and become rich? They felt that Tai Lin had wronged their future. Wei Na's hand was insidious. A handful of interest bubbles, provoking the relationship between Tai Lin and some of his men. The Amamu Cafe. The weather was cold, and the heating and air conditioning in the cafe was on full blast. Meng Xing, who was sitting in the window seat, looked at the South China Sea news on his cell phone. The matter about Tai Lin was developing in an extremely bad direction. Did those netizens think that by spraying a few lines of nonsense, they could beat down the powerful people they hated in a way they thought was shrewd? The netizens are not aware that those vile words are destroying a magistrate who really maintains justice and killing their protector. Meng Xing was silent. Walking to the door, he tilted his head to look at the overcast sky and muttered, "It's going to snow." It seemed as if the heavens were listening to Meng Xing's words, as goosefeather snow came flying in, and the entire city was covered in a layer of pleasing white. He Xiaodong came down from upstairs, took out a test paper and handed it to Meng Xing, timidly saying, "Brother, the teacher asked the parents to sign it." Meng Xing changed into a gentle smile and draped his jacket over He Xiaodong, receiving the test paper, more than 90 points. Nodding appreciatively. Don't look at his father, He Yon, as a gangster leader, but his son's studies were good. Meng Xing took out the pen he had with him, signed his name sparingly, and returned it to He Xiaodong. The little boy did not think to go, rubbed his little hands at the door and suddenly asked, Brother, the teacher said that snow is dirty, but it's so white, why is it dirty?" Meng Xing answered seriously, "When snowflakes fall from the sky, they attract dust in the air, so snowflakes are dirty." He Xiaodong stretched out his little hand to catch a snowflake, but it's still white, it's whiter than paper. Meng Xing looked to the side of the road. The snow had become a disgusting color after being stepped on by people, rolled by cars, and stained by sewage. Snowflakes are clean before they come to earth, cleaner than anything else. Because they absorb dust from the air, experts said that snow was dirty on the inside. They actually still look white. It was only when they were stepped on in the street that they became truly dirty. The corners of Meng Xing's mouth sketched out a playful arc. The image of that cold female director appeared in his mind, this woman who played with interests in human nature to understand. Regarding Tai Lin's subterfuge of Lin Xiaoquan and Tai Lin taking advantage of the demonic attack to forcefully take the property, these two negative news would be scoffed at by anyone with a brain who heard them. They were just rumors. At this time, Lin Xiaoquan was demoted, and the Security Bureau compensated the Central Avenue merchants for all their losses. This move was too ambiguous and very telling and suggestive. The common people's inertia would think that the Sheriff's Bureau had acquiesced, and that Tai Lin had indeed committed such a mistake. Immediately after that, they came up with definitive proof that Tai Lin disobeyed orders to evacuate Central Avenue during the Demon Rebellion, and that Tai Lin was suspended as a result. Two rumors plus one true event, tied together to say, slightly manipulated to become three true events. These steps are interlocked, step by step, completely changing the image of Tai Lin. Greedy, lustful, and fearful of death. Meng Xing snorted, his eyes flashed with a shimmering light as he turned around and walked towards the second floor. Tai Lin couldn't be finished, at least not at this time. One of the most important rooms on the second floor was covered by a black curtain and would never see sunlight. Inside, the mechanical light of signals and screens flickered. This was Su Manman's engine room, the Hunter Guild's most important online origination point. Meng Xing stood beside Su Manman and talked to her. Su Manman's pretty face gradually climbed with shock as she looked at Meng Xing incredulously. "Are you serious about this?" She opened her mouth and brooded for a moment, saying, "It's no problem to stop hunting awakened criminals, it's just that. You're going to randomly hand out sunsteps to city gangsters and ordinary fugitives, and you won't let them join the guild. Without the constraints of a guild, isn't this creating a bunch of awakened villains?" The random distribution mentioned here was not pushed with the Hunter Guild app, but with the rest of the ways. As for what method it was up to the hunters to do, it was their mission. There was only one mission premise, not to expose the guild, not to expose the identity of the hunters, and not to expose the appearance of the Sun Staircase. Listening to Su Manman's words, Meng Xing's eyes went cold. Tai Lin had protected this city too well, so well that this group of people had forgotten that in the past few months of Tai Lin's rise to power, there were few people in the South Sea who had committed crimes. Only those city leaders and the common people who knew it hurt would think of Tai Lin. The way to break the trickery is often simple and rough. A trace of panic appeared on Su Manman's face. That, if you are in need of villains, I have a recommendation for you. Su Manman pulled up a person's profile from his computer. The picture on the profile was of a smiling teenager. The profile had several reports about him. Urban demon Li Yang, finally arrested. What made a talented student from Tsufu High School become an ogre step by step? Sunshine Love Project, Nanhai Medical University admits ogre Li Yang. Nanhai Medical University. The 7th floor was empty, not a trace of popularity under the ghastly white incandescent lights. The little nurse coming up from the elevator caressed her chest, and a struggling look appeared on her face. Finally making some kind of determination, she resolutely walked towards the ward at the far end. It was a separate ward with plain and simple facilities, all pure white except for the rust color on the tin cabinets. A skinny teenager lay quietly in a hospital bed. The little nurse entered the ward apprehensively. "Hello, injection." After she finished her sentence, she bravely looked at the teenager's slightly pale face. The teenager was born with a pair of good-looking eyes, with small curves in the eyelids. The skin was gentle. The bleak white light shining on the sickly face was surprisingly soft. The teenager skillfully rolled up his sleeves, revealing the needles buried in his muscles, a smile on his face. Hard work. This smile was like a spring breeze, just as cute as a neighborhood little brother. If only there weren't 8 heavily armed sheriffs at the door. If it wasn't for the fact that she was going to give the teenager a tranquilizer, she would have been fooled by the teenager into mistaking this for a big sunny boy. The little nurse's hands shook slightly. Taking a deep breath, she walked towards the teenager, ready to pump the potion in. And without her noticing, a wry smile appeared on the teenager's face. It was like a fox watching a rabbit falling into a trap. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came and a pair of big warm hands pulled the little nurse. The little nurse was startled, looked at the visitor, came back to her senses, and let out a light breath. Dr. Du, what brings you here? Dr. Du was a hunter from the Hunter Guild, nicknamed Scalpel. His sharp eyes stared deathly at the teenager as he lifted the quilt. The little nurse covered her mouth in shock. She was seeing the teenager's other hand, which was grasping half a needle that should have been buried in the teenager's muscles. For convenience, hospitals bury long needles in the arms of critically ill patients. The process of burying the needle is extremely painful, and the patient will feel pain drilling into his bones, so the needles are usually very small. Because of the teenager's special reason, the hospital purposely used a long needle. Who knows, this teenager can endure the pain to pull out the needle, and break it into 2 parts, and insert one of the parts back. The little nurse's little face turned white with fear and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Dr. Du thoughtfully ordered. "You go back." The little nurse ran away as if she had fled, and the panic sound of little leather shoes came from the corridor. A look of regret appeared on the teenager's face as he looked at Dr. Du. His tone had a grumble. "Not even for the last meal." Dr. Du didn't say anything, grabbed the teenager's arm and pulled out the needle. A new needle was taken and inserted, and a tranquilizer was injected. And just like the act of torture, the teenager did not have a single expression of pain on his face, and kept a smile on his face the entire time. Dr. Du was slightly surprised. "I'll be the one to give you the injection in the future." After saying that, he turned around and left, traveling to the door and stopping for a long time. He took out a strange-looking fruit from his pocket and handed it to the teenager. "Eat it." "Thanks." The teenager didn't even wonder if the fruit was poisonous, said thank you and ate it. After eating it, he looked provocatively at Dr. Du and asked, "Is there any more?" Dr. Du frowned, turned around and disappeared into the ward. At the door, a magistrate pulled Dr. Du, his eyes full of anticipation. "Doctor, how long will he live? When will he die?" Dr. Du replied, "He's in a poor state, the cancer cells have invaded his entire body, it should be just these few days." Several magistrates' faces showed joy. The guy locked up in the ward was an ogre, a guy who was dangerous to the extreme. The pressure of watching over him was just too much. One of the magistrates sputtered, "I don't know what your hospital was thinking, having to treat this pervert." Dr. Du was silent, he naturally knew what the hospital thought. Everything was 4 grades. Every year, the hospital would select a few terminally ill inmates from the prison and bring them to the hospital. This beautifully named humanized and compassionate medical treatment was in line with the Sunshine Relief Program from above. This kind of project allows hospital leaders to fill in a few strokes of color on their performance paper. Of course, it was more than that. There was a difference between this teenager and the usual inmates. The hospital had given him no treatment whatsoever. Instead, he was tortured by experimental drugs every day. Because, he ate the son of the hospital leader. It was a kind of revenge. That's why, when he ate the devil fruit that Dr. Du gave him, he didn't even blink an eye. Being tortured like this before dying, I wonder how much the teenager hates this hospital now. 3 days later, the teenager was dying. Cancer cells had spread all over the teenager's body. He lay weakly on the bed and recalled his life. The teenager's name was Li Yang, an orphan from the old city. He was introverted, cowardly, and would blush for half a day when he spoke to a girl. He was gifted and showed a superhuman sexual spirit right after graduating from junior high school. As a result, he was guaranteed a place at Xingfu High School. Xinfu High School was the top school in Xia. It was hard to be admitted if you didn't have educational resources tilted in your favor from a young age. That's why most of the students in Xinfu were the children of officials and businessmen, and there were few poor children like Li Yang. Originally thought that a wonderful life was about to start, but did not realize that it was the root of his nightmare. His roommates would force him to wash his socks and underwear, serving them like eunuchs. Of course, a few dollars would be given afterwards as a reward. It wasn't like the roommates were being nice to him, they were just looking for a way to have fun. For example, in front of the girls, they threw money at Li Yang and then talked loudly about what Li Yang had done for them. The girls would often look at Li Yang with disdain, and then accompany the roommates to laugh together. Li Yang has the money to earn, but also willing. After all, Xingbei tuition is not cheap. Later, the roommates found it uninteresting and were not going to give money. When Li Yang asked for it, he was severely beaten. If you go to the teacher will reprimand Li Yang. The student's task is to study well, do not engage in useless. He actually knew that the teacher was favoring his roommates because they had money. Finally, one day, he got sick, very sick, cancer. He pinned all his hopes on the school's poverty subsidy. He was at the podium that day and coyly told his situation. Orphan, cancer, dying, trying to stay alive, and pulled out the hospital checklist. What he got was laughter from his classmates, mocking the foreign dog for not only being able to wash his socks and underwear for money, but also for creating fake checklists. Expecting the final result, he sat down at the podium and listened to the rest of the students who had applied for the poverty grant. Li Yang was shocked. Those students who were well-bred, tearfully recounted their miserable families, their terrible conditions. What shocked him most was that these students took out serious illness checklists that were exactly the same as his. He was in despair. It turned out that the poverty subsidy was not something that even the poor could fight for. He had tasted all the malice of this world. He tried to approach his teacher in a last-ditch effort, yet the teacher didn't believe that he was really sick, and perhaps didn't care. If he did die from poverty, as the teacher in question might be punished in some way, but only symbolically. Li Yang was terrified at that time. He was still young and he was afraid of dying. He thought angrily, let's see how you will end up when I die. Later, he also figured out that no one would care about his own death. Li Yang returned to the dormitory. The roommates are not there. They applied for a subsidy and went to the KTV to celebrate. At this time I do not know who is using the original belongs to his life-saving money, embracing which girl, probably even tipping. Just like this, under the torture of illness and the fear of death, Li Yang finally released the deepest darkness inside. Li Yang washed all the clothes of the 5 people, and then quietly waited for them to come back. That night, a tragedy occurred at the school. All 5 people in the dormitory were killed by Li Yang, and some of their internal organs were eaten. He was blurring hysterically with his crushed flesh in his mouth. Don't you guys want to become like me? Liver cancer, stomach cancer, I'll make your wishes come true. The teacher he didn't spare either. This is the origin of the urban ogre. He'd been on the run for years and had eaten more than just those roommates. He was trapped in the security that thing brought. He wasn't addicted to human flesh, he became a prisoner of something. Li Yang's consciousness began to blur. His mind was full of resentment. I don't want to die. The death that threatened him at all times was finally coming. Like a former friend who had met for the first time. Once a scene all flashed in front of the mountain, as if it was a walking light. Teachers, classmates, passers-by. He had no lovers, no friends, probably no one except the sheriff's department remembered his name. Li Yang's remaining strength clutched the needle in his arm that was buried in his flesh. It was all he had, the only thing he had. If only they would have let me have the grant 3 years ago. None of it would have happened. I would have my own circle of friends. Play games with my brothers, go shopping with my gentle girlfriend, and maybe have a cute kid. Got a resurrection scroll? Come one. If not, forget it. Li Yang died, with regret and disappointment. Since he died in the hospital, according to the regulations, unclaimed bodies would be stored in the morgue. Cremation? Don't be ridiculous, there are plenty of places in the morgue. What's the point of spending that money? South China Sea Medical University Morgue. This place is like a library full of large cabinets, and in every compartment on those cabinets, there are restless souls. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded eerily here. It came from one of the cabinets. Knock knock knock. It was heard clearly. It was something inside kicking at the tin. In a place full of dead people, a sudden movement like that would definitely scare a lot of people to death. Luckily, there was no security guard in the morgue today. Boom! After a louder muffled sound, a drawer slid out of the cabinet. A teenager sat up. The dead gray eyes gradually regained their vigor. Li Yang was wearing a number plate and white clothes. It seemed like he had a dream. Went to hell, saw the other side of the shore, flowers, and saw the yellow spring. He was sure he was dead, but how did he come back to life? Li Yang looked around in confusion. His afterglow swept over a green ghostly flame not far away, and his eyes opened a little wider. Could it be that he is still in the netherworld? Li Yang touched his face. It was hot, not cold. He jumped down and walked towards the green ghostly flame. Nearer and nearer, he saw a man sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. The man wore a terrifying Ghost King mask, and was dressed in all black with a hood. A strong sense of oppression came to his face. Li Yang felt scared for the first time. Are you a human or a ghost? The fire in Meng Xing's hand grew quite a bit with a miso sound. The weeping Ghost King mask on his face was doubly eerie. You are Li Yang? The voice did not have the slightest bit of temperature, towering over him. For the unknown, he was instinctively uneasy. Spirituality swam in his body, water mist wrapped around his fingertips, and his natural supernatural ability was ready to fight at any time. At this moment, he froze. He didn't know when, but he had an additional talent. Yellow Springs fruit, a rank. Only travelers who have returned from the Yellow Springs can activate it. Mastery of soul-related abilities. Consuming spirituality, able to make the soul go out of the body. The soul is in a virtual body, allowing it to pass through walls and other actions. When attacking, it can be accompanied by the Yin energy from the Yellow Springs. Yellow Spring fruit? A rank? Li Yang was a meticulous person, and he immediately associated it with the fruit that Dr. Du had given him. Could it be that Dr. Du was one of his people? That fruit was given by the masked man in front of him? It was against common sense and unbelievable. He also didn't understand what his value was and why this man wanted to resurrect him. What great power was this? Li Yang dissipated the alien energy in his hand, opened his mouth, and finally uttered a sentence. What are you? He looked so unconfident in front of Meng Xing that he couldn't even spit out his words clearly. The corners of Meng Xing's mouth lifted up, looking sinisterly carved under the green fire's illumination. Hunter Guild, President. Li Yang was dumbfounded for a long time. Hunter Guild? Transcendent organization? This person in front of him was the owner of some transcendent power? A top-notch big shot. He swallowed his saliva. Why did you resurrect me? He was also trying to confirm whether it was the person in front of him who resurrected him or not. Resurrecting the dead, was this something a human could do? Meng Xing held a ball of green lotus earth heart flame in his hand and slowly stood up, his eyes indifferent. This life is what I lent you, you have to return it. Li Yang was certain that it was the man in front of him who had given himself a new life. He had resurrected himself. Li Yang swore that he had met the only true God in the world today. The ones he worshipped before were all broken earth and rotten tiles. You can't even save my life, why do you call yourselves gods? Li Yang prostrated himself on the ground, not daring to look at Meng Xing. He was a mole cricket under the gully, devoting himself to the gods on top of the mountains. Meng Xing glanced lightly at him, left a cell phone and a mask, and disappeared into the morgue. He wasn't afraid that Li Yang wouldn't be able to get a foothold in this city without his help. If this kid didn't even have this level, he wouldn't even be qualified to receive his Yellow Spring fruit. Li Yang was a genius who killed 5 roommates and a teacher during his college years. It was important to realize that these 6 people all had a not-so-small background. It was already a miracle that an ordinary person could escape for 3 years after killing so many people. And Li Yang was more than that. After Li Yang was arrested, he admitted his crime in a big way. In 3 years, he ate 28 people before and after, and each of these 28 people are powerful people. Killing 30 powerful people and still being able to live for 3 years as an ordinary person is the most terrifying thing about him. You have to know that before catching Li Yang, no one even knew that those 28 people were killed by Li Yang. This is a dangerous criminal with a meticulous mind. Ask Li Yang why he only picks the powerful and wealthy. Li Yang's answer is quite oozing. Raised tender and tasty. What kind of people does the Hunter Guild lack? Talent, of course. As for whether or not Li Yang is worth Meng Xing's use of a devil fruit, this is all an afterthought. Meng Xing had his own plans, he never did business at a loss. Li Yang was in the empty morgue, slowly lifting up, and there was still incredulity in his eyes. Why would such a big shot pick me? That cell phone lit up. Hunter Public Account app download complete. Nanhai City, Cruise Western Restaurant. Lu Xian was dressed in a suit, his lapel flowers were all meticulously done, and he walked through the door of the restaurant holding a bouquet of bright red roses. He wasn't a local, he came from Kyoto and was an inspector at the checkpoint of the security bureau. He came to the South China Sea to look into Tai Lin's case. He peered inside at the door and finally found the person he wanted to see. Lu Xian's eyes lit up and he walked to his seat with a sense of urgency. Sorry Nana, I'm late. Lu Xian looked at the beauty in front of him and his eyes were filled with adoration. Today's Wei Na was beautiful. Instead of wearing her everyday uniform and boots, she wore a tight evening gown with a white fur draped over it. Her slender legs, slim waist, and full breasts were displayed to the fullest. Wei Na smiled. No relation, old classmate. Lu Xian took his seat and scratched his head. You're so pretty. The normally cold and ruthless inspector had the shyness of a big boy. He and Wei Na were high school classmates, and after graduation, one went abroad to study and the other entered the security system. It was also Lu Xian's maneuvering from there that allowed Wei Na to return home and enter the Kyoto Security Bureau. Wei Na is also very smart. With a few years of operation, Froze directly parachuted into the South China Sea. The family said Wei Na took him as a tool person, and Lu Xian loved brain on the head, simply do not care. This time Wei Na begged Lu Xian to come to the South China Sea to help. He did not hesitate at all, and immediately used the relationship to launch an investigation into Tai Lin. Wei Na guffawed at Lu Xian's compliments, a pair of beautiful eyes gentle like water, unblinking, looking at Lu Xian. When are you going to arrest Tai Lin? Talking about business, Lu Xian regained some of his straight face as he frowned. There are a lot of doubts about Tai Lin that I can't figure out. It will take time to investigate if I arrest him. Wei Na's eyes crossed a flash of dissatisfaction, quickly covered it up and lightly opened her red lips. Is it that there is not enough incriminating evidence? Lu Xian shook his head. No, just the fact that he is on the verge of fleeing is enough to arrest him. It's just that. Lu Xian looked at Wei Na suspiciously. Investigating Tai Lin for this period of time, I found out that he has very little property in his name, and has been seriously injured and on the verge of death many times while on missions. How do I look at it? It doesn't seem like a coward who was greedy for money and afraid of death. Could there be other misunderstandings involved? You have to know that with something like a demonic attack on a city, there are all kinds of accidents. Lu Xian took out his cell phone and was about to continue, when a small slippery hand lightly placed on his hand. Lu Xian raised his head in shock. Nana! The Wei Na in front of him was all kinds of flavor, just that wipe of aggression, piercing Lu Xian raw pain. Wei Na said rather mournfully. Brother Xian, are you going to let him go? He is deliberately sabotaging my plan to retreat from the devil, trying to make the South China Sea fall so that I can be condemned. If I hadn't fought to the death against the Skeleton King, it wouldn't be Tai Lin that you'd come to investigate this time, it would be me. The suspicion in Lu Xian's eyes gradually faded and anger gradually took over. Wei Na took advantage of the opportunity and said in a pitiful manner, Brother Xian, do you really tolerate me being bullied by other men? This sentence can kill enough. Lu Xian immediately fell. He tightly grasped Wei Na's hand and firmly said, Don't worry Nana, I will definitely not let go of the person who bullied you. I'll arrest Tai Lin tomorrow. Wei Na secretly glanced at Lu Xian's grip on her hand and the bottom of her eyes were quite disgusted. She drew back her hand without a trace and said with a lowered brow, But Tai Lin is a military brigadier and has deep roots in the South China Sea, will you be in trouble? Lu Xian snorted coldly. On relationship background? What kind of thing is Tai Lin? My family definitely supports you as well. Look at the time you've been in Nanhai, the crime rate has plummeted. At first they said that you were only capable of plotting and scheming, but now it's time for them to know what you're capable of. Wei Na put up a charming smile on her face. Let's not talk so much, let's drink a toast after a long goodbye. At this time, there were angry curses coming from the doorway, and a few big men smashed the door of the Western restaurant and rushed straight in. Entering the door, they began to smash, causing the diners to be alarmed and leave the table one after another. Soon, the restaurant's resident security guards appeared, followed by the big men cursed up. From the words it is not difficult to hear, this is to collect protection money. After arguing to no avail, several of the big men underwent mutations. The eyes turned dead gray and the muscles on their bodies bulged high. The blood color faded, like dead people. Although the security guards were also awakened, the number of these intruding big men was superior. After a fierce fight, the big men gained the upper hand and knocked down the security guards. They stood in the restaurant and shouted the manager's name. The manager did not dare to come out, so they smashed the facilities of the restaurant. Lu Xian frowned slightly. The South China Sea didn't seem to be peaceful these days. This was not the first time he had encountered this situation in the past few days. Wasn't the law and order in Nanhai the best? How could it be like this? Wei Na had a thick icy chill under her eyes. These people were punching themselves in the face. She walked towards those few people, not even using her powers. With her physical skill she beat them all until they couldn't move. Tall figure with elegant evening dress, a different kind of beauty that made Lu Xian look infatuated. Wei Na was burning with anger. During the time that Tai Lin had been suspended, the crime rate in Nanhai City had risen by a terrifying multiple. Is Tai Lin really a door god to deter criminals? Can't the South Sea get by without Tai Lin? She admitted that Tai Lin's suspension was indeed detrimental to law and order. But in the past, when Tai Lin wasn't a military captain, wasn't the South China Sea just as good? Recently, villains have been rampant, more so than ever. Wei Na apologized and said goodbye to Lu Xian on official business, and walked out of the Western restaurant. Lu Xian is not angry, on the contrary, more appreciate this Wei Na. Empire Entertainment Bar. In the general manager's office, Zhu Dajuan sat on the imposing boss chair, staring at the teenager in the surveillance, his face not good. This teenager had the audacity to blatantly sell contraband in his own venue. He had clearly warned the underlings after joining the Hunter Guild that no one was allowed to mess around here. The underclassmen wanted to catch this teenager and teach him a good lesson. But this teenager is like having eyes in the back of his head, no one can catch him. Every day, he can come in, and the venue can't do anything about it. The big brother of this venue had to report to Zhu Dajuan, so that the boss could think of a solution. Crazy Wolf walked in through the door. Boss, can't find out this person's information, probably from out of town. Zhu Dajuan grimaced his old face. If you dare to sell contraband today, you'll dare to sell the old man's waste tomorrow. Crazy Wolf, you personally go out and bring him to me. Crazy Wolf nodded his head and answered, and just as he walked out the door, he was kicked in the chest by a huge force. Like a kite with broken strings, Crazy Wolf flew backwards all the way from the doorway and crashed into the wall. Cracks appeared all over the wall. Zhu Dajuan's eyes widened in anger and he shot up. Who the hell is looking for death? And as soon as possible after the person at the doorway, Zhu Dajuan looked like a wilted cat. Wei Na walked in wearing an evening gown and stepping on high heels. Zhu Dajuan smiled curtly. Why are you here, Bureau Wei? Wei Na stepped on the desk with one foot and grabbed Zhu Dajuan's collar with one hand. With the high forked skirt, the spring light was leaking out, but she didn't care at all. Wei Na coldly opened her mouth. Zhu Dajuan, you've been jumping around a bit lately. Zhu Dajuan looked flustered and waved his hands. What are you talking about? This period of time, old brother, can be peaceful. Wei Na sneered twice, took out a pile of information from her small bag and threw it in Zhu Dajuan's face. Look, are these your people? What? Seeing that Tai Lin was arrested, you think no one can rule you rats? Wei Na's cold face came close to Zhu Dajuan, lightly opening her red lips. Or are you giving me eye candy while the inspectorate is still around? The perfume odor on Wei Na's body went straight to Zhu Dajuan's nose. Zhu Dajuan was confused. Those information Wei Na threw at him, there wasn't a single person in it that he recognized. Hey, Wolf, take a look at these people, do you recognize them? Zhu Dajuan waved towards Crazy Wolf. Mad Wolf endured the severe pain and limped over, taking those materials and checking them over and over again. He opened his mouth. Bureau Wei, they are not our people. Wei Na's face grew colder and colder. Crazy Wolf's brain was dripping cold sweat nervously. Finally, he found a familiar person in those profiles. Mad Wolf pointed at that person and quickly said, I have an impression of this person, but he's not one of us. He's a punk from the northern district who once wanted to follow me, but I couldn't look at him. Wei Na sneered. An E-step awakened, you wouldn't be able to look at him? Crazy Wolf froze for a moment. That's impossible, he's just an ordinary small gangster. I swear, he is definitely not an awakened. Even if he was awakened, it was a sudden awakening during this period of time. Wei Na stared intently into Crazy Wolf's eyes and didn't see any lying elements, which made her stop. She began to mutter in the bottom of her heart. Could it be that the matter of the recent increase in crime rate in the South China Sea really had nothing to do with Zhu Dajuan? Wei Na put down Zhu Dajuan, holding her arms and sneering coldly. Even the awakened grounders in the South China Sea can't be corralled. What a waste, far worse than Zhou Chang. Zhu Dajuan, keep an eye on your people. If I find out that your people are causing trouble during this period of time, I definitely won't be able to spare you. Saying so, he turned around and left. Zhu Dajuan looked at Wei Na's back as she left, her eyes slowly becoming vicious. Slutty bitch, sooner or later I will rape you one day. Pretend you paralyzed. Yesterday, an armed fight broke out on the streets of the Eastern District, killing 3 social loafers and 2 onlookers. Yesterday, a vicious assault on a woman occurred on Central Avenue. The matter is under investigation. On Sunday, a robbery occurred on Central Avenue. The shopkeeper was stabbed 3 times and killed. The assailant is understood to be an awakened. The newscast of the Yamamo Cafe continuously reported 10 nasty incidents. A white-collar man drinking coffee muttered, "What's going on here? Why is the South China Sea so unsettled lately?" His companion sneered and said, "What else could it be because of? Captain Tai Lin was arrested, don't you know? Without him, who can deter those petty criminals?" Meng Xing, who was sitting in his old seat reading a book, heard this conversation and took out his cell phone. On the phone was the software that Su Manman had gotten for him, which could count the crime rate of the city. It was obvious that the crime rate was skyrocketing. Especially after Li Yang was resurrected, the crime rate was simply at the peak of the city's history. Meng Xing sked inside darkly. Indeed a talent, to give away 50 solar orders in one night. How on earth did he do that? Can't expose the guild, can't expose the hunter's identity, and can't expose the appearance of the sun steps. This was actually quite difficult. The rest of the hunters had only sent out a few dozen in total. Meng Xing closed his cell phone and looked out the window and muttered, "This kid didn't let me down, I'm running out of sun ladders. Examine him a bit more, and if you can, you'll train him well." The Hunter Guild now had connections in all directions, and there were hunters from all walks of life. There was no shortage of money. Zhu Dajuan was very understanding. In addition to taking out most of the dividends, he would also take out an additional $1 million in filial piety every month. Meng Xing's bank card has a small $10 million in every month. The bottom line is that as long as the hunters want to get points, there will be a steady stream of transcendental plants. Right now the Hunter Guild was still missing one very important thing. Dead soldiers, clean dead soldiers. Most of the Hunter Guild's hunters had families and jobs, which probably wouldn't be the case with other transcendent organizations, right? It wasn't that Meng Xing couldn't be ruthless enough to let them kill. It was just that people with attachments tended to do things poorly. Meng Xing needed some hunters who were ready to put their lives on the line. Like Li Yang. With no family in sight, and even having died once, there were no worries. The idea of hook hunters gradually formed in Meng Xing's brain. Hunters who walked in the darkness and executed betrayals. Hunters who existed only to kill. Hunting any head Meng Xing wanted. Meng Xing began to write and draw in his notebook. In the next 2 days, Dou Yuba would gather the demon corpses acquired during the demonic siege and hand them over to Meng Xing. It was estimated that quite a few devil fruits would have been planted at that time, as well as higher-grade solar steps. The Hook Hunter program could then begin. The soul huntresses can usually live in my garden, there's no need to be sorry for such a large place. They can usually show themselves as maids, butlers, gardeners, etc. Hunting heads can earn points, points. Meng Xing stopped his pen and muttered in a low voice. I don't really want these people to know too much about the Hunter Guild. After all, the Hook Hunters' quests are quite a bit more dangerous than those of ordinary hunters. Points were better left alone, they could be changed into money. Hunting and killing certain people could be cashed in directly into money, as well as the occasional bounty of transcendent plants. Meng Xing continued to write. Li Yang and the old beggar can become the instructors of the soul huntresses. Li Yang is responsible for teaching detection awareness, and the old beggar is responsible for training combat skills. If a person possessed a high-order combat talent, along with Li Yang and old beggar's skills, and was not afraid of death, how terrifying a killing machine would this be? A terrifying group of killers was gradually sketched out on Meng Xing's notebook. Meng Xing paused his pen. His mind was in a daze. Where to find so many outlaws? Looking for a group of desperate criminals with criminal records? Is it feasible? While Meng Xing was pondering, a fragrant breeze hit him, causing him to instantly frown. Are you writing a novel? The voice was crisp and a bit glutinous. Meng Xing turned his head, and it was a young girl. The young girl had long beige hair and an innocent appearance. Wearing jeans and a white sweater, she had a tall body with a convex front and curved back. She was quite pretty, but Meng Xing didn't understand why he didn't realize that this young girl had walked up to him. Meng Xing stared at the girl, trying to see some clues. The young girl was embarrassed by the look and slightly owed her body. Sorry there's no room, can I share a table with you? Meng Xing looked around. The cafe wasn't big in the first place, and it was indeed full of people. It might have something to do with the fact that the monster attack had just ended, and many companies were recuperating, while some white-collar workers chose to work on the line in cafes and the like. Meng Xing nodded in a gentlemanly manner. Please have a seat. The young girl thanked again and sat down in front of Meng Xing, taking out the laptop in her pink computer bag. She looked at Meng Xing, wanting to strike up a conversation with him, and smiled brightly. Do you write novels as well? Me too. It was probably because she scanned the contents of Meng Xing's notebook and mistook it for the framework of some story. Meng Xing closed the notebook and said, Yes, novels, outlines. She probably saw what was on the notebook. To kill or not to kill, was the question. The young girl had been trying to say something after sitting down. She looked at Meng Xing for a while before she spoke. Actually, there's a bit of a problem with the logic of what you've written. It would be better if it was slightly modified. Meng Xing paused his writing and raised his eyebrows slightly. Only then did the young girl look into Meng Xing's eyes. The eyes were light, like the landscape and the smoky rain of Jiangnan, stunning, but not real. When gazing, there was a bit of unspeakable aggression in the bottom of the eyes. Although it was well hidden, there was still a wildness that could not be tamed. The young girl blushed slightly. I probably took a look at your setting. Recruit some poor people as assassins. The bit about disguising them as domestic servants is interesting. It's just that there's a bit of a problem with the rewards you give. Meng Xing didn't expect her to remember what she had roughly written after just a quick scan. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. I wish to hear it. The young girl closed the computer and patiently explained for Meng Xing. Don't mind me if I'm wrong, haha. I think the logic is faulty. After they kill someone, the protagonist will give a high amount of money as a reward. This is not good. Meng Xing said doubtfully. It's not logical? The young girl said without thinking. Poor people suddenly obtain a large sum of money, so why would they still be killers? After satisfying their desires, they have no motivation to kill. It's only good to give them a desire that can never be satisfied. Meng Xing nodded gently. The greatest motivation for humans came from desire, fear. Although the Green Lotus earthly heart flame could create fear of oneself, it wasn't enough. If all soul hook hunters only feared Meng Xing, it would be no different from Wei Ming. To Meng Xing, Wei Ming wasn't good at using it. What fear produced after a long time would only be hatred. How could a group of people who hated themselves die for themselves? How could they strive to improve the quality of their missions? The hook hunter not only had to fear Meng Xing, but also had to pray for Meng Xing's charity. Desire and fear should complement each other. If both were present, Meng Xing would be no different from the gods in the temple. Meng Xing earnestly asked for advice. Money is indeed too vulgar. If it were you, how would you write it? The young girl was a little bit nervous, a little bit embarrassed. I'm only a new writer. Then also answered Meng Xing seriously. Anyway, if I were to write it, I would have the protagonist choose the assassin from among some people who don't have the slightest hope in life. The protagonist can be their savior and promise them some bright future. Some people who live in darkness will fight for warmth if they can see the sunlight when they raise their heads. Of course, the protagonist has to let them know that they are still in the darkness. Meng Xing was somewhat interested in this young girl. This was indeed much more reliable than finding some desperate criminals and harnessing them with the lure of money and the threat of death. Meng Xing couldn't stop nodding, sincerely. You're a great novelist. The unadulterated praise was better than all sweet words. The young girl's heart was sweet and felt that she had met a confidant. The corners of her mouth lifted in a beautiful curve. If Kevin just calls me, maybe I'll offer some ideas. Then she lowered her head and quickly coded words on her own notebook to do her work. Meng Xing glanced meaningfully at the young girl. There's a chance, sure. Meng Xing took out his cell phone, and Su Manman had already transmitted information about the teenage girl. Yang Shui, 19 years old, D-stage awakened. Talent, light healing, auxiliary type. Background, unknown. Meng Xing glanced at the young girl in front of him with slight surprise. It was actually a rare auxiliary type talent. Was it because of this talent that he hadn't realized that she had come to his side just now? Some auxiliary awakened possess the ability to conceal their spirituality. This kind of talent, this kind of looks, there will definitely be a lot of big companies recruiting. How can they write net articles? Then this unknown background was interesting. Meng Xing was very suspicious and liked to make a lot of assumptions. Was it unintentional or coincidental that she saw her notes? Or was it, on purpose? Who was she? Someone from the security bureau? Or was there some mysterious transcendent force that had noticed her? The young girl noticed Meng Xing looking at her, and a blush flew across her pretty face as she smiled and continued to code. Her smile was clean, a bit of a high school co-ed feeling that made Meng Xing feel like a lifetime ago. Meng Xing lowered his head and continued to conceptualize his soul huntress plan on his notebook. I don't know how much time passed. Yang Shui finally finished her work for the day and stretched lazily. She glanced outside. It was already late and the blackness was thick. Apart from the staff, only herself and Meng Xing were left in the cafe. Yang Shui blinked her eyes. You, aren't you leaving yet? It's late. Meng Xing glanced at his watch. It was already 12 o'clock. Yang Shui put away her computer and put it back in her pink computer bag. She took out another pack of paper towels from her pocket and wiped the table in front of her, slipping the dirty paper towels back into her pocket. I'm leaving first. Oh, I'll come back tomorrow. Meng Xing said. Be careful on the road. Yang Shui greeted Meng Xing and walked out the door, but was stunned by the pitch blackness outside. In a city that had just experienced a demonic attack, the power system hadn't been completely restored, and the streetlights on this street were not yet functioning. Yang Shui gathered enough courage to step out of the cafe. Without taking 2 steps, a palpitating feeling haunted her. She looked at the bright cafe behind her, took a deep breath and stepped into the darkness. On the roof of the cafe, which she couldn't see, a strange man wearing a ghostly figure looked at her with a murderous aura. Seeing Yang Shui walking away, he spread a pair of wings and followed closely, looking like a big bird in the night. Yang Shui lived in the East District, in an apartment near the East District Sheriff's Office. Underneath the apartment building, it was silent and deserted. Huang Jia was ready to make his move. Although he didn't know how this young girl had offended Meng Xing, to him Meng Xing's orders didn't need a reason. Right at this moment, a burst of fire erupted from the Eastern District Security Office not far away, followed by a deafening roar. Huang Jia, who had just landed behind Yang Shui, froze. The East District Security Office blew up again? Yang Shui was also startled by the sound of the explosion as she turned around, her pupils contracting violently. Ah! She saw Huang Jia, and the lurid mask and undisguised malice caused her to let out a piercing scream. Then, the sound of hurried footsteps came from the apartment. Huang Jia couldn't kill anyone in public, he could only stop. Spreading a pair of wings, he flew into the night sky. A number of uniformed sheriffs ran out of the apartment. They were military officers who had been demoted to the East District Sheriff's Office. The change in the sheriff's office made the sharp ones notice at first. They didn't care about Yang Shui, who was white with fear, and swarmed towards the flaming sheriff's station. Imamu Cafe. Mengxing finally completed the soul huntress structure and moved his neck. The two waitresses in the store had already left. Yi Yunyun twisted her voluptuous figure and walked over to Mengxing, handing over a cup of hot coffee. Sir, it's just been made. Mengxing's eyes looked out the window. Huang Jia was walking this way. Huang Jia walked into the cafe and stood in front of Mengxing, his head lowered. Brother, I found her address. It's just that the East District Sheriff's Office blew up, drawing out a group of magistrates, so I didn't get it. Mengxing was slightly stunned. The Eastern District Sheriff's Office blew up again? That didn't have anything to do with him. But it was a good thing. Huang Jia added. That female I observed. It shouldn't be someone from the sheriff's office, just an ordinary girl. I'll find another opportunity tomorrow. Mengxing tapped his finger on the desktop and thought for a moment, saying, it's better not to be too active lately. In a few days Tai Lin will come out and we'll prepare for the second hunter meeting. Huang Jia was astonished. Tai Lin will come out in a few days? Wasn't this just arrested? Security Bureau, Director's Office. Wei Na clenched her shell teeth, her pair of beautiful eyes cold to the point of being terrifying. A group of vindictive assholes blew up the East District Sheriff's Office. Although the surveillance on the street was broken, the surveillance in the police station captured it clearly. That wasn't suspected to be man-made, that was man-made. We can't let the media know about this. Because if you can't catch the suspect in a short time, your own brother Wei Ming will have to suffer from public opinion, which is a devastating blow to his future career. It's been a week now, and that group of people can't be found at all. A knock sounded on the door and it was the secretary of the director. He handed over a document. On the document was the vicious security incident that happened last night. One vicious incident after another made Wei Na feel like she wasn't in the South China Sea, but in the simple and civilized Gotham City. Wei Na's onion-white fingers could not stop trembling. Why? What are the law and order offices for? Why has the law and order situation become like this during this period of time? The commissioner's secretary whispered. It's not all their fault, those awakened criminals are not something the security office can handle. Wei Na couldn't help but slap the table. What about the military officials? Are they all dead? The director's secretary pondered for a moment before saying, Team Iron. The Tai Lin incident has implicated many military officers. Many are suspended at home or at the Traffic and Security Bureau. The military officer brigade is understaffed. The acting captain is inexperienced and doesn't command properly. The general administration's military officers have done their best. Wei Na lost all her strength and covered her forehead. Replace the acting martial officer brigade captain. Do you have a good candidate who can clean up this mess quickly? The secretary to the director stopped talking. No one dared to be this acting armed forces brigadier. The law and order situation in the South China Sea was bad to the roots. Awakened criminals were popping up one after another, who would dare mess with a compromised career to take this job. Wei Na raised her eyes at her secretary and frowned. What, no one is willing to take care of this? Isn't the martial arts captain a meat and potatoes anymore? The director's secretary remains silent. Just at this moment, a text message came on the cell phone. Wei Na's face changed slightly. This was a reprimand from above. The law and order in Nanhai had become the worst typical. It was the first time that so many awakened had rebelled at the same time. The security office had been bombed twice, which also seriously affected the majesty of the security bureau. The higher-ups told her to bring the person who blew up the security house to justice within 2 days, otherwise, Wei Ming's punishment would come. Along with that, she would also be affected. She had just become a hero who had fought the Skeleton King alone, and she couldn't fall on this trivial matter. Wei Na pursed her red lips tightly. Is there really no one left in the sheriff's department who can hold down the fort? Do you have a way to make the situation better? I can't fall off the wagon like this in front of the inspection team, the director's secretary said at this time. I have a way. Wei Na looked straight at the secretary. Say, if you can solve this matter, the martial arts brigade will be yours. The director's secretary lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Wei Na. Put out the news that Captain Iron will soon be reinstated to his official position. Maybe it will deter those villains, and the South Sea law and order should be better. Wei Na's head was about to explode at that moment. The last thing she wanted to hear was such words. Can the South Sea live without Tai Lin still can't get by? Wei Na crossed her legs, holding her arms and sneering. What? My A-rank director's deterrent power isn't as big as a C-rank captain's? This sentence seemed to be fine, but it was actually a big problem. The force of a hound was far superior to that of a house cat, but rats wouldn't be afraid of hounds, they would only be afraid of house cats. The rats knew exactly who had the most means to deal with them and who wanted to deal with them the most. The secretary to the director didn't dare to speak. This is the truth. When Tai Lin was the head of the security office in the Eastern District, the security of the Eastern District was a model for the city. Ever since Tai Lin became a military captain, the security in Nanhai has been as calm as it was before the monsters descended upon it. Tai Lin, he was supposed to be the king of hell who deterred criminals. Wei Na waved her hand impatiently. The director's secretary retreated, and she drummed up those law and order reports herself. There were too many rumors out there lately, all saying that a security bureau without Tai Lin was like a toothless tiger. After Tai Lin's accident, the internet was initially full of digs at Tai Lin. They were all talking about another corrupt official falling from grace, and what a relief it was. After a long time, the people realized something was wrong. Under Tai Lin's deterrence, the curmudgeons in the South China Sea all had their tails between their legs and even fled the South China Sea. Now that Tai Lin was gone, the populace returned to the fear of being bullied by awakened criminals. They began to call for Tai Lin to be reactivated. Even those Central Avenue merchants who had complained about Tai Lin, their reaction was even stronger. All of South Sea knew that they had received a large amount of compensation from the sheriff's department. That's why they've long been missed by thieves. Already, 2 Central Avenue merchant owners had been found by awakened criminals and robbed of their money to cancel their accounts. Those Central Avenue merchants then realized that they could complain against Tai Lin purely because Tai Lin had protected them too well. One had to ask why these netizens were so memorable. That could only mean that in this world that was about to collapse, those who had the ability to make a big fuss on the internet were all one kind of people. At this moment, the knock on the door sounded again. Wei Na said irritably, "Enter." A man in a black suit walked in. He was the inspector, Lu Xian. The icy coldness in Wei Na's body was instantly concealed and replaced with a do-gooder daughterly demeanor. "Brother Xian, why are you here?" Lu Xian closed the door and looked at Wei Na with a worried face. "I was going to invite you for dinner." "Nana, what's wrong today? In such a bad mood?" Wei Na tilted her pretty face, her pair of beautiful eyes red, as if she had just cried. She wiped her eyes and said in an aggrieved manner, "The law and order in the South China Sea is getting worse and worse. The top is already going to punish me. Can you ask your family to help me talk to the top?" The acting was superb, a far cry from the usual coldness and ruthlessness. Lu Xian sat next to Wei Na, his heart was a burst of pain. Only after a long time did he sigh. "Nana, you know the nature of my family, too old-fashioned in such matters." A trace of dissatisfaction surfaced on Wei Na's face, which was quickly concealed. She snuggled into Lu Xian like a little woman and asked in a delicate voice, "Now everyone is helping that bad guy Tai Lin. Do you have any way to help me?" As the sexy body entered his arms, Lu Xian gulped. "Actually, the most fundamental problem lies in Tai Lin. Why don't you release Tai Lin?" Wei Na's body stiffened, looking at Lu Xian incredulously. You're also helping Tai Lin?" Lu Xian hurriedly waved his hand to explain. "You misunderstood Nana. I have recently investigated. After the monster attack on the South Sea, it lost quite a few magistrates and the road surveillance suffered damage. It's also because of this kind of law and order danger in the South Sea that criminals are so rampant. My guess is that many criminals from outside the country have come to the South Sea to commit crimes because of this. In fact, even if Tai Lin is still in office, it's not much use." Wei Na's face improved slightly. "You continue." Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief and continued to speak. "Didn't they say that without Tai Lin, the South Sea's law and order wouldn't work? Then let Tai Lin be reinstated. When the people see that Tai Lin can't solve the law and order problem either, they won't help him out." Wei Na's eyes rolled as she sniffed. The law and order situation in the South China Sea was ridiculously bad nowadays, so even if Tai Lin was reinstated as a military captain, it wouldn't help. When the masses realized that Tai Lin was useless, Tai Lin would be completely finished. The corner of Wei Na's mouth sketched out a cold smile. "That's right, the populace has an illusion about Tai Lin. When Tai Lin destroys this fantasy, he will no longer be qualified to mix with the security system." She had another idea in her mind. Let Tai Lin investigate the case of the bombing of the security bureau, and if he didn't find out within the specified time, Tai Lin could still be a backstabber. With a new target for the higher-ups to vent on, neither herself nor Wei Ming would be affected. Lu Xian stroked his chin and continued. "We can also build momentum for him and hold him up a bit higher. When he doesn't succeed in lowering the crime rate in the South China Sea, he'll fall hard." Wei Na then realized that Lu Xian wasn't as simple as he seemed on the surface either. She was beaming with joy. Brother Xian, you're fantastic. You won't use any tactics against me in the future, right? Lu Xian hemmed and hawed. After 7 or 8 years as an inspector, I don't know how many cunning military officials I've encountered. Sometimes there's really no way to punish them without some means. Wei Na froze for a moment. The cunning military officials in his mouth are not a lot of people like Tai Lin? Whether Tai Lin was wrongly accused or not, would Wei Na not know? Lu Xian seems to have sent in many wrongly accused military officials in the past few years, right? Lu Xian did not see Wei Na's confusion, pulled Wei Na up. It's time to eat, let's go eat. I heard that there is a good buffet restaurant in Hainan, go and try it. Nanhai Prison. Lin Xiaoquan waited at the deserted gate with eyes full of excitement. The iron electronic door slowly pulled open, and a robust man with a broken arm appeared in her vision. It had only been half a month since Tai Lin's accident. In half a month, Tai Lin had already grayed a lot of his hair and had a scraggly beard. It was hard to imagine that he was a spirited military captain half a month ago. Captain Tai, congratulations, I hope you don't come back. The prison magistrate saluted at Tai Lin before turning around and activating the electronic iron door closing command. Ironwood looked at the slowly closing iron gate, his eyes were blank, and he froze as he returned the salute. He always said that it was the woes of the sheriff's department that the populace how what happened. Then whose sorrow was it that he, a military captain, was unjustly imprisoned? Master! Lin Xiaoquan called out crisply, and swooped into Tai Lin's embrace as if a milk swallow had returned to its nest. A burst of hair fragrance came and pulled back Tai Lin's thoughts. Tai Lin's eyes regained some of their vigor. Xiaoquan, is it okay? Lin Xiaoquan had suffered too many grievances during this period of time. Colleagues' blank stares, internet violence, it was killing her. She wiped her tears. It's fine, master, it's great that you can come out. Tai Lin shook his head with a bitter smile. There are conditions. Arresting the villains who blew up the East District Security Office and bringing them to justice within 3 days was quite difficult. Tai Lin also knew that he had become Wei Na's gun again, Wei Ming's shield. He wasn't stupid, so he kind of preferred rotting in jail to being a pawn for the higher-ups. Lin Xiaoquan still didn't know what was happening. She seemed to understand and nodded her head and said to herself again, anyway, it's great that you can come out. It's better for you not to be the captain of this military officer. Wei Bureau released you because they want you to clean up the mess in Nanhai. The South China Sea is too chaotic right now, and many people in the Security Bureau are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Tai Lin knitted his brows slightly. What do you mean? There are a lot of outlaws lately? Lin Xiaoquan was prepared. She opened her bag and took out a thick stack of newspapers, all about recent vicious incidents. Master, listen to me and resign. Look at the recent South Sea news, it's no longer something you can manage. Lin Xiaoquan hoped that Master knew what to do. She didn't want Master to be imprisoned again for his job as a military brigadier. Tai Lin took the newspaper and just stood in front of the prison door and flipped through it carefully. The owners of 2 stores on Central Avenue were brutally murdered, and according to the scene investigation, it was the awakened who committed the crime. West District Fong Rong Street, a woman returning home from a night shift, died tragically in the middle of the road, unclothed. A number of people were killed in street fights in the North District. The Black Carbon Gang, a gang of awakened child traffickers, is back in action. And so on. Similar news is just too much. These news, there is a line of eye-catching red letters. The perpetrator has not yet been arrested. The Nanhai district had surprisingly witnessed hundreds of vicious incidents in half a month. Dozens of cases a day on average? Tai Lin's frown grew deeper and deeper, and his face grew darker and darker. After suppressing it for a long time, he finally burst out in rage. Are there any fucking laws in the eyes of these brutes? They are simply lawless and lawless. What kind of idiot is the current martial arts brigade commander? Lin Xiaoquan bristled. There've been several acting captains, all of them are drunkards. Besides, everyone knows that the position of military captain was reserved for Wei Ming by the director. No matter how much work you do, you won't be able to become a captain. And also everyone is afraid of being scorned by the director for solving a few cases. Lin Xiaoquan pulled his arm. Let's not talk about this, I'll treat you to a delicious meal to get rid of the bad luck. Tai Lin's eyes turned red, shook off Lin Xiaoquan's hand and walked towards Lin Xiaoquan's car. Lin Xiaoquan hurriedly followed, anxiously saying, Master, with so many cases happening in the South Sea, it's not something that can be solved in a short period of time. Wei Na just wants to see you make a fool of yourself. Let's just leave it alone. Master, where are you going? The Amamu Cafe. The cafe was closed all day today. The glass door was closed tightly, but the roll-up door was not lowered, as if it was waiting for someone. Tai Lin sat in the car and waited until night before taking Lin Xiaoquan out of the car and walking towards the cafe. The cafe looked dark inside from the outside, not like there was anyone there. Tai Lin knocked on the door, which was left open. He pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, it was pitch black, the darkness was like substance, depressing the heart, very uncomfortable. Is there no one? Lin Xiaoquan muttered. Her afterglow saw a silhouette at the bar position, and she was startled, clutching Tai Lin's lapel. It was a woman's figure. She was wearing a set of tight-fitting leather clothes that almost blended into the darkness, accentuating her voluptuous figure with great wild beauty. It was a bit like the sexy and alluring Catwoman in the movie. Only, Catwoman was wearing a cat head mask, and the woman in front of her was wearing a dog head mask. The mask covered half of her face, revealing her hot red lips. She leaned lazily on the bar, fiddling with her coffee in her hand. The leather-clad woman gently glanced at Lin Xiaoquan and spoke to Tai Lin in a seductive, husky voice. You don't follow the rules. The woman's murderous aura covered Lin Xiaoquan in an instant. Perhaps the next instant, Lin Xiaoquan was going to splatter his blood on the spot. Lin Xiaoquan's heart chilled. This place was completely different from the daytime. The cafe in the daytime was warm, cozy, and comforting. The cafe at night, although the facilities were exactly the same as during the day, had a biting sensation of falling into a magic cave. Tai Lin took a step forward to block Lin Xiaoquan. She's waiting for me downstairs and won't go up. I'll explain this matter to the chairman, so please make it easy for me. I have something important to talk to the chairman. Lin Xiaoquan then sat quietly downstairs and watched Master go upstairs. She couldn't help but take frequent glances at the woman on the bar who called herself Inuyasha. Don't look at the black canine mask, but it was hard to hide the noblewoman's aura on her. This was definitely a very beautiful woman. What exactly was the charm of that Ghost King masked man that he would have such a beautiful awakened woman following him? Moreover, his own master seemed to have a great deal of respect for that president. Lin Xiaoquan had thought that her master would chat with that president for a long time, but it was only after 10 minutes or so that the sound of dull blows appeared upstairs. Immediately afterward, she watched as master's figure fell backwards from the second floor and smashed onto a coffee table. The cups on the table shattered all over the place. Master! Lin Xiaoquan's eyes were filled with horror as she hurriedly ran forward and helped her master up. Tai Lin was already blurring in consciousness and seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Her face was filled with rage as she stared at the second floor and said sternly, "How dare you hit the Martial Grand Captain?" Meng Xing's figure appeared from the second floor. He held onto the wooden parapet of the second floor and stared coldly at Lin Xiaoquan. That look was like the stationing of death. Fear came from all directions, gripping Lin Xiaoquan's heart in death. Lin Xiaoquan bravely responded with stubborn eyes. Half the time Meng Xing snorted a laugh. Good, there's that bit of your master's foul temper. After saying that, Meng Xing turned around and his figure disappeared into the second floor. You! Don't go! Lin Xiaoquan rushed upstairs and was about to yell when he was interrupted by Tai Lin, who had slowed down. Xiaoquan! Tai Lin struggled to stand up. I'm fine, let's go. The canine woman leaning over the bar to watch the fun shows a derisive look. What? Getting smart with him? Serves you right. Tai Lin ignored Inuyasha's sarcasm and limped towards the door with Lin Xiaoquan's support. Walking to the door and stopping. The eyes that looked back to the cafe were filled with gratitude. Although he had taken a beating, he had gotten what he wanted. All this time in jail, he was deeply worried about his future. So he put what he wanted to do on his itinerary. Tai Lin knew that he couldn't fight Wei Na. There was no chance that one day he would be played to death by this woman. He didn't want to hand over the martial arts brigade leader to those corpse-ridden drunkards in case he died one day. He wanted the Hunter Guild to step in and help, so that Lin Xiaoquan could take over the seat of the martial grand captain sometime in the future. After all, this was a girl who had inherited her will. The Hunter Guild had an unspoken rule that he had learned from other hunters. If one accidentally exposed the guild in front of outsiders, one would either have to clean up those in the know or turn those in the know into hunters. The reason he had exposed Lin Xiaoquan to the guild several times was because he wanted Lin Xiaoquan to join the guild as well. Obviously, this self-interest had incurred the wrath of the president. However, it was a good thing that the president had good feelings towards Lin Xiaoquan. The master and disciple duo had just gotten into the car when Lin Xiaoquan asked worriedly, "Master, are you alright?" Tai Lin glanced at Lin Xiaoquan with some guilt in his eyes. He hadn't even gone through Lin Xiaoquan's consent for what he had done, and had acted completely in good faith. But Tai Lin knew that Lin Xiaoquan wouldn't refuse the status of martial grand captain and hunter. The most important thing right now was how to bring those miscreants who were acting recklessly to justice. Just then, Tai Lin's cell phone rang. Tai Lin opened his phone and it was a message from the Hunter Guild app. Tai Lin's pupils suddenly contracted, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was expanding. The Hunters Guild had already helped him organize all the information about the lawless criminals during this period of time. Tai Lin's two eyes changed to disheveled, and his sharp sword-like essence rose abruptly. Since he was going to be screwed over by Wei Na one day, he should catch more villains while he was still in this seat. Don't say that this world is full of villains, and don't say that there is also a push from civilians for him to be caught in. He'd just been careful to hold that awkward bit of separation between the world falling apart and order. Apprentice, drive, go to Sinkyung Street. Lin Xiaoquan spread a smile, not knowing what was going on, but such a handsome Shifu. Okay. Lin Xiaoquan stepped on the gas. The Amamu Cafe, still dim. Meng Xing sat in his usual seat, the moonlight spilling over that weeping ghost king mask, somewhat eerie. Yi Yunyun picked up a cup of coffee and fruit mousse cake and brought it to Meng Xing. She took off her black dog hood and placed it on the coffee table, sitting across from Meng Xing. This woman was none other than Yi Yunyun. The usual dignified and elegant Cheongsam was replaced with an alluring and mysterious leather jacket. The sense of contrast was sufficient and quite flavorful. She sat in front of Meng Xing and said nothing, just quietly accompanying Meng Xing and his emotions. Yi Yunyun knew that with Meng Xing's status, he would never share his joys and sorrows with anyone, so she chose to play the role of a dutiful slave girl as a cat that would not speak. Meng Xing coldly asked, "You've been with me for so long, and it seems like you've never told me what you want." The hunters all showed their unique desires after joining the guild. Some wanted money, some wanted power, some wanted peace, some wanted fairness. Only Yi Yunyun, ever the boss lady in the cafe, acted like she wasn't a hunter. Yi Yunyun pursed her red lips lightly. "Didn't Mr. give me a sum of money and buy the cafe? I also followed my promise and am willing to work for Mr. Forever." Meng Xing's fingers tapped the desktop out of habit. "You can think of a want." The coffee in the dead of night was extraordinarily mellow, and paired with the cool winter moonlight, there was a different atmosphere in the cafe. Meng Xing was in a good mood today. He could be a generous boss for once, as a reward for his excellent employees. Yi Yunyun revealed a bewitching smile. "Is anything okay?" Meng Xing nodded seriously. This 30-year-old beauty revealed a playful smile. "If it's possible, just let me accompany Mr. Forever." This woman knew how to be affectionate, and she didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. The corner of Meng Xing's mouth lifted. "I'm going to recruit some servants for my house in a few days. Why don't you come be my housekeeper, and I can give you a corresponding reward." Yi Yunyun's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. She knew that the reward given by Meng Xing was not important, it was most important to gain Meng Xing's favor. Just like Su Manman, Huang Jia, and even Tai Lin. Yi Yunyun dared to say that the most precious thing about these people was not Meng Xing's rewards, but the fact that Meng Xing treated them as his sidekicks. To be able to take care of the head's food and living, that was the best place to be. Otherwise, why were all the vice presidents of large corporations born as secretaries and drivers? Yi Yunyun, who had lived in high society since childhood, naturally knew this. Early the next morning, Meng Xing returned to the old city. His garden had already been constructed. The layout of the Chinese garden was carefully designed to skillfully blend in with nature. The arches, lakes, bridges, and pavilions in the garden seemed like works of art that decorated the garden. A 7-story attic building with an ancient flavor stood behind the artificial lake. Inside the attic was luxurious modern decoration. Due to the winter, all kinds of rare trees in the garden were surrounded with winter-warming grass. It was unknown how lush and green it would be in the summer. Meng Xing did not rush to move into the attic. He had to go to the old room small courtyard today to have something important to do. The day before yesterday, Do Yuba had already finished encapsulating the demonic corpses and sent them to the small courtyard. Today, Meng Xing was going to utilize those demonic corpses to add a few more points to the Hunter Guild. Several large containers were stacked inside the small courtyard. Inside were all demonic corpses. Fortunately, the demonic corpses didn't rot easily, and it was also fortunate that it was winter. When Meng Xing walked into the small courtyard carrying a bag of seeds, the old beggar was teasing a few wildcats. He immediately bowed and cupped his fists towards Meng Xing when he saw him coming. "President." The several wildcats seemed to have developed a spirit, and they also bowed down to Meng Xing in a decent manner. Meng Xing glanced at the wildcats and thought of the old beggar's talent. Old beggar's talent reinforcement allowed the several wildcats to strengthen into beasts that were not weaker than magical creatures, and Old Town was well protected by him. Meng Xing put down the bag of seeds, walked to the devil fruit tree, and tilted his head. A very small devil fruit was slowly growing, a devil fruit that had reappeared after removing the yellow spring fruit. It was probably related to the Skeleton King as well. Through the thick soil, Meng Xing could feel that the Skeleton King was still alive. Meng Xing wielded his hoe, avoiding the Skull King's position, and reclaimed the vegetable bed. Soon, a deep pit was dug. Meng Xing pointed to a container and said to the old beggar, "Open it." The old beggar had always been curious about what was in the container, and this time he was able to clear his doubts. The pale hand covered the strengthening force and violently yanked open the container. Several demonic corpses lost their balance and rolled down. Meng Xing beckoned. "Move them over and bury them." The old beggar didn't dare to be slow and moved the demonic corpses into those deep pits. Meng Xing poured half of the seeds in the bag in and filled in the soil. There were more green branches and buds in the vegetable patch, and they soon grew like crazy. After a few repetitions, the vegetable patch was filled with transcendent plants. Those lower-order transcendent plants Meng Xing didn't care too much about. What he cared most about were the solar staircase vines and devil's fruit tree. The harvest of the sun steps made Meng Xing very dissatisfied. All of them were E-rank transcendent plants, nothing special. These demonic corpses clearly had many of them of C-rank. On the contrary, the devil fruit tree did not disappoint Meng Xing. The 30 or so treacherous fruits were very full. Meng Xing surveyed them with considerable satisfaction, and among them, there were 6 B-rank devil fruits. With these B-rank devil fruits, the soul huntress counted for the most part. After all, it was a sword in one's own hands. It wouldn't mean much if it was only C-rank. Su Man was already collecting information on those who were suitable to be soul huntresses. The first soul hook hunter would be sought tonight. Meng Xing sat on the chair and looked through the soul hook hunter candidates sent by Su Man in his cell phone. He muttered, "I can't be asked to do everything myself. The Elder Council should be set up urgently." Meng Xing pondered for a while and took out his cell phone to send an exclusive task. This person was most suitable to be the elder of the personnel department. The soul huntress will be given to him. If it's done beautifully, he'll be entrusted with the job, and if it's not done well, he'll be buried. At night, the Imperial How Entertainment Bar, a private room. Powerful DJs kept coming out of the box, and listening close to the door, one could hear some blushing sounds. About half an hour later, a woman with black silk wrapped around her legs put on her short leopard print skirt. She took a tissue and thoughtfully wiped the wine stains from the man's body. Satisfied with the leopard print woman's service, the man patted the woman's plump ass. "Not bad, you can pay less for your share this month." The heavy makeup on the woman's face was already spent after the fierce fight, but she had an alternative beauty. She showed a flirtatious smile and whined on the man's lap. "Brother Tiger, how much can be waived?" Tiger said boldly. 1,000. "You can just pay 2,000 portions this month." The smile on the leopard print woman's face froze. She was one of the resident ladies of the Imperial Deluxe Entertainment Bar. She wasn't inducted into this bar, but was a temporary princess, and people who knew what they were doing called them part-time jobs. They might treat this line of work as a side job. Temporary princesses were usually slightly beautiful, but far less voluptuous than the princesses in this bar. Therefore, the money that the leopard print women earned here was far less than what the original princesses of the bar earned. Prostitutes were also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The customers of this bar were all very rich, and of course very demanding and playful. She feels like she's going to lose half her life every time she picks up a client. Every month, she could earn $6,000 or $7,000 here, but she had to turn in $2,000 or $3,000, and what she left in her hand was only $3,000 or so. With a flattering look, the leopard print woman warmly discussed with Brother Tiger. "Brother Tiger, can you wave a little more? I will accompany you more in the future." Brother Tiger became furious and slapped the leopard print woman. "Insatiable. What do you think you are? Waving you for 1,000 isn't enough." The leopard print woman sat on her knees, covering her swollen pretty face, no fear in her eyes, only pleading. "Tiger, I'm short of money, you feel sorry for me, okay?" Brother Tiger sat on the sofa and took out a cigarette, looking at the woman with disdain. "You work during the day and sell at night, what money can you lack?" The leopard print woman even crawled in front of Tiger and took out a lighter to light it for Tiger. I'm sick and need money for treatment." Tiger's eyes rounded. "Bitch, what disease have you got?" The leopard print woman points to her high breasts. "Heart attack Tiger, it's still early enough to be cured." Tiger breathed a sigh of relief. Still fucking thought it was that kind of disease. Beautifully inhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, "Divided into this matter is the military master decided, I say does not count. You quickly go, if I had known that you carry a disease I would not play you. Bad luck." Regarding the matter of division, the woman had inquired about it. The military master deducted 1,000 every month, and let the rest of the little brothers say what they wanted. The following people charge a high share. Zhu Dajuan also acquiesced, and support. How can the little brother work without eating enough? With the ability to dig out money on these women, Zhu Dajuan will only say a good skill. The woman was about to say something else, when a loud noise suddenly came from the doorway, and the sound of items being broken. Tiger was furious and took out his clay gun from his pocket and violently pushed the door open. Who the hell dares to smash Imperial House venue? However, in the next second, Tiger's figure froze in place, backing up step by step. The woman looked over in confusion, only to see that a heavily armed vigilante had a gun pressed against Tiger's head and was calling over the intercom. "Someone in private room 302 is illegally possessing firearms, requesting backup." Tiger held up his hand, revealing a smile that was worse than tears. "This officer, what are you?" The sheriff looked towards the private room. With a mess all over the floor and a boldly dressed woman, there was no need to think to know what had just happened. The magistrate coldly said, "Sweeping pornography." Tiger's eyes glazed over. "Sweeping pornography? Come here to sweep pornography? Do you know whose turf this is? What's wrong with having colors in the Empire Entertainment? No problem. Have there not been many dignitaries enjoying themselves at Dihao over the years? If an awakened person killed someone at the Imperial Mansion, it wouldn't be a small matter. But this is a small matter. It's so fucking old. Is it necessary to make a big fuss? Tiger reluctantly asked. Brother, could you please tell me which leader is leading the team? The magistrate said. Captain Iron. Empire Entertainment Bar, General Manager's office. Shu Dajuan sat on the imposing boss chair, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. Sitting in front of him was Tai Lin in uniform. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, and it was late for anyone to open their mouths first. Shu Dajuan sighed. Putting out the cigarette, he lit the electronic tea table in front of him, and the hot air rose. Shu Dajuan fiddled with the tea set and raised his eyes to look at Tai Lin. You've been released for a week, right? At this time you don't go to clean up the mess in the South China Sea. What are you doing here messing with me? Tai Lin said expressionlessly. The South Sea has returned to the state it was in before the monster attack. Shu Dajuan's hand that was holding the tea froze and looked at Tai Lin in surprise. Swimming dragon, bull. In just a week, the security of the South Sea was restored. This was something only Tai Lin could do. He rubbed his hands together after making the tea and scowled at Tai Lin. What do you say? I'll find you two girls to relax and unwind. A hint of displeasure appeared on Tai Lin's face and he frowned. I'm here on official business. The corner of Shu Dajuan's mouth twitched. Official business? To combat pornography? What era are you still in charge of this? How can you let those women live if you sweep up my place? After the monsters descended, many women who had no one to rely on would choose to work in this business. Although this industry was dirty, it was at least more comfortable than going back to the old city. For this, even Tai Lin wouldn't ask much about it. Tai Lin shook his head. I didn't come here for this matter. Sweeping pornography is just a cover. Tai Lin's eyes became cold. You dare to sell banned pills, this I have no way to tolerate. I said it the other day, if you dare to violate the bottom line of the law, I'll arrest you even if you're a hunter. Shu Dajuan finally realized what Tai Lin was here for. He shook his head with a bitter smile, full of injustice. Ever since I joined the guild, I haven't touched these things. A few days ago, there was a kid who didn't follow the rules in my field, and it was all because he did it in my field. I'd like to sink him in the river, but that kid is a bit weird. I can't touch him. Tai Lin had some distrust in his eyes. At the hands of the underground king of the South China Sea, someone would actually escape? This was his field. Tai Lin scrutinized Shu Dajuan's face for a long time and didn't find any traces of lying. Tai Lin's face looked slightly better and said, the military officials have killed quite a few awakened criminals in the past few days. Those criminals should have just been awakened, and their ability is to become like the zombies in the movies. Those criminals have a unified characteristic, they are all addicts. After I investigated, I found that they all came here. Shu Dajuan's brain reacted quickly as he frowned. Do you mean to say that someone mixed Sun Staircase into the medicine and sold it to these addicts? Shu Dajuan thought of the mission released by the guild some time ago. Without exposing the guild, without exposing their identity, without exposing the appearance of the Sun Steps would be distributed randomly. For such a mission premise, many hunters were at their wits' end. Shu Dajuan savored it and hammered the table in remorse. Mixing the Sun Steps in the pills, this is fucking genius. Why didn't I think of this? Isn't this whoring out points for nothing? This time, Tai Lin was completely convinced that Shu Dajuan didn't do this. Tai Lin asked. You said earlier that there was an unruly person selling this kind of thing in your field. You should have some specific clues. Shu Dajuan poured a cup of tea for Tai Lin, then opened his computer and found a picture in it. It was a picture captured by the surveillance. Shu Dajuan changed the monitor to a different angle to show Tai Lin. That's him. Tai Lin didn't drink the tea, stood up and headed for the door. Hey! Shu Dajuan called out to Tai Lin and spoke. That kid is definitely a hunter. Why do you need to provoke him? Tai Lin stopped and turned back, saying seriously. I have an intuition that this person is dangerous. I need to warn him. And aren't you also a hunter? Shu Dajuan lit a cigarette and looked at Tai Lin playfully. Aren't you afraid of offending the chairman? Tai Lin's body visibly stiffened. He didn't say anything and walked towards the main door. This pornography sweeping operation was just a cover for raiding Shu Dajuan's field. If the operation failed, then just file a misunderstanding report. Besides, isn't the misunderstanding report written and approved by yourself? So Tai Lin didn't take those ladies as a shield for mission failure. Although Tai Lin didn't like this kind of women, he also knew that these women were also just poor people who relied on men's desires to survive. If this business was banned by him, then he felt that he was evil. So he didn't make things difficult for those women and let them all go. The early winter night was cold. The leopard print woman didn't wear much, just a cotton jacket on top of a short skirt in black silk. The people passing by around her looked at her with contempt in their eyes. There were also some hot. These gazes were more bone-chilling than the cold wind to her. Selling her body in order to survive had taken all her courage. Maybe she wanted to be a stand-up bitch. The cell phone rang and the woman looked to see that it was the attending doctor urging her to get her medication. It would take months of medication before she could have surgery for her condition. The woman lowered her head and tightened her cotton jacket. Stepping on her heels, she quickened her pace toward the old town. At the intersection road between the old town and the new town, the woman felt an inexplicable palpitation. 7 or 8 men surrounded her from the dark corners. Those men were pale, and each of them exuded spirituality. All of them were awakened. She forced a small smile. "Data buddies, what do you guys want? I don't have any money. Don't hurt me, okay? I'll do anything." The men didn't say a word, their eyes were oozing light. The leopard-printed woman covered her chest in fear and took a step back towards her back. She felt herself bump into something and heavy breathing hit her ears. The woman hurriedly turned her head, and upon seeing the appearance of the person behind her, she screamed in terror and sat on her butt. The person behind her was wearing a clean white suit, and on his face was a ghastly white mask of a bizarre smile. This person was none other than Li Yang, nicknamed Hungry Ghost. Li Yang looked at the woman condescendingly. "Chu Yuan, 27 years old, spirituality level 6, awakening failure. Is that you?" The woman gulped and nodded, her voice trembling. "You, don't hurt me." Li Yang nodded. "Then it's you. I'm looking for a maid for my master, will you do it?" The surrounding men looked at the woman in unison after hearing Li Yang ask this. The woman didn't believe that so many people were surrounding her just to find her a job, but how could she dare to refuse? After working as a young lady in Zhu Dajuan's venue for a year, what kind of bad guys hadn't she seen before? The woman's intuition told her that the man in front of her was the worst of the worst, or rather, like a pervert. Seeing that the woman agreed, Li Yang smiled smugly. This task was clearly simple. Immediately after that, among those 7 or 8 men, a man with long hair suddenly rushed to Li Yang's side and grabbed him with both hands in a death grip. Li Yang frowned and looked down, seeing the dirt in the man's fingernails, his dirty hands leaving marks on the white suit. The long-haired man's empty eyes stared at Li Yang, his face filled with anxiety. "Boss. Father. This pussy has agreed. Give me the medicine. Please give me the medicine." Li Yang let out a sneer. Taking out a few red powders from his arms, he sprinkled them on the ground. The long-haired man's eyes shot out a greedy light as he pounced on the ground and licked it frantically, even shoving the dirt on the ground into his mouth. The rest of those awakened were looking at the long-haired man with envy. Li Yang asked in a puzzled tone, "Why aren't you guys eating? That's all I have." When the remaining men heard this, their eyes showed fear and they pounced at Li Yang's feet like crazy, dragging the long-haired man away just for the bit of red powder mixed with dirt on the ground, not caring in the slightest who was drooling on who. The long-haired man was not willing to do so and roared with rage as he wrestled with the rest of the awakened. Li Yang let out an unrestrained laugh, holding his belly in a somewhat maniacal manner. He was enjoying this thrill of controlling the fate of others too much, as if he had once been held by someone else's little life. When the leopard print woman saw the scene, she covered her small mouth in horror as tears continued to flow down her face. Would you do the same to me?" Li Yang's ghostly eyes glanced at the leopard print woman and his tone eased quite a bit. "You are already the master's person, different from them." Li Yang squatted down and gently helped the woman up. The master was a god, and those who served by the master's side were also honored. In his perception, even the rest of the hunters were no match for Meng Xing's personal slaves. Li Yang said in a calm tone, "Let's go, you're the only one missing." Li Yang led the leopard print woman towards the old city center. The woman suddenly let out a terrified cry. When her eyes looked downwards, it was the miserable white face of the long-haired man. "Father, just give me some more, please." The long-haired man couldn't grab the rest of the awakened, and lay on the ground covered in blood, his hand clutching the woman's ankle. He didn't dare to touch Li Yang and could only grab the woman in order to stay Li Yang. Li Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, displaying extreme anger in that instant. He slipped out a transparent medicine bottle from his bosom, which was filled with red powder. Li Yang laughed eerily. "Fine, all for you." With that, he unscrewed the cap of the bottle and poured the red powder all over the long-haired man. "Thank you, father. Thank you, father." The long-haired man licked his fingers excitedly. His hair, face, neck, and hands were all stained with the red powder, emitting a strong foreign fragrance. This terrifying fragrance attracted the rest of the awakened, and they gazed greedily at the long-haired man. There was so much red powder on that man's body that this bit on the dirt seemed insignificant. Li Yang said faintly, "Dinner is served." Saying that, he took the leopard print woman and twisted his head away. Those awakened ones were instructed, and the greed in their eyes gradually turned into another meaning. They slowly encircled the long-haired man, like a pack of wolves circling a hunt. The long-haired man's eyes were wary as he tightly clutched the area with the red powder on his body and snapped, "These are mine." The awakened swarmed up and opened their yellowish teeth at the scented places. Then, there were screams and chewing sounds. When Mangxing's garden was established, it stirred up the entire old town. Anyone who knew that the old city had come to an unimaginably rich man. How could the leopard print woman not expect that she would walk into this place that everyone talked about after tea and dinner? She followed the pervert in front of her all the way into the garden, not daring to breathe. Walking across the stone bridge over the artificial lake, in front of her was an ancient 7-story ancient-style attic. Li Yang's face was serious, and he seriously organized his clothes. Just standing at the door, he didn't dare to take another step inside. He turned his head and said to the woman, "Go in, the master is waiting for you." The attic in front of her that emitted a warm light color was comparable to a magic cave in her eyes. What kind of ferociousness should there be in a place that made such a pervert defer to it? After a series of scares, her heart started to get sick again. The leopard-printed woman brushed her chest as she slowly stepped across the darkness and into the light. The inside of the attic was not decorated in the ancient Chinese style, but was very modern and cozy. The leopard print woman stepped on the fine floor tiles and surveyed her surroundings. Light-colored sofas, plain chandeliers, a beige marble dining table, and even a lazy sofa by the window. The inside looked far less serious than the outside. 7 people were already seated at the dining table, 5 women and 4 men. Everyone's face was masked with fatigue and hung with fear. It seemed that they had all been invited by Li Yang in such a frightening manner. With apprehension, the leopard print woman sat at the table, her hand tightly gripping the lady's bag a little white. There was silence for a while, then suddenly a middle-aged man spoke up. "Shall we talk?" A young girl with yellow hair turned pale as she trembled and said, "You guys, how did you come here?" Intent on enlivening the atmosphere, the middle-aged man replied, "A masked man brought me here, he killed my wife." This sentence attracted the gazes of the rest of the people. The middle-aged man smiled and waved his hand. "Don't look at me like that, to be honest, I'm quite grateful to that masked man." "What about the rest of the people? Were they also brought by him?" The fear in one youth's eyes was about to spill out of his eyes. "Yes, he brought me here. He eats people. That's an evil spirit." Tonight. The youth's description made everyone's fear of Li Yang rise to a new level. Only the leopard-printed woman felt okay, and even she felt thankful for the rest of them, because they didn't see the scene that just happened. That chewing sound and screams would be a nightmare for the leopard print woman for the rest of her life. After they had been chatting for a while, the leopard print woman realized that these people had 2 things in common. They had a rough fate, a dim life, and were all seriously ill. They wanted to die but couldn't afford to, and they wanted to live but couldn't afford to. The other thing they had in common was that they all possessed very good spirituality, only that they had failed to awaken. Failed awakening, these spirituality would have little meaning. What did he capture us here for? I don't want to die. The yellow-haired young girl lay on the dining table and huffed. The middle-aged man patted the young girl's back and comforted her. Didn't he say that this garden is short of handymen? Maybe we'll be blessed with a good job as a result of the disaster. The youth's eyes widened and he raised his volume. Do you believe that? To be able to have that kind of person as a henchman, what kind of scary guy should the owner of this garden be? Does he need people like us? The youth's voice was loud as he tried to hide his cowardice. After hearing the youth's words, everyone once again fell silent. They knew very well how much they weighed. The women had a clear perception of their looks. The owner of this garden must be a big shot. There should not even be a shortage of actresses around him, and he could not see them as rouge and vulgar. The men also understand that they have no ability and no money. The owner of the garden must not want to recruit them as subordinates. What they had was only a life. The youth slumped in his chair. You guys, with that kind of horrible subordinates, what kind of monster is the owner here? The leopard print woman looked at the youth in horror. Shut up. You don't want to die saying such things. Qualifier, dismissed. There was another silence at the table. Luckily the room was warm enough, otherwise they would have been even more unbearable. At this time, a stomping sound of high heels came. The crowd followed the sound and a buxom beauty wearing a cheongsam with an apron walked out in style from the corner of the stairway. There was the kitchen location. The beautiful woman carried a smell of grease and smoke, a smile on her pretty face, looking gentle. This woman was so beautiful, so graceful, the garden master should be surrounded by such talents. This was the first thought of the people at the table after seeing this woman. The next thing they thought was, could this woman also be a ruthless person? What were they going to experience tonight? Everyone's heart sank. They were supposed to be the ones who couldn't control their own destiny. The beautiful woman stood demurely in front of the table, her mouth a spring-inducing smile. All of you are hungry, right? The meal is already ready. Can you all please help serve it? Saying that, she took the lead and walked towards the kitchen location. Eat, eat. The crowd looked at the woman swaying back and didn't dare to be slow. they hurriedly got up and followed the plump beauty into the kitchen. A plate of hot, fragrant dishes appeared on the table. The crowd sat back in their seats under the gesture of the beautiful woman and looked at each other in disbelief. The beautiful woman stood right next to the empty main seat. "All of you are starving, aren't you? Please eat, the master will come over later." There was a light smile on her face, very kind, as if she was a big sister. Under the beautiful woman's smile, everyone warmed up in their hearts. A warm environment, a gentle sister, steaming dishes, and hungry stomachs. The middle-aged man picked up his chopsticks first and pinched up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Someone took the lead, and the rest of the group began to eat. Some of them treated this as a break meal. The ingredients here were top-notch, and Yi Yunyun's craftsmanship was nothing to sneeze at, deliciously nourishing their taste buds. These sleepy people had probably never eaten anything this delicious in their lives. After more than 10 minutes, these people put down their chopsticks. At this time, the sound of walking came from the stairway. A young man in a robe appeared from the stairway with a book in his hand. The beautiful woman hurriedly pulled back the main seat and owed the youth a slight bow. The youth nodded and paced to the main seat to sit down with a calm expression. These people probably guessed that this youth was the garden master. No one cared why the youth in front of them was the owner of this place at such a young age. There were too many unimaginable things for them tonight. Meng Xing did not wear a mask, because these people in front of him would be the most loyal to him in the future. Meng Xing raised his head and swept over each of their faces. "My personnel director should have told you all why you are here." Several people looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Head of personnel? He called that demon head of personnel? Transcendent power. This was a transcendent power that existed in legends. The two words opportunity formed in their brains. Having read a lot of internet novels, could it be that they also had the great fortune in the novel's protagonist? Their positions, Li Yang had said long ago. Gardener, security guard, maid. Could it be that they really just come here to work as simple as that? Your salary is $8,000 per month, food and lodging are provided, any questions? Meng Xing said without hesitation. $8,000 was a very high salary, and it was definitely considered high in this world where there was a big difference between the rich and the poor. The per capita salary of the common people was only $3,000. Several people's hearts were overjoyed to hear this figure, followed by a wave of loss. The salary was indeed very good, but could any of them enjoy this salary? Because these people were all extremely sick. Could it be that they were really just chosen by the transcendent powers and then came here to be slaves? They almost spoke in unison. "No problem." Meng Xing nodded. "Good, then I'll talk about my rules next." After Meng Xing said that, these people at the table sat up squarely, because this moment was likely to change their lives. Meng Xing said, "First of all of you must wear the cell phones I've issued to you. Your previous cell phones should not be used." As he spoke, Yi Yunyun had taken out a box with 10 cell phones inside. There was nothing in the cell phones, they were completely new. But these 10 phones had all been installed with special software by Su Manman, which could completely monitor their behavior. Meng Xing continued, "You don't have a vacation, everything you have belongs to me, even falling in love is forbidden. By the way, never get attached to your companions." Meng Xing had originally planned to use all 10 of these people as females, forming a maid troupe, but it wasn't like they would encounter any special circumstances during their future missions. Therefore, the composition of the soul huntresses was 6 women and 4 men. Speaking of which, there wasn't much of a reaction from these people at the table. Whether it was out of the insignificance of life or fear of Li Yang, what Meng Xing said was too insignificant. Meng Xing continued, "You all have to do your own jobs. 6 maids, 2 gardeners, and 2 security guards. No one is allowed to leave their posts without authorization. This person beside me is the housekeeper here. Her name is Yi Yunyun. She will train you all to become qualified domestic employees." Yi Yunyun sniffed and owed a slight bow to the people at the table. One of the attributes that the hook hunter possessed was to serve Meng Xing's food and drink. Etiquette and professionalism were essential. In the future, Meng Xing's garden might come with some big names, so one couldn't make the security guards at the door look so amateurish. Of course, these are all small things. You guys have a more important job besides taking care of my house. After Meng Xing finished saying this, these people swept their gazes on Meng Xing in unison. They were all poor people who were dying. They were able to come into contact with transcendent forces, so naturally, they hoped to be fortunate enough to receive the mercy of transcendent forces in hopes of being cured of their ailments. After Meng Xing said this, everyone knew that the main topic had come. The air all became quiet, with only the sound of Meng Xing's fingers tapping on the tabletop. He spoke slowly. "You guys will be responsible for helping me kill people." The crowd's brains buzzed. They knew they wouldn't come here to be as simple as a house servant. This was the best chance to get in touch with a transcendent. Also, the best chance to regain their lives. The middle-aged man was the first to take a stand, his face full of loyalty. To be able to It's our honor to follow a great man like you, but you also know that we haven't awakened. We're not even as good as the magistrates. How can we help you kill people? Meng Xing glanced at him coldly and spoke. Oh, I don't like being interrupted when I'm talking. The middle-aged man shut his mouth tightly and no longer dared to say anything more. Meng Xing proceeded to say, things like talented abilities aren't worth much to me. Starting tomorrow there will be other training officers besides Yi Yun to train you. If you pass, you will receive the power I bestowed upon you. Failed grades, then unfortunately, I can only expel you. The crowd still didn't know what dismissal meant when Meng Xing's chin rose slightly, signaling them to look outside the door. Standing outside the door was Li Yang, the head of the personnel department. These people at the table shivered coldly. There were a lot of these people in a single grab, and there was no shortage of candidates in Meng Xing's database. Meng Xing said, personnel changes are all under his responsibility. The training for one of your items is also under his responsibility. If you successfully pass the training, you won't just be maids, gardeners, and security guards. You will also be part of the personnel department. Meng Xing's next sentence was as deafening as thunder striking a wheat field. After the coming week, I will not only free you from your illnesses, I will also make you the top awakened in this city. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can pass my 3 trainings. The eyes of the people at the table showed shock as well as fire. Getting rid of sickness and becoming a powerful awakened. They didn't doubt what Meng Xing had said, because the owner of a transcendent power would never lie and do something so boring. South Sea Security Bureau, Special Administrative Office. This was where the inspection team was based. Lu Xian looked at the information in front of him, his face so gloomy that it was about to drip water. An inspector next to him asked, Team leader, what exactly should I do with Tai Lin? Where did Lu Xian go to know what to do about it? The offense of running away from the battlefield would have been the nail in the coffin. It was a pity that he had cleverly released Tai Lin. Originally thought that Tai Lin could not manage the security situation in a short period of time. At that time, let him take the blame for Wei Na, to avoid the blame on Wei Na's unfavorable law and order. I can also use the means to help Wei Na after the fact to completely kill Tai Lin. Who knew that after Tai Lin was released from prison, he personally led a team to kill a group of awakened criminals and fought a beautiful battle. The criminal gangs on the interface lost their nerve. Like rats smelling a cat. The South Sea law and order situation returned to the beginning within a week's time. The higher-ups praised Tai Lin's work, and Lu Xian was simply too embarrassed to make another move to take him to prison. Lu Xian was caught in the middle of his own doubts. Could it be that Tai Lin was really a very good military officer? Lu Xian shook his head as he immediately dismissed this idea. If he was an excellent military officer, then what was he himself? One must know that the errand of investigating Tai Lin was something he had mentioned to the top. He gripped those reports hard and said in a deep voice, I don't believe this person is so clean. Find out for me what he's been doing lately. The crime rate is down, he's at his most relaxed right now, there's definitely a break. Trying to find a person's culpability, one would always find it. This was Lu Xian's experience over the years. In fact, in other words, wrongly accusing a person to try to find some reason, that reason is really easy to find. Lu Xian really didn't believe that the Security Bureau really had such a clean military official. The inspectors were about to act when a cheer came from outside the door. Lu Xian said in annoyance, Go out and take a look. What are these idiots ghosting about? Have they forgotten that the inspectors haven't left yet? An inspector quickly got up and went outside, returning in about 10 minutes. Lu Xian asked, What's going on outside? The inspector looked odd. There's no need to check what Tai Lin has been doing for the past 2 days. Lu Xian was full of doubts. The inspector said, Tai Lin just solved the case of selling prohibited drugs and arrested 20 awakened criminals. Lu Xian froze for a moment. Wasn't it just a few days ago that he chased out of the city and arrested the Black Carbon Gang, a criminal gang that trafficked women and children? It's only been 2 or 3 days since he captured another criminal gang? This person does not know tired? Lu Xian immediately felt a strong sense of crisis. He has a deep background, there is no shortage of money, and his position will continue to rise with the help of his family. So he didn't care about money or power, he cared about fame. His idol was the ancient Pao Qing Tian. He wanted to be someone like Master Pao, who had no wrongdoing in his hands and had caught all the evil people. If Tai Lin kept getting credit and kept proving that he was the linchpin of the South China Sea, then as Lu Xian, who interrogated him and arrested him, there will be a dishonorable mark on his resume. Lu Xian gritted his teeth. Tai Lin must be arrested. I must convict him. Knock, knock. A knock sounded on the door. An inspector said, Enter. The door was pushed open and a man in plainclothes robust man walked in. The man's face was bearded, and one could tell that he hadn't rested at all in the past few days. He was none other than Tai Lin. Lu Xian frowned. Why are you here? Tai Lin leaned on the doorframe and squinted at Lu Xian. I'm transferring Lin Xiaoquan back to the general administration. This matter wasn't originally under your control, but thought it would be better to say something. Lu Xian sneered. Even if she's your disciple, she can't just be transferred back to the general administration. Using your power for personal gain? What kind of place do you think this is? Tai Lin indifferently said. Officer Lin Xiaoquan has performed well in solving many cases in the past few days' time. She also played a major role in chasing down a criminal gang with me yesterday. According to the regulations and uniforms of the Security Bureau, she is qualified to return to the Directorate. Tyrion turned around after saying that, leaving behind a sentence. I've already approved the note, just letting you know. Save you from pulling your tongue behind your back. Lu Xian's face turned green. Don't forget, the matter of you not listening to Director Wei's command hasn't passed yet. Tai Lin didn't care about Lu Xian's anger and slammed the door with a boom. People in the security system had either flattered him or feared him over the years, and no one had ever dared to talk to him like this. What do you think you are? Lu Xian angrily slammed the report in his hand and headed straight for the director's office. After entering the door and seeing Wei Na, he said in a single word, Nana, arrest Tai Lin. Wei Na's eyes showed surprise. On what grounds? Lu Xian frowned. Not listening to the command when the demons attacked the city, isn't that enough? Wei Na's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment and she complained. The higher-ups are satisfied with Tai Lin's performance during this period of time and exonerated Tai Lin. Lu Xian was dumbfounded. The higher-ups had forgiven Tai Lin because of the drop in the crime rate in the South Sea? Then didn't he come to the South Sea for nothing? Compared to Lu Xian's unwillingness, Wei Na instead had a bit better mindset. She sighed lightly. Let's leave this matter as it is. We can't fight Tai Lin. Lu Xian slammed his hands heavily on the desk, his eyes glowing red. Then how do I go back and make a report? An inspector came to the South Sea with great vigor to investigate a military official. As a result, this military official is not guilty? Wei Na knitted her brows. The higher-ups pardoned Tai Lin. It has nothing to do with you, it's not like you were derelict in your duties. Lu Xian vigorously slapped the table and shouted. You shut up. This won't do. I can't arrest a good military officer. My parents will think I'm a child who hasn't grown up. Wei Na's face didn't look good as she got up and left her seat. With a smelly face, she left the office directly without even looking at Lu Xian. Lu Xian then reacted with a softer tone. I'm sorry Nana, I didn't mean to be mean to you. He wanted to retain Wei Na, but Wei Na had already left, leaving him alone in the large office. Lu Xian's eyes flashed with a trace of resentment. Tai Lin, it's all your fault. I must investigate you to the bottom. He sat down on the director's office chair and sent a message to the inspection team's WeChat group. Check all the things Tai Lin has done since he took up his position as a martial arts brigadier. Don't spare a single detail. Someone in the group replied. There's actually a little something, but I don't know if it's considered useful, so I haven't said anything. Lu Xian immediately replied in the group. Speak. Well, during the monster attack, Lin Xiaoquan went to a cafe. Then, Tai Lin also went to that cafe despite his injuries. In that kind of crisis situation, why would these master and disciple go to that cafe? Imamu Cafe. Meng Xing was leisurely reading a book by the window. Looking at the sun and his watch, he called out to a waitress. Qing Cheng trotted over. Boss, what's the order? Yi Yunyun was away, and Meng Xing was now in charge of this cafe. In fact, he could have let Qingqing or Lin Lin be in charge of this cafe, but Meng Xing felt that he needed an identity. An identity on the surface. If a hobo had nothing to do and could still soak in the cafe every day, he was afraid that he would arouse suspicion. Meng Xing closed the book and said, Xiaodong has a parent-teacher conference today, so I'll make a trip. You guys get off work when it's time. Qing Cheng froze for a moment. It's so late, a parent-teacher conference? Little Dong won't do his homework tonight? Meng Xing looked at the darkening sky outside and was also a bit puzzled. Maybe tomorrow is the weekend. Nanhai Donggang Elementary School. This was a private school, and the children who could come here to attend elementary school were the sons of businessmen and officials in the new city. The tuition fee was still high, but the parents didn't really care about spending that much money for the sake of connections. Of course, the quality of education was really good. He Yang was a hunter who had sold his life for Meng Xing, so Meng Xing naturally couldn't treat his children badly. He Xiaodong is now studying here. The parent-teacher conference at Donggang Primary School was not too different from other parent-teacher conferences. It's not as simple as an ordinary school meeting in the classroom where the teacher talks to the parents about their child's recent situation. Rather than a parent-teacher conference, it is a meeting for parents to exchange ideas in the name of their children. Because the parents of the children here are either a bit of money or a bit of power. Just by the fact that some dancer was invited to dance in the auditorium wearing a cartoon character, innocent and sexy clothes, I know that this is not the child's favorite. This kind of parent-teacher conference is held once a year, and it's pretty big every time. Parents also dress formally, and there are single moms dressed gaudily, trying to find a suitable boyfriend here. Students play in the small auditorium. Adults walk around each other in the big auditorium while watching the show. This was also considered a way for the middle class to hook up. Meng Xing also only just realized that the parent-teacher conference at Donggang Elementary School was actually like this. Thanks to that, he had been slightly nervous for a while. He didn't expect it to be so boring. Xiaodong was having fun in the small auditorium, and Meng Xing was not willing to spoil the child's fun. He sat alone on a sofa seat in the corner of the auditorium and read a book. It was a stark contrast to the people who were eagerly chatting nearby. Mavericks would always attract curiosity. Crime and Punishment? Do you like this book too? A scent of perfume wafted in. Meng Xing turned his head sideways, only to see a 27 or 18 gorgeous young woman sitting softly beside him. She crossed her legs, and a large area of snowy whiteness was revealed under the sliding high-cut long skirt. The young woman's watery eyes curved into a crescent moon as she stared at Meng Xing with a smile and extended her hand. Hello, Su Ling. Meng Xing gently shook Su Ling's hand. Meng Xing. Meng Xing slightly looked at Su Ling. There was no wedding ring on her hand. She was a single mom. The reason why Su Ling approached Meng Xing was also because Meng Xing did not have a wedding ring on her hand. After the establishment of the Hunters Guild, Meng Xing worked day and night and looked a lot more mature. Plus, without a wedding ring, he can easily be taken as a single father here. Meng Xing was not a bad seller and became Su Ling's prey. Su Ling blinked, releasing some sort of signal, and opened her mouth to ask, "What does Mr. Meng do?" People who could come here for a parent-teacher conference were either company executives, bosses, or had official positions. Meng Xing responded, "Opens a cafe." Su Ling's eyes glowed slightly. The owner of a cafe could be too tempting. The investment in the cafe itself was large and profitable, and the owner of the cafe could be a bit of an elegant flavor. Coupled with Meng Xing's gentle and elegant appearance, Su Ling liked it even more. She decided that she must take Meng Xing down tonight. Even if she can't be his child's stepmother, it's still fun to make friends and be a redhead. Su Ling chatted with Meng Xing one by one, and Meng Xing was also very polite and wouldn't easily dismiss people's face. Fortunately, she has also seen Crime and Punishment. The two of them also had a topic of conversation. The more Su Ling chatted with Meng Xing, the more surprised she was that the man in front of her had a unique understanding of admitting guilt and admitting punishment. A man of learning and sophistication made Su Ling's heart happy, and her eyes were full of charm. Just then, a tiger-headed boy ran over. "This child is he Xiaodong." Meng Xing smiled and touched his head. "Why isn't Xiaodong going to play with the kids? Tired?" This look of doting on the child was seen by Su Ling. The tenderness in her eyes was about to overflow, and she called out in her heart that this was a good man who cared for his family. He Xiaodong was also less afraid of being a child after getting along with Meng Xing for a long time, and hemmed and hawed and laughed. "There will be a cake in a while, I want to grab the strawberries on the cake." Meng Xing rubbed he Xiaodong's face. "Good, I'll help you grab it later." From afar, these three looked like a happy family of three. At this time, the auditorium was quiet for a second, then noisy again, and many people walked quickly towards the door with fawning smiles. Su Ling stood up and looked towards the door, surprised. "Director Nya, he's here today too? I remember he doesn't have any children." Meng Xing suspiciously looked towards the door. He only saw a man in his 30s with an arrogant face walking towards the auditorium. Many people were busy climbing up to flatter him, and the man looked like he was enjoying the feeling of being surrounded by stars. Don't underestimate the chiefs of security offices in this world, their power is not small. There are 4 districts in Nanhai, and each district has a security office. The power of the security office in the South China Sea is not small, and is only under the Security Bureau. A director is also considered a figure in the city. Su Ling joked to Meng Xing, "If I could be the director's wife, that would be a real honor." Meng Xing didn't pay attention to Su Ling's jokes. He saw an acquaintance, and the corners of his mouth sketched out a smile. He touched molded he Xiaodong's little head and said, "You sit obediently, I'll go over there." He Xiaodong nodded obediently. Seeing Meng Xing leave, Su Ling decided to take care of his son, and Raider Dad started with his son first. Su Ling handed he Xiaodong a piece of candy and smiled. "Can you believe I can guess what your name is?" He Xiaodong ate the candy and shook his head. Su Ling pretended to be mysterious and said, "Your name is Meng Xiaodong, right?" He Xiaodong shook her head. "My name is he Xiaodong." Su Ling froze. "Your father's surname is Meng, and your surname is he? Do you take your mom's last name?" He Xiaodong looked at Su Ling with the eyes of a fool. "He is my brother, not my father." Ever since the time bomb was strapped to Meng Xing's body, Wei Ming hadn't smiled. The last time he opened a room with a girl, he insisted on tying his cell phone to his body, and froze, making the girl think he had a problem. Today Wei Ming is still in a good mood, mainly because Nia-san understands things. Last month, the director of the North District retired. Wei Ming moved relations to help Nia-san to the director of the North District position, mainly to cultivate their own people in the security system. Nia-san is therefore even more determined to be Wei Ming's lapdog. Normally, Nia-san wouldn't bother attending this kind of meeting. He attended this meeting solely for Wei Ming. Recently, Wei Ming's tastes have changed, and he likes young women in their 30s. Nia-san suspected that this is Wei Ming's some kind of love sister plot. Therefore, Nia-san brought Wei Ming to this parents' meeting so that Wei Ming could enjoy hunting for women. Here are all young wives, absolutely in line with Wei Ming's preferences. Wei Ming into the auditorium is simply to liberate the nature. With the identity of the director of the East District, many young women make secret glances, until he saw a person. The nightmare of his life. That youth he met in the old city, even he did not know the name of that devil. The young women who were listening to Wei Ming's dirty jokes saw Wei Ming not speaking and looked towards Wei Ming's dumbfounded gaze. They only saw a man in a black trenchcoat walking with a smile on his face. Meng Xing traveled to Wei Ming and the corners of his mouth lifted. Wei Shou, going for a chat? Cold sweat flowed from Wei Ming's temples and he smiled unnaturally. Fine big brother. In the auditorium's bathroom, Wei Ming knelt on the floor, trembling, staring at Meng Xing with fearful eyes. Meng Xing leaned on the wash basin and said with a smirk, "Your sister has been very quiet lately. Are you hiding something from me?" Wei Ming exclaimed. "Big brother, how dare I? I report anything my sister does to you in a timely manner." A green flame ignited in Meng Xing's palm, and Wei Ming's pupils contracted as he sensed that the aura of that flame was the same as the aura that tormented his sea of consciousness. His head kept hitting the floor tiles, sniveling. "Big brother, please spare me. I've really told you everything except for trivial matters." Meng Xing frowned. "Insignificant little things?" Wei Ming raised his head and said quickly, "My sister always dates the inspectors from the imperial capital these days." Meng Xing looked into Wei Ming's eyes and then asked, "And then?" How could Wei Ming know that there was any then between his sister and Lu Xian? He began to ramble on about what he knew, saying whatever he could. "She and that inspector have been talking about going on dates to some cafe lately. Damn, this bitch usually looks pretty serious, but when it comes to the entitled ones, she's like a bitch." Meng Xing looked slightly grave. "Cafe? What cafe?" Wei Ming quickly recalled and said with wide eyes, "Imamu. The East District's Imamu Cafe." Meng Xing's face sank. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wei Ming opened his mouth in horror and finally spoke. "Big brother, do you want to bang that bitch too?" "I can help you, big brother." Meng Xing looked at Wei Ming for a long time before saying, "Everything your sister did was for you, and that's how you talk about your sister behind her back?" A look of resentment appeared on Wei Ming's face. "She's just afraid that having a brother who's nothing will disgrace her. If he hadn't asked me to investigate Tai Lin, how would I be like this?" He couldn't continue halfway through his sentence. The rest of his half-sentence should be, "How could I be controlled by you like I am now?" Meng Xing didn't pay any more attention to Wei Ming. He hadn't even expected to run into Wei Ming here, nor had he expected Wei Na to suspect the cafe. Meng Xing felt like he should do something. Wei Na couldn't stay, she had to die. But Meng Xing couldn't do it himself. The death of a director of the Public Security Bureau would surely cause a national sensation. He couldn't take the risk. Meng Xing walked out of the bathroom. He should go back. The big cake that he Xiaodong longed for finally came, right above the stage. The cake with more than 20 layers was the expectation of all elementary school students. Of course, the most delicious one, the one with strawberries, was on the top layer. As soon as the cake was rolled out, the children who had been waiting in the auditorium rushed up to the cake. The parents sat on the sofa seats and watched with smiles. He Xiaodong, who was always ready, bore the brunt of the cake, getting the most enviable strawberry cream the fastest, and running happily toward the stage. He wanted to give the best strawberry to his big brother Meng Xing. Perhaps too happy, he tripped over the blanket and the cream from the dinner plate in his hand rubbed on a man's shoe. Nia-san, who was enjoying the winks of a group of beautiful young women, looked unhappily at He Xiaodong, who had collapsed in front of him. "Who's the kid? Have you got some rules?" He Xiaodong timidly stood up. "I'm sorry uncle, I'll help you clean your shoes." He Xiaodong took the dinner plate with one hand and helped Nia-san polish his shoes with the other, not realizing that the more he wiped, the dirtier it got. At this moment, a beautiful woman marveled. "Ha! Isn't this the child of He Yong's family? Why did he come to East Harbor Primary School as well?" Although He Yong wasn't a big shot, he was also a minor leader of the Black Dragon Gang. Many of these parents had feasted on guests at the former Infinity KTV or had played themselves. This beautiful woman happened to remember He Yong's children. Men who always brought their children to work at the KTV were really easy to impress. The name He Yong was all too familiar to Nia-san. He Yong had killed so many people 2 months ago, sensationalizing the entire security bureau. A look of disgust appeared on Nia-san's face. "A criminal's child deserves to study? What does your school think?" Raising the next criminal? He Xiaodong froze. You're talking nonsense, my father isn't a criminal. Meng Xing never said where exactly He Yong had gone, only that He Yong had gone out of town to work. Nia San snorted. Your dad is a criminal, I was there when he was arrested. Your mom was a bitch, letting the Black Dragon gang boss play with her for years, cuckolding your father and letting him kill her. He Xiaodong became furious and threw the cake in her hand at Nia San's face. You're bullshitting. Who are you to talk about my mom and dad like that? Nia San was confused. He was thrown a cake by this little brute? Su Ling, who saw the scene not far away, exclaimed in shock and rushed over, taking paper towels to help Nia San wipe up. Don't be angry, Director Nia Ha, little kids don't know any better. You're the director, you're an adult, don't blame him. Nia San's face was unsightly. Instead of calming his anger, Su Ling's rounding up made his fire even bigger. Nia San angrily cursed. Something that has a life and no one to control it. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father who's in jail. Saying this, he kicked He Xiaodong down and made a gesture to kick He Xiaodong. A sound of footsteps came from the distance. In the silent auditorium at the moment, the sound of footsteps seemed loud. Following the sound was a young man in a black trench coat. His eyes were filled with indifference as he approached step by step. He Yong was his subordinate, arrested for doing work for him. What? The president of my hunter guild can't even take care of his subordinate's offspring? When He Xiaodong saw Meng Xing, he found his backbone and cried out in aggravation. Brother, he said my father's a criminal. Meng Xing pulled out a tissue from his pocket and squatted down, wiping He Xiaodong's small hands clean. Then he stood up, his sight looking toward Nia San. In the eyes of the onlookers, Meng Xing's demeanor was defiant. It's understandable to want to stand up for your child, just. You also have to look at who the other party is. They all thought Meng Xing was He Yong's friend, or a relative or something. The onlookers didn't say anything, their faces hiding big smiles as they waited for the good show to begin. Nia San was grossed out by Meng Xing's look. What are you looking at? Are you one of He Yong's men? Damn, you dregs of society are fucking disgusting. Meng Xing raised his hand and slapped it. Splat! The meaty sound knocked Nia San dumbfounded, and it also knocked the crowd present dumbfounded. Director Nia was beaten by this kid? This trench coat wearing kid was finished. Su Ling couldn't help but take 2 steps back for fear of being implicated. Isn't this Meng Xing quite gentle? Why is he so wild? After Nia San froze for a while, he almost lost his mind. Fuck you. If I don't get you today, I'll be counting my life as a mixed up person for nothing. Nia San's hands were covered in a thick layer of green aura. Talent, fierce poison. You're nothing. Assaulting a police officer, how dare you? I'll get you killed and no one will even say anything. The hand filled with fierce poison grabbed towards Meng Xing's neck. Stop! A shocked cry came. The crowd wanted to see who dared to stop Director Nia, only to see Wei Ming, with horror, running quickly and slamming his fist on Nia San's face. You're looking for death, aren't you? It took so many chapters to lay the groundwork that the plot might be slightly boring. Nia San appeared, and the next thing you know, it's going to be a lot better for the hot babies. You guys guess, why is Nia San called Nia San? Director Nia was slapped in the mouth by 2 youths in a row, and everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Some of the sharp-eyed ones recognized Wei Ming at once. Director Wei. It is said that Director Wei has extremely deep connections in the general administration, and even Director Nia was promoted to Director of the North District Security Bureau only under his operation. Wei Ming turned his head and looked at Meng Xing with a face full of shock. I'm sorry for letting you suffer. It's me who didn't control him properly. Seeing this scene, Nia San immediately understood that the trenchcoat-clad youth in front of him was a big shot. His face instantly paled, gasping for breath, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Before Meng Xing could speak, Wei Ming slapped Nia San in the face again. My big brother is also something you doglegs can touch? Nia San trembled and said. I was wrong, Brother Ming. Wei Ming didn't care about that, and the next thing he did was punch and kick without any regard for his image. This scene caused the entire crowd to reveal horrified looks. Director Nia had been punched? In full public view? This director Wei Ming didn't give Nia San any face at all. Nia San didn't dare to fight back, holding his head and constantly begging for forgiveness. It was really a case of face falling to pieces and being eaten by dogs. The crowd placed their eyes on Meng Xing, and the respect was undeniable. What exactly was this young man's background? Why would Wei Ming violently beat up Nia San for him, without any regard for friendship? Especially Su Ling, she tensed her body, her legs involuntarily clenching. In this world, a man with such a terrifying and mysterious background was always the desire of all women. Meng Xing finally made a move. He touched He Xiaodong's head. Let's go home, I'll let Auntie Yi make you a cake to eat. Saying this, he held the frozen He Xiaodong and walked towards the outside. The commotion behind him was as if it had nothing to do with him. After Meng Xing sent He Xiaodong back to his courtyard, he went straight to the small courtyard. Just now, the old beggar had sent himself a message saying that there was a disturbance in the vegetable plot of the small courtyard. Meng Xing didn't know if it was the Skeleton King trying to release the seal. Regardless, the small courtyard was the root of his foothold, and absolutely no accidents could occur. Meng Xing pushed open the door of the small courtyard. The old beggar and Yi Duan were there. It was the first time the two of them had seen Meng Xing without a mask, but they knew that this was the president. The two of them bowed respectfully to Meng Xing. Meng Xing didn't even look at the two of them and hurriedly walked to the vegetable field. In the vegetable patch, the transcendent plants that had been planted had all withered. Only the solar steps vine, the devil fruit tree, and the lotus platform of the green lotus earthly flame were still intact. The rest of the transcendent plants looked like something had sucked their nutrients. Meng Xing frowned. This kind of thing had never happened before. Could it be that there was something wrong with his natural supernormal ability? Meng Xing walked into the house, took out 2 spiritual items and a handful of seeds, and buried them into the soil in a single strand. At that moment, 2 transcendent plants sprang up. Before those 2 transcendent plants had a chance to sprout and blossom, they were sucked out of their nutrients by a strange force and then withered. Meng Xing touched the soil and felt a strong aura brewing. Could it be that some strong plant was about to appear? Not enough nutrients? So that thing was plundering the spirit of other plants? Meng Xing looked towards the devil fruit tree. There were a total of 12 devil fruits and there was a green devil fruit that was growing at a tortoise speed. There were 10 B-rank and 2 C-rank devil fruits among the 12. The 10 B-rank were reserved for the soul huntresses. Meng Xing plucked the 2 C-rank devil fruits and buried them in the soil. The 2 C-rank devil fruits in the soil rotted and dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed to have broken through a certain critical point, and the soil in the vegetable plot appeared cracked. The sky was drizzling. The old beggar master and disciple were confused. This is winter. A-step can change the terrain, S-step can change the sky. S-step aberrations can change the sky. This is only heard of, never seen before. They looked at Meng Xing in shock. This president was actually of S rank. What shocked them was yet to come. In the middle of the earth, 8 pitch-black vines stretched out, flailing in the darkness of the night. A horrifying aura erupted in those vines. Immediately afterward, the 8 pitch-black vines contracted and turned into a blue plant. It resembled a flower but not a flower, and it resembled a grass but not a grass. The moment that flower and grass appeared, heavy rain poured down. I don't know if it was an illusion, but they heard the sound of waves. The blue flowering plant detached itself from the ground and floated in mid-air. The rain stopped and the sound of the waves disappeared. Meng Xing stared at the flowering plant dead on as information about it was generated in his brain. Martial spirit blue silver grass, S rank. Blue silver grass can parasitize the host, allowing the host to gain the power of the blue silver grass. The host consumes spirituality to manipulate the martial soul blue silver grass, and can also use its 9 soul skills. First soul skill, entanglement. Second soul skill, parasitism. Third soul skill, spider web binding. Fourth soul skill, blue silver cage. Fifth soul skill, blue silver bastard lance. Sixth soul skill, void. Seventh soul technique, blue silver body. Eighth soul skill, blue and silver evil mirror of extinction. Ninth soul skill, soul of the blue and silver dragon. When the host dies, the blue silver grass will be turned into seeds and replanted, and the blue silver grass will be resurrected. Martial soul blue silver grass, Dolua, world see God Tang San's martial soul. How could Meng Xing not know? The surprise of planting this was almost no less than planting a foreign fire. S rank, well deserved. Although the blue silver grass was blue, the vines it occasionally manifested were black. Meng Xing didn't understand why the vines of the blue silver grass were black. Could it be Tang San's form after refining that demonic spider? According to the information in Meng Xing's mind, each of these 9 soul skills extremely consume spirituality. Especially up to the 5th soul skill, the huge amount of spirituality required could almost instantly drain a rank 6 spiritually awakened person. The blue silver grass didn't take long to manifest a black vine reaching towards the green lotus platform. It was craving spirituality. The cyan-colored lotus platform became enraged and erupted with green sparks of fire, instantly burning the vine. The blue silver grass was afraid of the cyan lotus platform. The foreign fire was its nemesis. When the old beggar saw this scene, how could he not understand that this was a transcendent plant cultivated by Meng Xing? He immediately bowed and cupped his fists. Congratulations, President, on the divine plant. Yi Chuan also reacted, bowing and clasping his fists after his master to congratulate Meng Xing. Meng Xing glanced at the two of them, sitting on a recliner, looking at the stars in the sky, and fell into deep thought. What to do with the blue silver grass? Use it himself? No, he still wanted to grow the remaining 2 foreign flames and play with the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus once. The host that was boarded by the blue silver grass would only detach the blue silver grass after death. Meng Xing tapped his finger on the armrest out of habit. Using blue silver grass to create a powerful hunter? Meng Xing shook his head. Although the foreign fire was the nemesis of the blue-silver grass, Meng Xing could not control the life and death of the blue-silver grass awakened. What if he needed to make a personal trip himself to exterminate the blue-silver grass awakened? Then one would have something to do. Furthermore, the hunter knew too much about the guild. An S-rank and uncontrolled hunter wouldn't necessarily cause any trouble. If the hunter was fed a devil fruit specifically for the blue-silver grass, Meng Xing again felt that he wasn't maximizing the benefits of the blue-silver grass. Suddenly, Meng Xing's fingers lurched, and his eyes flashed with a glint. He thought of an excellent way. A way to not only make perfect use of the blue-silver grass, but also to get Wei Na killed. A smile full of intrigue appeared at the corner of Meng Xing's mouth. This grass, it came at a good time. The night was late and cold. A man in a tattered suit staggered down the street. His face was covered in bruises, and he was holding a bottle of wine in his hand that he kept pouring into his mouth. Shit! Wei Ming! Fuck you! You don't even treat me as a human being. The man was Nie San. He had just been beaten up by Wei Ming in public, and his face was completely lost. Nie San fiercely poured a large mouthful of wine, and the scene of once pleasing Wei Ming appeared before his eyes. I've been your dog for so long, and you even beat me in front of so many people. Don't you just have a director as your sister? You're nothing. Nie San had lived his life like a eunuch for that bit of face. What turned out to be the most precious was the easiest to lose. Many people knew that he was Wei Ming's man, many people knew that Wei Ming was his backer, and many people knew that Nie San was Wei Ming's lapdog. Many people also fear Nie San because of this. And tonight, a lackey being taught a lesson by his master in public hurts the most. After tonight, he would be the laughingstock of the entire South Sea. Nie San got drunk and acted like a psychopath on the streets. Passers-by are giving him the side eye. Nie San threw out his bottle and cursed viciously. What are you looking at? Fuck you. I'm the director of the Eastern District Security Bureau. Look again, all arrested. The passers-by didn't believe that such a drunkard was the head of the security department, and they were all unwilling to get acquainted with the drunkard, and dispersed one after another. Nie San just poured the wine one mouthful at a time and walked towards the road home. He didn't realize that a big drama prepared just for him was waiting for him, the protagonist, to arrive on the road he had to take to get home. In the deserted park, Nie San's alcohol was coming on. He couldn't support himself as he sat down on a worn-out bench and rubbed his temples. A melodious and old song came from the distance. People are passers-by who come to nowhere. Let's not talk about where their hometown is. There is nothing wrong with taking things as they come. The world is filled with the fragrance of flowers. Even if there are 10,000 nights on earth, they will not change the old man's pot of wine. If the breeze sits with me, ha ha, even if I don't become an immortal, I'll become a Buddha. Nie San rubbed his drunken eyes. He saw an old man in a tattered Taoist robe staggering towards him. The old man in the Taoist robe stopped in front of Nie San's eyes. Two old eyes greedily looked at the bottle of wine in Nie San's hand. Little friend, can you give me some wine? I'll give you back your immortal destiny. Nie San waved his hand irritably. Get lost, old beggar, go beg for food somewhere else. The Taoist-robed old man froze for a moment, then let out a strange laugh. Jia. I like your character. How about being a disciple of the old road? Nie San, be your mom. The Taoist-robed old man shook his head in regret. Seeing that you have excellent bones, I think you can achieve the path of immortality. Just as well, you and I have no destiny. The old Taoist sighed and sang a song while stomping his wobbly steps towards the front. Nie San as a whole was just greatly speechless, muttering, stupid. Right at this moment, 12 figures scurried out from the forest behind Nie San. Nie San was so scared that he woke up. Could it be that some enemies had come to seek revenge on him? He panicked and hid under the bench, holding his head. He thought carefully. It's not right. After he took office as the director of the North District, he hadn't even dared to arrest a prisoner, so who could he have a grudge against? Who can I have a grudge against? How could I have any enemies? What am I hiding from? After thinking it over, Nie San bravely poked his head out and sized up those people. They wore masks, and all of them had strong spiritual fluctuations and emitted powerful supernatural light. Masters. All experts. Those masked people swept past the bench where Nie San was and chased towards that old Taoist. In less than an instant, those people surrounded the old Taoist. The old Taoist let out a sigh. Alas! Still letting you guys find it. The masked man at the head coldly said, Heavenly Age Taoist, you betrayed the guild, how can you have the face to live on? The old Taoist shook his head and said softly, the old man takes the heavens as his age, so he should live forever. How can my generation of cultivators be stuck in the mortal world? Nie San, who was peeking from afar, had shocked eyes. A Heavenly Age Taoist? Taking the heavens as his age? Am I dreaming? There are still cultivators in this world? The masked man snapped. Aren't you afraid of the president's offense? The old Taoist snorted. Why would the chairman care about a small character like me? It's you guys, a bunch of low-level hunters who are worthy of suppressing the old Taoist. It's more like it when a high-level hunter comes. Nia San felt the knowledge enter his mind in a strange way again. President? Hunter? High-level hunters? This sounds awesome. If these low-level hunters were this dangling, how awesome would the president have to be? The masked people felt insulted and said angrily, "Die!" The 12 masked people showed their power one after another. Some had their arms transformed into blades, some could summon wind blades with their hands, and some transformed in size into a giraffe orc. Nia San's knowledge was not low, and he could tell that all of them were C-rank experts. The 12 masked men rushed towards the old Taoist, intent on tearing him apart. These were 12 C-ranks, which would be a formidable force anywhere. And old Dao took a sip of wine without panicking. His body was also changing. Soon, the old Taoist's skin became pale and his eyes were dead. Where was he still immortal, clearly like a dead man? It was as if, using an evil technique, the old Taoist suddenly struck out, seemingly using invisible power to tangle up with those 12 people. In just a few minutes, those 12 people were not defeated, have been decimated. The leader of the masked man covered his chest, seems to have suffered a serious injury. He looked at the old Taoist incredulously. You succeeded? The old Taoist's eyes revealed a touch of madness as he raised his voice to the sky. It is not my wish to fall into the devil's path at this time. Only the immortal road is difficult to reach. The old Taoist can only make the search for longevity. Considering that you and I have the friendship of fellow soldiers, I won't kill you. The leader masked man glanced at the old Taoist unwillingly and clenched his teeth. Retreat! The 12 masked men came and went quickly, disappearing into the park in not much time. The old Taoist let out a long sigh, his body returned to normal, and in his cloudy old eyes was an indescribable despondency. Alas! It's hard to become an immortal. This earthly too mundane wins, dare to scatter my dream of a lifetime of immortality. The old Taoist took out the gourd from his waist, poured it into his mouth, and a drop was gone. The old Taoist laughed at himself. Oh, this wine is also gone. Saying this, he stepped drunkenly and walked towards the darkness. Nia San's mouth was wide open, slow to recover from the shock. Is there really someone who cultivates immortality? Immortal cultivation wasn't in fiction. That old Taoist priest, whose body emanated an alien power no stronger than his own, was able to beat 12 C-steps. This must be the power of a cultivator. Didn't that old Taoist priest say he wanted to take me as his disciple? Is it possible for me to cultivate immortality? Not to mention cultivating immortality, it's okay to be able to cultivate magic. Didn't you see how powerful the old Taoist was after he became a demon? 12 C-ranks were killed by him with just a few hands. Nia San's palms were sweating, and he felt that a great opportunity was right in front of him. Nia San hurriedly crawled out from under the bench and chased after the old Taoist priest with the half bottle of wine he hadn't finished. Master teacher. Master. The old Taoist turned back and looked at the chasing Nia San with a smile on his face. Who's your master teacher? Don't yell. Nia San plopped onto his knees, both hands holding up half a bottle of erguotu as he exclaimed. It is the disciple who has no eyes. Please master, bring disciple to cultivate immortality. The old Taoist shook his head. You just rejected the old Tao. The old Tao won't accept you anymore. Nia San wanted to slap himself a few times, he was dying of remorse. He saw that the old Taoist's eyes had been staring at the erguotu in his hand. Nia San hurriedly said, disciple will surely honor master properly. Maozi, as much as I can for master's enjoyment. The old Taoist's eyes lit up. Good disciple, what did you say about the sis being available for master's enjoyment? Let's go sit down and talk about it. Nia San? It was the middle of the night. Nia San ran to the street and bought 2 roasted chickens and 3 bottles of good wine for the old Taoist. The old Taoist ate and drank his fill and burped with satisfaction. Good disciple, have a heart. Then this sister. Nia San had an odd expression. Where's the immortal way? What about the path to immortality? Is it really okay to indulge in female sex? But it's not like it would be fake for the old Tao to fight off 12 C-steps all by himself just now. Nia San hurriedly said, Master, let's talk about the sister's matter later, it's not going to be easy for you. You first tell us what's going on with immortal cultivation. Are there really immortals here? The old Taoist said with a straight face. Immortals? Of course there are immortals. You've seen the extraterrestrial heavenly demons, how could there be no immortals? Nia San whispered the words extraterrestrial heavenly devil and suddenly his eyes widened. Senior, you mean that the demonic invasion was actually the descent of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil? The old Taoist stroked his beard in delight. Ruzi is teachable. Extraterrestrial heavenly demons are what are now called demons. Nia San hurriedly asked. What about immortal cultivators? Why haven't we seen any now? The old Taoist was dissatisfied. Aren't I an immortal cultivator? Nia San shook his head. Master, I'm saying why there are so few immortal cultivators, I've never even heard of them. A look of remembrance appeared in the old Taoist's eyes, as if he was reminiscing. Only after a long time did he say, there were once quite a few immortal cultivators. When the extraterrestrial heavenly devils invaded, the immortal cultivators on Earth were the first to meet them. Unfortunately, the extraterrestrial heavenly devils were too powerful. The immortal cultivators' flesh and blood still fell short. Luckily, a few Earth immortal realm powerhouses passed down immortal spiritual techniques to the Earth before they fell. Nyesan frowned in thought and said in a half-hearted manner, where are the immortal Dharma spiritual arts? Can I cultivate it? The old Taoist glanced at Nyesan. Aren't you awakened ones relying on the immortal laws and spiritual arts of the land gods? These words were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, fiercely exploding in Nyesan's mind. So this was the secret of human awakening. No wonder human awakening didn't conform to science, and no one could find the origin of awakening, so it was like this. Nyesan was already confused. What an incredible secret he had discovered. The old Taoist snorted. Those aren't powers that belong to you. You guys, you're far from us old guys. He looked at the old Tao with fiery eyes. Master teacher, then what is your origin? The old Taoist seemed to have mentioned sadness and picked up the wine on the ground and fiercely poured 2 mouthfuls of it, his eyes reddening a bit. The old face hung with a bit of melancholy as he opened his mouth. Old Tao, I came from the Weiyang mountain 300 years ago. After 100 years of seclusion, I found that the sect was already empty. When the old Taoist walked the earth, he realized that the extraterrestrial heavenly devils had already broken through the immortals' defenses. The aura has collapsed, the dragon vein has passed away, and the era of the cultivators is considered over. Nyesan was confused again. 100 years in seclusion? How old does that have to be? Is this a cultivator? The old Taoist looked at Nyesan and pretended to be relaxed. Luckily, the old Taoist met you when he was at the end of his days. Nyesan froze for a moment. Me? The old Taoist nodded. You have good bones and are quite immortal. A look of surprise appeared in Nyesan's eyes. Me, is it possible for me to become immortal as well? The old Taoist snorted lightly, seemingly dissatisfied with Nyesan's presumptuousness as he spoke. You're a once-in-a-century immortal cultivation wizard. Even though it's past the best period for immortal cultivation, it's still pretty good. The old Taoist turned to look at the sorrowful you and slowly spoke. Old Tao, this is all I have in my life. You have some hope. Do you have this heart to become an immortal? Nyesan's heart was ecstatic. It turns out that I still have this kind of talent. I told you I was born to be useful. He eagerly said. Master, I won't hide it from you. Ever since I was young, I've felt that I'm not a mundane person, and I've always felt that there's something calling me in the future. I kind of understand now. What I'm waiting for is to cultivate immortality. Nyesan stood up, knelt down in front of the old Taoist, and vigorously kowtowed 3 times. Please, Master, pass on my disciple's wonderful method. The old Taoist smiled and nodded. From today onwards, you are the sect master of my Weiyang mountain, and a close disciple of the heavenly age Taoist. He took out a handwritten paper book from his bosom and handed it to Nyesan. Get up. This is the Weiyang mountain spiritual laws. You build your foundation first. Nyesan looked at the yellowed book, excited to the point of trembling, and solemnly took the book. There were 5 large characters written on it in a dragon's flutter. Foundation Establishment Method of Weiyang. Nyesan treated the book like a treasure and carefully hid it in his suit pocket as he sat back down next to the old Taoist. At this time, Nyesan remembered the 12 masked men, so he asked the old Taoist, does Master Teacher have any enemies? I'm not going to hide it from Master, but I have some status in the secular world, so I might be able to help Master with his worries. The old Taoist immediately understood that Nyesan was talking about the masked men, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. No! His speaking voice changed. Nyesan heard the unusual, and he became curious. If Master Teacher was so strong, would he still have something to be afraid of? Nyesan asked cautiously. What do those people do? The old Tao took a deep breath, calmed down, and stared at Nyesan seriously. Good disciple, this is the second thing that Master wants to tell you, and you should keep it in mind. When you encounter someone wearing a mask, run immediately. Run as fast as you can and as far as you can. Nyesan was frightened by the old Taoist. Master, they're strong? I see that you didn't take more than a few hits to clean them up, Master. The old Tao's face wore an afterthought as he laughed bitterly twice. They are the weakest low-level hunters of the Hunter Guild, that is, miscellaneous fish. Above them there are intermediate-level hunters, and above intermediate-level hunters there are high-level hunters. Above the high-level hunters there are demon-level hunters. Your master, I, am only an intermediate-level hunter. Nyesan was shocked once again. How could he have never imagined that there was such a terrifying organization in the world? C rank, in that organization could only be considered a stray fish? He muttered. Ma, if the low-level hunters are this strong, then how terrifying should the chairman you mentioned earlier be? Terror once again crawled across old Dao's face as he hurriedly covered Nia San's mouth. Silence! The chairman is all-knowing and all-powerful. If someone says those two words, it's very likely that he'll hear them. Nia San was dumbfounded and broke away from old Dao's hand, saying, Omniscient? The old Dao had a grave look on his face. The chairman is the most terrifying human in this world. Because not only is he a top-tier awakened, he's also one of the only remaining land immortals. Nia San looked at old Dao with horror. A top awakened could already roam the world, and he was still a terrifying land immortal. Nia San could already feel the president's strong sense of oppression. The old Dao spoke gravely. Master, I was originally a member of the Hunters Guild and had no choice but to break away from the guild in order to become an immortal. So for your safety, don't tell the public that you're my disciple either. Nia San hurriedly nodded his head. He was tired of living to go and tell people that he had worshipped Heaven-Age Taoist as his master. What if he was hunted down by the Hunter Guild? As for using the power of the Security Bureau to investigate the Hunter Guild? Don't tease, he wanted to cultivate immortality and live a long life, not provoke the president to beg for death. That's omniscient. P.S. and not update become less sick, go to the hospital for a checkup, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow we'll be back. The two of them chatted late, and the old Taoist said he had something to leave. Nia San hurriedly asked, Master, do you have a cell phone? How can I contact you? The old Taoist thought for a moment and said, Do you know the water dragon Manhwa bath? I'll be there every Friday from now on. Nia San blinked his eyes. That was a kiln under Zhu Dajuan. How could he not understand what the old Taoist meant? Immediately, he took out a pile of money from his pocket and respectfully sent it to the old Taoist. Master, there's nothing to honor you for our first meeting, take this money. In the future, I will take you to Water Dragon Manhwa every Friday to have a good time. The old Taoist cheerfully accepted the money and then said, Good disciple, then the master will tell you another secret. Nia San's eyes widened, and in his heart, he exclaimed that the money was not spent in vain. Speak, master. The old Dao opened his mouth. There's a female child in the Security Bureau called Wei Na, that's a fine cauldron. If you have sex with her, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Nia San's head went down. Wei Na? A cauldron? This is too exciting. He didn't doubt the old Taoist's words at all. Nia San looked embarrassed. But Wei Na is the head of the Public Security Bureau, an A-step awakened. Disciple is only an E-step, tiny head of the Security Bureau. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to gain her devotion. The old Taoist's face was displeased and disgruntled. Who said for you to couple with her? If she doesn't like you, won't you use force? Immortal cultivators have to rob the heavens for their luck. But you don't even dare to rob a woman? Look at you. Nia San froze for a full 10 seconds after hearing this. Does master mean he's forcing himself on her? Nia San remembered Wei Na's terrifying ice attribute power and shook his head then. No master teacher, I can't beat her. The old Dao sighed. Alas. Fine, who made you my disciple? There is an immortal grass on Weiyang Mountain, 10 years to grow, 100 years to sprout, 1,000 years to grow. You have excellent roots and bones, and by refining that treasure, you can gain the power of a half-immortal. Who let my old Taoist have only one disciple like you? When my master has time, I'll fetch it for you. Nia San's heart was ecstatic when he heard this. Sure enough, I knew that master definitely had something good. Nia San knelt down again, clanging and kowtowing his head, constantly shouting Master 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations. The old Taoist smiled, sang a song, and took a step towards the outside of the park. Nia San broke his voice and shouted, Farewell, master. Only after the old Taoist completely disappeared did he dare to get up from the ground. Nia San's face had already turned into a beckoning cat with a smile on his face. He had already thought of the future where he would be calling the shots. Soon, Nia San's eyes were filled with resentment. Wei Na, Wei Ming, I didn't think Nia San, would have this kind of opportunity, right? Thinking of Wei Na's cold appearance, and her future scarlet face in her room, Nia San felt the need to make a trip to the bathing center. The old Taoist didn't go far, and cats watched Nia San's whereabouts from behind a tree. Until Nia San completely disappeared into the park, he heatedly laughed strangely twice and straightened his clothes. He bowed respectfully to the tree. Master Eagle, do you think I've done this errand well? On the trunk of the tree, a man wearing a ghostly mask opened his wings and landed on the ground. He asked curiously, Did you make all this up? The old Taoist hemmed and hawed. Read it in a novel. Huang Jia pursed his lips. What about your foundation building technique? Is it also from a novel? The old Taoist blinked. That was written by me, original. Huang Jia looked at the old Tao for a long time without saying anything. Old Dao scratched his head. Master Eagle, just tell me how well I'm doing. Huang Jia muffled his voice. Not bad. This is not good. This old man has crippled Nia San. That's right, this old kid was originally a street fortune teller, originally a big flake. The old Taoist's eyes filled with thirst and asked, Can that be exchanged for a devil fruit? This master in front of him, nicknamed Ghostwing, everyone honored him as Master Eagle. Those who are familiar with it know that Master Eagle is the president's messenger. Many words that were inconvenient to say on the Hunter Guild app were delivered by this Master Eagle. The transportation department didn't just transport couriers, but also information. Huang Jia said. The president said that as long as the mission is completed, he will reward you with a devil fruit. The folds on the old Dao's face were wrinkled together in a smile. Understood, I will have this good disciple of mine kill Wei Na. Then I'll have this good disciple of mine be shot by the security bureau. Old Taoist, I observe the stars at night. The general star in the South China Sea is bright and dim. This is a symbol that Wei Na has suffered a great calamity. Huang Jia glanced at the old Tao. With me you still pull this crap? After saying that, he vibrated his wings and flew into the night sky, looking for Meng Xing to resume his orders. A total of 13 hunters had been deployed to act on this trip, and Meng Xing took it very seriously. The old Taoist looked at Huang Jia's back as he left and smiled. This isn't a flimflam, this is calculated. Who says that, old Dao? I don't have real skills. The old Taoist touched the pile of bills in his arms and walked towards Harbor Lane in the Eastern District in a beautiful manner. There were quite a few shitty old prostitutes there. A few days later at night, an upscale Western restaurant. Lucien's table was set with a bouquet of bright red roses, and he waited apprehensively for the good person to go to the appointment. The other day, he yelled at Wei Na twice, and Wei Na no longer cared about him. In the past few days, Lucien regretted that he wanted to slap himself in the mouth. Coaxing Wei Na for several days, Wei Na finally agreed to accompany himself to eat a meal. A beautiful figure appeared at the door. Red coat, black leather pants, long high-heeled boots, amazingly beautiful. Many men's eyes were attracted by getting the pretty figure. Only, that beauty was arrogant, with a cold color that no one should approach. Lucien got excited and stood up and waved towards Wei Na. Wei Na saw Lucien, cold face, walked to the seat in front of Lucien, sat down, crossed his legs and did not say a word. Lucien knew that Wei Na was angry with herself and said with a pleasing tone, Nana, don't be angry, last time it was really my fault, I'll apologize to you, okay? Wei Na still didn't say anything. That cold look made Lucien's heart break. Lucien hurriedly made a wink towards a waiter. The waiter understood and gestured at a violinist. The violinist walked over to the duo and played a beautiful tune. The tune was Love's Tribute. Wei Na listened mesmerized. Lucien struck while the iron was hot and took out a beautifully packaged gift box from his arms. He opened the gift box, took out the crystal necklace inside, and sincerely said, Nana, just forgive me, I swear I will never be mean to you again. Wei Na received the crystal necklace and her face got a little better. Lucien continued, when I get home, I'll definitely have my family investigate Tai Lin severely. There will always be a way to get him down, so just be happy, okay? Wei Na blankly glanced at Lucien and said quietly, it shouldn't look too good for you to go home like this. Don't you want face? I'll give you a face. Lucien didn't understand what Wei Na meant. Wei Na took out a bunch of information from her coat pocket. This is the information of the director of the Nanhai North District Security Office, Nie San. The evidence of corruption and bribery is all in there. He is my brother's man, I shouldn't have sold him. But I can't let you return without any success either, can I? P.S. Happy New Year. Oh, these 2 days sick in the hospital. The second normal update, ha babies. That night, Meng Xing was reading a book in the pavilion in his courtyard when the phone rang, a text message from Wei Ming. Big brother, my sister has a new action. Inspector Lucien isn't willing to leave the South Sea just like that, and my sister is planning to sell Nie San. Do you know who Nie San is? It's the idiot who spoke out against you the other day. Nie San's incriminating evidence is in my hands, and my sister asked me to personally arrest him. Meng Xing looked at the text message, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Inspectors generally didn't need the assistance of other people to do their jobs, not even military officials, so how could they let Wei Ming, a head of a security office, go and arrest someone? The only reason was that Wei Na wanted Wei Ming to go and brush up on his accomplishments. Wei Na, really thinking about her good brother all the time. This is really an unexpected surprise. Meng Xing replied, go do it, I don't like him. That side replied back in almost a second, don't worry big brother, being rude to you is slapping me in the face. I'll straighten him out. Meng Xing put down his cell phone, his fingers gently tapped the desktop twice, and an awakened with 2 wings on his back flew down from the roof of the Chinese attic. Huang Jia stood respectfully beside Meng Xing. Brother Xing. Meng Xing took out the blue-silver grass from his arms. Go ahead and give it to Tian, it's time for his good apprentice to get to work. Huang Jia received the blue-silver grass, and a strange feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. It was an instinctive desire to become stronger. He could feel that this grass he could become stronger after devouring it. But he didn't have the guts to do so. Suppressing that stirring in his heart, he saluted at Meng Xing and flew into the sky. Early the next morning, a middle-aged man waited early at the entrance of the North District Security Office. His name was Wang Dapeng, and Nie-san was his brother-in-law, who had once opened an illegal gas company on Central Avenue. That's right, the one that was bombed by Tai Lin. Sir, Director Nie always comes late. Sometimes I don't know if I can make it. Why don't wait? The female magistrate of the security office kindly persuaded Wang Dapeng at the door. Wang Dapeng glanced at the female magistrate. That's my own brother-in-law now. I've sent him a text message. He'll be able to come see me when he's free. The female magistrate saw that her persuasion was fruitless and had to return to her post. Recently, Director Nie was very strange. He hadn't been to work for 3 days. Phone calls were not answered and text messages were not returned. Those who didn't know thought that he had committed a crime and was arrested. Until the afternoon, Nie-san walked into the security office wearing a uniform. Wang Dapeng was overjoyed to see Nie-san come and immediately walked up. Lao-san, where have you been lately? Your sister called you several times. Nie-san raised his eyebrows. Why are you here? Wang Dapeng smilingly patted his handbag. Sending you something. Nie-san didn't bother with Wang Dapeng, but said to a female magistrate. Send all the unprocessed cases to my office. Open the conference room. We'll have a meeting at 3:30. There should be a new plan for policing the Northern District. Then Nie-san Kai said to Wang Dapeng, come to my office to talk. Wang Dapeng compensated with a smile and followed Nie-san into the director's office. The female magistrate, on the other hand, was at a loss. Nie-san had been in charge of the security office for more than a month, and had never cared about the security of the Northern District. Every day, he either doesn't go to work, or he goes to work to play games in the office. The only way to get to work is to play games in the office. So what's the sun doing in the west today? The director's office. Nie-san sat in the office chair and lit a cigarette, said to Wang Dapeng. Sit down, what is the matter, say. Wang Dapeng smilingly took out a few bundles of banknotes from his handbag and pushed them in front of Nie-san. He understands his brother-in-law too well. In addition to greed is greed. As long as there is money there is no thing that cannot be done. Wang Dapeng thought that this time to let Nie-san do things, Nie-san will be as painful as before, but did not find Nie-san eyes flashed and passed unhappy. Wang Dapeng grinned and sat opposite Nie-san, said, wasn't my company bombed by the security bureau? I felt that the feng shui of the previous company land was bad, so I wanted to change to another place, so I sold the previous company land. I looked at a store in the North District. It is that the family is not willing to sell to me. I think Lao-san is not to help me to say, by the way, cut the price. Wang Dapeng's meaning couldn't be more obvious. Was this asking Nie-san to talk about buying a store and cutting the price? This is clearly wanting Nie-san to use his power to drive them away, and it's best to grab the store without spending a penny. Wang Dapeng's calculations are good. The money to buy the store is not as good as giving some gifts to his brother-in-law. Both sides benefit. Wang Dapeng thought Nie-san would be happy to do this kind of thing, but did not expect Nie-san was furious. Nie-san slapped the table in front of him and cursed angrily. Wang Dapeng, what do you take this director for? A bandit. A bandit. In the old days, I was called a parent officer, do you understand? You're asking me to do something like this? If you weren't my brother-in-law, I'd have you arrested right now. Wang Dapeng was confused. Didn't he used to do this kind of thing all the time? What's wrong this time? Nie-san flung the teacup in front of him at Wang Dapeng. Take your stinking money. Get lost. Wang Dapeng were still dare to stay, panicked, packed up the money, and ran out of the police station without looking back. After leaving the police station, Wang Dapeng called his daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law, your brother seems to be crazy. In the director's office, Nie-san was holding the Weiyang Foundation building method, sent by the old beggar in his hands. This period of time day and night hard learning, just did not realize what the meaning of what is written here. What immortal veins, what spiritual roots, what the 5 elements of the big contract, Nie 3 do not understand. He once suspected that his own talent is not good thing, but clearly Master said that he is gifted he has the potential to become an immortal. Nie-san regained his confidence last night and once again looked over the uncharted foundation building method. He made a major discovery. Nie-san saw a line on the last page that roughly meant that human cultivation couldn't be separated from merit, and that merit would lead to increased enlightenment and a greater chance of success in cultivation. Nie-san understood. He was the director of the North District, so he had a unique advantage in doing bad things as well as good things. That's why he returned to the security office today, intending to show off his talents and accumulate more merit. When Wang Dapeng gave him money, he was extremely disgusted inside, because this Wang Dapeng was breaking his immortal path. And Nie-san's mindset shifted a bit, so he suddenly couldn't look at that money either. He is a future immortal, who cares about this money? When he becomes an immortal, he'll have everything he wants, so who cares about these mundane things? Nie-san closed the Weiyang Foundation building method, and opened the case file sent by the female magistrate. Nya-san, full of fighting spirit, flipped through each case once, then wilted. Every one of these cases was so difficult. He didn't understand how Tai Lin managed to solve all the cases. How did he see how to get started without even knowing? Fortunately, a meeting will be held in a moment, and then at the meeting, let everyone together to staff these cases on the line. Nya-san touched a pile of case files, thinking in his heart, these cases are all solved. How much merit he has to accumulate. North District Security Office, Conference Room. In addition to those on duty at the entrance, the rest of the magistrates were sitting in the conference room. They didn't know what Nya-san was mad about. Tidying up the law and order? Ghosts would believe it. The way I see it, it's just that the inspection team is here and Chief Nya wants to put on an act. A magistrate said with a face full of disdain. The female magistrate who received Wang Dapeng earlier thought for a while and spoke. You can't say that either. What if Director Nya really wants to do his career properly? After all, everyone knows that Director Nya is Director Wei's man, and the inspection team won't investigate Director Nya in any way. The magistrate snorted and put his hands behind his head. Still don't believe me? Just watch, this meeting is just a formality. At this time, the door to the conference room was pushed open. Nya-san walked into the conference room with a black face, holding a pile of information. The crowd hurriedly shut up and waited honestly for Nya-san to speak. Nya-san slammed the pile of information heavily on the table in front of him and looked indignantly at the magistrates in the conference room. You guys have done nothing this month. You guys look at the cases that happened in the North District this month. How can you even catch a thief for a month? That cynical and serious look made everyone think that this Nya-san was a bit strange. The magistrate who said that Nya-san's meetings were a formality stood up and said, it's like this director, after the monster attack, a lot of the surveillance equipment hasn't been fixed, so it's a bit difficult to solve the case. He felt that Nya-san was just asking for a reason that would make it to the top in case the inspection team came to check the case file. He also felt that he was being clever, disguising himself as an excuse for Nya-san, looking for a step. Who knows? Nya-san looked at him coldly. You can't handle a case without surveillance? Is that what you guys learned in law and order school? Furthermore, why hasn't the street surveillance been fixed after a month? This sentence gave everyone the slip. Street surveillance is the responsibility of the Security Bureau, and finding a weak electrical engineering team to repair security facilities is a very lucrative endeavor. No one dares to move this piece of fat meat, only waiting for Nya-san to share the cake. But who knows that Nya-san really do not care about anything. Every day does not work, even street monitoring are too lazy to repair. Doesn't Nya-san know that repairing surveillance can earn him extra money? The magistrate thought that he should remind Nya-san a little bit, and maybe even curry favor with Nya-san. He opened his mouth and said, it's like this, to repair the surveillance, the office has to apply for it, the bureau approves the funds, and then the office finds an engineering team to bid on it. As soon as Nya-san heard this, he knew there was something fishy going on here. Appropriating funds, bidding, are all acts of fishing for money. However, I'm a cultivator who's short of this kind of money? After becoming a cultivator, the shift in mentality is too great. It's like when a person suddenly wins the lottery and receives tens of millions of dollars, they feel that their heart can be spacious. A lot of things that used to be important are too lazy to spend time calculating, including getting money. Nya-san sneered. The institute applies up, waits for the bureau's approval, then the grant, then the bidding. 2 months have passed. For 2 months you guys aren't working on cases? Everyone didn't understand what Nya-san meant. The process is this process, what do you want? That's not the way to pick faults. The magistrate felt like he was being cold-shouldered, and he suppressed his anger. He pressed down his anger and said, then what does Director Nya say? How should this surveillance matter be resolved? Nya-san said in a deep voice, I'll pay for the construction, you guys are responsible for finding me an engineering team. Don't try to hack my money, I'm not stupid. This sentence made all of them drop their jaws in shock. This bastard wasn't possessed by Tai Lin, right? Fixing public things out of his own pocket? That female magistrate's eyes were colorful and full of little stars. He must have been wrong about Captain Nya in the past. He didn't come to work or anything. He must have something more important to do. This must be a good magistrate who was as selfless and dedicated as Captain Iron. Which female trainee wouldn't want to follow such a superior? Who wouldn't envy Lin Xiaoquan? Most of all, this female magistrate's family didn't lack money. The female magistrate immediately stood up and said, Director, my family is in the weak electricity engineering business. Don't worry, Chief. I'll let my family not make a penny. Nya-san looked at the female magistrate suspiciously. Not earning a penny? I'm doing this for the sake of cultivation and accumulating merit. What are you doing this for? People are stupid and have too much money? At this moment, Nya-san saw a very familiar look in the female magistrate's eyes. That look was the look Lin Xiaoquan had when she looked at Tai Lin. Nya-san froze, because he knew what that look meant. It was the meaning of adoration. An inexplicable emotion surged through Nie San's heart. Was this the feeling of accumulating merit? He also had a female magistrate to idolize? Nie San's tone eased up. As much as it should be, don't argue. I'm the director, I call the shots. He felt that repairing surveillance was also accumulating merit, so if this female magistrate didn't make any money to repair it, did she count as sharing her own merit? Nie San's words made the female magistrate even hotter, and she nodded vigorously before sitting down. Nie San's actions made the crowd stand in awe. Not to mention all the nonsense, just the fact that he took his own money to maintain the law and order equipment was enough to make people respect him. Everyone put away their contempt for Nie San and honestly listened to the content of Nie San's meeting. During the meeting, Nie San spoke boldly about the North District's future policing strategies, speaking with a dry mouth. Most of these were learned from Tai Lin, and he himself didn't think he'd be able to use them. And the magistrates of the Northern District were filled with shock at Nie San's ideas. Who would have thought that this usually idle director would be so strategic when he got serious? So level-headed? The crowd's reaction satisfied Nie San and made his heart feel good. Could this be the joy that Tai Lin felt every day? The more Nie San talked, the more energized he became, gradually bringing in the script of the responsible and serious director. Just then, the door to the conference room was knocked on. Nie San was disturbed, frowned, and said unhappily, "Who is it?" The uniformed Wei Ming pushed open the conference room door with a sneer on his face. "Little Sanzi, what are you bragging about here? You've had an incident, come with us." Only then did Nie San notice that Wei Ming had a number of heavily armed magistrates behind him. Nie San didn't know what kind of drug Wei Ming was selling, but a bad feeling clouded his heart. Nie San walked down the podium, subconsciously bowed his waist in front of Wei Ming, and carefully asked, "Brother Ming, what are you doing?" Where was Nie San's domineering demeanor of the director just now in this appearance? He instantly changed back to that dog's leg, the little eunuch. Wei Ming disgustedly pushed Nie San away. "Dog thing, who is your brother?" Then Wei Ming took out an arrest warrant from his pocket and sneered coldly. "Nie San, you're suspected of intimidation and fraud, corruption and bribery, and violent law enforcement. Come with us now, and go talk to the inspector if you have any problems." These words blinded the sheriffs of the North District Sheriff's Office. Wasn't he still the selfless and good chief just now? How could he be like this at this moment? It dawned on them that they were afraid that they didn't know they were going to be in trouble and then improvised this whole thing. This is not pure clown? The female magistrate was full of incredulity, with a look of expectation and some disappointment in her eyes. P.S. Back, normal update spicy. The magistrates looked at Nie San's eyes from the beginning of the shock to hot, from hot to confused, and now is downright disdain. Nie San still hasn't changed, he just knows he's going to be in trouble and wants to improvise. The man in question, Nie San, couldn't stand this kind of look. How is it that feeling of everyone admiring themselves has only been experienced for an hour? If in the past, even so, in the past he most despised people like Tai Lin. But now it was different. Now he felt Tai Lin's happiness. It was like a shithead suddenly eating candy. The feeling was indescribable. He had said so much about public order in the northern part of the South China Sea. When he really wanted to implement it and do something good for the people, Wei Ming wanted to arrest himself? Nie San said in disbelief. "Why, Wei Xiao?" Nie San didn't call Brother Ming this time. Because he was already a cultivator, he didn't feel how humble his position was anymore. Wei Ming didn't care what Nie San called himself, he heatedly smiled and said, "You should have thought that there would be such a day when you committed your offense." Nie San gritted his teeth and said, "That's a lot of things that went for you." Wei Ming's face changed slightly, looked around and came close to Nie San and whispered, "You leave these words to the inspector. The inspector will count me as a loser if he can arrest me." After saying that, Wei Ming waved his hand behind him, and several magistrates wanted to take Nie San down. Nie San panicked. He couldn't be arrested now. He still had to cultivate immortality. The path to immortality awaited him. When the several magistrates went to grab Nie San's arm, Nie San subconsciously took 2 steps back. He couldn't be caught, he had to run. Even if he was dying, he needed time to cultivate. However, the talent of each of these magistrates was no weaker than his. Nie San's brain worked frantically as he hurriedly said, "Officer Wei, can you give me 1 night's time? For the sake of these months of friendship, I'll go say goodbye to my family." Wei Ming got impatient. "Friendship my ass. Who has friendship with you? Take him away." Several magistrates had already taken hold of Nie San, who suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Wei Ming, I have something to say to you." Wei Ming sneered, "Go back to the station and say it. What are you waiting for? Take away." Nie San struggled and shouted, "Wei Ming, what happened in Old Town? Do you want me to tell Director Wei?" Wei Ming's face changed drastically at his words. "Stop." Wei Ming took 2 steps to Nie San's side, panic tinged with fear. Nie San let out a sigh of relief when he saw this. He knew that Wei Ming's recent perversity had something to do with the Old Town. Those who understood their masters had to be the lapdogs as well. Wei Ming nervously pulled Nia-san aside and whispered, "What do you know?" Nia-san's tone was sincere. "I don't know exactly what happened, but if I tell Director Wei, she'll definitely find out. I don't need you to spare me, I just need one night's time. During this time you can send someone to monitor me, okay?" Wei Ming's face shifted and he pondered for a long time before finally saying, "Okay, just one night, for the sake of our friendship during this time." Wei Ming said this on his lips, but in his heart, he didn't think so. He moved to kill. The matter between himself and Meng Xing absolutely could not let his sister know, because he would die. Meng Xing would definitely not let go of him. Wei Ming gave Nia-san a deep look and greeted a few magistrates as they left. Nia-san understood Wei Ming's look too well. Instead of understanding Wei Ming with this look, it was better to understand Wei Ming as a person. He knew that Wei Ming wouldn't be able to pawn off on himself. But it didn't matter, today was Friday, he could go to the water dragon Nianhua bath to find his master. The heavenly age Taoist definitely had the ability to help himself. At night, the water dragon Nianhua bathing center. Nia-san soaked in the water vaporized bath, cigarette after cigarette in his hand. He was very nervous. He was a bit afraid of being tricked by the old Taoist priest at this time. After the great joy and surprise, when he thought about the events of that night, he always felt that something was wrong. It didn't fit the logic. But he only had the old Taoist priest to rely on now. Shit. Grass. Wei Ming Wei Na. You siblings don't let me have a chance to turn over a new leaf. Nia-san lit a cigarette once again, in an irritated mood. Ha ha ha. A human passerby is a blade of grass. 100 years of emperors over mayflies. Ha 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 ha. Outside the bath area, a loud, cheerful laugh and song came from outside. Nia-san's eyes revealed surprise. Master teacher had come. He turned around eagerly, and between them, the heavenly age elder Taoist staggered over unclothed and covered in red. I don't know how much wine he drank again today. The guests looked at the old Taoist with different gazes, some curious, some envious, and some sneering. Nia-san's behavior was even more exaggerated. He ran to the old Taoist 2 steps ago and immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "Greetings, master." The heavenly age old Taoist waved his hand. "Good disciple, don't be too formal, accompany master for a while." After saying that, the heavenly age Taoist went down to the hot sauna pool and let out an ah in relief. Nia-san stared fiercely at the surrounding crowd, angrily cursed. "Look at your mom. Believe it or not, I'll arrest you all." The guests thought that these 2 people were idiots, and consciously stayed away from these people. "Sauna pool is very hot." Nia-san is ouchy grin into the pool, forced to hold on to a smile. "How has master been?" Old Taoist Tianyi closed his eyes and said, "Not bad, not bad." Nia-san smiled and continued. "Master, this bath little girls are good." A moment disciple more for master called a few, good filial piety under you. Only then did the old Taoist open his eyes, his face was a bit embarrassed. No need, next time." The old Tao had recently become obsessed with a leopard print old sister in Harbor Lane. That old girl is a thief with a passion and is rumored to like old and dirty ones like old Tao. I heard that there used to be an old beggar like master who had a story with her. So, the old road all the energy used in the leopard print old girl, now really have the heart. The old road digresses the topic said. "How has this foundation building cultivation been going for you lately?" Getting to the point, Nia-san said with a bitter face. "Master, I don't know why, but I can't feel the presence of true chi, and I've never been able to succeed in building my foundation." The old Taoist glanced at Nia-san and sighed helplessly. "Alas, it's too late in the end. You're over 30 this year, it's not that easy to build a foundation. It's past the good time." Nia-san was a bit flustered. "Then what should I do, master? You have to help me." The old Taoist priest closed his eyes and lay down in the water. "Take your time, you'll always be able to feel it. The big deal is to slow down a bit. It's not too late to build your foundation in your 40s or 50s. As long as you succeed in building your foundation, you'll have 200 years of life, so what are you afraid of?" Nia-san opened his mouth and said nothing. The scene was silent for a long time, and the old Taoist priest was fast asleep. Nia-san finally resolved to speak. He said in a deep voice, "Master, I'm not going to hide it from you, my disciple has committed a crime." The old Taoist of heavenly age squinted at him. "My disciple's matter is my matter. Tell me, what trouble have you fallen into?" Nia-san had a complicated look on his face. "The head of the security bureau is trying to screw me over, and now her brother is waiting for me outside. There's a good chance that I'll have to spend the rest of my life in jail." "Master, across the street is the public security bureau, lol." Nia-san stood up, got out of the bath, and rushed the old beggar to kneel down violently. "Master teacher save me." Immediately after he finished speaking he stared intently at the face of old Tao of heavenly age. Old Tao of heavenly age snorted. "It's just a few worldly gentry, what are you afraid of? Just kill them and be done with it. You come down first." Nye-san froze, then obediently returned to the bath. His apprehension was in stark contrast to the old beggar's bland attitude. Nye-san asked incredulously. So, that's the head of the Public Security Bureau and the head of the Public Security Office, killed? The heavenly age-old Taoist tilted his head and looked at the ceiling. Do you think the path of immortal cultivation is serene and peaceful? The path of immortal cultivation is a path of killing. Robbing blessed lands, robbing treasures, and robbing Taoists is no different from wild beasts. If you don't even dare to kill 2 officials, don't cultivate with me. Nye-san's lips quirked for a moment and said with a face full of bitterness, I can't beat them either. He then said expectantly, if Master Teacher strikes, it will be extraordinary. The heavenly age-old Taoist snorted coldly. Kid, carry your own karma, don't take advantage of the old Tao. Nye-san hurriedly explained. I really can't beat them. I didn't mean anything else, Master. I just want to cultivate with you. The heavenly age Tao made a deep thought. He said in a deep voice. Actually, it's not that hard to make you beat them, it's just that. Nye-san was overjoyed when he heard that his master teacher had a way for him to defeat Wei Na and the others, and he hurriedly said, Master, whether it's better to become a demon or a demon, as long as I can become strong enough to defeat them, my disciple can do anything. Old Taoist Heaven Age stared closely at Nye-san and asked, even if the path to immortality is even more difficult from now on, you're still willing? Nye-san nodded solemnly. Willing? The heavenly age-old Taoist asked again. Even if from now on, you have to cause countless killings, are you willing? A hint of viciousness flashed out of the corner of Nye-san's eyes. Disciple is willing. Old Taoist Tianyi sighed, and with a flash in his hand, he conjured up a green plant as if by magic. It resembled a flower but not a flower, and a grass but not a grass. It was precisely Meng Xing's blue-silver grass. To ask the old Taoist how he changed it all at once, it had to do with the old Taoist's profession. Can a charlatan be called a charlatan without some magic? The old Taoist sent the blue-silver grass to Nye-san. This is called blue-silver grass. It is my Weiyang Mountain immortal grass. It sprouts for 100 years and grows for 1,000 years. Devour it and you will gain great power. It's just a pity that resorting to external forces will only cause your enlightenment to be greatly diminished. A pity. Nye-san's eyes were filled with longing. He could feel the power contained in this grass. The old Taoist continued. I'll give this grass to you. Remember, anyone who has seen the power of this immortal grass must be killed, or it will lead to endless trouble. The old Taoist said this in an extremely serious manner, and Nye-san was uncertain. Nye-san nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Master. I'll remember the teachings. The heavenly age Taoist nodded in satisfaction and handed the blue-silver grass to Nye-san. Nye-san couldn't wait to eat it. Then he quietly waited for the power brought by the immortal grass. Just then, a wave of arcane information appeared in his mind. Martial Spirit Blue-Silver Grass, S rank. Consume spirituality to manipulate the martial soul Blue-Silver Grass and use the 9 soul skills of the Blue-Silver Grass. First soul skill. Second. SS rank? Nye-san's eyes were filled with surprise and shock. Awakening. And S rank talent? My master teacher is going against the heavens? Isn't this becoming stronger than Wei Na himself? Master gave me this priceless treasure? This is only the second time we've met. He stared at the heavenly years-old Taoist in shock, half speechless. Instead, the heavenly age Taoist said to himself, with the use of external forces, the path to immortal cultivation is even more rugged, and that's okay. When Master seeks out some more heavenly material for you to improve it for you, it might be able to help you. Nye-san's touch could be said to be beyond words. Nye-san wanted to get up and kowtow, but was pulled back by old Taoist Heaven Age, who said, let's not get into all this nonsense between master and disciple. Anyone who is a master wants their disciple to be better off and not be bullied. Otherwise this blue-silver grass I would never give it to you now. Nye-san, a big man in his 30s, directly cried out. Master, if I apologize to you in the future, I'll be the son of a dog. I'll be struck by heavenly thunder. Old Taoist Tianyu waved his hand. Go to your business, just leave some money. Nye-san immediately climbed out of the bath. Master, disciple doesn't have much money, but there's still over 100,000 in WeChat. All of it will be given to you to buy wine and eat. When I'm done, I'll come back for you. After saying that, he kowtowed 3 times at the heavenly age Taoist and turned around. The heavenly age Taoist slowly closed his eyes, an odd smile appearing on his face. This disciple of mine, he can accomplish great things. Master Eagle doesn't see the potential of this disciple of mine, but the old Taoist I can see it. Wei Na is really going to be unlucky. Shui Long Nian Hua bathing in. Wei Ming was hiding in ambush in a black sedan with a few magistrates. A magistrate hesitantly asked, Chief Wei, do we really have to kill him in a while? Wei Ming nodded. I heard that Nye-san wanted to run away, so I can only kill him. If he really runs away, we'll all be in trouble. The magistrate was puzzled and asked, Then why didn't we just arrest him when we were at the Northern District Sheriff's Office? Wei Ming slapped the magistrate on the head. You're the one who talks too much. When this is done, I'll give you a promotion and a raise. Hearing about the promotion and pay raise, the magistrate's eyes warmed up. A little while later, Wei Ming saw Nia-san in his car coming out of the entrance of the water dragon Manhwa bath. Nia-san was still the same Nia-san, but he just felt that Nia-san wasn't quite right. What exactly is wrong? Wei Ming can't tell. Wei Ming does not care about this. He saw Nia-san got into the car and drove towards the outside. Wei Ming urged his subordinates to follow. No fool asked again why he didn't make a move to arrest someone now. Everyone knew this was private work, dirty work. Nia-san's car drove all the way to the outskirts before stopping, then Nia-san stepped out of the driver's side and closed the door. Leaning against the door, lit a cigarette. The wind was quite strong, and the smoke dispersed before it could take shape. Followed by Wei Ming, they also got out of the car. Wei Ming said sternly, Nia-san, you really want to run? Luckily I was observant enough to follow you ahead of time. Nia-san turned around and asked, if I ran away, why are I still parking here? And Nia-san suddenly laughed. Why do you think I stopped? Wei Ming sarcastically said, why did you stop? Want to turn yourself in a dream? You know too much about me and you really don't deserve to be alive. Nia-san dropped the half cigarette in his mouth on the ground and stamped it out. Okay, then come and kill me. Nia-san's uncharacteristic behavior made Wei Ming a little uneasy. Wei Ming's expression changed and he said to his subordinates behind him, do it, the sheriffs are all people who have seen blood, and killing people is not a problem. They showed off their standard weapons and approached Nia-san. At this moment, Nia-san's face showed a fierce look, and he shouted angrily, blue-silver entanglement. 8 thick black vines appeared out of thin air. Demonic snakes generally roamed the earth, and the police officers were tied up before they could react. Nia-san's spirituality is not high, he only has 4 levels of spirituality, and he can only use his 3rd soul skill at most. The first soul skill, entangle, is already extremely powerful for him. Nia-san attached his F talent, poison, to the blue-silver grass, making it even more powerful. The sheriffs who were entangled in the blue-silver grass all had black faces and foamed at the mouth. They had been poisoned. It was dark and the moon was high. The cold wind whistling in the suburbs was as cold as Wei Ming's heart. His eyes were full of horror, and his jaw dropped to the ground. What happened in front of him was completely beyond his expectation. He brought 8 peace officers to kill Nia-san, 6 A-rankers and 2 D-rankers. Now the 8 people were caught by Nia-san's vines, and the skin of the 8 people was visibly dry. In the vast suburbs, the wails and screams drowned out the sound of the wind. How did Nia-san become so strong? Sea level? No, it should be level B. This is impossible. Nia-san's resentful eyes met Wei Ming's panic. Wei Ming woke up from his dream and ran to the car. Turn on the ignition and release the brake, all in one go. However, the car cannot move. Wei Ming stuck his head out the window in horror and found that all 4 wheels were entangled in black vines. Nia-san had already dealt with 8 police officers and walked towards Wei Ming, his face full of joy. Move. Move. Please move. Wei Ming is going crazy. Cold sweat dripped from his face, and his hands kept shaking. Nia-san's resentful face appeared outside the car window, and he tapped on the car window with his fingers. Dong dong dong. Get off. Wei Ming knew that it would probably not be good for him if he got out of the car. You also know that this ordinary car door cannot stop a B-level strongman. I say it again. Get out of the car. Nia-san's voice became cruel and full of threats. Wei Ming showed a smile that was uglier than crying, opened the car door and walked out. His mouth moved for a long time, not knowing what to say, so he just smiled awkwardly. Third brother Nia, congratulations on awakening your new talent. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You obviously don't consider me a friend. Don't you want to join the general administration? I'll let my sister transfer you in right now. As he spoke, Wei Ming took out his cell phone tremblingly. Nia-san knocked down the phone and sneered, you want your sister to save you? Wei Ming swallowed and shook his head like a rattle. No way, third brother, what are you talking about? Nia-san's fingers hooked, and the blue-silver grass tied up Wei Ming, making Wei Ming unable to move. Nia-san stared into Wei Ming's eyes and asked almost every word, why do you treat me so? Feeling Nia-san's emotions, Wei Ming's voice trembled when he spoke. What do you mean, brother Sanson? Nia San's face twisted when he thought of what happened recently. He roared, Wei Ming, in order to be your dog, I even gave my wife to sleep with you. Haven't I done enough? Why are you doing this to me? In the auditorium of Donggang Primary School, you beat me like a fool in public because of that person. If he is the Jinbei, fine, I admit it, then why are you beating me to death even after he left? How do you want me to mess around in the South China Sea? Only then did Wei Ming remember that in addition to Wei Na as his backer, he also had Meng Xing. If Meng Xing wants to deal with his sister, he will definitely not let himself die. If I leave my phone for a long time, Meng Xing will definitely notice something abnormal, and he will definitely know my current situation. Hold him still, hold on to Nia-san. Wei Ming took a deep breath, felt calmer, and said, I did it for your own good. You have no idea how terrifying that person is. That's someone my sister doesn't dare to mess with. Nia-san obviously didn't believe it and sneered. Okay, then let me ask you, why did you arrest me today? How many of the dirty things I did were done for you? Do you really not know? Wei Ming said quickly. That was all my sister's idea. She wanted to please Inspector Lucien, so she wanted to sell you to him. Nia-san's eyes widened, and his eye sockets were about to burst. In his opinion, Wei Na is his furnace, that is, his woman. My own woman sold herself in order to lick another man. This is greener than a Taoren. Nia-san laughed angrily. Green light surged in his hand, and a seed appeared. Second soul skill, parasitism. There was a faint purple light on that seed, and it had already completed the addition of the poisonous talent. Nia-san waved, and the seeds entered Wei Ming's brain. He would not let Wei Ming die so easily. Your own poison consists of many kinds of mortal poison, including some forms of addictive malice. This is a skill that is the fusion of two talents, parasitism and poison. Nia-san wants to plant the seeds in Wei Ming's brain, control him with poison, and make him his slave. Not only did he get his revenge, he also gained important power that could take down Wei Na. Wei Ming asked in panic, third brother. What did you do to me? Don't kill me, Nia-san sneered. I won't kill you. I will keep you to deal with Wei Na. However, although it won't kill you, it can make you worse than death. Wei Ming hated Wei Na to death. If she hadn't asked her to investigate Tai Lin, how could she have been controlled by Meng Xing? If she hadn't asked her to capture Nia-san, why would she have been influenced by Nia-san again? The reason why these two people tortured themselves was because of Wei Na, third brother. If you want to deal with Wei Na, I can help you. There is no need to waste your powers, Wei Ming said quickly. Nia-san said angrily. Do you think I'm a fool? Will you help me harm your sister? Wei Ming nodded seriously. Yes, because I also hate Wei Na. Nia-san didn't know why, but he found Wei Ming's words credible. It's just that the poison has been planted. Why take the risk and trust him? As Nia-san thought, the ghost in Wei Ming's brain began to stir. The power of poison is unleashed. Like many horror drugs, you will feel great pain when you first use it, and then you will become addicted. In fact, it is better to say that it is an addiction than to relieve pain. The poison will destroy the brain, and people infected by the poison will feel pain all the time. Only when the poison is used again will they be relieved and will be greatly satisfied, suddenly reaching the paradise of pleasure from the hell of pain. This is the vicious evil. However, as soon as the poisonous power burst out, the Qinglian earth heartfire in Wei Ming's sea of consciousness felt provoked. If poison is like a mouse, then Qinglian earth core fire is like a cat, almost. Instantly, Wei Ming felt that the ghost seed in his brain was destroyed by the power of blue flames. The flame that troubled him for countless days and nights actually saved his life. Wei Ming looked at the cell phone on the ground in surprise. It was the mysterious man who came to save him. Nia-san noticed something unusual and followed Wei Ming's gaze. It's a mobile phone. Could it be that Wei Na left some backing to protect this younger brother? In fact, he didn't know whether he was Wei Na's opponent now. Just when Nia-san was nervous, the phone suddenly exploded and burned into coke. The expression on Wei Ming's face froze. What does this mean? Wei Ming murmured unconsciously. A bad premonition enveloped his heart. Aha, the green flames destroyed Wei Ming's sea of consciousness unbridled. This pain is like having a red-hot needle inserted into the brain and constantly stirring. Wei Ming had a wonderful expression on his face. Pain, confusion, disbelief. Why is this happening? That mysterious man wants to kill him. Nia-san didn't know what happened to Wei Ming yet. Seeing Wei Ming in such pain, he thought it was a problem with his own powers. He thought that the potency of his medicine was too strong, and Wei Ming, a little calami, couldn't bear it. Nia-san wants to take back the poisonous power, but the poisonous power has been eliminated by Qinglian earth core fire. Before he could figure out what was going on, Wei Ming's screams had stopped. His head drooped and motionless. Nia-san frowned and walked forward. Finding that Wei Ming was no longer breathing, he quickly retracted the vines, and Wei Ming fell limply to the ground. Wei Ming was killed by Meng Xing. Meng Xing needs a knife to kill Wei Na for him. Using Wei Ming's death to intensify the conflict between Nia-san and Wei Na is the most important part. Meng Xing is not worried at all whether Wei Na can find out that Nia-san killed Wei Ming or whether she can find Nia-san. Meng Xing also recognized Wei Na's ability. No one knows you better than your opponent. To put it another way, even if Wei Na couldn't find Nia-san's hiding place, wouldn't Meng Xing still be there? Meng Xing has many ways to help Wei Na find Nia-san, and he can start a dog-eat-dog show at any time. Wei Na is already a dead person here in Meng Xing. When Nia-san saw Wei Ming's death, he was not excited, or had the pleasure of having his revenge avenged. he panicked immediately. He sat down on the ground, opened his mouth wide, and looked at Wei Ming's body in disbelief. Dead? Dead, Wei Na will kill me. He has a deep fear of Wei Na. Even if the old Taoist priest said that Wei Na was a good furnace, he would still be afraid. He was instinctively afraid of a person like the director of the Public Security Bureau, who was as powerful as the South China Sea. At the end of the day, he's still a nobody who just suddenly gained power. More than 10 minutes passed. Nie San gritted his teeth and looked fiercely. What am I afraid of? I have Wei Yang Foundation building technique, and I have S-level talent. What am I afraid of? Nie San got up and kicked Wei Ming hard. Cha Nima. You want to scare me even if you die. Nima. It's too late for your sister. These kicks may be to embolden yourself. Wei Ming is dead, and sooner or later he will have to face Wei Na's anger. Nie San looked around, abandoned his car, and ran away in the distance. After Nie San left, Wei Ming's body changed. Wei Ming's body continued to vaporize, and in the end, only the sheriff's jacket Wei Ming wore was left. The effect of jacket fruit is activated. A man in black wearing a ghost mask flapped his wings and fell from the night, picked up the coat and flew towards the old city. In the Chinese-style attic, Meng Xing was looking at the design drawings of his garden courtyard. This courtyard is just for living and is completely adequate. However, this is the old city, so it may not be safe if monsters attack the city. The garden he worked so hard to build would contain too many of his secrets, and he didn't want these secrets to be exposed. Improving the safety factor of gardens is also included in Meng Xing's future development. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the study door. Meng Xing said without raising his head, "Enter." The door was pushed open and it was Huang Jia wearing a ghost mask. He handed the sheriff's coat up with both hands. There was no emotion on Meng Xing's face. He just pointed to the empty closet and said calmly, "Hang it up." After Huang Jia hung up his jacket, he returned to Meng Xing and asked respectfully, "Brother Xing, Wei Ming is dead. There should be an earthquake in the South China Sea. Will the hunter meeting the day after tomorrow still be held as scheduled?" Meng Xing was still studying the design drawings, writing and drawing as he said. As usual, invitations will be sent out tomorrow night. Meng Xing is not a person who likes to hold all the power in his hands and do everything himself. Such a boss is actually incompetent. Information transmission and express delivery can be left to Huang Jia. Anyway, the life and death of all hunters are in their own hands. For example, Wei Ming died in the most painful way in less than half a minute. Huang Jia bowed slightly and walked outside. He bumped into Yi Yunyun head-on. "Sister Yi," Huang Jia's voice was filled with respect. Ever since Yi Yunyun became Meng Xing's housekeeper, Huang Jia knew that Yi Yunyun would be one of the important people around Meng Xing. Moreover, a beautiful lady serves Meng Xing every day. How does Huang Jia know whether the two have slept together? Maybe this Sister Yi is already Meng Xing's pillow. Among the hunters in the Hunter Guild, Huang Jia was the most afraid of offending two people. One is Su Man, who is in charge of online matters, and the other is the housekeeper Yi Yunyun. Huang Jia understands men very well. As someone of the same age, I also know how lethal a woman like Yi Yunyun is to men. Yi Yunyun bowed elegantly and said hello, then walked into the study with a cup of coffee. "Sir, have a drink and have a rest. Dinner will be ready soon." Yi Yunyun placed the coffee in front of Meng Xing and said softly. Meng Xing then raised his head and looked at Yi Yunyun. "You will host this hunter meeting?" Yi Yunyun's pretty face was filled with astonishment. "Huh? Sir?" Me, Meng Xing nodded. "From now on, you will probably be the one to take part in all matters related to the Hunter Guild." Yi Yunyun is the boss of the cafe and her housekeeper. She is the most suitable spokesperson for the president of the Hunter Guild. Furthermore, Yi Yunyun was once the eldest daughter of a consortium, and her psychological quality and personal aura were top-notch. You can't let Huang Jia and Su Man do this as spokesperson. As for why Meng Xing needs a spokesperson, now that the Hunter Guild is on the right track, it no longer requires the boss behind the scenes to personally take part in everything like before. Just leave these unimportant things to others. The world is a chess game, and the Hunter Guild is Meng Xing's capital and chess pieces. The general in chess is not the real leader. The person behind the scenes is. Yi Yunyun is a very ambitious woman. She naturally hopes to gain Meng Xing's attention. Isn't it because of my own ambition that I am willing to serve Meng Xing wholeheartedly and be loyal to Meng Xing, and everything is going in the direction she wants? If possible, she wanted to use the power of the guild to resurrect the bankrupt family and free her brother who had been imprisoned for life. Yi Yunyun bowed gracefully. Yes, from Meng Xing's perspective, he could see the white ravine on her chest. Meng Xing looked away, opened the drawer, took out a devil fruit, and handed it to Yi Yunyun. "Consider it your reward." Yi Yunyun's combat effectiveness should have been improved long ago, although she has never participated in a battle and looks like a vase. She is a housekeeper. Without strong strength, how can one lead the soul hunters? now that he is his spokesperson, he can't be easily killed, right? The devil fruit that Meng Xing gave Yi Yunyun was only sea level, but there is no weakest devil fruit, only the weakest ability user. Comparing the talents of devil fruits with those of this world, the biggest difference is the digging ability. Like Minga, Luffy in the One Piece world, their abilities are not the most incredible, but people can discover the power of fruits. Yi Yunyun took the devil fruit, her eyes full of surprises. She has long known that you can eat more devil fruits and gain a talent by eating one. Now I can have a second talent. Yi Yunyun took the devil fruit with both hands. Thank you, sir. Then, Yi Yunyun ate the devil fruit without any pretense. Transparent fruit, level C, consuming spirituality. The body will allow visible light to penetrate, which is transparent. In nature, this is called transparency. The body of the Esper neither reflects nor absorbs light at this time. Yi Yunyun's eyes froze slightly. Anyone who has studied physics knows that it neither reflects nor absorbs light, which can be called invisibility. Although the invisibility ability is very practical and incredible, it is not an offensive ability, but that's pretty good too. After transforming into a dog girl, her strength and speed are greatly improved. If combined with the invisibility ability, it may have unexpected effects. The devil fruit that Meng Xing chose for Yi Yunyun naturally had his own intentions. As for whether Yi Yunyun can develop it, it depends on her. One day later in the evening, Nanhai Public Security Bureau, Wei Na sat on the office chair with dull eyes. The setting sun shone through the glass on her body, like a puppet. Wei Ming is dead. Wei Na felt that everything was unreal. Why did her brother die? Aren't you the director? Isn't it level A? There was a knock on the office door. Lucien walked in. This was the first time he saw Wei Na like this. Lucien walked slowly to Wei Na and touched Wei Na's head. Nana. Wei Na raised her head. The tears on her face had dried. She looked at Lucien desperately, with fear and anxiety on her face. Then he lowered his head and tears fell to the ground drop by drop again. Obviously gone. What should I do? Lucien hugged Wei Na's head, his heart aching to death. It's okay, Nana. We will definitely catch the murderer. Wei Na was already crying. I shouldn't have let Ming Ming catch Nie-san. I shouldn't have. Will you hate me obviously? Lucien sighed and said, Nie-san probably didn't do it. He was just an E-leveler. There were several D-level people who captured Nie-san that night, but they were all dead. Wei Na said nothing and kept crying in Lucien's arms. After a long time, Wei Na recovered, pushed Lucien away and walked out of the office, heading straight to the monitoring room. The little sheriff in the monitoring room was fishing when he saw Wei Na coming in. He was startled and stood up suddenly to salute. Wei Na ignored him, sitting on the chair and tapping on the keyboard. Surveillances of dozens of streets popped up almost instantly. Wei Na retraced the monitoring time to last night, and then played it back at 25x speed. Not long after, Wei Na made another operation, and dozens more monitoring lines were called up. Wei Na is very capable, and almost all of these surveillance images are engraved in her mind. Break it into pieces, reassemble it, and restore what happened that night. Lucien, who came after this, was stunned. He didn't expect Wei Na to have such ability. Wei Na quickly set her sights on Shilling Annual Bathing Center. The picture freezes. Nie-san walked out of the bathing center, and his brother and the police officers hid in the car waiting for Nie-san. Really? Is it really Nie-san who did it? Lucien made a sound of horror, then shook his head. No, that's not the case. Nie-san should have helpers, otherwise he wouldn't have killed so many people, but he just didn't know who was helping him. Wei Na kept opening new surveillance screens until Nie-san and Wei Ming's cars left the surveillance area. Then, there is no picture. Wei Na didn't know what to do. The sheriff who was surveying the scene at the time said that there was a burning smell of firepower. Wei Na felt dizzy when she thought that her brother had not even been left intact. Wei Na's throat felt sweet, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. She slumped on the chair with a pale face and looked at Lucien helplessly. It's gone, what should I do? Where should I find Nie-san? Lucien was so panicked that he couldn't even say words of comfort. He could only watch the beauty suffer. At this time, the young police officer said hesitantly, should we hand this case over to Captain Iron? After hearing this, Lucien became furious. What did you say? Let your beloved woman ask Tai Lin for help. What a humiliation. Although he knew that Tai Lin had the means to solve the case as soon as possible, he has seen Tai Lin's ability in the past few days. It's just that he was treated so badly before. Will he really help him sincerely? And I heard that Wei Ming and Tai Lin didn't deal with them either. Wei Na seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, pointing to the door and saying repeatedly to the little sheriff, Go find Tai Lin. Quick, the little sheriff responded and ran out. Lucien said helplessly, Nana, do you really believe that Tai Lin can help you? We made him miserable. You shut up. Wei Na's eyes widened. Lucien opened his mouth but said nothing. Soon, Tai Lin knocked on the door and came in. At this time, Tai Lin was no longer as high-spirited as he was back then. He is now in disrepair and has a broken arm. The eyes are a little depressed, a little sad, however, there is an untamable wildness in his eyes. The standard vicissitude story-type man is probably the favorite of many young women. Wei Na looked at Tai Lin with red and swollen eyes. Captain Iron, my brother is dead, help me find the murderer. I don't know anyone who has this ability except you. This is not an order from a director, this is a request from a sister. Tai Lin nodded. I will. Lu Xian didn't expect Tai Lin to agree so happily. He suddenly felt that there was a possibility. Could it be that Tai Lin assisted Nie San in killing Wei Ming? After all, as long as Wei Ming dies, Tianlin's military attaché captain will be truly stable. Lu Xian frowned and stared at Tai Lin, trying to find something on his face. He suddenly said, give it some time. Tai Lin glanced at Lu Xian and replied, the sheriff's department does not explicitly stipulate a time limit for solving the case, but for this kind of case, 3 days is enough. The sneer on Lu Xian's face solidified. 3 days? He thought Tai Lin would stall for time or something, but he didn't expect Tai Lin to say 3 days. Even if you are not the murderer, you can find the person in 3 days? Tai Lin sneered. Inspector Lu has never solved a case except investigating the sheriff. After that, he turned and left. Lu Xian's face turned blue and white. What did this bastard mean? Wei Na looked at Lu Xian, took out a tissue and wiped her tears. After Ming Ming left, I really hoped that someone could help me seek justice. I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted Tai Lin. Fortunately, Tai Lin was not killed by me. It was inconvenient for Tai Lin to drive, so Lin Xiaoquan sat in the cab and drove Tai Lin towards Jinmu Cafe. Lin Xiaoquan said angrily, people like Wei Ming are dead when they are dead, and they are a disaster even when they are alive. Master, why do you care about his case? Did Wei Na force you again? Tai Lin lit a cigarette and took a deep breath, his eyes cold. It has nothing to do with this. To attack and kill the director of the public security station is to provoke the entire security system. Lin Xiaoquan stopped talking and concentrated on driving. Master is going to that scary coffee shop again tonight. There seems to be some kind of party. Jinmu Cafe, meeting room. The chandelier on the ceiling was very dark, and I could barely see the faces of these people. The more than 50 people present here all had masks on their faces. Smiling faces, facial makeup, animal heads, sacrifices, ghosts. Most of the clothes are a little weird, cyberpunk, hip-hop clothing, classical, casual, and the 1980s peasant military uniforms all reflect the innermost personality. It seems like a chaotic camp gathering at the edge of the world. Many of them have never met the legendary president. Rumor has it that the president only appeared twice. One was hosting a hunter meeting, the other time was to suppress the Skeleton King, the monster who had been famous for a long time and was notorious far and wide was crushed by the president in an invincible manner. The president hasn't arrived yet, and the main seat in front of him is empty. No one dared to speak. The atmosphere here was very depressing. At this time, an enchanting figure appeared on the empty seat in front of him. This hot woman wearing leather clothes, leather pants, high-heeled boots, and a dog head mask on her head seemed to be there. The new hunters were all stunned. The president of the Hunter Guild is such a sexy and hot woman. What is the method for this to appear out of thin air? Is this the magic of the president? The old hunters frowned. Secretly, this woman is not the president. The mask of the crying ghost king that the president is wearing. Is there a possibility that the president is more than just one person? This guess made the old hunters all horrified. Yi Yunyun's appearance made the Hunters Guild even more mysterious in the hearts of the old hunters. It also made the old hunters more in awe of the Hunter Guild. Yi Yunyun stood up gracefully and leaned on the podium casually. This leather jacket boldly shows off Yi Yunyun's plump figure. Her captivating eyes swept over the crowd of 50 people. The eyes of these people were unified and full of awe. The old hunters immediately stood up and saluted Yi Yunyun respectfully. The new hunters did not dare to neglect and imitated the manners of the seniors. The corners of Yi Yunyun's mouth curved, and a tingling voice came out from her red lips. I am Dog Girl, and I announce that the second meeting of the Nanhai City Hunter Guild has begun. Everyone here is qualified to be an intermediate hunter, so you are qualified to participate in this meeting. First of all, I have a few rules to tell you. Yi Yunyun is worthy of being the eldest daughter of the consortium. She has really shrunk her talents by working in a coffee shop these years. Today, her aura is at full strength, completely intimidating these powerful hunters. In the conference room, she was like a queen. When Yi Yunyun finished introducing all the rules of the Hunter Guild, she took out a dozen masks from behind the podium. The dozens of masks were stained with dried blood. Everyone knows what these masks represent. That's a dozen dead hunters. Yi Yunyun casually threw the mask on the table in front of her and said, if you violate the rules of the Hunter Guild, you will be expelled from the guild. These are the losers who were fired. The guild has a dedicated personnel director responsible for personnel transfers. When a hunter saw this scene, he broke out in cold sweat. He pursed his dry lips nervously. Today, he violated the rules of the Hunter Guild and exposed the guild. This hunter is nicknamed Lone Wolf, but his real identity is an infrastructure construction coolie. Ordinary people cannot do this job because underground operations are very stressful and ordinary people can easily die. Only those with F-level power talent awakening like Lone Wolf can do it. Of course, even if he is an awakened person, he will suffer varying degrees of damage every time he goes down the well. But the Lone Wolf is very happy, because this job pays well and he needs money. Lone Wolf has a girlfriend who walked out of the old city together and is considered a childhood sweetheart. My girlfriend failed to awaken in her senior year of high school. She cried and wanted to go to university for further studies, but only rich people can afford to go to universities in this world. The high tuition fees prohibit ordinary people. In order to fulfill his girlfriend's dream, the Lone Wolf gritted his teeth, gave up his job as a security guard in a large company, and resolutely went to work in a deep well. His girlfriend's high tuition fees will be borne by him. This job is tiring, but every time Lone Wolf thinks about his girlfriend, who is known as the campus beauty at the new university, he will smile like a fool. When he showed off his girlfriend, his co-workers would say he was dreaming. A mud well worker who washes out 3 kilograms of mud every day doesn't look like he has such a beautiful girlfriend. What's more, this girlfriend is an expensive college student. Lone Wolf couldn't sleep well that night and was very unconvinced. He asked for leave the next day to go to his girlfriend's university. He saw his girlfriend at a glance through the outer wall, so lovely, sweetness mixed with charm. He was fascinated by it. Who would have thought that the local girls in the old city would become so fashionable and beautiful? He wanted to say hello and give his girlfriend a surprise, only to find that his girlfriend got into the arms of another boy. That boy is quite handsome. Well dressed and elegant, Lone Wolf felt bad all over. He comforted himself that it was probably the way college students greeted each other, which was more open-minded. Lone Wolf then watched them get into a car and Lone Wolf followed them to the hotel. At the door of their room, they heard many sounds that they should not hear. It turned out that this was what his girlfriend screamed like. Lone Wolf was heartbroken. He sat on the curb that night drinking beer. He gave up his security job to put his girlfriend through college. In the past 3 years, he had worked hard in the mud well and suffered severe physical injuries. The power of the awakened person gradually left him. The result is this: he wanted to argue with his girlfriend, but he felt embarrassed and felt that it was self-humiliating. Just when he was frustrated, an advertisement came to his mobile phone. Do you crave power? Hunter Guild. The Lone Wolf became a hunter and was lucky enough to be a devil fruit hunter. Lone Wolf previously followed the rules of the Hunter Guild and did not dare to reveal his identity under the mask. Later I couldn't hold it any longer. Yesterday, his girlfriend found him, had a showdown with him, and paid him back the tuition for the past 2 years, plus an extra 20,000 yuan in interest. Then, she made a clear statement and went to find the adulterer to celebrate. The Lone Wolf looked bitter. Is this really paid off? Thinking about it conventionally, I invested 60,000 yuan in 3 years and received a return of 80,000 yuan with interest. This is indeed paid off, but is it really paid off for Lone Wolf? Furthermore, whose money is this money? Isn't it the adulterer's money? Could it be that all the care I had taken in the past few years was to raise a girlfriend for someone else? The Lone Wolf was so angry that he put on a mask and found the adulterer in a hotel and beat him up. Very cool. In front of the heartless woman and adulterer who looked down on him, he showed off a wave of his powerful sea-level power. Seeing the fearful expressions on the adulterer and the betrayed woman, the Lone Wolf felt that he was going to heaven. He got involved again and took off his mask in front of the two of them, shocking the heartless woman severely. Then, pretending to be calm, he left the two of them behind and rushed to Jinmu Cafe. Only a figure full of fantasy and mystery is left for the heartless woman. The Lone Wolf never killed anyone, he just thought it was cool and achieved his goal. He did think about the rules of the Hunter Guild, not exposing the guild. At that time, he didn't care so much. He just wanted to vent his grievances, and at worst, he would die. When the pretense was over, his mood relaxed and he didn't want to die like this. He was still taking chances. How does the guild know if it has violated the rules? And now, he realizes that his so-called luck mentality is just naive. Because the sexy leather-clad beauty in front of him had her cold eyes focused on him. Yi Yunyun is tall and tall, standing 1.8 meters tall. She moved slightly to sit on the podium, crossed her legs and said, "There are always some people who feel that the guild gives you power and gives you an advantage. They are selfish and have no thought of gratitude and only care about their own happiness. What I want to say to everyone is that the guild is not a charity. Yi Yun reached out and took out the black leather bag on the ground and showed the contents to the hunters. It's 7 devil fruits. The hunters stared. They all knew this was a good thing. Yi Yun was very satisfied with the hunters' reaction. She smiled and said, I would like to congratulate the 7 hunters for this meeting: Dragon Slayer, Boxer, Bull Demon, Windbird, Scalpel, Fox Demon, Jade Rabbit. Your application as an intermediate hunter has been approved. As long as you complete the mission, you will be promoted successfully and receive devil fruit rewards. The expressions of the hunters whose names were read varied, but most of them were excited. Yi Yun said, generally speaking, the task of advancing to an intermediate hunter is very dangerous, but you are lucky, because now I want to issue a mission to clean up the betrayers as your promotion mission. Yi Yun's finger painted with red nail polish pointed at the lone wolf who was covered in cold sweat and uttered a few words with her charming red lips. Promotion tasks, dealing with the traitor lone wolf, and the hidden dangers caused by the lone wolf that may expose the guild. The meaning of this sentence is very simple: kill lone wolf, his ex-girlfriend, and the rich second generation who gave lone wolf a hat. Do you think that after obtaining the devil fruit, you will become the protagonist of the world? This is not a protagonist panel. As your husband's chess piece, you should have the consciousness to be a chess piece. The lone wolf looked horrified and looked around in horror. He didn't know who the 7 hunters were who were going to be promoted to intermediate hunters, and he felt that everyone wanted to kill him. Those eyes were all sinister. Yi Yun continued, fighting is not allowed in this cafe, please be patient. Yi Yun took out a cigarette from his leather jacket pocket and lit it with a lighter. Nicotine smoke spit out from Yi Yun's wild red lips, and she whispered, the meeting is now over and no one is allowed to linger. After saying that, Yi Yun's figure disappeared into the conference room. The lone wolf swallowed his saliva and ran outside like crazy. Those eyes looking at his back were like cannibalism, when Lone Wolf stepped into Jinmu Cafe and was showing off to his ex-girlfriend. Sumunman knew that Lone Wolf's unruly behavior had revealed himself under the mask. After Sumunman reported it to Meng Xing was not in a hurry to kill him. He wants to send a lone wolf to the conference room and kill the chicken in front of everyone. Unruly death only feels real to these people if they are truly seen up close. Meng Xing also had a way to kill the hunter when he was first exposed, but he thought it was too troublesome. What if there were uncertain factors, so this warning was staged in front of all the hunters? The hunters had no intention of exposing the guild, but after today they will be even more careful. You want to ask why Meng Xing didn't kill the Joker after his identity was revealed? Because I had just started my business at that time. Devil fruits were limited and not many people could use them. Ridgeley Hotel. In a round bedroom, a girl is sitting on a hanging chair in the room. She was wearing JK, with white silk wrapped around her legs, and a rabbit hood on her head, covering her face. The girl's thin body kept rocking the hanging chair, humming a song, and her little white stocking legs swayed very cutely. There was a sound outside the door, which was the electromagnetic sound of the room card swiping the door. It's really scary. That person is your bumpkin ex-boyfriend. A young man with pink hair opened the door, with a look of fear on his face. After the lone wolf went wild in this hotel, the young man ran away in fear. Who knows? The young man received a text message from his school beauty girlfriend. I want to go back to that room tonight to have sex because I think the guest room after being caught and raped by my ex-boyfriend has more atmosphere. Of course, the young man knows that his girlfriend is innocent on the outside, but how bold and eager for excitement is on the inside. When the young man saw the girl on the hanging chair, he couldn't help but be stunned. Why are you still having fun like this? But it looks pretty good. A smirk appeared on the young man's face. He walked to the hanging chair in a few steps, picked up the girl around his waist, and let the girl sit on his lap. The girl stiffened suddenly. He said comfortingly, "Don't be afraid, honey. I told my family about this. Come and stay at my house tomorrow. There will be bodyguards at home to protect us. That lunatic will never dare to come and cause trouble." After that, he started to be dishonest. The girl just struggled symbolically and then responded enthusiastically. He even turned off the lights on his own initiative. When the two of them were forgetful, there was a knock on the door. The young man looked unhappy and shouted toward the door, "Who is it? Get away!" He thought it was a hotel staff member, but the sound coming from outside made him freeze in his tracks. "Brother, is it you? Open the door." This is his girlfriend's voice. The young man looked at the beauty beneath him in disbelief. So who is this? Only then did the young man feel something was wrong. The rabbit-headed girl on the bed is lighter than her girlfriend and has lost a lot of weight, just now. The spermatozoon's brain didn't think properly, and it's only now that it's coming to its senses. "Who are you?" the young man asked confusedly. The rabbit-headed girl sighed. "Oh. What a disappointment. There was indescribable disappointment in her tone. Then, she punched the young man in the face with her thin, white fist. The young man's head exploded on the spot, and the red and white stuff sprinkled all over the rabbit-headed girl. Not only did the rabbit-headed girl not feel sick, she was also a little excited. She rolled out of bed, walked to the door and opened it while humming a light children's song. The girl outside the door was so scared that she collapsed to the ground when she saw the rabbit-headed girl's appearance. The rabbit-headed girl pulled the girl into the room. The girl saw the tragic situation in the room and asked tremblingly, "Who are you?" The rabbit-headed girl replied, "I came here for the lone wolf." "Oh, the idiot who works part-time to help you go to school, your ex-boyfriend." The girl was confused. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that his despised ex-boyfriend from the old town not only had great talent, but also had such a mysterious background. What happened to him over the years? The girl actually has a strong desire to get to know her ex-boyfriend again. Of course, she never imagined that her ex-boyfriend was also being hunted. The rabbit-headed girl didn't want to think too much and stepped on the girl's heart. The girl's orifices were bleeding, and confusion and regret could be seen in her dead eyes. After the rabbit-headed girl finished all this yesterday, she took out her mobile phone and opened the Hunter Guild app to enter the chat channel. "Jade Rabbit, I'm so scared. I don't dare to kill anyone. What should I do? Do you have a brother who can help me?" "Tulone, stop pretending. You begged me to help you form a team last time, and you are actually qualified to apply for an intermediate hunter." Two white silk calves were swinging on the hanging chair, humming a light children's song. "Little rabbit, be good, open the door. If it doesn't open, don't open it, Mom." The other side. An hour ago, on a car in front of Jinmu Cafe, Tylin opened the door and sat on the passenger seat. After a while, a man wearing a mask fled out in a panic, followed by some masked men chasing after him. Lin Xiaoquan opened his mouth wide and asked, "Master, what are you doing?" "Are you performing?" Tylin said in a dull voice. "They're killing people." "Kill?" Lin Xiaoquan raised his voice a lot, then asked Tylin with wide eyes, "Doesn't this matter?" Tylin turned his head to one side, unable to tell what he was thinking. "I don't care, I can't control it. Let's go to the North District." Tailin's mood changed. "I once told Zhu Dajuan that even if you join the guild, I will still arrest you if you break the law." Now seeing the blatant pursuit, Tylin felt a little ups and downs in his heart, but remained indifferent. Who can tell what is right and evil in this world? A thin line was drawn between Tailin's principles and the rules of the Hunter Guild. A few months later, the 38th line in Tailin's heart kept moving towards his own standards, and finally only one bottom line remained. Lin Xiaoquan started the car and drove towards the North District. Tylin predicted that Niasan would be over there. The North District used to be Niasan's jurisdiction, but now the monitoring facilities in the North District are not easy to use. Therefore, the North District is Niasan's best hiding place. Tylin constantly speculated on Niasan's movements in his mind, like a precision-operated machine. In the middle of the night, Tylin finally found the clue. The car stopped in front of an unfinished building. Tylin pulled down the window and lit a cigarette. "Right up here." Tailin's original talent is perception, and his intuition is not wrong. Lin Xiaoquan asked, "Then, Master, shall we arrest someone?" Tylin shook his head. "Leave it to Director Wei. We have more important things to do." Having found Niasan, this is an explanation to the Public Security Bureau and Wei Na. Niasan was only an E-level, but he was able to kill 10 vigilantes, indicating that he might have helpers around him. Tylin wasn't sure whether he and Lin Xiaoquan could fight each other, so we might as well let Wei Na find a way. Wei Na also wants to kill her enemies with her own hands. Right in, Tylin has been checking on someone recently. The people on the road called that person a starving ghost. This person is most likely a young hunter who sold illegal drugs in Zhu Dajuan factory. The hungry ghost has been very rampant recently, and there are traces of his crimes everywhere. Many awakened people have disappeared because of contact with the hungry ghost. Tylin analyzed the psychology of the hungry ghost, and he was shocked to find that the hungry ghost didn't care about money. He just wanted to take revenge on society. In this case, Tylin could not show mercy even to the hunters of the Hunter Guild. Besides, the guild doesn't seem to care about infighting among hunters. It's not in the rules. During this period, Tylin was at odds with the starving ghost. It's a pity that the starving ghost is too cunning, and Tylin didn't have any useful clues for so long. Early in the morning, a high-end apartment in Nanhai, Wei Na sat on the ground, leaning against the cold wall, with wine bottles in front of her. At this time, she hated her A-level talent and 8th-level spirituality, because her spirituality is too strong and her talent is too high. She cannot get drunk. "I shouldn't have asked you to catch Nia-san. How about you being happy every day?" Is the little fool angry with her sister? It's been 2 days, and I haven't entrusted my sister with a dream. Sister misses you. Weina hugged her legs and buried her face in them, crying helplessly. The phone rang. Weina hurriedly climbed to the bed and picked up her phone. Sure enough, it was news from Tai Lin. It is a positioning. The location is an unfinished building in the North District. Tai Lin also left a message, suspecting that there are high-level awakened people, and the military attaché team is waiting for orders at any time. Weina didn't reply, and the resentment in her eyes threatened to overflow. In the early light of noon, Weina looked like a fierce ghost. She hurried downstairs and started her red sports car. He wasn't even wearing a coat. He was still wearing his sheriff's department uniform and boots, and his cell phone was left at home, an unfinished building in the North District. It was dark, cold, and eerie inside. In a relatively clean water room, a man meditates in the dark with a book in front of him. Weiyang Foundation building method. After the accident, he seldom went out for fear of being discovered, so he only practiced quietly here. Nia-san knew Tielin's ability very well. If he made the slightest move, Tai Lin would smell it and come over. He was hungry and looked at the white sky outside. It should be fine if I go buy some bread now, Nia-san murmured, stood up and walked outside. As soon as I walked into the corridor, I heard the roar of a car downstairs. Nia-san quickly looked down, his eyes filled with horror when he saw the person coming. Weina. Weina found me. No matter how much mental construction he did during this period, he was still afraid of Weina. This woman is really fierce. Seeing that Weina had entered the unfinished building, Nia-san looked around in panic. Damn it, why are you so arrogant about a furnace? I will do it to you today. I am S level. Nia-san breathed rapidly, slapped himself twice to cheer up, and hid at the end of the corridor, ready to attack Weina at any time. Weina's spirituality was fully activated, and the air around her was freezing. Wherever I walked, there was a layer of frost. She has a strong sense of cold and heat, just like a snake. At this moment, she already knows the general location of Nia-san. Weina was not cautious. She quickened her pace and ran upstairs. Ambush? Not afraid. This is the self-confidence of a strong man. Just as Weina went up to the third floor, a dark vine shot out from the side. Weina didn't even blink. The air on the right side instantly condensed into an ice mirror, blocking the attack. Immediately afterwards, Weina shot angrily towards Nia-san, stabbing him directly with 3 huge ice picks. Nia-san looked panicked and rolled towards the corridor. Boom! Looking back at the location where I was just now, I saw a big hole had been blasted out by Weina, and the north wind was blowing in. Weina's face was as cold as frost, and she asked with murderous intent, Nia-san, how did my brother die? Nia-san looked at Weina nervously. The god of war of the Public Security Bureau was standing in front of him now. Weina had an ice pick on her fingertips, and she walked towards Nia-san step by step with her long, round legs like a leopard. Trash. How did my brother die? The word waste stung Nia-san. After Weina became the director of the Public Security Bureau, she never thought highly of herself. She regarded herself as a eunuch. How many times the contemptuous looks and the harsh words trash made Nia-san dare not speak out. Hearing this word again, Nia-san's eyes flashed in the past. He shouted crazily, I killed him. I killed Wei Ming. He's such an idiot. Why should I kill him? After shouting out, Nia-san's fear of Weina was reduced to a minimum, and he even began to look at Weina's body playfully. Sexy beauty, temptation in uniform, unfinished building, various dirty words and images appeared in my mind. Nia-san's eyes also became lustful. Your brother also said that if I wanted to play with you, he would help me. What do you want from a brother like this? Weina's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and her murderous aura made the air completely cold. In the unfinished building, it actually started snowing. An ice crystal sword slowly appeared in Weina's hand and she spoke sternly, Nia-san, you are seeking death. Nia-san roared, Weina! You 2 siblings have never seen me as a human being. I will show you today what kind of garbage is in your mouth. After Nia-san said this, he waved his hands and black vines shot towards Weina from all directions. The ice sword in Weina's hand couldn't cut the vine. She looked at Nia-san in horror, and then realized that Nia-san's behavior was unusual. You have awakened a new talent. Weina's hands trembled slightly, and her chest heaved violently, like a balloon about to burst at any time. Her complex eyes were filled with pain and regret, which eventually turned into absolute anger. If this is the case, it means that the murderer of my brother is Nia-san. Nia-san is definitely capable of killing his younger brother. Weina went crazy. The cold wind howled and snowflakes fell in the unfinished building. In less than an instant, there was already a thick layer of snow on the ground of the unfinished building, and the surrounding walls were covered with frost. The interior of the unfinished building turned white, shining brightly at dawn. Nia-san, you deserve to die. Weina stepped on a huge 6-pointed star snowflake, which floated in the corridor. She gently raised her hands, and silvery white light flashed on her fingertips. the snow everywhere came to life, shooting towards Nia-san like birds. Nia-san looked at this scene in disbelief. Such a big battle requires so much spiritual energy. It's true that he is S level, but he doesn't have that much spirituality. He is a player who can't use his 4 levels of spirituality in blue and silver winding too many times. Nia-san believed that if he unlocked the 5th soul skill, Blue-Silver Overlord Spear, he might be able to defeat Wei Na. For now, he might as well forget it. He felt aggrieved. Even though he was S level, he still had to be beaten. Nia-san had no way to escape in this small space, so he can only summon the blue-silver grass to wrap around himself and turn himself into a black cocoon. I don't believe that this bitch's spirituality is infinite. I'll wait until you run out of spirituality before I deal with you, Nia-san said silently in his heart, and then continued to use blue-silver grass to strengthen his defense. The sound of snowflakes hitting the blue-silver grass outside never stopped. 8 levels of spirituality are truly extremely powerful in human society. The bombing lasted for half an hour. Although he could not be hurt, the temperature here was getting lower and lower, and Nia-san couldn't stand it anymore. The bombing outside stopped. Nia-san revealed his eyes in the grass cocoon and secretly inquired about the situation. He saw Wei Na casting spells with both hands, but he didn't know what she was doing specifically. Nia-san felt a chill on his head and looked up in confusion. This sight scared Nia-san to the point of death. A huge white tiger head is slowly forming on its head. The 4 ice crystal fangs reflected dazzling light under the morning light. Nia-san knew that once the tiger's head fell, even if he did not die, he would be frozen and sealed. He saw Wei Na use this move against the skeleton king on the city wall. Nia-san had an idea and shouted anxiously, "Stop! Your brother is actually not dead." As soon as these words came out, the tiger head instantly dissipated and turned into ice slag on the ground. Wei Na's eyes gradually became confused. Obviously, he's not dead. The snowflakes and 6-pointed stars at Wei Na's feet lost their spiritual blessing and fell to the ground, turning into pieces of snow. Just as Nia-san breathed a sigh of relief, the air around him suddenly became chilly again. Wei Na stared at Nia-san angrily, her black hair fluttering like waterweed. "Nia-san! How dare you make fun of my brother? Asshole! I'm going to extract your blood vessels and make a blood ice specimen." Wei Na's fingernails were covered in ice and became very long, stabbing towards Nia-san's heart. Nia-san shouted in horror, "I'm not lying to you. Have you seen Wei Ming's body with your own eyes?" Wei Na hesitated again because of Nia-san's words. When it came to her younger brother, Wei Na's IQ was simply negative, so she didn't see Nia-san's sly smile as if he had succeeded in his conspiracy. Nia-san caught the moment when Wei Na was stunned. Black light surged in his hand, the 3rd soul skill. Spider web binding. Black vines shot towards Wei Na from all directions. When Wei Na came back to her senses and wanted to summon ice and snow, black vines were already tangled around her at an extremely fast speed, like a spider web. She was deceived by Nia-san again, and the murderous aura in her eyes was like sharp knives. An ice spear condensed in Wei Na's hand and she shot towards Nia-san. At this time, several tough black vines firmly grasped Wei Na's hand. Wei Na's hands were controlled and she was hung up directly. 7 or 8 vines crawled towards Wei Na's feet, tightly entwining Wei Na's feet, and pulled the 2 sides to form a herringbone shape. Nia-san lay on the ground like a dead dog, panting violently. This move almost killed him. The 3rd soul skill actually consumed all his spiritual energy. He raised his eyes with difficulty to look at Wei Na. At this moment, Wei Na was hung from the ceiling, her waist and legs tightly bound by vines, unable to move at all. The owner of this sexy body was looking at him angrily. Nia-san suddenly felt his mouth dry. The female war goddess of the South China Sea, the director of the Public Security Bureau, and a rank-A powerhouse, any title is enough to put off any man. However, the female director was tied up by him like this and couldn't move. Wasn't he just at his mercy? He. Nia-san's smile gradually became wilder. He cheered up and walked to Wei Na's side, about to stretch out his hands. Wei Na opened her mouth, and an ice needle was about to shoot out of her mouth. Nia-san was shocked. As soon as he thought about it, the vines of blue-silver grass appeared instantly, slammed into Wei Na's mouth, and blocked her mouth. The ice needle exploded in Wei Na's mouth. Wei Na's eyes widened, blood dripping from the corners of her mouth. Nia-san excitedly touched Wei Na's cold and pretty face. "Director Wei, it must be psychologically uncomfortable to be subdued by a little guy like me, you bitch. Bitch. Pretend to be cool and cool every day. You say I'm a waste. Right? Let me show you how powerful waste is." Wei Ming from the Eastern District Public Security Bureau underwent a spiritual test on the 12th and was officially confirmed dead. The body has not been found yet. It is understood that Director Wei Na and Director Wei Ming are siblings. the director of the Public Security Bureau, Wei Na, disappeared for a week. What is the connection between these? The case is under investigation. The morning news in Jinmu Cafe ended, and Meng Xing, who was sitting by the window, closed his book. Whether Wei Na is alive or dead, we have to wait for news from Taoist Tianshui, with the S-level spirit blue silver grass. Wei Na should be no match for her, so there won't be anything wrong, Meng Xing murmured. In fact, there are mistakes, and they are big mistakes. How could he have imagined that Nia-san was such a loser that he couldn't beat Wei Na even with his S-level talent, and was pushed to the ground and rubbed by Wei Na? If Nia-san hadn't used Wei Ming's life and death to confuse Wei Na, Nia-san would have died. Fortunately, the result was good. Nia-san's sneak attack was successful. Huh? You are really here. How is your novel? Just as Meng Xing was thinking, a clear voice came. Meng Xing raised his head. White down jacket, white sweater, and light-colored jeans. She is a girl who looks very gentle. Yang Shui. Meng Xing once asked Huang Jie to assassinate her. Later, because many things happened, Meng Xing almost forgot about this girl. Meng Xing smiled and nodded. Morning. His tone was soft, like a spring breeze. Yang Shui sat next to Meng Xing and didn't notice anything. She excitedly opened her notebook and opened a coding software. Urban Masked Man. This is a novel she wrote. Meng Xing glanced at the outline roughly. The main story of this story is that the male protagonist is Liao Tian, a handsome and wealthy cafe owner. He works in a cafe during the day and puts on a mask at night to transform into an urban ghost. He created the Black Knight Alliance and had many followers. The Black Knights all wear masks and are mysterious and powerful. Under the wise leadership of the protagonist, the Black Knight Alliance grows stronger day by day, secretly protecting the city against monster attacks again and again. This is a novel with a strong color of personal heroism. Meng Xing silently downloaded the novel software and found the novel. If the novel hadn't been serialized for a year, Meng Xing would have doubted Yang Shui's identity. The Black Knight Alliance is very similar to the Hunter Guild, and the protagonist seems to be very similar to me. Meng Xing looked at the number of readers of this book. Millions of people are reading it. In this era where monsters are rampant, this kind of novel is indeed very popular. Yang Shui opened chapter 530 and said with a sad face, "You also write novels. Can you give me some advice?" Meng Xing put away the coffee and nodded. "You say, Yang Shuedo, I wanted to give the protagonist a beautiful heroine, but readers feel that this kind of protagonist should have many confidants, or have a harem, but I don't want my protagonist to become a playboy." Meng Xing thought for a while and analyzed seriously. Although this book is an invincible novel, the core of your main line is entrepreneurship. If there is a female protagonist, it is likely to affect the protagonist's business and even disrupt your rhythm, so I don't recommend having a female protagonist, unless, the way Meng Xing analyzed the plot for Yang Shui was no different from a close friend, like. It was not him who asked Huang Jie to assassinate Yang Shui that day. Yang Shui also listened very carefully. She blinked and asked, "Unless what?" Meng Xing said, "Unless the existence of the heroine can help the protagonist and his Black Alliance become stronger." Yang Shui pouted her little mouth. "But I don't want the protagonist to have a soft meal." Meng Xing shook his head. "What I mean is that the heroine's plot can make the protagonist stronger. For example, the heroine is the eldest lady who escaped from a large family, and she has her own dilemma. At this time she met the male protagonist in the coffee shop. She also didn't know that the male protagonist was the leader of the Black Knight Alliance. Later the two fell in love, trouble comes to the heroine's family, and the hero shows off his terrifying power and influence. In this way, the male protagonist expanded the Black Knight Guild to another city in the name of being a beauty." After finishing speaking, Meng Xing smiled. "You are a professional. I don't know much about novels. And what you say is very cliché. I don't know if it will be helpful to you." After listening to Meng Xing's words, Yang Shui didn't know where her eyes were looking. Without focus, the lady who escaped from the big family, Yang Shui's eyes became brighter and brighter. She knew how to write, and she had inspiration. Although what Meng Xing said was a bad plot and it was indeed cliché, it gave her some inspiration. Yang Shuichong waved to the waitress Lin Lin, "Honey, a cappuccino." Then he lowered his head, and his two white and tender little hands jumped nimbly on the keyboard. Writing quickly, Meng Xing reopened the book and read with concentration. Time soon came to night. Meng Xing had finished reading Crime and Punishment, and he started reading from the first page again. "Huh? It's already dark." Yang Shui stretched beautifully and moved her shoulders. To be honest, since she was scared by a ghostly masked man last time, she didn't dare to walk at night anymore. Yang Shui looked at Meng Xing, rolled her big eyes, and asked, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Meng Xing didn't even raise his head. "I live nearby." Yang Shui pursed her lips. "Are you hungry? There is a barbecue restaurant near my home. Can I treat you to it?" Meng Xing raised his head and glanced at Yang Shui, then lowered his head to read and said, "No." Yang Shui said "oh" in disappointment. She wondered if Meng Xing would follow her, and then asked Meng Xing to take her home. "He looks very handsome. I really don't understand the style. The beauty is not willing to invite you to dinner." Yang Shui secretly cursed. She packed up her computer and walked to the door of the coffee shop. The street lights outside have been repaired and are bright, better than last time. Yang Shui took a deep breath and took a solid step towards the cold and dark night. Yang Shui walked all the way to her apartment, and there was nothing wrong along the way. The public security in Nanhai City is indeed better than that in Beihai City, especially recently. Patrol cars are everywhere. Yang Shui walked into the apartment building and just opened her door when a hand suddenly covered Yang Shui's mouth. Yang Shui's eyes widened in horror, and the appearance of the ghostly masked man appeared in his mind. "Don't move, I'll kill you if you move again." The voice was a female voice that deliberately lowered its tone. The fear on Yang Shui's face dissipated and was replaced by joy. Yang Shui broke the hand covering her mouth and turned away. A woman with short hair was looking at her with a smile. Yang Shui said in surprise, "Nini, how did you know I was here? Hurry! Come into the house and say it." The short-haired woman sat on the sofa and looked around the room with a look of disgust. "I said, Miss Yang, you live here? So young, this apartment is more than 60 square meters. It is a high-end apartment with exquisite decoration. This kind of living environment is something that residents in the new city, let alone the residents in the old city, would not even dare to imagine." However, for the eldest daughter of the young family in Beihai, it was a small home. Yang Shui pouted. "When I first ran out, I lived in the old city for more than half a year. If the novel hadn't become popular and made some money, how could I afford to live here? It's already very good." The short-haired woman advised. "Then you go home. Why are you suffering here?" A look of disgust appeared on Yang Shui's face. "Don't mention the Yang family to me. It makes me sick just thinking about it." The short-haired woman is Yang Shui's best friend, and she followed the instructions of the head of the Yang family and came to Nanhai to find Yang Shui. She didn't dare to push Yang Shui too hastily, and even grabbed Yang Shui's hand and said calmly, Okay, don't mention the Yang family. It's true that you ran away from home and didn't even tell me where you were going. How are you doing lately, honey?" Yang Shui didn't care too much and chatted with the short-haired woman. When talking about her novel, Yang Shui's eyes lit up. She couldn't wait to revise what she had written today. The eldest daughter of a certain family was persecuted, ran away from home and went to a certain coffee shop, where she was protected by the protagonist Liao Tian. Liao Tian is more than just the protagonist of a novel to her. In her desolate days, the only person who accompanied her was the fictional character she wrote. The two girls chatted very late, and finally fell asleep on the sofa because they were so sleepy. The short-haired woman slowly opened her eyes and looked at Yang Shui. After making sure that she was asleep, she tiptoed to the bathroom and dialed the phone. "I found Yang Shui. I found her through the IP address of her novel. If her book is not popular, it will be really difficult to find her. I saw her going to a coffee shop today with a man. I will continue to pay attention. The new underground king of this city is named Zhu Dajuan. I will be in contact with him in the next 2 days." The other side replied a few words calmly. "Look at Yang Shui, just get rid of the man who was close to her, the Zhu Dajuan. Try your best to meet his requirements and win over him. Rasputin bar, strong drum beats, noisy crowds, enchanting and sexy women and young and crazy men. Even if you are sitting in the corner of the bar, there will be glasses clinking and laughter." A night at the Rasputin bar can be extremely indulgent. Suddenly the music stopped, the fun seekers on the dance floor looked at the hot DJ in confusion. I saw large cyberpunk-style characters appearing on the big screen behind the DJ. Congratulations to Mr. Zhu on his 40th birthday, peace and joy, of course. What Mr. Zhu was talking about was Zhu Dajuan. When many people were wondering who Zhu Dajuan was, a few lights shone on the luxurious booths on the second floor. Zhu Dajuan was hugging several female students in cool clothes, his face flushed from drinking. He stood up with a smile. Thank you, let's play music and dance." The DJ nodded knowingly, lowered his voice to the men and women on the dance floor, and shouted in a magnetic voice, "Mr. Zhu will pay for all the drinks tonight." Screams, the guests on the dance floor went crazy. Led by the hot dance moves of the female DJ, the dance floor reached an unprecedented climax. Zhu Dajuan sat down with a dark face and raised his fingers at the crazy wolf waiting on his side. "Tell Sister Hong to open this DJ and the money for the drinks will be deducted from her salary." Crazy Wolf couldn't help but laugh. Usually when a bar owner celebrates his birthday in his own venue, he will organize a free-for-all event. After all, drinks are not worth the money these days. However, who can live like Zhu Dajuan? Lao Zhu calls this province a flower. Several student girls saw that Zhu Dajuan was unhappy, so they quickly acted coquettishly and tried to please Zhu Dajuan, with the singing of orioles and the bursts of fragrant wind. Zhu Dajuan was soon confused by the smoke. Just when Zhu Dajuan was indulging in Wenru Township, a woman climbed up to the second floor and walked towards Zhu Dajuan's position. The woman is pretty, but she doesn't look like a nightclub woman. She has neat short hair, a somewhat androgynous appearance, and looks like the backbone of a certain company. She was wearing a white shirt, corset waist, and pink yoga pants. Zhu Dajuan was a little interested in the contrast between his serious appearance and sexy outfit. Crazy Wolf wanted to stop the woman, but Zhu Dajuan waved his hand and motioned for the woman to sit over. With a smile on her lips, the woman sat across from Zhu Dajuan gracefully and toasted Zhu Dajuan with a glass of wine. Happy birthday, Mr. Zhu. This was the first time Zhu Dajuan saw such a brave woman, and he became even more interested. Those eyes were like those of a wild wolf discovering delicious prey. He hugged the student girl with one hand and raised a glass with the other. The wine served by a beautiful woman is delicious enough. After Zhu Dajuan drank it all, he looked at the woman obscenely and said with a wicked smile, "Why is the beauty sitting so far away? Come and sit next to my brother." A student girl next to Zhu Dajuan glanced at Zhu Dajuan sadly and prepared to stand up and give up her seat to the woman. The short-haired woman chuckled and shook her head. "This is a good place to talk." Zhu Dajuan poured 2 glasses of wine, apparently trying to get the woman drunk. He chuckled and said, "Okay, let's talk slowly. We have one night." The short-haired woman smiled and said nothing. Zhu Dajuan handed the glass of wine to the short-haired woman and asked, "What do you call a beautiful woman?" The short-haired woman stretched out her fair hand, took the wineglass, and took a sip. "Young family, Yang and I." Zhu Dajuan smiled and poured the wine into his mouth. "Yani. What a good name." This woman was not afraid of herself, the underground king of the South China Sea, nor did she deliberately fawn over her, which made Zhu Dajuan like her more and more. He couldn't wait to take her. "Wait a minute, young family." Zhu Dajuan spit a mouthful of wine onto the ground, choking him and making him cough. His eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Yang and I in disbelief. "Young family? Beihai young family." Some of the big families in today's society are related to the public security system, some are related to the government system, or they are simply gangster families. If no one in the family hangs out in these 3 places, the family will not be able to achieve success. But the Yang family is very unique. There is no peace officer, no official in the Yang family, and no one is a gangster. However, the Yang family is the most powerful family in Beihai, and even the Public Security Bureau has not deliberately collected the Yang family's information. Some people speculate that the people behind the Yang family are actually extraordinary forces. Crazy Wolf immediately became vigilant. After a look, the younger brothers immediately understood and became nervous, looking around to protect Zhu Dajuan's safety. No one wants Zhu Dajuan to be 40 years old. Zhu Dajuan examined Yang Enai. Her calm look didn't look like she was lying. Yang Enai put down her wineglass slowly. "I'm not here looking for trouble. I just want to discuss a business deal with Mr. Zhu." Zhu Dajuan looked solemn and smiled. It turned out to be a young lady from the Yang family, and Lao Zhu was negligent. "Come on, come back to the office with me to talk." Rasputin General Manager's office. Zhu Dajuan regained his grace. He no longer looks like a pig who wants to pick up girls. At this moment, he is somewhat domineering like an underground king. He sat on the office chair, lit a cigarette, and handed one to Yang and I. "Does Miss Yang represent herself or the Yang family?" No small talk, just straight to the point. Yang and I took the cigarette, lit it, and blew out a puff of smoke. "I am from the Yang family, so naturally I represent the Yang family." Zhu Dajuan twisted his neck. "Boss Yang and I also met once and we are considered old friends. If you need my help, if you need anything, just tell me." Yang and I leaned on the chair and changed into a lazy posture, crossing her long legs on the handle with a cynical look. She blew out a puff of smoke. "The Yang Family Chamber of Commerce is going to open a branch in Nanhai, so naturally it has to come to pay homage to you, a local leader." Zhu Dajuan nodded. "It's easy to say, the Yang family deserves to be given face. If you need any help, just ask me." Yang and I smiled sweetly and shook her head. Mr. Zhu must have misunderstood. The Yang family wants to cooperate with Mr. Zhu. "I wonder if Mr. Zhu is willing to join the Chamber of Commerce?" Zhu Dajuan's face suddenly sank. "Cooperate? This is well said. Joining the Yang Family Chamber of Commerce means becoming the younger brother of the Yang family. Even if the Yang family is powerful, it is still powerful in Beihai. This is the South China Sea, my Zhu Dajuan's territory. Did you treat me like a piece of clay?" Zhu Dajuan was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Yang and I in advance. "Mr. Zhu, don't refuse in a hurry. Listen to our conditions first. Zhu Dajuan held back his anger and said, "You say, it was rare for Yang and I to show her serious face." She sat up straight and said, 1. The Chamber of Commerce will provide 8 sea-level awakened people for Mr. Zhu's mission. 2nd, the Chamber of Commerce will give Mr. Zhu a high-level spiritual weapon. 3rd, Mr. Zhu will become a senior member of the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce will share weal and woe with Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu's business is the business of the Chamber of Commerce. Zhu Dajuan frowned slightly. These conditions are quite tempting. He likes sea-level awakened people. I remember that a hunter named Nun once secretly told me that the president liked the corpses of high-level awakened people. I don't know if it is used for experiments or for other purposes, however, the president definitely likes it. The high-level spiritual weapon is presented to the president, and the reward should be quite a lot. Being a senior member means having a powerful ally. Judging from the first and second conditions, the Yang family is definitely closely related to a certain extraordinary force. If it had been before, I might have been frightened. Now act like you are not a member of the extraordinary force. Zhu Dajuan secretly guessed that the purpose of the Yang family's reaching into the South China Sea was probably for the supernatural forces. Zhu Dajuan asked with great interest, "Then what do you need me to do?" He calculated well. It is absolutely impossible for him to help other extraordinary forces, so he planned to eat and drink from the Yang family, but not do anything for the Yang family. Zhu Dajuan knew very well that if he really helped any extraordinary force, the guild would definitely kill him. If he is in deep crisis because of some extraordinary force, the guild will never ignore him. Yang and I knew that Zhu Dajuan would not remain indifferent after hearing the conditions she offered. Yang and I said, "Since it's cooperation, let's be more honest." Yang and I stared into Zhu Dajuan's eyes and said seriously, "Behind the Yang family is an extraordinary organization. The organization has chosen you to help the Yang family open up new areas in the South China Sea." Although the fact that there is a supernatural force behind the Yang family has not been made explicit, many people can guess it. This can only be said that the extraordinary power behind the Yang family is very strong, so powerful that even the Beihai Public Security Bureau is unwilling to take care of it. Zhu Dajuan's heart sank slightly after hearing Yang Ni's personal admission that there was an extraordinary force behind the Yang family. Although Yang and I was very polite to her, she dared to expose this secret that was not a secret, which showed that the Yang family was convinced of her. He dares to offend the Yang family. After all, he is a local snake in the South China Sea, and even the powerful dragon of the Yang family cannot suppress him. But it's different when it comes to extraordinary forces. A few years ago, a supernatural force offended the Lu family in the imperial capital, and the Lu family used all their black and white resources to destroy it. As a result, major families in the imperial capital were implicated and suffered heavy losses. After so many years, the Lu family's vitality has only just recovered. You know, the old man of the Lu family is a veteran figure in the political and legal system. In this world, the Public Security Bureau can be said to be a very powerful awakened organization, but it is definitely not the strongest extraordinary force. Extraordinary, unconventional, and above the law. This is extraordinary power. Fortunately, I am a hunter. His biggest source of confidence is not the gangsters, but the Hunters Guild. Yang and I saw Zhu Dajuan's changing expression, and a proud expression appeared on her face. In this era, extraordinary power is synonymous with terror. Yang and I continued, "So, what does Mr. Zhu think?" There was a slight hint of threat in his tone. When the Yang family's dog gains support from extraordinary forces, he becomes prosperous and wealthy. Zhu Dajuan should know what the consequences will be if he refuses. Zhu Dajuan pondered for a moment and then said, "Please allow me to think about it." Yang and I was a little unhappy, but the head of the family told him to be more polite to Zhu Dajuan. She didn't push Zhu Dajuan too hard, and said with a smile, "Okay, let's wait for Mr. Zhu's reply. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." After leaving a business card, Yang and I left the Rasputin bar. Zhu Dajuan looked at the business card and was stunned for a while. After thinking for a while, I took out my phone and opened the Hunter Guild app, edited a text to the customer service and sent it. The situation in the South China Sea has been very tense recently because Wei Nan has been missing for a week. Many high-level awakened people thought that since the director of the Public Security Bureau was away, they could indulge a little bit, but they ignored Tielin's existence. Tielin stepped up security inspections during this week, so that the evil heretics did not dare to act recklessly. At this time, the non-staff awakened people in Beihai knew that Tielin was not only able to eliminate ordinary awakened criminal gangs, but B-level awakened people were also punished by Tielin. However, a lot of things happened this week, and the biggest thing was the investment of the Lunar Chamber of Commerce in the South China Sea. Jean Mukafe Yi Yunyun sat bored by the window, holding her face in her hands and counting how many patrol cars passed by the door. Ever since Yi Yunyun became Meng Xing's housekeeper, she rarely came to the coffee shop. Today is special. The 7 seduction hunters have completed their training, and today is the day of the exam. Li Yang said that the examiner asked him to do it alone, and no outsiders could disturb him. There should be no one in the garden today. Meng Xing naturally respects his intention. Yi Yunyun had no place to go, so she could only come to the coffee shop to relax. Meng Xing sent He Xiaodong to school, but Yi Yunyun still felt bored before he came back. At this time, a figure wearing a black windbreaker walked in from the door. Yi Yunyun stood up happily and greeted her like a qualified maid. "Sir, you are back." Meng Xing's expression was indifferent, with an aura that suggested that strangers should not enter. Yi Yunyun immediately closed her mouth when she saw Meng Xing's appearance. Meng Xing passed her by and went directly to the second floor, walked to Sumanman's room. "Help me check the surveillance of Donggang Elementary School," Meng Xing said with a cold face. Meng Xing crossed his arms and swept his cold eyes in front of the screen. Sumanman has hacked into the surveillance of the street of Donggang Primary School and started to go back in time. An hour ago, Meng Xing and He Xiaodong appeared at the gate of Donggang Primary School. He Xiaodong waved to Meng Xing and entered the school. The screen starts to fast forward. Here, stop. Zoom in. There was a black car there, and 2 men in black suits got out of the car. The scene was frozen in the action of closing the car door. "Continue," Meng Xing said. In the surveillance footage, Meng Xing returned the way he came, followed by 2 men dressed as real estate agents. Meng Xing's face became darker and darker, because the surveillance screen showed that the 2 men followed him all the way to the coffee shop. He was followed, and when he came back today, he felt murderous. After Wei Na disappeared, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau found it difficult to take charge of the overall situation and was ill at home for several days. As long as Wei Na doesn't come back, Tai Lin will be the top leader of the Public Security Bureau. In other words, both black and white have the final say, and the real master of the South China Sea is now himself. "Who is investigating me and trying to do harm to me?" Meng Xing squinted his eyes and said, "Follow these." 2. Sumanman started operating on the computer. In the video, the 2 men took a few photos of Jinmu Cafe, then entered the cafe, looked around, and ordered a cup of coffee. Not long after, the 2 men left. In the surveillance video, the 2 men bought 2 packs of cigarettes, then returned to Donggang Primary School and drove towards Xiqing District. Finally, the car stopped at a villa in Xiqing District. The surveillance screen stopped abruptly. In order to protect absolute privacy, some villas are monitored in closed area networks. Sumanman has the ability to invade, but it's not necessary. Because this information is enough, Meng Xing said, "Check who the owner of the villa is." Sumanman quickly searched for information in the large database. After a few minutes, Sumanman's tapping on the keyboard stopped. "Brother Sheng, the villa belongs to the Luna Chamber of Commerce. That is, to the Yang family in Beihai," Meng Xing said again. "Check the Yang family's information." Sumanman shook his head. "The Public Security Bureau does not have basic data on the Yang family. All I can see are memory fragments on the internet." Meng Xing frowned. The Yang family didn't even register with the Public Security Bureau. It seems that the Yang family is not simple either. Meng Xing murmured, "Why are they following themselves? Do you want to investigate yourself or the cafe? But that doesn't matter anymore." Meng Xing remembered that the seduction hunters could complete their exams during the day, and then they could arrange a few devil fruits for them to kill people at night. Isn't this the meaning of the existence of the soul hunter? This is the commercial center of Nanhai, and basically all the companies with names in Nanhai are here. The new upstart of South China Sea business, Luna Chamber of Commerce, has its branch here. The Luna Chamber of Commerce does not have many physical industries, and its operation comes from the merchants who join the Chamber of Commerce. Most of the income comes from management fees of these chambers of commerce. Luna Chamber of Commerce Manager's Office. A man in his mid-20s was sitting on an office chair. He had just seen off a CEO who joined the Chamber of Commerce. The man was a little tired, lying on his office chair and rubbing his temples. Yang and I walked in, wearing the same outfit she had met Zhu Dajuan that day. "Brother Qian, Zhu Dajuan hasn't done anything yet, but I just sent someone to invite us to his birthday party the day after tomorrow." Yang and I stood next to Yang Qian and said respectfully. Yang Gong glanced at Yang and I. "It's up to you to handle that gangster. If he likes you, you can stay with him for a few days." Yang Gong looked at Yang and I with disdain in his eyes, and his tone was condescending, just like it was right for Yang and I to accompany some powerful people. When Yang and I heard her cousin say this, she didn't have much reaction. "Yes, I understand. Although Yang Qian and Yang and I both have the surname Yang, their statuses are very different. Yang Qian and Yang Shui were born to the head and mistress of the Yang family, so they were called the Orthodox family. As for Yang and I, she is the child of the concubine of the Yang family, called the side room in the outer courtyard. There are many such side rooms in the outer courtyard in the Yang family. The family will give them a good education, and then they will become the dead soldiers of the Yang family. Yangon asked, "What's the background of that boy in the coffee shop?" "If it's related to a powerful person in the South China Sea, forget it. After all, we just came to the South China Sea, so we don't want to offend anyone." Yang and I shook her head. After checking, he is just a poor student who has awakened his talent for life and works in that coffee shop. There was a hint of chill in the corner of Yangon's eyes. "Then kill him." Yang and I pondered for a while and said, "That's just a small person." "It's easy to say. I was thinking that a girl like Xiaoxue would attract a lot of flies. If you kill one, there will probably be another one. Should he be forced to take him back to the Yang family?" The father said that Xiaoxue must not be too close to other men. Yang Qian rubbed his forehead and sighed, "But my dad also said that we should take care of her emotions before she turns 20. If you wanted to take it back, you would have taken it back long ago." Night, Old City, Mengxing's courtyard. The rare tree species here were disfigured by the disaster, and their branches fell to the ground. Li Yang squatted on the pavilion with a dagger, his murderous eyes scanning the courtyard. And a dangerous aura arose in him. He shouted into the air, "Okay? The exam is over. You can come out now." The courtyard was very quiet, except for the sound of the wind. A smile of relief appeared on Li Yang's lips. He put away the dagger and stood up. "Good vigilance. It's really over this time. Come out." The courtyard was still quiet, except for a few bubbles popping up in the artificial lake next to the pavilion. Li Yang screamed excitedly, "Got you." His hand shook suddenly, and the dagger shot directly into the lake. A koi fish emerged from the water, and the dagger had penetrated its body. It struggled and splashed with water. There were footsteps coming from outside. Li Yang looked around and saw that Meng Xing and Yi Yunyun were back. Li Yang jumped down from the pavilion and saluted Meng Xing and Yi Yunyun respectfully. "President, Mr. Butler." At this time, rustling sounds appeared everywhere in the small courtyard. Those 6 people were Meng Xing's servants, also known as ghost hunters, and they came out from an inconspicuous corner one by one. Everyone carries various injuries. With fear on their faces, they saluted respectfully to Meng Xing. The posture is very standard and Yi Yunyun taught it well. Meng Xing looked at Li Yang with an inquiring look. Li Yang said respectfully, "Hide and seek is a test for them, and the game ends when you or the housekeeper comes back. They don't have combat talents yet, so as long as they can avoid being killed by me, they are qualified." Fortunately, only 4 people failed the exam. Meng Xing understood. If he is not killed by Li Yang in the courtyard, it means that this person has mastered some of the skills of the old beggar and Li Yang. The 4 people who failed the exam were obviously dead. The deaths of these people did not make Meng Xing feel any emotion. Meng Xing walked towards the attic hall. Yi Yunyun waved her hand and motioned for the servants to follow. On that dining table, there was a strange-looking fruit in front of everyone. Yi Yunyun made a cup of coffee for Meng Xing and placed it in front of the table. Meng Xing took the spoon, stirred it gently, and said quietly, "You have passed the test, and the fruit in front of you is your reward. Eat it." Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and they all looked at a loss. Among the remaining 6 people, except for the uncle who was a security guard, the rest were all maids. As the only male, the security guard set an example by picking up the fruit in front of him and eating it. Perhaps because life was already hard, the unpleasant taste of devil fruit did not affect his chewing speed. The others also picked up devil fruits and stuffed them into their mouths. The security guard was stunned after eating. Everyone became nervous. Could it be that this fruit has something to say? At this moment, a piece of information poured into the mind of the security uncle. Shasha fruit, B level, consume spirituality. The body can turn into sand, and can use physical attacks. You can freely create and control sand at the same time. B level. The security guard looked at Meng Xing in horror. Can this fruit bestow gifts on others? What a terrifying method this is. Is this the power of the garden master, the master of extraordinary power? In full view of everyone, the security guard fell down from his chair. He got up and knelt at Meng Xing's feet. "Master." "Thank you, master." His head kept hitting the ground, his forehead was broken, and there was some blood on the floor. Having become a high-level combat talent awakener, I felt a lot more relaxed. The cancer cells are still there, but the pain is much less severe. Meng Xing's expression was normal, even a little indifferent, and the spoon in his hand kept hitting the wall of the cup. At this moment, another young woman about 30 years old and a former prostitute also widened her eyes. Flowers and fruits, level B, consuming spirituality. Any part of the awakened person's body can grow on any tangible thing like a flower. The former leopard print young woman was ecstatic and couldn't believe it was true. After eating this fruit, I gained a B-level talent. That's a B-level talent. Xu Dajuan's Dihao nightclub doesn't even have such a master. Xu Dajuan's top master, Crazy Wolf, is only C-level, although he has a record of killing B-level players with his C-level talent. Is it because I work as a cook that the owner of the garden gave me this ability? The young woman has already begun to have random thoughts. She imitated the security guard and knelt on the ground. Thank you, master. At the same time, the remaining 4 maids also obtained B-level talents.